Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter had twin and both adopted by Snape? Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original story's link in the descriptions, please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. It was 11:58 p.m. when the cry of a baby was heard. Xavier Alexander Potter Evans was born healthy as the firstborn of the Potters, an ancient, rich, and powerful but declining line, where the parents of a certain James Fleamont Potter, at a very advanced age, had only one child, themselves being only children of only children. Great things were expected from the firstborn, but this generation was an exception, as Xavier had a twin brother on the way. Just as he was born, it was the end of the 7th month, 11:59 p.m., but a loud knock on the door distracted the midwife. A tall man with completely black hair down to his shoulders entered the Hogwarts infirmary. What caught the most attention about this man were his eyes, a pair of onyx resembling two dark tunnels, normally angry or expressionless. But now you could only see pain, fear, and regret in them. Lily Jane Potter née Evans, despite the pain of giving birth, saw him and smiled. "You came," she said with effort. "A Lily." This stoic and tall man fell to his knees and cried, whispering apologies over and over. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Lily." And Harry James Potter Evans was born in silence without crying. So the midwife, distracted by the strange event of Severus Snape crying, did not notice. When she realized the baby, she noted that he was born on August 1st at the earliest hour. Meanwhile, James watched the scene with his firstborn in his arms, looked at Xavier and said, "You will be a great man. You will revive the great name of the Potters." "Sirius," he called. "Yes? Prongs? Would you be the godfather of my firstborn?" "Of course, Jamie. He will be the greatest of all. It will be an honor to be his godfather." Lily, with Harry in her arms, asked the same question to Severus. "Sev, would you be the godfather of my son?" Lily, I don't know. If I hurt him, I could never forgive myself." "You won't hurt him. I know it, Sev. He needs someone to protect him. Listen to me, Severus. Something strange is happening with James. He has only spoken that the eldest of his sons will restore the great name of the Potters. He has not even asked to see Harry. My baby is going to need protection. Please, Sev." I am not worthy, Lily. Hasn't Dumbledore told you?" "Tell me what?" "Sev, you are scaring me. Is it about my babies?" "Yes, Lily. I'm sorry, but I heard a prophecy. I was with Lucius. He doesn't have such good clemency shields. We only had to tell the Lord. I'm sorry. I didn't know it could affect you or your family." Tell me, Sev. Please tell me what that prophecy said." Both were in tears. Severus. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him. Born as the 7th month dies. I couldn't hear the rest, but I just had a meeting of Death Eaters. The Lord has decided. Someone told him you were in labor. He has decided for your family. I'm so sorry. Lily, please, forgive me." Severus, look at me. With even more reason, my baby is going to need you. He needs protection. The one from the prophecy is not Xavier. I'm not sure how, but I know. It's Harry. My baby. Please, Severus, swear it to me. Swear to protect my son. Please." I swear, Lily. I will protect him with all my being." So both babies had great expectations on their shoulders. One to restore the Potter name, the other as the savior of the magical world. But the small error in Harry's registration will make his poor life miserable. 2 days had passed since the Potter babies were born, and now they were at Gringotts for the naming ceremony. After announcing their arrival, James reluctantly demanded a room for the ceremony, which was not well received by the goblins, but they allowed him into a large hall. "Good afternoon, wizards. My name is Ironclaw, and I will be proceeding with the godparenting ceremony. First, the eldest, Xavier Alexander Potter, previously known as Xavier Alexander Potter Evans. It was decided to remove the maternal surname to demonstrate his status as heir of the noble and ancient house of Potter. At this, Lily could only tighten her lips. James hadn't told her anything. His appointed godfather is Sirius or Iron Black, heir of the noble and ancient house of Black, and his godmother is Alice Apolline Longbottom née Clearwater. With this said, both godparents stepped forward. First, Sirius swore by cutting his hand and tracing a rune with his blood on Xavier's forehead. saying, I, Sirius Orion Black, swear to protect you and act as a father if needed, Xavier Alexander Potter, heir of the Potters, by my name and by my blood. I accept to be your godfather. A reddish light completely enveloped Sirius with the baby. Magic had accepted the oath of protection. I, Alice Appeline Longbottom, formerly Clearwater, swear to protect you and welcome you into my family with my husband's permission if you ever need it, by my name and by my blood. I accept to be your godmother. Now a yellowish light surrounded both parties involved. Magic accepted the warmth of the promise. Very well, the godparenting of Xavier Alexander Potter has concluded. Now let us proceed with the godparenting of the second child, Harry James Potter Evans. His appointed godfather is Severus Tobias Snape Prince, the sole heir of the Prince house, currently under scrutiny by the current leader of the family, his grandfather Augusto Reuben Prince, and waiting to be officially accepted as heir of the family. No godmother has been named. Taking a strong step forward, making himself known, Severus addressed the little baby with big green eyes. He cut his hand, traced a rune with his blood on Harry's forehead, and said, I, Severus Tobias Snape Prince, swear to watch over you, protect you, and give you a home if needed. I also swear to guide you in every possible way so that, despite not being an heir, you become a great man. By my blood and by my magic, I accept to be your godfather. An incredible white light enveloped them. Magic saw the sincerity and importance of this oath and granted Severus with the same rune mark. But instead of disappearing as it did on Harry's skin, this mark remained as a golden tattoo on Severus's right wrist, creating a strong bond between them and the ability to monitor Harry's well-being from a distance. James grimaced at the brightness. It made no sense to him. He had accepted Snape as the godfather of his second son because he believed the godparenting would fail since he did not consider the potion master's promise sincere. But apparently, he was wrong. And now he had to accept Snape as a frequent visitor at home to strengthen the bond between godson and godfather. What horror! Although he didn't really care about his second son, he couldn't be more disgusted because he would have to associate with Snavellis. He even suspected that Snape was only doing it to get closer to Lily. That thought made him very angry. No one touched what was his. Despite the strong light, no one noticed the new tattoo that Severus now had, not even himself. Snape gave Lily a very slight smile and went to a corner. The ceremony has ended. Lady Magic has accepted the oath of each godparent. As you must know, the bond must be reinforced during the first. A goblin opened the door with a loud bang. Excuse me, but I have been informed that Severus Snape is here. Your presence is urgently requested in room number 16. Ironclaw, knowing it must be a real emergency to be interrupted in that way, said, for a year, you must visit your respective godchild frequently to strengthen the bond. You may now retire. Snape followed the goblin. The other guests went home, including the Potter family. Seriously, Lily? A Death Eater? Severus is my friend, and you know that the ritual would have failed if he had any malicious intentions. Since when did Snavellis become your friend? I thought you hated him for what he said to you. I forgave him. Now let's go home. Harry is falling asleep. Well, Xavier is still wide awake. I'm going to take him to visit his grandparents. Wouldn't it be better to wait until Harry is awake, so they can meet both? It doesn't matter. I have to present Xavier as the future heir Potter. Harry isn't, so it doesn't matter if he's not there. There's Sirius. See you later, Lily. He gave her a quick kiss and left with Xavier in his arms. Lily sighed. Being a Muggle-born, she didn't really understand what was going on or why the issue of the heir was so important. But it saddened her that since he was born, James had not held Harry in his arms at any time. She decided to go home to put her baby to bed. Then, when she saw Severus leaving a room from a corridor further back, she decided to wait for him. She desperately needed to talk to someone. Once Severus was within her reach, she called out to him. Sev. Lily, are you still here? Where's your husband? Sev. James went to see his parents with Sirius to present Xavier as the future heir. I really don't understand all this heir business, and it's starting to bother me. James hasn't held Harry in his arms at any time, not even when he cries. Sev, I don't know what to do. Lily, I can recommend some books for you to read about pureblood culture. I could also explain what I know myself. It's not much because, as you know, I'm half-blood and lived in the Muggle world for most of my life. I would love that. Will you come to my house with me? Meanwhile, I can put Harry to bed, and you could reinforce your bond. Very well, I'll go with you. They left the bank together. Lily took Severus's arm and operated them to just outside the protections of her house in Godric's Hollow. Welcome to my home. James wants to move to the Potter Manor, but I like how cozy this house is. Thank you, Lily. And I'm going to bring Harry's Moses basket so he can sleep here while we talk. Lily went to the twins' room. She still remembered when James wanted Xavier to have the whole room to him and to give Harry a shed. For God's sake, a shed. According to James, it would be while he set up a new room for Harry, but she couldn't believe he would even consider something like that. That had been their first big fight. In the end, Lily managed to get her twins to share a room. They were babies. She brought the green Moses basket to the living room, but stopped in her tracks at the scene before her eyes. She had left Harry on the couch with containment spells, but now her baby was resting in the arms of his godfather. Her eyes filled with tears. She didn't understand why James couldn't love Harry as well, because it was clear that Severus loved him by the way he looked at him and gently stroked his head. She wiped her tears and approached. Well, Sev, shall we put him in the basket? Or do you want to keep holding him? She said playfully. Severus was startled slightly, almost imperceptibly but present. He hadn't realized that Lily had seen him holding Harry. He thought for a moment and sighed. I'll keep holding him. Your little demon won't let go of my shirt. Lily laughed softly but then became serious. Please, Sev, tell me what's wrong. Why doesn't James seem to want Harry? It seems to be a rejection of the bond. Among purebloods, there is a rumor that the eldest must always be one, preferably male, except for families that have always had twins or siblings. Like the Caros, they are one of the few families where the heir is not one but two, and both twins must share the burden and can only inherit their lordship and, if they have one, their seat in the Wisengamot. If I'm not mistaken, the Pruitts also only inherit their seat and lordship to twins, so it starts with the rejection of the bond. If a family unaccustomed to having twins as heirs has a pair as firstborns, the magic of the father from whom the lordship is inherited becomes a bit unstable and chooses only one child as its own. I'm not saying that James doesn't believe Harry is his son, just that his magic doesn't recognize him and rejects the father-son bond. I haven't read much about it, but it may be a bit dangerous for Harry. The good thing is that you are with him, and not being pureblood, your magic does not force you to choose only one child. If you were pureblood, your magic, tied to your marital bond, would choose the interests of the oldest family over your own and would force you to support the decision to have only one child as your own. I've heard of some cases where parents end up leaving the child not chosen in orphanages, and in the past they got rid of them. So, is it a problem with purebloods? Yes, it's something like a curse. I'm not sure. I'll send you some books on the subject and some books on pureblood culture and education. Most likely, your husband will decide to raise your eldest son like a true pureblood. Thank you very much, Sev. I still can't believe this is real. I would have liked James to love both his sons equally, but if what you say is correct, it seems that I will only be able to be there for Harry, and well, you too. It seems you've grown fond of my baby. Just because I'm holding him and he won't let go of my shirt doesn't mean I care about him. Yes, of course, Lily said, rolling her eyes. I have to go, Lily. I have matters to attend to with my grandfather. Has he finally proclaimed you heir? Is that why they called you at Gringotts? Yes, I can't say I'm happy about it. It's not my thing to take care of a lordship, businesses, and a seat in the Wisengamot. It seems more like a headache. At least you won't have to live in the Spinner's End house. That house is falling apart, Sev. Neither mentioned that that house also held Severus Snape's most terrible, sad, and shameful memories. Lily, before I go, I must ask you to request better protections for your house. These may not keep the Dark Lord out. Yes, we've asked Albus to provide us with a Fidelius. It's the best defense. As soon as it's in place at home, I'll have them add you to the protections and give you the exact address so you can visit Harry and strengthen your bond. Lily, I don't think I can come very often without arousing suspicion. I'm still a Death Eater. I've talked to Dumbledore. I'll be a spy for the Order. I'll be in a dangerous situation. He lowered his gaze to the little baby leaning against his chest and sighed. But I'll do my best to come. Besides, I have another godson. You might not like it, but in addition to you, His father is one of my very few friends. I'm Draco Malfoy's godfather, so I'll also have to see him often. Oh well, Lucius always protected you at school, and I don't think Narcissa is bad. A bit conceited maybe, but nothing more than that. Do you trust them, Sev? Completely. Lucius only joined the Dark Lord because his father Abraxas imperiused him. Now he can't get out of it, but I know firsthand that the most important thing to him is his family. That's good. If you trust them, I'll believe in you. And maybe, I don't know, Draco and Harry could be friends in the future. That would be good. I love my godson Draco, but despite being so young, he's already very spoiled. He's going to need someone to keep him grounded. Don't worry, Sev. I'm going to raise my son so he can put a stop to Minnie Malfoy. All right, I'm going. Take care, Lily. He handed Harry over and stood up. With Lily behind him, he headed to the door. He was about to open it when it opened with a bang. Loud laughter echoed through the house, waking poor Harry, who began to cry. James Potter had returned home and became angry as soon as he saw Snape there. What the hell? What is Snavellis doing in my house? Lily, what have you done? James, be quiet. You're scaring Harry. I don't care, answer me. What is Snavellis doing in my house? He was already leaving. He just wanted to spend some time with Harry. Yeah, right? James pulled out his wand, and Sirius immediately followed suit. Severus didn't lag behind and already had his wand in his hand. The moment was very tense and surprisingly silent. Out of the corner of his eye, Snape noticed that Harry had become silent and was watching everything attentively. James noticed Severus's distraction and was about to cast a spell when Harry started crying again. However, he unintentionally unleashed a wave of accidental magic that sent James flying. Everyone stood still, unsure of what to do. Severus thought that apparently James Potter was not the only one with a bond rejection. Little Harry had just rejected his own father. 03. James POV. I don't understand what's happening to me. Harry is also my son, but I have this enormous urge to put my hands on his little neck and, no, I wouldn't think that. I needed to calm down. It hadn't been easy having to be in the same place as my worst enemy, the greasy and ugly Snavellis. I didn't understand why Lily decided to make him Harry's godfather, nor did I understand how a cruel Death Eater could seem to promise the moon and the sun to his little brat. Damn. Again, thinking badly of Harry. Harry, ugh. My head is going to explode. It was best to stay away from him before I lost my senses. While arguing with Lily, I saw Sirius. He was also acting strange. Even though he despised his family and everything related to pure-blood education, he seemed very eager to follow all those boring and strict protocols and teachings, in his own words, although he actually used curse words. But I'm digressing. I gave my dear wife a poor excuse about wanting to present Xavier as the Potter heir to my parents and walked away in Sirius's direction. Hey Sirius, do you want to come to my parents' house? Prongs. Of course, absolutely. It's an excellent idea to introduce the little heir to the current head of the family. And there he was again, Sirius praising pure-blood protocols. I didn't understand. He had been like this since he broke up with Remus. I didn't understand that either. They had been so in love at school, and they only lived together for a year outside of it before deciding to separate. It didn't make sense to me. They were a perfect couple, only surpassed by myself and Lily, of course, but well, I had promised Siri not to delve into the matter, and Remus had dedicated every moment of himself to try to convince other werewolves to join the order, so I hardly saw him. All right, let's go, Siri. We both apparat to the outskirts of the protective wards of the Potter Manor. Xavier was giggling and kicking his feet. He was a very cute baby, with his reddish-brown hair and his almond-shaped chocolate eyes. He had a few freckles on his face that made him look even more adorable. Everything else about him was identical to Harry, from the shape of his face to the tousled hair, but Harry had dark brown hair and round, bright green eyes, as well as long eyelashes. It was pretty, that thing, ugh. Again. I needed to talk to my father about it. Maybe I would know what was happening to me. James. Sirius. I didn't expect you so soon. Was everything all right at the Godfather ceremony? My mother caught up with us before we could reach the door. It seemed she was fixing up the gardens. Mom, look who I brought with me, I said, showing Xavier to her. They hadn't been able to meet their grandchildren yet. But he's precious. James, come in. It's too sunny for the little one. Is Dad home? I asked as I passed my baby to Sirius so I could hug my mom. Yes, son. He's in his study. Look at you. I haven't seen you since graduation. How are you? Sirius. Dear? I'm fine, Mama Dory. Mom had insisted on him calling her Mama Doria, but he called her Dory. Well, she seemed happy. Oh, honey, by the way, where's that handsome boyfriend of yours? We broke up. Mama Dory. Oh, it can't be. Are you okay? Are you sure you haven't talked to anyone about it? Come with me. I'm all ears. It's good to vent, you know. And Mom, leave Siri alone. It's okay, Jamie. I also wanted to talk to her about something regarding the blacks. She handed Xavier to me, and I saw them walk away into the house. I followed them and headed to my father's study. Xavier was yawning slightly, so I adjusted him better in my arms. The good thing was that Lily had fed him before we came, and she always gave him a bottle of milk to carry in case we were separated. I knocked on the study door and walked in without waiting for a response. Father. James, son. Come in. Come in. Is this little one your heir? Yes. This is Xavier Alexander Potter. His godfather is Sirius, and his godmother is Alice Longbottom. How adorable. Although I understood you had twins. Is his brother in the living room with his mother? I would like to meet him too. I pressed my lips tightly to avoid making a grimace. That's what I wanted to talk to you about, Father. You see, it's as if I wanted to kill him with my own hands. And I have no idea why. I see. Aren't you going to say anything about it? I'm about to go crazy wanting to kill him. Calm down, James. It seems you're experiencing a rejection of bond. Let me guess, while you can't stand the sight of your other son, you want this other son of yours, Xavier, to be a good heir and worthy pureblood. Exactly. Oops, sorry, Xavier. I won't shout. I rubbed his back in circles to make him stop crying and gave him a bottle. Can you explain to me what this bond rejection thing is? What do you know about the history and legends of purebloods? Not much. I was never interested. And then I'll start from the beginning. You see, some pureblood families were chosen by Lady Magic, and she gave them a gift that would be passed from child to child as long as the blood remained pure. If it was mixed with Muggle blood, the magic of the gift would dilute, and instead of all members of the family inheriting the gift, only a few chosen ones could obtain it. Surely you've heard of the Potter luck. Well, that's our gift. Before being Potter, we were Peveril, and before that, we were Pamley from a family in India. It is said that long ago, we descended from a secondary branch of Godric Gryffindor, but it's the Pamley family that's important. One of their members, Brahma Pamley if I'm not mistaken, was a great adventurer, dancing with death almost daily. This amused Lady Magic greatly, as she was said to be bored and wanting to taunt death. She gave the Pamley family and its successors the gift of luck. But destiny was not happy, so it was decided that dangerous situations would always pursue their family, and Lady Magic's luck would barely keep them alive. Lady Magic got angry and said that then that family would always end their days in peace. Brahma, who was listening to this, immediately accepted because he wanted more adventures and didn't really care about his descendants, or so the legend says. Now, when the family became Peveril, something strange happened too. They had triplets, and the parents chose the youngest as the heir, Ignotus, and thus the family magic passed to him since, until then, the family had not had multiple children in a single pregnancy. These parents also went through a bond rejection and tried to get rid of the two older ones, but the magic of these three prevented them. The three grew up hating their parents and sought acceptance only among themselves. The eldest trusted no one but in power, the middle one loved his fiancée only once, and the youngest only had eyes for his brothers. Do you follow me? Or am I boring you? No. It's just that I still don't understand the bond rejection thing. I'll finish the legend of our family and then go into detail on that, alright? Well, where was I? Yes, the triplets. They met death in one of their adventures when they tried to cross a treacherous river by creating a bridge with magic. This story should be familiar to you. It's the tale of the three brothers, the Deathly Hallows. Is it real? According to our books and scrolls, yes. The only branch of those three that continued was that of the third brother, Ignotus, from whom we descend. We returned to India and became Potter, and, let's go back to the tale of the three brothers. Death decided to pretend to reward the brothers and gave them the objects they asked for. The eldest asked for the most powerful wand of all, and death made him a wand of elderwood. Where did that wand end up? The legend says that after the eldest brother killed someone and boasted of having the most powerful wand, he was murdered in his sleep, and the wand was stolen from him. From there, it's not very clear. The wand passed from hand to hand, from wizard to wizard, and from family to family. There is no record since the wand was not always won in an honorable way. Okay, so the second brother asked to bring back the dead, and death gave him a stone from the river. He brought his dead fiancée back to life, but he went mad and committed suicide. What happened to the stone? It is said that a distant relative linked to the Slytherin line picked up the stone and added it to the relics of his family. They would be, if I'm not mistaken, the Gaunts, the last descendants of Salazar Slytherin. Oh, we're linked to the Slytherins? That's right, but in a distant way. Okay, got it. This is a lot to take in, and I haven't even gotten to what really concerns you. Oh, where did the cloak end up? The third brother only asked for something to be able to evade death, and death gave him an invisibility cloak. Yes, and death gave it to him very reluctantly because, as you now know, being our ancestors, they had the gift of luck. So even though they were in danger of death, they always survived. Worse now that he could hide with the cloak. But to answer your question, you have it. Me. My invisibility cloak is that cloak? That's right. Well, the bond rejection thing is something that resulted from the gifts of Lady Magic. The families that were not chosen were extremely jealous. They gathered and devised a plan since they couldn't get rid of the chosen families. They cursed the firstborn heir of each family, very powerful but human magic, so it wore off over time, but it was never completely eliminated. This curse creates the bond rejection, depending on many things. But the main one is that if the firstborn is not the same as the cursed child from so many years ago, the father would feel an irrational hatred towards the remaining or lack of children. In our case, the heir of Brahma was only one and an only child, so for generations, our family has always had only one child, as gender didn't seem important at that time. If the heir turned out to be a woman, her husband had to adopt the family name, or the union was not accepted. It's one of the conditions in marriages of our family line. That includes marriages with same-sex members, to avoid awakening the curse. In the case of the Peveril triplets, as you heard, there were 3, not 1. So the curse was awakened. This magic also dictates that the father chooses the weakest magically of his children in an attempt to diminish the power of the families. These families, feeling trapped, devised a plan and cast powerful magic to ensure that the parents who go through the rejection at least look out for the family's interests. That's why there is such a strong desire for them to be worthy, outstanding children who bring honor to the family name. It's a curse. I don't care about being a worthy head of the family, but no matter how hard I try to think the same for my son, I can't. Exactly, it's a curse. But in those times, the family name and honor were the most important things, and they didn't think of a future where it could be different. Now, the important thing, since you married a Muggle-born, the magic of the gift has diluted. So it's likely that only one of your children will have the luck, or that they all will, but to different degrees. The gift won't necessarily pass to your heir, and even more importantly, your wife is free, meaning if she were a pureblood, the marriage bond would unite the curse, and she would also choose the same heir as the father and would hate her other children with the same fervor as you. But being Muggle-born, she doesn't have the curse, and she is free to love both. Thank God, at least Harry will have his mother, although I don't want her to prefer him over Xavier. And he will be safe. We are also here for you, son. It is said that the curse subsides if you stay away from the source of your annoyance. We could raise him for you. Maybe I'll do that. I really don't want to end up losing her and killing him. Ayo, look at the time. Are you staying for dinner, son? I don't think so, father. I've left Lily alone for too long. I don't want her to hate me completely. If you want, I can explain to her what you're going through. That would be good. We both got up and headed to the living room. Xavier was now wide awake. Neither Sirius nor my mother were in sight. Mother, I'm leaving. Coming out of the kitchen, my mom smiled at me, although she looked a bit tense. Dear, give my regards to your adorable wife and your other baby. I'll accompany you, friend. All right, Siri. See you. Mom, Dad, say goodbye. Chavi. We both left the house and started talking nonsense. We operate near my house, and we were laughing until I opened the door and was surprised to see the disgusting Snevelis leaving my house. I started shouting at him. How dare he spend time alone in my house with my wife? I drew my wand. I felt Sirius following me, but the bastard was fast. He already had his wand in hand. Then I noticed it. No wonder I was the best Auror at the ministry. The greasy man glanced at Harry, and I cast a curse at him when a strong magical wave threw me and everything turned black. 04. Sirius POV. After handing James his baby, I headed to the kitchen with who I considered a mother, my Aunt Doria Potter, formerly Black. I needed a second opinion after going to see my parents, swallowing my pride. In search of help, now I had more questions. Mama Dory was a Black, so she should know something. Oh well? What happened, son? Seems like an important issue. Yes, well, it's related to my ex-boyfriend. You see, right after we graduated, we moved in together into a house that my Uncle Alfred left me. Everything was going well until Remy got pregnant. Don't get me wrong, we were very happy, and we decided to get married. But to do it right, we had to take a short inheritance test each. You know, the one that only says who your parents were, your marital status, and if you are or not part creature. Mine was normal, except that I realized I was actually the heir of the family. I always thought that since I was sorted into Gryffindor, my parents had chosen my brother as the heir and even started giving him classes on how to be a good heir. The Black heir can only be chosen by magic. Yes, now I know, but Orion, your father, my father, explained to me that the Black magic takes into account who is better prepared to take that role. The point is that Remy's inheritance test was, well, all wrong. It said that his father was Lion Lupin, so far so good, but that his mother, or in this case gestating father, was none other than my Uncle Alfred. It made no sense. My uncle never said he had a child, much less gestated one himself. So we went to confront Lion, and after many threats and perhaps some spells, he finally told us everything. He said that he and Uncle Alfred only had an affair. Lion had married his wife, Hope, when my uncle told him he was expecting. She, being a muggle, hadn't married by magic, so the marriage could be undone. But Lion didn't want to. He lied to both in the end. He played with his wife's mind, making her believe she was pregnant, and lied to my uncle, telling him he didn't want anything to do with the baby. But when Remy was born, Lion stole him from my uncle and erased his memory. He passed him off as his wife's biological child and carried on with his life. The despicable man. But what? What a terrible man. Alfred never knew he had a child. Poor thing. Yes, but with that, we realized that Remy and I were, well, cousins. We still loved each other and loved our son, but everything became weird after that. Remy, he wanted to know about his real family. I had no choice but to take him to my parents. At first, his hatred for me was evident, until we told them the reason for our visit. They were very surprised and vowed to make Lion pay. Then they asked me why we had taken the inheritance test, and well, I told them we wanted to get married. But now we weren't so sure, since we were, well, cousins and all that. They asked me if I had been chosen as the heir. I told them yes, and then they smiled. They smiled at me. It was chilling. They told us there was no problem and that we should get married as soon as possible. I didn't understand them until I remembered that they themselves were cousins. I swear it gave me chills. Remy got a little upset, and we had to tell them he was pregnant. Excited, they reiterated to us to get married. I couldn't take it anymore and told them we had to go. My mother said goodbye. But my father said he wanted to talk to me alone at some point. I see. It must have been a lot to take in. I didn't visit my father until much later. Remy couldn't go to term and had a miscarriage. He was devastated, and I didn't know what to do. Regulus had been there. We had made peace and planned his escape from the country to escape Voldemort. When it happened, he took me to father and said we had to talk. Orion listened to everything. My doubts, my pain, everything. I thought he would yell at me or hex me like when I was a child. But no, he hugged me. He told me about the Black magic that chose the best prepared heir. That's why he, despite being the youngest of 3 brothers, was the head of the family since his parents saw him as more capable and prepared him more. He also told me about the Black madness, the supposed gift from Lady Magic, and about our family's curses. Despite the possibility of generating a rejection of bond, there was also the curse that the heir and only he would fall in love and marry someone close to the family, either a brother, sister, or a cousin. Since all my cousins were married, they started raising Regulus as my future husband. I couldn't help but shudder at that thought. But when we told them that Remus was my cousin, they calmed down, until they read Remy's inheritance test carefully. Apparently, another of our curses was that if the couple were homosexual, the one who should conceive should be magically weaker so that his magic level would rise by being pregnant. Remus, being a werewolf, was stronger both physically and magically, so he couldn't go to term. I'm the one who should conceive. I don't want anything. I don't want to marry a cousin of mine. I don't want to be the passive one. And I don't want to conceive for anything in the world. Nor do I want to be the heir of the Black family. And I told my father, and I suppose he didn't take it very well. And that's the worst part. He tried to console me. And he told me there was another solution. I had to raise someone outside the family as the Black heir. If the magic accepted it, I would be free from the curse. I could marry whoever I wanted. And I wouldn't have to be the head of the family. I just had to make sure to appear as the magical guardian of the child, or better yet, be his godfather. You plan to use Xavier? Yes. No, well, yes, but I wouldn't call it using. I'm giving him a title, and Jamie seems happy that his son will be the heir of the Potters. He'll surely be even happier that he can also be the heir of the Blacks. Did you talk to Remus? Yes, and he got mad at me. He said how could I be so selfish, but I'm not. I just want to be free from all curses. But you still love him despite knowing he's your cousin. You still love him. You always have, even before knowing you were family. No, and no. Listen to me. I don't want to listen. I've already made a decision. And tell me, why are you crying? I couldn't believe it. I was really crying. Why? If I had already made the decision to leave Remus to be free, then why was I crying? Mama Dory hugged me and caressed my head until I calmed down. She gave me an infusion that suspiciously tasted like a calming drug, but it did me good. We were silent for a while, until we heard footsteps on the stairs and then James calling us. I went with him a little calmer but with my stomach churning. I had thought that talking about this with someone else who understood the curse would make me feel better and more confident about my decision. But it wasn't like that. It only made me question if I was really being selfish and if I really still loved him. 05. James. What did you do to him, Snavellis? I didn't do anything to him. Black? Snape turned away, ignoring Sirius. Well done, Harry. Magnificent first display of accidental magic. He smiled at the baby. Harry smiled and made baby sounds, drooling a bit. Lily wiped his face and kissed him on the head. A baby, that was a very good display of accidental magic, but I don't think Daddy would like to be on the floor for too long. Sirius, could you help James up and put him on the couch? Harry frowned cutely at the word Daddy, as if he understood, but he was distracted by Sirius's voice. Why are you celebrating this aggression? Are you all crazy? You, as a pureblood, should know that it's important to celebrate accidental magic in babies, especially if they manage it when they are so young. Otherwise, they could feel repressed and unconsciously seal their magic. Still, he threw his father in the air. And James still hasn't woken up, and he couldn't finish because Xavier started crying due to the loud noise, immediately followed by Harry. The people present looked at each other and decided to go inside to calm the babies. James was put on a piece of furniture in the living room, and the rest went to the kitchen for bottles for the twins. Each godparent carried their respective godchild while Lily magically pumped breast milk and put it in bottles. With the brothers well-fed and drowsy, they moved to their room and tried to put them in their cribs, but they started crying again. Sirius believed that Xavier didn't like the mattress and might need something bigger. Snape rolled his eyes at the Animagus's stupidity and brought Harry to Xavier's crib. Both babies stopped crying almost immediately and stretched out their little hands towards each other. Put him down. I'll put Harry next to him. Why should the Potter have to share a bed? Shut up, Black. Can't you see what they want? They've been in the same space for 9 months. It's obvious they want to be together, damn idiot. And no swearing in front of my children. Not until they are old enough. I know, Lily. I'm sorry. Sirius couldn't believe what he was seeing, or rather, he didn't want to believe it. While Lily put Xavier in his crib and Snape put Harry next to him, there was such coordination in their movements. It was like seeing a single being. He knew Lily was James's, but if he didn't know that, he would have thought those two were something more than friends. They were too close. It was cute. No, it was repulsive. Moreover, Xavier should be treated like a king. That was the way for him to know that he would be the heir to two ancestral families. He shouldn't share. His own parents had always shown him that each one had what they deserved. The heir had everything he wanted in exchange for accepting all the teachings and obeying all the rules of the pureblood. The other brothers should always have something inferior. That was how it was in his family, limiting their freedom. The most important thing for Sirius Black was his freedom. Losing it drove him crazy and made him crazed to find himself trapped in so many rules and protocols. When he arrived at Hogwarts, he wanted to get rid of all that, to break free from his chains, which is why he got the hat to put him in Gryffindor. But that's what he did. Xavier shouldn't be like that. He would teach him to be a worthy heir, but wouldn't limit him. He would be free as far as possible, but for that, he had to leave his brother behind. Sirius wasn't stupid. He had seen how James treated his younger son, and he agreed. Having a godfather who was a Death Eater couldn't lead to anything good, despite appearing to be a drooling, adorable baby. It didn't change the fact that he was already tainted. The nail in the coffin of his positive feelings for the baby was when he sent James flying through the air, his best friend, as if he were defending the elusive Snape. It was over. That child wasn't trustworthy, and he would keep an eye on him. Sirius was about to take Harry out of the, in his opinion, too small crib for a single heir until he heard footsteps on the stairs. He left the room to see his best friend, unaware that the other two were also leaving. They all met in the small room above the stairs that divided the house's bedrooms. "Oh, where's the brat?" James said dangerously. "Your sons are sleeping, Potter." "I didn't ask you, Snivellis." "Get out of my house, Lily. Love, move." "No, Lily. I'm not going to move because you'll hurt my baby, James," she sighed. "I know what's happening to you. You're having a bonding rejection, but that doesn't mean I'm going to let you hurt Harry. James, I love you, but I also love my babies. Both of them, James. I can't quite understand what you're going through, but I want to help you. What can I do so you don't hate Harry, or at least so you don't hurt him?" He can't do anything, Lily. Can't you see he's given up?" Snape mocked with a barely noticeable smile. "He's a cowardly animal who gives in to his basest instincts." Shut up, Snivellis. I haven't given up." What they didn't know was that Snape was counting on that. He wouldn't let anyone hurt his godson, not even under torture, but even with the short time he had known him, he already loved him. His sad, frozen heart had started beating again when Lily sent him the letter saying she had forgiven him and wanted him as her son's godfather. And now that same child had made a place for himself in his heart. "And how do you plan to control your murderous instinct if you're full of bloody thoughts?" "Oh, what? How?" "Get out of my mind. You damn snake, Sev. Is there a way he can control himself?" "There is, Lily. The fool of your husband must learn to control himself. And what better way than with the art of clemency?" "I'm not going to learn dark arts. It's a mental art, you insensible bird brain. It's neither white nor black, and it serves both to protect yourself and to protect those you love. Yes, Potter, realize it. If you hurt Harry, you hurt Lily, and that's something I won't allow." "What do you care about Lily? She's my wife. You better stay away from her." James, it's not what you think." Shut up, Lily. That's always what they say." You have no voice or vote here, Black, and to your dim mind, Potter, I have nothing with Lily. She's just a friend. In fact, I see her as a sister." "I don't believe you. You look too good together taking care of the babies." Lily, explain." Don't shout, you shithead. Both of you, be quiet. You'll wake my children. Sev doesn't want me that way. James, he is." Lily. What? What could he be?" "Something worse than a filthy Death Eater who wants to steal my wife." "Oh, for God's sake." "All right, I'm gay. You pair of idiots, gay." What? Shall I spell it out for you? I like men. Happy. You don't like Lily? Not in that way. But he likes redheads. He dated my cousin for a while." Lily. Was that necessary? If it makes it easier for them to understand, then yes. Well, now that I have all your attention, and you've stopped being troglodytes, the only effective long-term way to cope with the homicidal hatred of bonding rejection is to diminish its intensity with clemency. Are you sure it's a bonding rejection? No, there could be too many options. Of course it is, Black. How stupid can you be? What else could explain Potter's inexplicable hatred towards his own son? James, Severus can help you. He's a master of mental arts. He'll help you. I won't let you say no. You'll learn it with me, or with someone else, but you have to learn it, Potter. I won't allow my godson to be in danger with you. But why should you care? You've only known him for no more than 2 days. James, please, do it for me, okay? I don't want to see my son in danger, let alone think that you might be the danger, please? Lily had tears in her eyes. Snape looked at her with annoyance, but concern could be seen in his eyes. The potions master was seriously thinking about taking Harry with him if the idiot Potter said no, or that he didn't care. Sirius, well, he was a bit slow. He never believed that his friend wanted his own son dead. Perhaps not to be treated like a king, since that was Xavier's role, but dead? No, he didn't believe it. But if they were telling the truth, and James was going through bonding rejection, things could get ugly. Raised as the heir to the strict Black family, at the age of 9, he had already read about the subject and knew that Snape was right. There were only a few ways not to end up killing the unwanted child: abandoning him with another family or an orphanage, or keeping him and maintaining strong clemency walls to prevent any strong negative emotion from escaping. The ideal, at least for his family, was abandonment. Even though his family encouraged the early learning of mental arts, they did not consider it worthy of effort for an unwanted child. But he was not like that, and he knew that deep down his friend would regret it. To everyone's surprise, it was he who spoke. He'll learn it. I'll take care of it. But don't delude yourself, Lily. It won't make James love Harry. At best, it will make him tolerate him, but nothing more. James turned angrily towards his friend, but when he looked him in the eyes, he realized there was nothing to argue about. He didn't want to hurt Lily, and he might not even want to hurt the brat, Harry. He had gone to his father for advice himself. He sighed heavily. Fine, but I'm not learning anything from you, Snivellis. Snape made a small grimace, but otherwise showed no emotion. But he didn't fool Lily. She could see in his eyes that he was relieved. A crisis had passed. Snape said goodbye as he had things to do. James and Sirius locked themselves in the former's study, as the canine animagus would teach him the basics of clemency. Then they would go to Fleamont Potter to finish teaching James. Lily stayed in the twins' room, sat in the rocking chair, and fell asleep. She was very tired, but a little calmer. She had considered countless options to keep her children safe. One of them was to leave with her children and leave James. It would hurt, but she loved her children very much and didn't approve of how he treated them so differently. She couldn't divorce him since they were magically bound together, and a magical marriage was unbreakable, so she was happy her friend knew of a solution. It wasn't ideal, not for her at least, but that way she could keep her family together. Thinking about that, she fell into Morpheus's arms. 06. Albus Dumbledore was an elderly man with the appearance of a kindly grandfather. Everyone loved and listened to him because he was the hero of the previous war and possessed infinite wisdom. However, appearances can be deceiving, as this great man was actually planning how to become more powerful and important. The existence of a prophecy announcing the arrival of a new hero was irrelevant to his main goal. His sources had informed him that James Potter had fallen under the influence of old magic, resulting in a rejection of bond with his youngest son. How pleasant it was to see that old magic still worked. The Dumbledore family was one of those not chosen for a gift from Lady Magic, and all their descendants knew about the existence of the curse, or in some cases, curses, towards the different families with gifts. Albus Dumbledore was no exception and celebrated this fact. He believed that the youngest Potter would be the chosen one. Despite having read the birth certificate stating that Harry Potter was born on August 1st, he could not believe it. The supposed new hero had to be very powerful, and he knew that the youngest, being the recipient of rejection, must be stronger magically and more talented. Now, what should he do with his pieces? Lily had to die. She was a volatile factor. Not being affected by the curse, he did not believe she would raise the children as she should. The eldest had to believe only in him and be arrogant. He had to think he was the hero so that he would die bravely. On the other hand, the youngest had to be malleable. He would have to see him as a role model and trust everything he was told, especially if it came from himself. But Lily was difficult to handle. Despite putting compulsions and potions on her since the first year, she had always managed to break them and return to that disgusting Slytherin, until he got her a liquid Imperius, the strongest of the compulsion potions in her 5th year. Even so, she managed to break it again. So yes, she had to die. James was necessary. If someone listened to everything he had to say, It was James. Among all the marauders, he was the most manageable and had a role to play. Degrading and mistreating the real hero to destroy his self-esteem would be his main role. So he had to make sure he survived. He would see how. Sirius Black was manageable. He had become very thoughtful about his relationship with Lupin, but a few compulsions and he was back on track. He even seemed to have activated that black madness characteristic of the family. Yes, that was fine. He would help raise the eldest as he should, pampering him and making him believe he was a king. The problem was that it seemed he had made up with his family. Before it got worse, the funerals of Walburga and Orion Black should be hastened. Regulus was already a dead man. Either Voldemort would kill him, or he would end up in Azkaban. Either way, it was beneficial. Now, Severus Snape was an unpleasant variable. On one hand, there was the benefit of having him as a spy, but on the other hand, he was the damn godfather of his main pawn. If Snape showed affection to Harry, treating him badly at home would be useless. Snape would notice immediately and could take him away. But killing him was not an option. All the information he would lose could be the end of the war for good. Evil would triumph, and that must not happen. Maybe making the potion's master hate Harry. Now that was a good idea. He would have to use his compulsions carefully since Snape could realize. But the bond was not yet formed. It would be easy to destroy. That would end any hope for the youngest. What this man did not know was that while he was planning and eating lemon drops, the bond between Severus and Harry was growing stronger, capable of nullifying any hatred compulsion. 07. The Black Madness. Asmodeus Black was chosen by Lady Magic to receive a gift. And what was that gift based on? Simple, love. Asmodeus loved his younger brother deeply. It was not very rare at that time the marriage or romance between family members. But Andromaeus, the younger brother, was engaged to a woman. The day of the wedding, Asmodeus could not stand the jealousy and kidnapped his brother, locking him in a cell inside the manor. The bride and the family of both parties were looking everywhere for the groom, but could not find him. Nobody suspected the older brother, as he pretended to look for his brother with great zeal. The plan was to keep pretending to be looking for him until the bride got bored and would tell everyone that his little brother didn't want to marry her and had run away. Until he heard the worst news, the woman was pregnant. Everyone knew that when someone was pregnant, the magic of that person increased, especially in the protective aspect. Asmodeus didn't want that. Now his brother was obliged to marry her, yes or yes, and he wasn't going to allow it. With an ancient ritual, Asmodeus invoked Lady Magic and begged for her help. She was bored and asked him what exactly he wanted. He wanted to be more powerful to protect the love of his life, and according to his own words, he had to be stronger to kill that woman and the spawn. Lady Magic was not sure, but she was not alone either. Alerted by the intensity of the feelings, the goddess Eros also came. Between the two decided to give him the gift of love, which was simply to enhance his magic to extraordinary levels when it came to the ones he loved. Whether it was romantic, sexual, or filial love, any kind of love would enhance the gift of obtaining more magic. But what they did not know is that fate decided to interfere. Every time a Black activated this enhancer, he would lose his mind and act on instinct. So it was that when Andromaeus woke up, he was surrounded by flowers bathed in blood, and, among the flowers, were heads. The head next to him was in a bouquet with severed fingers and what looked like a miniature baby. Recognizing the face of his beloved, he couldn't help but scream and try to get out of there, but he was bound. Moments before, Asmodeus had lost his mind and pleaded guilty to kidnapping his brother, announcing to everyone that he loved him and would make him his own. When the woman screamed at him that there was nothing he could do as she was already pregnant, with a slight wave of his wand, he cut off her head and then cut open her stomach and pulled the forming baby out of her womb. All the family members were terrified but furious. They spent 3 days fighting Asmodeus, but he only seemed to get stronger and bloodily killed anyone who tried to stop him, while he laughed and said that his baby brother was his alone. When he killed all the people who dared to defy him, he picked up everything and decided to surprise the love of his life. Calling a house elf, he asked for his brother's favorite flowers and prepared everything. Hearing his brother's scream, he rejoiced. It had only been 2 hours since he had finished killing everyone, so the blood was still bright. He approached the cell, and from the door frame he watched his little brother. It was adorable to see him bewildered. Of course, for him, the scream had been one of jubilation as the bitch that separated them had finally died. Smiling, he approached his brother and told him exactly that. The younger one couldn't believe his ears and started to cry. Misunderstanding this, the older one lulled him and kissed him on the lips. The younger one could only be in shock, until he realized that his brother seemed to want to go further. He didn't want to. He hated it. He had loved his fiancée and his baby. But no, now he was tied to a bed surrounded by flowers, blood, and heads while his own brother tried to rape him. He started hitting the older one in an attempt to free himself, but nothing seemed to work. He ended up raping him to his horror, and he passed out. When he woke up, he was in his brother's room. He was still tied to the bed, but at least he was not surrounded by grotesque things like last time. But still he could not help crying. Asmodeus, seeing his brother, went to hug him, only to receive blows and screams. As he had not yet regained control of his mind, he believed that his beloved brother had been cursed, and that is why he was rejecting him. Years went by, and the madness and possessiveness got worse. He would not let him out of his room and raped him daily. Finally, after 5 long years, Andromaeus gave up, and he too fell into madness and became pregnant. Unlike women, men only get pregnant if they are open to the idea. So the eldest couldn't have been happier to see him expecting their child. The constant rejection of his brother had made him more volatile and even crazier. He had killed anyone who was near the bedroom door, even house elves. When he was finally accepted, his mind began to stabilize, but unlike all the blacks past, including themselves, their child was not born a metamorphomagus. Still, they both loved their child. They married and presented themselves to society, but the rumors were still strong. Asmodeus was never very powerful, so no one knew how he had managed to kill so many. Everyone believed that Lady Magic gave him the gift to make him more powerful, and they were jealous. But when they saw that their son was not a metamorphomagus, they thought it was best to curse them in that way. The heir to the Black family would always fall in love with a relative and thus spoil and eliminate the gift of the metamorphomagus. What they didn't know was that it was genetic and not a magical gift. So all the heirs not only had black madness, but they also fell in love with cousins or siblings. Not all of them married the love of their life because black madness was random love. Some only loved someone as a friend to the point of madness. Others protected their family with an unhealthy love so they could refuse to marry each other. Thus came the present generation. Orion Black, being the one educated to be heir, fell in love and married his cousin Wilburga Black. He developed mad love for his wife, making him incredibly docile to her. He did whatever she said no matter what she thought, even if it was against his morals. Thus his madness developed. Wilburga Black developed an unhealthy and obsessive love for her eldest son, going so far as to hurt him just to get him to do what she thought was best for him. Sirius Black developed an unhealthy self-love, making him care about nothing but himself. But as he fell in love with someone else, this love was reducing and mutating as he fell in love at first sight at the age of 11 with Remus Lupin. The madness of self-love and his own freedom conflicted with the presence of a new love. At first, both loves were in harmony as it was immediately reciprocated, and this new love gave him a sense of freedom by being against everything that made him feel trapped, the ultimate representative of which was his mother. It all got better when he found out that the love of his life was a werewolf. His mother would never accept a creature into her family, but everything went down the drain when he found out that not only to have a child he had to carry it, something not at all well seen among the purebloods, since it was believed that whoever carried the baby was inferior, but also that he had fallen in love with his cousin, as according to what he believed the tradition said, and the tradition made him feel trapped, and he refused to accept it. Regulus Black loved his family, and that included his beloved house elf. So when he was injured, he lost his head and planned revenge. But his madness was more sedate and made him think of increasingly dangerous and irresponsible plans. But at least it let him think. Andromeda Black loved her daughter and would do anything for her. Living in a bubble of safety, she didn't seem crazy, just sensitive. The thought of soon being separated from her daughter by school made her nervous, and she had anxiety attacks and hallucinations. But for example, she refused to have any more children as she believed she would harm her precious daughter if she did. She, like all the Blacks, did something crazy for the one she loved the most. She had run away with Ted Tonks. But when she was pregnant, her family couldn't do much. When the child was born, her family tried to take custody of her because she was born with the gift of being a metamorphomagus. So Andromeda disowned herself, so her family had no rights over her daughter. It was crazy and stupid, but she could only think that no one could take her daughter away from her. Bellatrix Black, well, she didn't love anyone, not even when she married Rodolphus Lestrange. You could say she felt adoration for her master, but it wasn't love. Yet she could activate the gift because she was already a little crazy, all until her twins were born. Both were her everything, Belladonna Lestrange and Morella Lestrange. Even though tradition says that every Black had to have their husband or wife adopt their surname. She, not being an heir, was allowed to adopt the Lestrange surname as her husband's twin Rabaston was infertile. Bellatrix's children would be the only ones who could carry on the Lestrange line. The Lestranges, like the Caros, always had twins as eldest sons or daughters, and the twins proved themselves worthy heirs. And Bellatrix, who had loved no one, finally loved. Narcissa Malfoy Black loved her family madly, but her primary love was for the children. She loved any small child, and if she knew they were in any danger, she could become the danger to those who threatened the children. That is the Black curse in the current generation and its origin. 08. Oh well? What do you think, brother? You're really crazy, now untie me. Oh, don't you understand? Sirius? I started investigating, and I've been observing everyone in the family. I wasn't very close to Uncle Alfred, Uncle Sinus, or Aunt Doria, so I wouldn't know what kind of madness they have, but I know about us and our close family. Our way of loving is dangerous, and even if we know that, we can't stop it. But by observing your behavior, I can say I found a cure. Love heals everything, even our love madness. That's why you can be free. It's that, or maybe go with the goblins. But I don't think they can do anything. Free? How? Tell me, do you just have to focus on the love that is not part of your madness? That is, instead of just thinking about yourself, think about your love for Lupin. Oh wait, I don't love him anymore. He's my cousin. Oh, for God's sake, shut up. You love him. You've loved him since you met him at 11. You couldn't stop talking about him in any of your letters. And I've been watching. I know very well. So don't tell me you don't love him just because he's your cousin. And by the way, you just found out. Look serious. You think father and mother are behaving well? Well, they're just playing with you. They know about your aversion to tradition and they're already planning a marriage contract. All the girls you've slept with are the same one, trying to get pregnant so you have to marry her. That is not. It's the truth. I overheard them. Look serious. You're my brother and I love you. That's why I'm warning you. They will take custody of your son and raise him as the heir. They won't even let you choose who you want. Now this is important. I gave Creature an order. If things go wrong, he will come to you. Please treat him well. Reggie, why does this sound like a goodbye? Where are you going? See? You're not that stupid. It's a goodbye, Siri. Just please listen to your heart. Oh wait, don't go. What do you plan to do? Why did you tell me you have a reckless revenge plan? Answer me.
I'm sorry, Siri. Goodbye.
Oh wait, untie me, damn it. A Creature will come to you. Take care of him and yourself. And Regulus Black disappeared from the lodging room where they were. Sirius didn't stop shouting, but no one heard him because of the silencing amulet that Regulus had cast. 2 or maybe 3 hours passed when, with a loud pop, Creature appeared in the room. The poor elf was in tears, but before he could say or do anything, Sirius shouted at him. Creature, where's Regulus? What have you done to him? A bad master yells at poor Creature. Shut up. I'm worried about Regulus. Thinking about it, you're not worried about him too. The bad master knows nothing. The bad Creature couldn't do anything. The good master Regulus ordered Creature to return and destroy the locket. As he said that, he snapped his fingers and Sirius was freed. He stood up and grabbed the Creature by the shoulders as it cried. Creature! Creature! For the love of Creature! I order you to shut up. Fine. Now take me to Regulus. Creature cried silently and shook his head from side to side, hitting his long ears. Creature! Don't make me angry. Take me to Regulus. For God's sake, tell me why you can't take me to Regulus. A Creature can't. Creature has to destroy the locket first. But no, Creature can't do a scratch.
Fine.
I'll destroy it then. Take me to a secluded place so I can blow it to pieces. Can the bad master destroy it? Yes, now hurry up. With a loud pop, both disappeared from the room and appeared in a clearing in a forest. Give me the locket. All right now. Sirius left it on the ground and stepped back. Bombarda Maxima. The locket remained intact. It can't be. I used a lot of magic on that. Defindo, Depulso, Cafindrio, Reducto. Sirius kept casting spells in rapid succession, but nothing happened.
I'm tired.
If I can't destroy it, no one else can. I'm the strongest wizard of my generation. Sirius kept ranting and casting spells while praising himself. Self-love, desperation, love, and fear for his brother awakened the curse, and he became stronger and stronger but more volatile. He was losing his mind until a gentle hand took his. Calm down, Siri. Breathe. Think about which spell is the most powerful one you know. Now you can do almost anything and control it. I know you can. A fiend fire. The cursed fire spell took the form of a wolf. Even a howl could be heard as the locket screamed shrilly. In his state of madness, Sirius achieved calmness. He controlled the spell perfectly and extinguished it. He quickly turned around looking for someone, but they were not there. Remus was his voice of reason and had helped him once again. Fine. The locket has been destroyed. Take me to Regulus. The bad master did it. Creature will take him immediately. Both reappeared, and this time they were in a cave with a lake. But the lake was not calm. Someone a little further away seemed to be struggling against something in the lake, until he stopped and sank. Regulus. Sirius, still with the increased power, dove into the icy water and, with brute force and madness, managed to reach Regulus, pulled his head out of the water, and shouted, Creature, get us out of here. The elf didn't wait, and with a snap, he pulled them to the shore. They were on an island in the middle of the lake, and the inferi were still crawling towards them. Still with enough strength and with a reminder of a voice in his head, Sirius summoned a wall of fire to surround them and ordered Creature to take them back to the lodging room where his brother had left him for the first time. Both brothers were attended by a very happy elf. His good master had survived. Even though he didn't like owing it to the bad master, he had saved his good master. Creature, said Sirius, shivering. You know about Sa. You know what that was all about. Wrong, damn. The good master told Creature, but Creature doesn't know if he should tell Master Sirius. UCA, cough, cough. You can tell Creature. Reggie. The good master needs rest. Master Sirius needs to find a place to hide the good master. The good master stole something important from the bad man. Now the bad man will seek to kill the good master. You stole something from Voldem? Don't say it. Oh well, you stole something from you know who? Ugh, I will explain it later. I have to run away. I can't stay in one place. Asterisk the mark asterisk. Yeah, what about the mark? What? What's wrong with your mark? What about your mark? He can't find you through it? Damn right, it's true. Asterisk the goblins asterisk. Right. Maybe the goblins can do something. Serious? Who are you talking to? With the voice in my head. I know I said we're all crazy, but it's not normal to hear voices in your head. Well, it's Remus, I think. Well, yes, it's him. It's a long story, and I don't want to tell it now. Have you burned yet? 4. Expecto Patronum. A big silver wolf dog came out of his wand. Every time I see you, you're more of a wolf? Well, here's my message. Get Remus Lupin, tell him to get off his beautiful arse and get him over here at once. Was that necessary? Of course it was. They spent an hour drying off and warming up when there was a nervous knock at the door. Creature opened the door. Yes? Hello. Sirius sent for me.
Come in, Remus.
Remus went into the room and saw the two brothers hugged and wrapped in a big blanket. His eyes filled with tears, but he didn't let them out. Oh my. Take that face off, Remy. We're just warming up because we're going for a swim in a frozen lake full of inferi, and there's only one blanket. What do you want, Sirius? You're the voice in my head, aren't you? I don't know what you're talking about. Look me in the eye and say it again. Well, I saw you in trouble. I saw you in trouble. I just wanted to help. I told you it was Remy in my head. But how can that be possible? I don't know any spell that connects two minds like that. There was something more than attraction when we met at 11. Reggie. We both seem to understand each other without speaking. Something wolfish. Since then, Remy has been my conscience. I didn't always listen to him, but there he was. But we decided to cut off any communication when we broke up. Why did you help me, Remus? I felt your desperation. It was so strong and heartbreaking that I couldn't do anything but try to re-establish the bond. I couldn't see much, but I could see enough to be able to help you. I broke up with you and told you I hated you and could never love you. Why the hell would you care if I felt bad? Because I still love you. You idiot. Despite how hurtful you were, I still love you and nothing is going to change that. But I know you don't want anything to do with me. Your parents told me you're already engaged. That is not true. I told you not to trust them. As much as I love them, I also know that they're capable of anything to control you. Remus, Remy, I still love you, but I don't want to love you. It's wrong, we're cousins. And you know very well that I don't want to be passive. So we won't be able to have children and I know how much you want one. We can't be together. And I don't care. I love you, Siri. Please come back to me. I don't care if we can't have a puppy. I just want to be with you. My wolf wants only you, and it's driving me crazy. Please don't cry. Well, we can try, but only because I still love you and I don't want my parents to control my life. That last one wasn't necessary. Shut up, Reggie. Sirius came out of the warm cocoon of blankets and kissed Remus shyly, as if asking for permission. Remus didn't take it so softly and pushed him into a wall, devouring his mouth. Sirius's little moans could be heard all over the room, and Remus kept rubbing his leg between Sirius's legs. Remu. Remus Lupin Black. Stop this instant. Sorry. It's just that the wolf's very much on the surface. Well, it looks to me like Siri's got some passive material, doesn't it, creature? Are they still here? Merlin balls. Get off, Remus. I'm sorry. But Remus didn't look very sorry. He sat down on the chair in front of the bed, and Sirius went to hug his brother like a cuddly toy. And now, what did you mean by goblins? Goblins work with curse breakers. Surely they must know how to remove the Regulus mark? Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go to the bank. Creature takes us to the bank. A passive master Sirius says to take him to the bank. Don't call me that. Sirius, you're red as a tomato. Shut up, Reggie. And stop bothering me. Let's go to the bank and then to my house. I have the international portkey I wanted to give you to run away. It will take you to an island near the Caribbean where there is a house that belonged to Uncle Alfred. Take Creature with you, so he can help you. How do you have it all planned? I told you I'd help you get out of the country. The key is Scarbato. Right, Creature. Take us to the bank, please. Of course, good master. The four of them disappeared from the room and appeared inside the bank in a room reserved for customers who prefer anonymity. Gentlemen, my name is Steelbow. What can I do for you? A pleasure, Steelbow. May your gold grow. We wanted to know if there is any chance of removing the mark from my arm. And may your enemies perish, of course. But it will have to be done with an extremely strong and painful cleansing ritual. And of course, it is not available to just anyone. And I will pay for it. I am the heir to the ancestral house of Black. I have several vaults in my name. Take the gold from whichever one you see fit. Very well, Mr. Regulus Black. If you would like to follow me, please. The goblin led Regulus to a door and led him down a long corridor to a ritual chamber. Now change into this ritual robe. Of course, once he changed, he was made to lie down on a stone table in the middle of the chamber. 5 other goblins came and began to chant. At first he felt only warmth, but then a sharp pain in his arm had him screaming shrilly. It was too much pain. A black mist in the shape of a snake began to come out of his arm and tried to bite the man's neck. But the goblins chanted louder and the snake began to writhe. Regulus kept screaming until he passed out and the snake exploded and turned to dust. Other goblins entered the room and the stone table sank to the floor, where it was filled with clear water. The new goblins sprinkled various potions and herbs and chanted again, purifying Regulus' body and magic and removing the dust of the curse. Once finished, they dried him and took him to the rest room. Steelbow, how is my brother? We were able to remove the curse from his arm, but we could only dilute the curse from his blood. A curse of his blood? Yes. You may know it as the Black Madness. We goblins can cleanse the curse of madness so that the gift of Lady Magic is pure again. That means you could also dilute my madness. Yes. We have tried to communicate with every head of the Black family to solve this problem in his health, but each time they refuse. Well, I don't refuse. I'm the heir to the family. I'll make a contract with you, Steelbow. You'll help us cleanse that madness from us in return. I'll give you anything you want from my vaults. You can't do that, Sirius. There are too many valuable things in the vaults. Nothing is more important than health. Your health, Remus. You're a Black. I've experienced that madness and it's not pleasant. You feel so out of yourself that you just stop thinking. According to Regulus, our gift is based on love. I want to love truly and purely, not in a sickly way as Reggie portrayed it to me. We will both submit to the cleansing. Now, if you don't mind, you can take the gold from any of my vaults. Right, this way please. The goblin was all teeth. They had a close relationship with Lady Magic and knew that she regretted letting some families have a curse instead of a gift. So they always insisted those families undergo a purge. If the father could be completely cleansed, the future son would only inherit the gift and no longer the curse. But fate did not want that and always got in the way, making the curses stronger. and so the head of the family did not think the purge was necessary. They accepted it as if it was the tradition in the family. Both were treated with a ritual that focused on the blood curse, unlike Regulus, whose main focus was to remove the mark. As expected, Regulus woke up first. The goblins explained the same thing to him as they had to Sirius, and he couldn't have been happier. They hadn't been able to remove the curse from either of them, but they had been able to dissolve it a little. When the three of them were awake, it was explained to them that they had to come back once a year for about 5 years to be able to completely get rid of the curse, as it was deep, but they themselves could already notice a change. The three of them thanked and said goodbye to the goblins and had Creature take them to Sirius' house, where he gave Regulus the portkey and a suitcase, hugged him, and said goodbye. "See you, dwarf. Take care, and remember to go to the Caribbean branch of the bank every year. And of course, Stinky, please get my cousins to do the purge. I know it'll be hard, but it'll help them." "And I know. I'll try, Reggie. Maybe Andy will listen to me more, maybe Narcissa too, but I can't promise anything about Bella." Right. Take care, stupid, and Remus, fuck my brother. Scarbato? That fucker. Are you sure you don't want to listen to your brother? No. I mean, I don't know. I need to think about it. Remus laughed softly and stroked his blushing cheek, gave him a gentle kiss, and pulled away. Fine. I'll wait for you, Siri. 09. It's been almost a year since a certain potion maker became Harry Potter's godfather, and exactly a year since his first godson was born. Draconis Lucius Malfoy turned 1 that day. Severus thought time passed both quickly and slowly. Between his duties as a Death Eater, brewing potions for the Dark Lord, spying for the Order of the Phoenix, and visiting his 2 godsons, Snape had hardly any time to rest. There was also the fact that a certain Dark Lord was unaware of Draco's existence and was obsessively searching for Harry. This constant pressure kept Severus's occlumency shields constantly pushed to the limit. The other secret he had to keep was the existence of the Lestrange twins. Neither Voldemort nor the Order knew of their existence. Bellatrix was very protective of her babies, and Severus only found out because he went to visit Draco at Malfoy Manor without warning and found Bellatrix there as well. He had to take a vow of silence because the woman didn't trust him. Today, he would take Harry to meet Draco with Lily's permission. James didn't really care about that son of his. Initially, Lily wanted to go with both of her children, but James objected. When Severus suggested only taking his godson, James didn't seem to mind. The man had steadily improved with his occlumency. He no longer had murderous urges towards his son, but he didn't treat him lovingly either. In fact, he didn't treat him at all. He seemed to prefer to ignore him. Lily was sad but knew that James was trying, and it wasn't really his fault. So she let it go and took care of her younger son since Sirius and James doted on Xavier, thanks in part to Remus's intervention, but they still doted on him. It was less than before, but it was still there. Recently, Sirius had said he would accompany Severus. His parents had died of grief, according to Sirius, as they knew nothing about Regulus, and Sirius had returned to the werewolf, which they did not like at all. According to the canine Animagus, he had important matters to discuss with his cousins as head of the Black family. He had already spoken with Andromeda, but had not had the opportunity with his other 2 cousins. So this birthday was his chance. He knew about both sisters' children as he had seen them on his family tree. So Severus was in Godric's Hollow, waiting for Lily to finish packing Harry's bag, and in a tense silence, Sirius and the potion maker waited in the living room. "All right, everything you need is in the bag, Sev. If you need anything, send me a Patronus, and don't forget to tell Narcissa that I'd like to talk to her, all right?" Yes, Lily, you've only said it. What, 40 times? Don't be sarcastic with me, Severus Snape. Fine. Give me Harry in the bag. Here you go. Goodbye, baby. Be friends with the little dragon. All right? Agon. Yes, baby. Dragon. The little baby laughed happily. He looked so cute. Sirius just frowned inside. He couldn't do anything with Harry. It's not like he wanted to hurt him like James, but he also didn't like him hanging out with snakes. But with Snape as a father figure, he knew the boy was already lost. Because, yes, he recognized it. Severus Snape was more of a father figure than James, at least as far as Harry was concerned. He knew he couldn't do anything about it, but he didn't like it. Now he had to go see his least favorite cousins and urge them to cleanse themselves at Gringotts. Maybe it would be good for the children to undergo the treatment as well. He didn't know if the Malfoys or the Lestranges also had gifts from Lady Magic, but they were half-blacks, so they would have some madness. It probably wouldn't show yet, but most likely it would in the future, and as the current head of the family, it was his responsibility to purify them. He already had the letters from the bank. He just hoped they would let him speak. Both men said goodbye to Lily, as James and Xavier were with the latter's parents, and took a portkey that would leave them in the waiting room of Malfoy Manor. Sirius. So good to see. What are you doing here, dear cousin? Hello to you too, Narcissa. Day gone. Ayo. Who is this little gentleman? This is Harry Potter, my other godson. As you know, his parents are hiding from the Dark Lord, and Lily wanted her son to interact with other children his age. Don't bother telling me it's a terrible idea. Believe me, I haven't stopped telling her, but as you can see, I couldn't convince her, and when she's angry, she's truly terrifying. Ayo, I see. Draco will be glad to have someone else to play with. The twins don't usually share their toys with my son. They just seem to want to play with each other. But the important thing, Sirius Orion Black. What are you doing in my house? As I said, hello, sissy. No hellos, and don't call me that. You lost that right a long time ago. I'm here for Black family business. As you probably already know, I am the current head of the family. I should give you my condolences for uncle and aunt, but I know you never got along with your parents. Thank you. In fact, that's true, but it's very important that I speak with you and Bella. Well, if it's a family matter, there's nothing I can do. But be prepared for Bella to curse you before you can say anything. She doesn't trust you. And nor do I trust her, but as I said, it's important. All right, follow me. Bella hasn't arrived yet, and I think it's best if you don't meet her in the same room from the beginning. Both men followed Narcissa to a well-lit and richly furnished room with cushions and baby toys on the floor, where little Draco was playing with a snake plush toy. He hasn't let go of your gift since he opened it earlier today, Sev. And I'm glad he likes it. Severus, with Harry in his arms, approached Draco and sat next to him. The little boy looked up at his favorite person and smiled, only to look confused a moment later when he noticed the other child. Magical babies seem to understand their surroundings much more than Muggle babies. Draco raised his hands as if asking to be picked up as well. Draco, this is Harry. I hope you two can be good friends. The baby with platinum blonde hair and gray eyes went from looking confused to excited and started making noises. Harry, who had his face buried in Severus's chest, became interested in the sounds and turned his face. When the bright green and gray eyes met, there was a magical spark in the air. Everyone watching held their breath. A bit agitated by the magic surrounding him, Severus spoke. Harry, this is Draco. Day gone. With Harry's little cry of recognition, the magic intensified, and little Draco let out a giggle, using magic to bring the snake plushie closer to Harry. Narcissa was more than excited. This was her baby's first display of accidental magic. The green-eyed boy took the plushie in his hands and laughed. To everyone's surprise, his hair changed color to a bright yellow. A metamorphmagus. I told James that one of his children could be one, but he didn't believe me. Severus left Harry on the cushions next to Draco, and both babies began to babble excitedly, as if they had been waiting for this opportunity. Harry's hair fluctuated between all the colors of the rainbow, making the blonde boy laugh. While the children played, the adults took seats in the comfortable armchairs. It wasn't long before the sound of the flu alerted them. Stay here, Sirius. I'll go warn my sister. All right. Severus didn't seem to pay attention to them as he watched his godchildren play. Harry still held the snake plushie, and Draco seemed to be showing him his different toys. But although he seemed focused, he was actually listening to the conversation of the Blacks. After all, he was a spy, and his hearing was very sharp. Narcissa got up from her seat and headed to the waiting room, just as the flu sounded again. The voices were barely audible, but the potion's master cast a subtle listening spell. He needed to be prepared for any eventuality. Bella, it's so good to see you. How are my favorite nieces? Sissy, my girls are fine. How's Dragon? Fine. I sense you're nervous. Is there something you want to tell me? Yes. You see, Bella, as you know, I invited Draco's godfather, and I still can't believe you named that half-blood as your son's godfather. Bella, let me finish, please. All right, what about him? Well, he brought his other godson, Harry, but the important thing is that he came with Sirius. What? What is that blood traitor doing here? Sirius is the head of the Black family now, and said he had something important to tell us on behalf of the family. It must be important because you know very well that he wouldn't want to see us if it were otherwise. Fine, but I'll only hear what he has to say about the family. If he tries anything else, I'll leave, or better yet, kick him out of the house. All right. It must be tiring carrying each of your daughters in both your arms. By the way, where are Rodolphus and Rabastin? And my lord called them. All right, Lucius should be arriving soon. Speaking of the devil, hello, love. Sissy Bella, a pleasure to see you, sister-in-law. Ladies. Both girls giggled at his greeting and his caresses. Lucius, we have an unexpected guest. I would say unwanted. Bella, all right, I'll behave. By unexpected guest you mean, my dear cousin. From the sarcasm, it can't be anyone other than Sirius. How did he get here? He came with Sev. Oh, and Severus brought his other godson. Narcissa gave him a look that made him understand that it was best to remain silent about the boy's identity. Surely Draco isn't very pleased. No, on the contrary, he seems to like the boy, even. He gave him his new snake plushie with magic. And magic? I've missed my baby's first display of accidental magic. My heart is going to break. Don't be so dramatic, but that's great, sissy. Belle and Mir still haven't shown any magic. Dragon will be a powerful wizard. Everyone headed to the living room and saw Draco seemingly burying the black-haired boy under toys. For a while now, Harry had changed his appearance to look like Draco, but when he got tired, the only change that remained was his tangled hair, which had become straight and smooth. Surprisingly, the main characteristic that revealed him as a Potter was hidden, much to Severus's relief. He trusted the Malfoys, but he didn't trust Bellatrix. Bella approached and left her daughters with Draco, who waved his hand at them but then focused all his attention on the other boy. Belladonna tried to approach Harry, but Draco stepped in and hugged the green-eyed child like a plushie. Mine. No touch, Belle. Give him. I want hug to him. No. Ma. Give him. Bad Draco, my Hattie. Give him to me. What's going on? Sweeties? Mum. Hattie mine. No hers. Darling, Harry is not an object. He can be your friend, but he can also be a friend to your cousins. No. Mine. Okay. Dragon. Harry can be your friend, but your cousin just wants to give him a hug. She won't take him away from you. A dragon. A light. But only one. Yay. But before Belladonna could hug Harry, Mirella beat her to it, hugged him, and then handed him to her sister. Poor Harry didn't know what to do and just went along with it. Mine. Mine. Hattie, give me. Draco seemed very protective of little Harry, but the girls had already achieved their goal, so they returned their friend to Draco and decided to play among themselves. Harry didn't quite understand what had happened. He understood Draco because his own brother also hugged him like a plushie whenever he could, but he didn't understand the girls. He dismissed it when Draco made the toys float around him again. The girls watched the spectacle, looked at each other, and smiled. They held hands, and little flowers started to sprout from the wooden floor. They picked them and threw them at Draco and Harry, covering them in flowers. The four children laughed at that. Meanwhile, Narcissa had returned to her seat next to her husband and marveled at the children. Bellatrix cried and complained about the lack of a camera. Lucius tried to calm her, telling her that there was always at least one house elf hidden around Draco with a camera, and that most likely everything had already been photographed. The stern potions master had a relaxed face, and his features were adorned with a small smile. Sirius couldn't help but smile too. They might be future Slytherins, but they still looked adorable. He almost regretted not convincing James to bring Xavier to join the group. Almost. All right, Sirius, what's this important thing you wanted to talk to us about? What? Oh, yes. I have these letters from Gringotts for you. Why didn't the bank send them directly to us? Why are you delivering them? It's a delicate matter, and I'd prefer to be present to explain or answer any questions as best as I can. Honestly, Regulus would be better at explaining since he was the one who explained the topic to me in the first place, but as the new head of the family, I assume the responsibility. Both women looked doubtful at Sirius, then at each other, nodded, and opened their envelopes at the same time. As they read, they seemed more and more amazed. Is there really a cure for the black madness? Yes, sissy, it's a bit tedious, but it works. Reggie, a cousin of ours, and I have had our first session, and I really noticed the difference. I'm here mainly to recommend it, and to recommend that you do it with your children as well. It's painless, at least for the little ones, and it only leaves you a little tired, so it wouldn't harm the children. It says here it's once a year for 5 years, and maybe more, maybe a little less. It all depends on how deep the madness is in each of us. From what I can see, Draco is already showing signs of it with Harry. I noticed an increase in his magic as he tried to keep his cousins away from Harry, but since he's still young, I don't think I'd categorize it as madness yet. What do you say, Bella? I want the best for my daughters. I know very well that I'm a bit crazy, and I don't want that for them. I'll do it, sissy, and I'll also take my daughters. Lucius, it's your decision, dear, but if you want my opinion, I would do it. From what you've told me, it's something that could be counterproductive, despite being a tradition in your family. All right, I'll do it too and take Draco. Great. I must admit you've taken it better than Andy. She almost hexed me for suggesting she might have moments of madness. Andromeda never believed in that specific tradition. It's normal that she wouldn't want to listen to you. Let's not talk about that blood traitor.
Bella.
No. All right, let's change the subject. I think it's time for Draco to open his presents. If you were going to wait until this moment, why did you give him mine early? Because my dragon realized it was from you. If the black and green wrapping wasn't a sign, and he couldn't wait, the adults stood up and approached the children. A dragon, it's time for the gifts. Yes. Sev, can keep Hattie? No, dragon. Harry has to go back to his mom. But he come see me again? If your parents want. Dad. Mom, we'll have to talk to Harry's parents, but I think there won't be any problems. Now, dragon, do you want your gifts? Yes. Presents. First, Bellatrix made her eldest daughter, Belladonna, give him her gift, a magical block castle. Then it was Mirella's turn, who gave him color-changing crayons. From Bellatrix, her husband and his brother gave him several sets of clothes that matched his eyes. Surprisingly, from Sirius, he received storybooks that played music and sounds when certain images were touched. Harry gave him a green and gray dragon plushie. Severus gave him a protective charm necklace, and from his parents, a toy broom that didn't rise more than 5 centimeters from the ground and lots of clothes. Draco was happy but didn't let go of Harry at any moment. Then, in his other arm, he held his new dragon plushie. The children played a little while longer, and the adults watched them and chatted about trivial things. Lucius served everyone a glass of elf liquor, and they had a good time. Severus managed to pass Lily's message to Narcissa and also gave her a letter from the redhead. All in all, it was a good day. A little later, the children had some cake with milk and fell asleep, Draco hugging Harry, Belle hugging Harry from behind, and Mir hugging Draco also from behind. It was a very pretty picture. They let them sleep for a couple of hours while the cousins opened up a little more to each other thanks to the liquor, and Lucius and Severus spoke quietly about the Dark Lord's latest orders. Once the 2 hours had passed, the children woke up, and the adults decided that they had had enough fun for the day, and each one had to go home. Bellatrix was the first to make her daughters say goodbye with a hug and, from Belladonna, who was the most expressive, a kiss on each boy's cheek. They said goodbye to the adults and to the new Uncle Siri, or as they called him, Silly, which made everyone laugh. Sirius said goodbye to Draco, who also called him Silly, and then it was Severus's turn to try to say goodbye and try to get Draco to let go of Harry, which seemed impossible. Between sweet words, which no one believed the man was capable of saying, and many promises to come back to see him with Harry, Draco let go of the dark-haired boy, who once again had a bird's nest for hair. They all said goodbye, and using a special portkey that would take them to Lily and James's house, both men left with Harry from there. 10. Lily was angry, rather furious, but sad too. Her letter correspondence with Narcissa Malfoy was going well, so she thought it was a good idea to invite her along with Draco to the first birthday party of their babies. Harry adored the boy, and Severus always took him to the manor when he visited his blonde godson, which strengthened the bond. However, James refused to bring Death Eaters to his parents' house, where the party would be held. So Lily came up with a plan. She prepared a special polyjuice potion from Severus that guaranteed the appearance of another person for 12 hours, and, along with the invitation and muggle hair, sent it to both Narcissa and Bellatrix. Lily trusted that both mothers, despite being Death Eaters or a Death Eater's wife in Narcissa's case, would value their children's happiness more than the war. Thanks to the goblin's ritual, Bellatrix was more centered, less crazy, and less fanatical about Voldemort. Of course, she was still a loyal follower, But now she thought a little more for herself and realized the future full of deaths that her master's version brought, and she really didn't want that for her daughters. She still struggled with her ideas and not wanting to rebel against the Dark Lord. But now she was more harmless to those she cared about. Strangely, little Harry was in that category. She even asked Lily to be Harry's godmother since she learned that the boy didn't have one. Lily accepted, but with the condition that she would take the polyjuice potion in James's presence and present herself as a muggle-born daughter. Bellatrix didn't like it, but she accepted. So today, a few hours before the celebration, Lily guided Bella and Narcissa disguised inside the Potter mansion. Lily, dear, who are our guests? She is Sally Wembley, Harry's godmother, along with her daughters, Belle and Mere. And the one accompanying her is her sister, Mary Archer, and her son, Draco. I haven't heard of you before, madam. Muggle-born? Yes, and we recently returned. We lived most of our lives in the United States and studied at Ilvermorny. I see. And how did you meet? Love? I participate in a book club. I met them when I was pregnant and could still attend the meetings. I communicate with them through letters. I see. I'm sure Xavier will be excited to have new friends. The Weasleys, the Longbottoms, and the Bones will be here soon. Please, come in. The three entered the children's play area and clearly saw the difference. Xavier Potter was surrounded by piles and piles of toys, while Harry was in a corner with only a baby blanket in his hands. The boy looked up at the noise and smiled. "A Dagon, a Hallie," shouted the boy and the twins. Xavier turned to see them and saw how his brother was surrounded, hugged, kissed, and passed from hand to hand like a toy. He pouted and tried to approach, but James had set up a barrier so that the brothers were not together. The older twin started crying. "Xavi, what's wrong, baby? Do you want a new toy? A Hallie? A what?" It seems that Xavier wants to be with his brother. Nonsense. I'm sorry, baby, but you have to learn to stay away from bad influences. Now, children, leave Harry alone and play with Xavier. James, Harry is a baby. How can you say he's a bad influence? And you can't force the children to leave Harry. It's clear they like him. Come here, Xavi. I'll take you to your brother and his friends. Don't you dare, Lily. For a reason, I set up the barrier. Xavier must stay away from his supposed brother. How can you say supposed brother? He is his brother, James. Start breathing and focus on your acclimacy. That's it. Now, are you calmer? They're just babies, James. They'll be fine if they play together. I still don't like the idea. It's because you don't have a brain, you blockhead. Sev, you're not helping. When did you arrive? Snivelis? And who let you in? Your mother. Mum. Why did you let Snivelis in? Well done, Sev. Nice distraction. Now help me remove this barrier so I can bring Xavier to his brother. The poor thing is inconsolable. Severus quickly removed the barrier, and Lily picked up her older son and brought him closer to the other children. Children, this is Xavier, Harry's older brother. Play with him too. Okay, a boater? Like Mill and Bell? Yes, Draco, Xavier and Harry are brothers. Like Mir and Bell. Lily put Xavier down next to Harry, and immediately the older boy hugged his little brother. Hallie.
Shush, Sabi.
Sabi, let go, Hallie mine. Sabi. Hug.
Emil.
I hug Mill. The now 5 children began to distribute hugs among themselves. Then they slowly approached the mountain of toys and played together. Meanwhile, the women sat nearby to watch over them, but also to talk among themselves. Lily, you were right. Your husband has a strong rejection of the bond. Are you sure he practices acclimacy well? He still seems to want to hurt baby Harry. I know, Sirius practices with him, but I think it's not enough. Of course, it's not enough. Sirius only knows the basics. No, this should be guided by a specialist. Have you asked Severus? Yes, but Potter can't be in the same room with me, ladies. Sev, you scared me. When did you get rid of James? His parents are scolding him right now. Apparently, he told everyone that Harry went to the corner on his own and didn't tell anyone about the barrier. At that moment, the Flu Network activated, and Alastor Moody appeared along with Albus Dumbledore. Everyone, except the Black Sisters, greeted them cheerfully. Alastor tensed when he saw the twins and Draco. They seemed very familiar to him, but he didn't know from where. Both Bellatrix and Narcissa decided that it was best to pretend that everything was fine for a while longer before leaving. There was still plenty of time for the potion to take effect, and Severus had assured them that it hid them from any magical detection, even from Moody's magical eye. Once the cake was finished, both sisters said their goodbyes, and it was easier to get the children to say goodbye because they were all quite drowsy. Draco had fallen asleep on the potion master's chest, and with one hand, he didn't let go of Harry's sleeve. Narcissa decided that Severus could take Draco back home later. Lily accompanied the sisters to the apparition point and bid them farewell, still laughing at her best friend's situation. The rest of the children had fallen asleep, even the Weasley twins. The adults decided to continue talking among themselves about the war above all. The Bones couple had left a while ago since they were needed as Aurors. They left Susan with everyone and told them they would come for her later. The party was quiet. Surprisingly, the children had caught Severus, Harry, and Draco had fallen asleep on his chest. The Weasley twins were on his stomach, and the other children were around him. It was a very endearing sight. No one could deny that Severus Snape was very loved by the children. Even Xavier had taken a place on top of Harry and on the potion master's neck. Lily couldn't stop taking pictures, James grumbled, and Remus was getting tired of shutting Sirius's mouth. No one could believe their eyes. Severus had decided to pretend to sleep to bear the humiliation. Suddenly a Patronus settled in the middle of everyone. It was the voice of the Bones couple asking for help. Immediately, all the Aurors stood up and headed to the apparition point to help. Lily, Severus, the older Potters, and the Weasleys stayed home to take care of the children. Luckily, despite the noise and thanks to Severus not moving, no child woke up. Bill stirred a bit, but a few caresses on his hair from the potion master calmed him down. Everyone was very worried, but didn't know how everything would end. They could only wait. 11. Dead. The Bones couple died in the Death Eater's attack, who attacked the Muggle area of Leeds, specifically some orphanages in the area. Both died protecting the children. The weirdest thing about this attack is that 4 Death Eaters from the inner circle were missing. They stood out for having the blackest cloaks of all and the masks of carved silver. Everyone could notice the absence of the laughter of the only known female Death Eater. They only knew she was a woman and that she was crazy, since they never took off their masks and she always laughed loudly. But few paid attention to that detail. Tired, dirty, and injured, all the parents returned to Potter Manor to pick up their children. The rest to the ministry to provide their report. They managed to save most of the children, but the casualties did not leave the Aurors at ease. Sirius took care of informing the death of the Bones couple to the only woman who could take care of little Susan. Amelia Bones did not take the news well. She had to take a calming drug and do several breathing exercises to be as calm as possible to pick up her niece. Now her responsibility as the only living family of the girl. When Amelia arrived with Sirius at Potter Manor, it was an unbearable screaming contest. And why didn't you warn us about the attack? We could have all gone, and they would still be alive. James, you know very well that Severus has been here all day. How do you expect him to know about an attack that was planned today? How do you know it was planned today? Surely the Bat already knew about it before. If I had known, I would have informed Dumbledore. I may be in the inner circle, but he still doesn't trust me enough. The plans he shares with me, I tell you. But the ones he doesn't, I can't do anything about. For now, all I know is that next week he will communicate with a coven of vampires to join his cause since he has asked me for sun protection potions. I informed you at the last meeting. How do we know it's not a trap? I don't trust you, Snivellus. But I do, my boy. Albus, you can't be serious. He betrayed us. Because of him, we lost the Bones. And my boy, there's nothing we can do about it now. No, Albus, I think we can do something about it. There's something fishy going on here. When I arrived, I found it strange the similarity between those little twins with a dark witch. We probably let a spy into this meeting. She could have warned the Death Eaters that the Bones couple went out alone to patrol, without backup. Elaster, which dark witch are you referring to? Bellatrix Lestrange. I have no proof that she is a Death Eater or that she is married to one. But I have no doubts either. That woman is dark to the core. We can't let her raise Death Eater prospects. What do you propose, my good friend? While everyone was discussing plans to separate mother and daughters for fear of an uncertain future, Lily couldn't believe her ears. Severus, who had been left out by the new topic, was calming the crying children, but above all, he was trying to hide his little blonde godson in his chest. If they had identified the Lestrange twins, it was very likely that they would identify Draco, and neither of them wanted anything bad to happen to the boy. They were both discussing their plan of action through looks when Sirius shouted, "I'm not going to allow them to separate the girls from their mother." But Sirius, you have to see that it's a serious mistake to let that woman raise any child. I don't care, Molly. Bellatrix is a Black and her daughters too. As head of the Black family, I'm not going to stand idly by while they plot to kidnap the girls and take them away from their mother. As crazy as Bella may be, I'm not going to let this crazy plan continue. And now Sirius, you must realize that it's for the girls' well-being. Albus Dumbledore didn't like the course of the conversation. Didn't Sirius see the benefits of having two clearly powerful girls in his power? If they were placed correctly, they could grow up to be against the sick ideals of their parents. Sirius had to support this idea. Since as head of the family, he was the only one with the possibility of tracking the Lestrange house. But Sirius kept refusing. So he had no choice but to use some compulsions to help him. He knew that Sirius hated everything related to family tradition, so he probably wasn't using the black ring. That ring would protect him from soft enchantments and alert him in case of potions. But to be sure, he cast a slightly strong compulsion on Sirius. Fine. I'll guide you to the Lestrange house. Very well, Sirius. Thank you for being so understanding and understand the importance of the girl's well-being. Severus had heard the whole conversation and couldn't believe that the stubborn Sirius had given in so easily. Something was wrong. And if he didn't resolve it soon, that crazy plan to kidnap Belle and Mir would be carried out. But he wasn't the youngest potions master for nothing. Like the best Voldemort potion maker, he had a conjecture and always carried cleansing potions. If he was affected by compulsions, blocks, leeches, even by memory, charms, or potions, by drinking his cleansing potion he could be clean long enough to be able to go to the bank and get a purge. He himself had enchanted a necklace that he always wore that identified if something abnormal happened to him. This would heat up without being painful if something was wrong. That way he would know to take the potion, even if he didn't think he was wrong. So his mission now was to make Sirius take the potion. But how to achieve it? His opportunity came when Dumbledore left and Sirius asked for something strong to drink. Severus, still with Draco in his arms, served the glasses. Just in case, he added a little of the potion to all the glasses. He didn't know who was under adverse effects, and it was best to prevent it. He handed the tray to Lily, since he knew they wouldn't receive anything from him. The good thing was that his potion mixed with alcohol caused drowsiness, so most likely everyone would go their separate ways without giving much importance to the change of thoughts. Once everyone finished drinking, they began to yawn, said goodbye, and each went home. He himself said goodbye to Lily and Harry and went with Draco to Malfoy Manor. He didn't tell Narcissa Dumbledore's plan to avoid scaring her. He would talk about it better with Lucius, but he knew the best thing was to go and warn Bellatrix. Just as he was leaving through the manor's path to be able to apparate to the Lestrange Manor, he already had permission. He received the Patronus from the headmaster asking for his presence at Hogwarts. Changing his plans, he apparat to the outskirts of Hogsmeade to walk to the headmaster's office. My boy, Lemon Drop? No, headmaster. What do you want from me? I want a vow of silence, my boy. A vow of silence? I know very well that your clemency shields are among the best, but I don't want to risk this plan failing. Severus, the future of innocent girls is at stake. As you may have heard, we will carry out this plan in a month's time, and I don't want any slip-ups. I trust you, my boy, but the others don't yet. So I think it's better to take precautions. The only thing Severus could think of was, shit, there was no escape. If he didn't take the vow of silence, he knew Dumbledore would leave him aside. He knew very well that he only said he trusted him from his mouth out and that he really didn't believe him completely, but he couldn't let them take anyone's children away. He was wrong. How could he even justify himself? You seem hesitant, Severus. It's for the greater good. You must understand, my boy. Fine. I'll take the vow of silence. And he swore to keep silent. He was already regretting it. And now all he could do was trust that the stupid Sirius Black would do something. Luckily, he had given him the potion before meeting the headmaster. 12. Sirius's POV. My head was spinning and throbbing as if 100 hippogriffs were dancing in it. I didn't understand anything. Yesterday's argument was blurry and faded, but one thing was certain. I didn't want to go ahead with the plan. The smell of bacon frying helped me wake up fully. Since I moved back in with Moony, mornings have been the best. We still didn't sleep in the same room because I still have my doubts, but moving back in together was definitely one of my best ideas. Rediscovering our bond and the love I have for him has been the best. I stretched and got out of bed, heading towards the kitchen and the small dining room connected to it. We didn't use the grand dining room. It was too ostentatious for my taste. I approached Remus from behind and rested my head on his neck. "A good morning, Remy." "A good morning to you too, Siri." We exchanged a small kiss, and I sat down to have breakfast. It's not that I'm avoiding contact, but I'm still a bit afraid of our relationship. While we were having breakfast, some owls arrived. One with Remus's newspaper and another, quite large one, stared at me. I untied the package, which was obviously for me, and gave it some bacon. It was a package from Regulus. Apparently, he wants me as his owl messenger. In the package were letters for Lucius, Snivellis, Narcissa, Bellatrix, and surprisingly, for Remus as well, along with a letter for me. Thinking about my cousin made my head ache again, but I brushed it off. I passed Remus's letter and started reading mine. The letter said he had settled in well, and that creature liked his new room, as if I cared about that creature being happy. It also said there were a couple of elves in the mansion who welcomed him warmly, although Creature was a bit jealous. Nothing important, until at the end of the letter, Reggie reminded me that I had to collect the family ring. I didn't want to put on that thing, but something inside me told me I had to go to the bank. The feeling grew stronger and stronger, so much so that it became painful. "Remus, I need to go to the bank." "Oh, why did you just say that? Like telling me you need to go to the bathroom. Do you want me to come with you?" "I need to do some shopping in Diagon." Sure, but the bank first. Okay? Okay. Are you all right? Serious? Was there something wrong in your letter? Is Regulus okay?" Remus hadn't opened his letter yet, as he was reading the newspaper. Yes, everything's fine. It just reminded me that I have to pick up the damned ring." "All right, I'll get ready to leave. Let me know when you're ready." Remus seemed somewhat unsure. "Maybe I look like crap, I don't know. I feel terrible. I just know I need to go to the bank urgently." Once ready, we left the house and apparat to the entrance of Gringotts. We entered, and I approached to tell her, "Good morning. I would like to speak with the manager of the Black Vaults." "Of course, Lord Black." Steelbow, the same goblin who helped us with the purge, guided us through a series of corridors to a room of decent size. Steelbow spoke in his language with another goblin in the room, and then ushered us in. "A good morning, Lord Black, Mr. Lupin. My name is Zostak, the goblin in charge of the Black Vaults and accounts. What can I do for you?" Zostak was a large, old goblin and as terrifying as all of his kind, but for some reason, this one seemed happy and perhaps even friendly. "I would like to collect my family ring." Of course. "Would you like glamour enchantments on it, so it doesn't look conspicuous?" Can you do that?" "I would love that. I hate how ostentatious those things are." "All right. First, we need to perform a simple heritage test, Lord Black, as part of the protocol." "Okay." I put 3 drops of blood for the simple heritage test on this parchment. I pricked my finger with the dagger Zostak gave me and let 3 drops of blood fall. The wound healed almost immediately. The goblin lifted the test and grimaced in disgust. "Perhaps you should opt for a deeper heritage test, Lord Black." "Oh, why? What's wrong?" "I take a look." He showed me the heritage test. I didn't see anything wrong until I got to the part about blocks, manipulation, spells, and potions. There was a fairly strong compulsion spell and some hatred potions, but it was blurry who or what they were directed at, as well as who cast the spells and made me drink the potions. Oh, what does this mean? Is someone trying to manipulate me? Why can't I see who did it? The most likely explanation is that the caster is trying to hide through strong magical means to deceive the heritage test. That's why I suggested a deeper heritage test. There's no way they can hide from that. All right, do it. You'll need to put 7 drops of blood on this other parchment. This time, it took a bit longer for the wound to close, and a grayish smoke emerged from the parchment. All right, you're done. Here you go. I took the parchment, skipped over all my ancestors and other unimportant things like all my vaults, and reached the part that was blurry before. I almost dropped the parchment in shock. Albus damn Dumbledore, that meddling old man had been giving me hatred potions since before I was 11. Hatred towards my family, towards Slytherins, towards Severus Snape, memory charms, loyalty to Albus, many names, loyalty to the Order of the Phoenix, as well as a strong compulsion to obey all the old lemon sucker's plans. There was even a potion from Severus Snape that cleansed my system and drove the need to go to the bank. Now I understood that strong urge. The bastard had made it painful on purpose, I was sure. I want all of this out of my system. Of course, Steelbow. Follow me for the purification ritual. And meanwhile, please perform the same test on Remus. I think we'll be surprised. Sirius, this is expensive. It doesn't matter, love. I want to make sure you're okay. One question, Zostak, a few months ago, we did a purification ritual for the family blood disease. Wouldn't that have cleansed us of all this too? And no, those are two different rituals. Okay, take care of Remus. I followed Steelbow through some corridors to the now familiar purification room. It was painful, a little less painful than the cure for madness, but still painful. I think I passed out at some point because when I opened my eyes, I was in the rest area. Remus was on a cot next to me, and my head hurt, but not like in the morning. It was more like when Remy used to make us study too much. Suddenly, many memories flooded into my mind. Memories of a childhood I didn't recognize, my parents pampering me, caring for me, even I dare say, loving me, and then fear in their eyes when I misbehaved towards them, disobeyed them, shouted that I hated them when they had done nothing wrong. I saw my mother fall into madness from unrequited love, my father meeting with Dumbledore to ask him what was wrong with me. I saw Dumbledore enchanting them. From that moment on, the punishments became more severe. The hatred became mutual and real. I couldn't believe it. It was all the damned old man's fault. Now that bastard wanted me to let them kidnap Bella's daughters. No, over my dead body, I wouldn't let it happen. Remus stirred in his cot and opened his eyes. He was crying. Remy, calm down. I'm here with you. What happened? It was all planned. My F.A. Lion Lupin planned for Greyback to bite me. He abandoned me in a frozen forest when I was 5. Knowing that the wolves would pass by, Dumbledore paid him to mistreat me after that and let me into the school just to control me and have some control over the wolves. I overheard a conversation I shouldn't have. That's why they erased my memories. It seems that when a werewolf bites a child, it creates a father and son or pup bond. Greyback doesn't attack children. That's just an invention of Dumbledore. Greyback has been looking for me, but since I've been going against him and hating him, he could never get close enough to explain things to me. The headmaster, that man wanted me to get close to him and give him a loyalty potion. Apparently, the missions I've been on were to find Greyback and give him poison, or that's what they made me believe. Now I understand why he said that Greyback and his pack would listen to me. Sirius, I was about to drug and turn into a slave the apparently only father I have left who cares about me. You can't be completely sure he cares about you. Greyback is a sadist, and Dumbledore isn't the only one who says that. Besides, he's allied with Voldemort, although I'm tempted to believe you, since it was Dumbledore's fault that I believed many things that I now know are false. I owe Severus a big apology and a thank you. Without his potion, I probably wouldn't have come to the bank. You're awake now? Good, follow me. Steelbow seems happy. That's scary. We'd better follow him. We followed Steelbow to Zostak's office. He was waiting for us with a black box with silver and emerald accents. Now that everything is settled, here is your ring. I also brought the consort ring for your partner. It will provide protection. Protection? Yes. The ancestral rings not only authorize you to enter the Wizengamot, but also provide protection against compulsion, influence, and manipulation spells, as well as neutralize the effects of most poisons and other potions. If a compulsion spell stronger than what the ring can withstand or an unwanted memory charm is reported, we will receive an alert and send you a letter requesting your presence at the bank for a test and the subsequent purge. All rings work the same way, but the Black's ring is a bit stronger than most, focusing more on potions since, according to history, several Blacks have been poisoned in the past. If the ring can do all that, why couldn't my father get rid of the spells? Your father never wore the ring. He didn't believe he deserved it. He thought his older brother, Alfred, should have inherited it, so he never claimed it. And what does that consort ring mean? It serves the same purpose as a marriage alliance, but has the same defensive characteristics as the family ring. Only a few families made rings that way for their wives or husbands. I couldn't help but blush at this. I looked at Remus, and he too was somewhat embarrassed. I decided to make a decision at that moment. Remus John Lupin Black, now possibly also Greyback, would you marry me? I love you. I'm still not ready to have children as I know you want, but I trust you, and I know you'll wait for me. Yes, I accept. I love you too, Sirius. We have to plan our wedding, dear, but at least we already have the rings. We smiled at each other, put on the rings, and said goodbye to Zostak, heading back to the exit to Steelbow and leaving to do Remus's shopping. I was ready to go back home. There were a couple of things I had to tell the old goat. 13. That morning, Sirius Black wasn't the only one desperate to go to the bank. Amelia Bones woke up with a strong headache and a strange distrust of all her acquaintances, besides feeling the urge to go to Gringotts. She got up from her bed and sadly smiled at her niece who was sleeping with her. The girl still didn't understand about her parents and kept asking for them, especially at night. Amelia took a bath and then woke up Susan, bathed her, and took her to the dining room. They had breakfast with what their house elf, Title, had made for them, and then they both headed to the bank. In any case, she now had to receive the Bones family ring, as her brother had died. Once at the bank, her familiar goblin asked her for an inheritance test as a protocol. She decided to take the complete test up front since she felt that something was wrong with her. Once the 7 required drops were spilled, she couldn't help the strong gasp that came out of her mouth. She had several potions and spells on her, all made by Dumbledore. One that struck her the most was the innate trust. She had always believed that trusting people so easily was a family trait. She couldn't have been more wrong. She had a potion of blind faith in the light and her representative, who was Dumbledore himself, and she had a leech in her core, which took away 5% of her magic. She couldn't believe it. She was furious. According to the data on the parchment, everything had been imposed on her before she started Hogwarts. She knew her parents had been friends with the old headmaster, but she didn't want to believe they had let him do that to her. It was most likely that her brother had suffered the same fate. She blamed the old bastard for his death. It was probably that if he had had his full magic, or if he didn't trust so easily, he would have been able to survive. She firmly believed it. Now she had to make plans. She could have been a Hufflepuff all her life, but she still remembered when the hat told her she could be a good Slytherin. She decided to leave the plans for when she got back home and asked the goblin to reinforce her ring against that type of control magic to not be trapped in it again. She also asked for monitoring of her person and yearly cleaning appointments for her and her niece just in case. She performed the ritual cleansing while the ring was reinforced, leaving her niece under a sleeping charm. Once everything was done, she put on the ring and bought a quite expensive protection amulet for her niece. She didn't want her under any risk. She said goodbye to her goblin and left. In the hallway, she met a large family of redheads. "A good morning, Arthur, Molly," she greeted. "A good morning, Amelia. What brings you here?" "Arthur won't tell me why it's so important to come to the bank," Molly replied. Amelia looked sharply at Arthur Weasley. She didn't know why he wanted to come to the bank so early in the morning, but now she knew why it was so important. "I think it's best if you both take a complete inheritance test," she said. She could immediately see his discomfort. "I'm embarrassed to say this, but I don't think I have enough to pay for such an expensive test, let alone 2. Can I ask why you suggest it?" Amelia, instead of answering, turned to the goblin who had been guiding them. "Take the necessary gold for your tests from my personal vault," Lady Bones instructed. Amelia, I can't allow that. You have always supported my brother. Maybe I'm not very close to you, but let me do this. It's for your own good." There was something in her serious tone that didn't allow Arthur to complain. He could see how important it was, even though he still didn't know why. Molly, on the other hand, wasn't in the same mindset. She hadn't drunk any liquor the night before, so she didn't drink any of Severus's potion. Something in her told her it was dangerous to take a test. Surely Albus wouldn't want that. She tried to say it, but her husband had already accepted. She frowned immediately, wondering why he hadn't consulted her about something so important. They said goodbye to Amelia and continued on their way. All their children looked sleepy. They don't normally wake up so early. Ginny was still asleep in her mother's arms, and Ron, in his father's arms, couldn't stop yawning. "Seriously, Arthur, I don't think this is necessary," Molly said. "That's okay, love. Let's take it as a gift. It won't hurt us." "H&P, don't be like that. We're almost there." Both followed the goblin with their children following them like little red ducks. They entered the room, and the children went to sit in the back of the room while their parents sat in front of the goblin. "What can I do for you today, Lord Weasley?" "We'd like to accept Lady Bones's offer and take a complete inheritance test, please." "Very well. 7 drops of each of your blood on each parchment." Once that was done, the tests were handed over to the couple. Bill and Charlie were carrying their younger siblings. Molly's attention was immediately drawn to the love potion towards Albus Dumbledore. She couldn't believe it. That couldn't be real. Dumbledore couldn't have drugged her. He was too honorable for that. She was so lost in her thoughts that she almost missed Arthur's shout. What does this mean? Why do I have so many potions and spells? And most importantly, why do Ronald and Ginevra not appear as my children? What do you mean they don't appear as your children? They're yours, Arthur. I swear. We can easily verify that, Mrs. Weasley. In your parchment, do the names of your younger children appear, right? Press your thumb over their names, and you will see the father's name. Molly did it immediately, confident that her husband's name would appear. But no, the name couldn't be right. She tried again, but the same name kept appearing. Arthur, who was reading over her shoulder, couldn't believe it either. He read further down and found out that his wife not only had potions and spells on her, but there were also memory charms. Albus Dumbledore's full name was still next to the names of those she believed were her children. He was furious with that man. If what he could see was true, Molly was as devastated, if not more, than he was. So, even though he wanted to, he couldn't be angry with her. Excuse me, but how much is a complete cleansing? Don't worry about that. Lady Bones paid for it too before leaving. Well, I owe her a lot now. Bill, take care of your siblings. Mom and Dad have something important to do. Of course, Dad. I'll take care of them. I can take care of myself. Us too. Charlie, you can help your older brother take care of your siblings. Fred, George, I entrust Ron to you. Yes, Dad. Once that was done, he helped his wife, who was in an almost catatonic state, to reach the ritual cleansing room. He helped her change and lay her on the stone table. He stood as far away from her as he could in the room and watched as Molly endured the ritual. At one point, the screams became so unbearable that he couldn't help but close his eyes and cover his ears with his hands until there was silence. They took his wife on a stretcher and him, who had already changed, lay down on the table. Both parents woke up at the same time, and when they saw each other, Molly started to cry. She told Arthur that Dumbledore had raped her under the effects of a love and lust potion, as well as ensuring with fertility potions that she became pregnant. Arthur saw red. He couldn't believe what that man had done. They went together to the room where their children were and sighed when they saw them all sleeping. Fred and George had ink stains on their hands, and Ron's entire face was blue, but they were asleep. I would like to adopt the two youngest by blood. I know I can't afford it right now, so I also request a loan, Arthur said. Arthur, you don't have to do that. Yes, I have to, Molly. I see them as my children, and I love them as my own. Would you let me do it? Oh, Arthur. Thank you. You don't have to take out a loan, Lord Weasley. According to the bank's law, Dumbledore had to open a vault for each of his children since they don't live with him and aren't legitimate. We can use the gold from those vaults since it's for the owner's good. Really? I don't like using that man's gold, but I don't want to lose my children, so let's use it. Very well, bring the children here. We'll need 3 drops of their blood. We'll start with the eldest. And so, Arthur Weasley went from being a father in name to being the biological father of his 2 youngest children. They still had a bit of Dumbledore's blood, but now they were also Weasleys. They quickly noticed the changes. Ron's face became more freckled, and Ginny's baby blue eyes turned brown like Arthur's. Both parents woke up the rest of their children and headed home. Once at their home, Arthur didn't know what to do. He wanted to confront the headmaster directly and demand that he return his family ring, since he had entrusted it to him through the Wisengamot seats. He didn't want to get involved in politics, but he wouldn't allow that man to tarnish his name anymore. But a part of him told him not to go alone, that he needed help or a plan to defend himself from Dumbledore, but he couldn't do anything without his ring, as he couldn't afford a protection amulet. When he turned and saw his beloved wife crying again, he didn't think twice and flew to Hogwarts. As a member of the Order, he was allowed to pass. He appeared in the school's infirmary, after assuring the nurse that there was nothing wrong with them, any of their children, or members of the Order. He headed to the headmaster's office, increasingly furious. He said the ridiculous password and climbed the moving stairs. Come in, a voice invited him. The old man didn't even look at him, and Arthur became angrier. How could he? He trusted him, and now his eldest son would be in his clutches. He wouldn't allow it. He would make it clear that no one messed with his family. Oh, Arthur. What a surprise. I didn't expect you here. How are the children and Molly? Fine, they're fine now. How could you do this to us? How could you violate my wife and still have the nerve to ask for her? And now, my boy, what are you talking about? I'm nothing of yours, and you heard me right. We've already uncovered your lies, so stop pretending. Give me back my family ring, too. I don't trust you anymore." The heir turned cold, and in an instant, the grandfatherly look turned calculating. Dumbledore stood up and walked to a shelf, moving one of his odd devices with his wand, and in a blink, he imperioused Arthur. "And now, my boy, since it seems you've been cleansed, with what money, I don't know, but it seems we need to put things back in order. Bring your wife. You can use my flu. The password is sugar drops. If she doesn't want to come see me, imperious her and bring her here anyway." With unfocused eyes and like a robot, Arthur went to the fireplace. After a few minutes, the family man reappeared with his wife, who also had unfocused eyes. "And now you can't see what's easier to do what you're told, right? I'll restore the spells and potions. All right, let me do it. Yes, here they are. Drink these flasks, and I'll cast the spells. Some memory charms are also in order. All right, ready, Albus? Sorry, I didn't hear the last thing you said. We were discussing Bill's scholarship." Yes, of course. We were talking about how it would be good to engage Ginny to the eldest Potter son. But they're still babies. Calm down, Molly dear. I know they're still small, but with the war as it is, the important thing is to secure a good future for the children, don't you think? I still think they're too young. That's okay, love. If Albus suggests it, it must be for something important. All right, that's settled. I'll talk to James to coordinate everything. Shouldn't it's important to talk to Lily too? Of course, I'll mention it to her. But since Xavier was chosen as heir, he is only under his father's designs. Oh, I see. We're leaving now. We can't leave Bill in charge of the children all the time. Goodbye, Albus. I see you, dear. Only the sad thrill of the phoenix could be heard in the room while the old headmaster thought. What could have happened for both of them to find out the truth? He didn't know, but he needed to find out. None of his pawns could leave the box. He needed to talk to James about Lily too. She was out of place. When had she been freed from his spells? And why didn't she come to accuse him of anything, like the Weasleys? That would save him the trouble of looking for her to restore her. But even when he tried yesterday at the party, he couldn't do anything to her. Something bad could happen, and it was his mission to stop it. He couldn't allow himself any mistakes. 14. Is Sirius. Where are you going? I'm going to pay a visit to that old man. You can't do that. We need a plan. I have a plan. I'm going to kill him. He's more powerful than you. You won't be able to do anything to him. He'll just put you under another spell. I have the ring. He won't be able to do anything to me. The ring can't protect you from powerful mind control magic. The goblins will notice and send me a letter to go to the bank. That's the plan. And do you think Dumbledore will sit idly by while you recover? Or worse, he might realize he can't control you and might want to eliminate you. Believe me, that man is twisted. Then what do you want me to do? Stay here knowing what he did to me and what he did to my family. Or worse, what he did to you. You know I'm not one to sit still, especially in the face of injustice. We need to think. Dumbledore is too powerful both magically and politically. If he wanted to, he could accuse us of being Death Eaters and imprison us, and everyone would believe him. We need allies who know the truth. You've just inherited the lordship of the Blacks. You don't yet have enough public or political voice. He'll crush you. You're right. I know you're right, but I can't just sit still. I can't. Look, let's first seek allies. That way you can start doing something. We could build some sort of army against Dumbledore and plan something against him together. I know you don't like it, but we should seek Slytherin allies and from other houses. We Gryffindors don't usually think much before acting. I don't know why, but I feel a bit insulted. All right, where do we start? James? What part of other houses didn't you understand? Besides, I think James is on the old man's side. It hurts me, but I don't think we can trust either him or Peter. Pete has been acting strange lately. I don't trust him. I guess there's no other choice. Snape gave me a potion that cleared my system a bit and made me want to go to the bank. Really? Why didn't you say so earlier? He surely isn't with Dumbledore, and we've already seen that he regrets being a Death Eater. We haven't confirmed that. It's Sirius. All right. I'll trust you and your instincts, but I'm still not happy about teaming up with the Bat. I know I owe him a lot, but years of animosity won't disappear overnight. I know. Just don't insult him, okay? Now, who else? I know. How about that rookie you like from your Aura group? What was his name? Skill. A Kingsley Shacklebolt? Yes, he's a good guy. I think he was in Ravenclaw, or was it Slytherin? Hey, alright, get in touch with him, but don't be too obvious. Maybe ask his opinion on the war and a bit about the headmaster. Don't ask too direct questions. Yes, whatever you say, love. I'll go to work then. Today's my day off, but it's always good to lend a hand in these times. Take care. I love you. I love myself too. A jerk. A goodbye, love. I love you too. Sirius went to the ministry and Remus stayed behind, thinking. Sirius wouldn't have accepted to drink any potion from Snape, at least not directly. So it was most likely that Snape had put it in a drink. Now the most important thing was to know if anyone else had been drugged, or if it was just for Sirius. Yesterday, the only drink Snape brought was a tray of fire whiskey before everyone left. Neither Lily, James, Molly, nor himself drank any of it. So it remained to be seen if Moody, Amelia, Hestia, or Arthur had any changes or desires to go to the bank. It was already late, so they most likely had already left the bank. Who would be good to visit first? After much thought, Remus decided to visit Moody first. If he had changed, it was most likely that the plan to kidnap Bellatrix's daughters would not go ahead. He didn't think anyone in their right mind would think that separating a mother from her children was a good idea, especially after seeing how this woman treated her daughters, all assuming that the woman who went to the party was really Bellatrix undercover. Remus hoped he wasn't wrong. His instinct told him that the plan wasn't right and that it was wrong to separate the family. With that in mind, Remus set off for Moody's house, knowing that he too was free that day. Meanwhile, at the ministry, Sirius had found Kingsley. He was about to ask him if he was on the old man's side when he remembered his partner's words. He didn't have to be too obvious. Sometimes he was annoyed to hear him in his head. Other times he wondered how he could hear him at all. Maybe there was something about it in his family's library. He would have to look into it, but he was getting off track. He approached the Afro-descendant and saw him reading a book, definitely a Ravenclaw. A good afternoon, Shacklebolt. A good afternoon, or Black. How's the training going? A good. It's a bit simple. Raids on Death Eaters are bloodier. That's right. While we're at it, what's your opinion on the war? Sirius cast a simple truth-compelling spell to coerce him to always answer truthfully. It was a spell used in interrogations in public places or before arresting someone. It was simple, but he knew that the rookie hadn't learned about interrogations yet. In the war, they only taught them to attack and defend and very little to ask questions. Sirius and James had been able to learn about interrogations because they could choose it as an extra since when they studied to become Aurors, the war wasn't so bad yet. James didn't want to do the extra work, but Sirius did. It was in the time when he didn't want to think about Remus, and he took all possible courses. Honestly, I'm not in favor of, whose tactics, but his ideas, at least before it became an actual war, were appealing to me. I don't know if you know, but initially he wasn't in favor of blood purity, he said, or that's what I heard, that it was important to separate the Muggle world from the magical world because Muggles could endanger us, since their technological advances after the Second Muggle War are terrifying. If they find us, it's most likely that they'll use us as guinea pigs or try to kill us all. Have you heard about the bombs in Japan? From what I read, the magical center of that area was terribly affected and still hasn't fully recovered. Plus, there's the fact that our education and culture are declining because of making the Muggleborns happy. Instead of them learning about our culture, they make us act differently for them. They are the outsiders. They should adapt to us. The biggest proponent of this is Albus Dumbledore, and I can't say I'm in favor of that man. What do you mean? Are you against the headmaster? I'm not in favor of his methods in the war, who has done a lot of harm to society, and I'm in favor of stopping him like Headmaster Dumbledore, but I can't say I'm in favor of him, honestly. I don't like his persona. He's too manipulative for my taste, and as I said, I'm not in favor of the pro-Muggle ideas he promotes. I'm going to inherit the lordship of the Shacklebolts soon, and I hope to give my opinion in the Wizengamot. The spell was starting to wear off, so Sirius cast a Confundish charm on him, so he wouldn't realize this and believe he had been talking by himself and not under the influence of some external agent. Well, that's a lot to think about. Or Black. I'm sorry, I've been talking too much. You probably think I'm a supporter of the dark side. And no, you have interesting ideas, but most importantly, do you really think Dumbledore is very manipulative? And no, well, yes, I know he doesn't have bad intentions, but there's something about him that I don't quite like. Great. That's what I wanted to hear. Now listen to me, trainee Auror Kingsley Shacklebolt. I'm Lord Black now, and I'm going to need support. I'll tell you the whole truth soon, in a safe place. But right now I'll tell you that I don't trust Dumbledore and neither should you. I'm gathering allies who aren't in his pocket. I'd like you to join us. That sounds interesting, but what will you do about the war? Albus Dumbledore is the only one you know who fears. For now, we're just going to plan. But we'll continue with the same plan of attack against you-know-who. I'm in. That old man always gave me the creeps, but you have to tell me exactly what he did to make you distrust him. As far as I knew, you and Aura Potter have always been on his side. All right. As I told you, I'll tell you more in a safer place. While Sirius was getting his first ally, Remus knocked on Moody's door. A good afternoon, Moody. A Lupin. What do you want? I wanted to know more about the plan with Bellatrix. Come in. Alastair Moody lived in a single-story house. It was sparsely furnished and rather worn. The whole house smells musty and forgotten. As soon as Remus set foot inside, he noticed a very tight and heavy tangle of protections going on. He always knew the old Aura was paranoid, but this was too much. He felt himself suffocating, and his wolf just wanted to get defensive, and if possible get out of there as soon as possible. What do you want to know? When do we make the attack? Hopefully not on a full moon. The fearsome Auror smiled with something resembling a grimace. Of course, Lupin. We were thinking of doing it in daylight, making it official. That woman should never have had children. A shiver ran down the werewolf's spine and the beast howled in annoyance. No one should talk that way. So dismissive. Wouldn't it be better to do it at night? I hear that family throws a lot of parties at night. We could ruin one of their parties. A splendid idea. Let all those despicable Death Eaters realize that they don't have the same rights as us men of light. But it's risky. Rabid dogs tend to gang up, and they might end up defending that bitch. No, we'll go with Albus' plan. Anyway, it will be in a day that Death Eaters are planning an attack on a Muggle village at night according to that filthy spy. He disgusts me. I'm only leaving him alive because so far he has brought back relevant and truthful information, and because Albus says so. As soon as my old friend gives the signal, I will hunt him down like all those despicable dark wizards. None of them should be alive. Of course, then I won't keep you any longer. Just let me know when it will be done. Wait. I wanted to talk to you about something important. Yes? Are you still in a disgusting homosexual relationship with Sirius? All the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. Something smells fishy here. I wouldn't consider it disgusting, but yes, I'm still seeing Sirius. Remus couldn't help but squirm in his seat uncomfortably and twirled his engagement ring on his finger, which was hidden in a glamour. You should stop that. I heard something that is sure to set you back. Did you know that your mother was Alfred Black? Disgusting as it sounds, you have two male parents, and what's worse, that makes you Sirius's cousin. You should end that abomination. What I do with my private life should be just that, private. Now if you'll excuse me, I'll leave. Listen to me, boy. You'll stop this. I've heard the Blacks have a curse that makes them intermarry between relatives, so you'd better marry Nymphadora as soon as she's old enough. I beg your pardon? Is she Sirius' niece, daughter of his only cousin worth anything, Andromeda Tonks, formerly Black? First of all, she's a small girl. She's Charlie Weasley's age. And most importantly, I love Sirius. We're getting married and no one is going to stop us. Now I'm leaving. Moody kept shouting at Remus. But the agile werewolf managed to escape the old Auror's rough hands and got out of the house. As soon as he was out of the protections, he appeared at the door of the house he shared with Sirius. He took a deep breath of air and tried to relax. There was something he couldn't get out of his head. Moody was acting on his own. He had not been tricked by the headmaster, and worse, it seemed that these men were planning his future. Now he wanted to marry Sirius as soon as possible. If they got married magically, there was no way they could separate them. Magical marriages were irreversible, and one couldn't divorce. That way they couldn't make him marry a child, since he would already be married. He entered the house and was greeted by the pleasant smell of hot chocolate. It was still too hot for that kind of drink, but he did need it. He needed chocolate badly in his system. Is Sirius? Hey love, where did you go? Guess what? Kingsley is more than we thought. He's the heir to the Shacklebolt family. And the best part is that he seems to like the old man as much as I do, so he's in. How nice. You don't seem too happy about my achievement. I even listened to you and didn't ask him a direct question. I think, and no, I'm happy for you. It's just that I wanted to check something and I want to see Moody. The plan is still on. It seems they want to pass it off as something official and separate the girls from their mother in the middle of the day. And I'm not going to tell them where they live. Sirius, you have to tell them. The best thing would be to let it happen and then get the girls back and return them to their mum later. That way they won't suspect you. I've asked to join the group in charge. I'm not going to do it. Bella has changed. I can see that her daughters have been a great help to her. What do you think she'll do if they're taken away from her? She'll go completely mad. No, I don't want to risk it. It's for the best, Sirius. Anyway, I don't think it would be good for Bellatrix to see you with the group. I'll help to kidnap the girls, then I'll tell you where they're placed, and you can retrieve them and return them to their mother. And I hate it when you're right and logical. Fine, let's go with your plan, but I'm not happy about it. Great. There's still something bothering you. I can feel it. You're not the only one who can get into someone's mind. By the way, I need to read up on that. You? Reading? I need to see that. Stop joking and tell me what's bothering you. Can we get married soon? Where did that come from? I suppose so. Why the rush? Dumbledore has a plan to separate me from you and marry me to your niece. Dora? Seriously? She's a child. That's exactly what I said. I don't want to marry her, not even if she were my age. I want you. My wolf and I chose you, and only you. We can't get married right away. It's something that needs planning, and my parents would roll over in their graves if I didn't get married properly. Wait, don't raise that eyebrow. No, I've never cared about what my parents say, but since I got my childhood memories back, I don't want to disappoint them. There should be a way for us to get married right away, and do it properly anyway. I know. Las Vegas. Las Vegas? Yes. Just like its muggle counterpart, the magical part is available for magical weddings with not much preparation but complete. We just need one witness for each of us. We could go see Regulus. I'll make him my witness, and then we can go to Las Vegas by Portkey. You'll only need a witness for you. Do you have anyone in mind? I think so. I don't know if he'll say yes, but I think he's the best option. Who? Do I know him? Is it James? You're going to be mad. I promise not to. You're crossing your fingers in front of me. Okay, but who could it be that would make me angry? I want to ask Snape. Snape? Why him? Despite not being very close to him, and I know he hates us, I know very well that I can trust him. He's giving everything to be a spy. He's Harry's godfather and Lily's best friend. Also, you can't deny he behaves very kindly with the children. Don't remind me, that was weird. I suppose we have to start somewhere. Do you know where he lives? No, but he said I could send him letters if I had information about the wolves. I'll send him one now. Remus wrote a short letter asking Snape to meet him, inviting him to his house. The response was faster than the sending. In just an hour, the potion master was calling through the flue. Snape, Lupin, what did you want? Can you come over? It's not something I could say through the flue. Very well. The potions master entered the room with an elegance that would make even the purest-blooded purist jealous. That man had talent. Lupin. Snape. And? What did you want? Do you have any information? No. Wait a moment. Sirius. Come here. I'm coming. First of all, we wanted to apologize for everything we did to you at school, and Sirius has something else to tell you. I'm sorry, all right? And thank you, I guess. Without you, I wouldn't have realized how manipulative and evil Dumbledore could be. So, my potion helped you. Do you have a plan for the kidnapping? Or are you not going to stop at my apologies? Or my gratitude? It's irrelevant to me. I no longer care about schoolyard squabbles. You can say that, but I can smell that you're less tense. There was something else. I want to ask you a favor. I could help you. But it depends. On what? It depends on whether I'll be able to gain something from it. How about being able to ruin an old man's plan? What has he done now? First, I wanted to know if you could be my witness at my wedding.
Pardon?
I'm going to marry Sirius in Las Vegas. We need 2 witnesses, and I trust you. Would you be my witness? Who's the other witness? My brother, Regulus. Regulus? Is he alive? Yes. He escaped and is living in the Caribbean in a house owned by my Uncle Alfred. But what about the Dark Mark? The Dark Lord said he couldn't feel him and that he was dead. Goblins can remove the mark with a ritual, and impossible. He said nothing could separate us from him. He lied. My brother has been free of it for months now. It can't be. Wait, are you crying? No. Yes, your eyes are red. Shut up. Hey. Calm down. Lower that wand. I wasn't mocking you. I think maybe I should have mentioned the possibility of removing the mark before, but hey, that information might be what you're after for being our witness. You're an idiot. If that had been negotiated, you wouldn't have told me before and would have waited for me to accept. But yes, I'll be your witness. I want to see Regulus. The 3 men headed to Sirius's office, where he kept an emergency portkey that would take them to the house where the youngest Black stayed. Each touched a part of the medallion, and Sirius said the password, a ridgeback, and the three disappeared, appearing in the living room of the small mansion. An excited and disheveled Regulus came running when he felt the protections vibrate and saw Severus standing, his brother and brother-in-law lying on the floor trying to get up. But Regulus only had eyes for who he thought was his best friend and ran to hug him. He missed him. Severus hugged him back, and this time he couldn't hold back the tears. That's very touching. Now could you help your dear brother up? I'm sorry, Siri. I just didn't think I'd ever be able to see Sev again. And neither did I. We all thought you were dead. I'm sorry. I left without saying goodbye, but I think it was for the best. Could you tell Lucy and Sissy I'm sorry? Oh, wait, what are you doing here? Are you running away too? Can't I visit my little brother from time to time? Haha, very funny. Now, seriously, why did you come? Oh, we're getting married in Vegas, Reggie.
¿En Las Vegas?
Why would you need to get married so soon? I'm asking myself the same thing. Why the rush? You mentioned the old man. But why? A Dumbledore wants me to marry your niece. An Nymphadora? But she's a child. How old is she? 10? You can't marry a child, Wolf. I know, but I got scared. Plus my father works for Dumbledore. Maybe he could sign a marriage contract. As a werewolf, my father still takes care of me, and if I marry, that person will act as a guardian. If they have a title, Sirius will be in charge of this. All right, stop ignoring my glorious presence and let's go to Vegas. The sooner we finish the wedding, the sooner we can celebrate. So, have you agreed to be the passive one? Shut up, Reg. The four men headed to the Caribbean Ministry's tourism area to get a portkey to Vegas. The process was quick, and it was just dusk when they arrived at their destination. The magical area of Las Vegas was full of neon lights, bars, nightclubs, and streets clearly inspired by Muggle designs. If it weren't for the strong smell of potions and people wearing different clothes and robes of different colors, it would be indistinguishable from the completely Muggle area. They approached a place with a bright advertisement for express magical weddings, with different themes, from getting married in a Muggle car to doing it in a carriage pulled by Pegasi or hippogriffs. Sirius decided to use a carriage pulled by unicorns with electric blue glitter. For some reason, the animals seemed to be very happy, and it didn't seem like they were forced to do it. The company representative explained that all the animals were rescued for being abandoned by their own herds for being considered different. For example, one of the unicorns that would pull their carriage had a natural bluish coloring instead of being purely white, so it was shunned. Snape was forced to change into an electric blue suit similar to Remus's three-piece suit, except Remus's had a combination with grays and whites, while Severus's combined with dark gray and black. He refused completely to wear a single color, let alone one as flashy as electric blue. Regulus tried to dress his brother in a white dress with a veil, but when he tried to set it on fire, he gave up and dressed him in a traditional electric blue and pink robe. There were only pink details, but Sirius was mortified. To calm him down, Regulus went with a pink robe with electric blue details. It was important to match the unicorns, and they seemed very happy with the colors. In the end, Regulus won and made Sirius wear a veil with pink details. The wedding was quick and was just a show for the photos. Then, in the outfits, which were bought by Sirius, much to the owner's satisfaction, they went to the casino and bar attached to the wedding area. They took many photos, and it was full of laughter and some teasing smiles from Severus, who couldn't stop mocking Sirius every chance he got. The night was long. They got drunk to the maximum, and there were many funny and embarrassing photos. The best ones included a very drunk Sirius trying to kiss Dennis the blue unicorn and a jealous Remus trying to get his attention, while Regulus laughed his head off on the floor and Severus rode a black unicorn while drinking tequila. 15. Lily was furious again. James wouldn't leave her alone for a moment, constantly asking about her letters and whom they were for. She wanted to warn Bella about the plan to kidnap her daughters, but she couldn't with James hovering over her shoulder all the time. It was extremely annoying. Could you leave me alone for a moment, James? Can't I be with my dear wife? Yes, you can, but you're starting to harass me. You've been glued to me all day. Can't I be alone for at least 5 minutes? You don't even let me go to the bathroom alone, and I'm worried. You were deceived, and one of your friends you invited to the party wasn't who she claimed to be. What could have happened to her? Surely that filthy Death Eater, Bellatrix, killed her to impersonate her and spy on us. I'm watching you in case she casts a compulsion or hex on you. James, I'm fine, really. We're not even sure it was Bellatrix or if those twins were her daughters. Moody and the headmaster are sure it was her. Anyway, why do you want to be alone? We're spouses, and now we can't leave the house to not risk the protections. Don't you know what personal space is? I love you, James, but sometimes I like to be alone. You know, reading a good book in silence. That is boring. Let's go see if Xavier has woken up. James took his wife's hand and led her to the twins' room. He went straight to Xavier's crib, which was stuffed with plush toys, completely ignoring the wide green eyes of an already awake Harry. Lily sighed, but at least he wasn't making unpleasant faces at her baby anymore. She went to Harry and picked him up. Hello, my love. Did you sleep well during your nap? Mama. Meanwhile, James picked up a freshly awakened Xavier, who, upon hearing his brother, turned his head and waved his little hands in his brother's direction.
Papa, iwan hali.
Don't you want to play with me instead, Chavi? You could fly on your broom. Boom. Yee. All right, calm down, champ. Let's go to the living room to play with your broom. Who knows, maybe this time you'll catch Croaky. James took his son to the living room, picking up the little toy broomstick along the way. Harry, still in his mother's arms, laughed at the mention of Croaky. Croaky, do you want to go find Croaky? All right, let's go to the living room, but remember, no pulling the cat's tail. No tail, sure, very good. You're a good baby. Croaky was a kitten, half Kneazle and half Persian, orange with white. James had given it to Lily on one of their anniversaries. Being half Kneazle, he grew and aged more slowly than a normal cat, so he was still a baby. He liked to play with Harry because he didn't pull his tail and treated him well, but he stayed away from Xavier because James had taught him to pull the cat's tail and ears and to make loud noises to scare the poor cat. The head of the family always laughed at this, so Xavier took it as if it were okay. Lily tried to correct this, but both James and Sirius celebrated this attitude, saying they were training him to be the best prankster. At least her Harry behaved well. Once in the living room, mother and son saw Xavier flying slowly about 5 centimeters above the floor on his new broomstick. The cat was nowhere to be seen, and Harry noticed. No Croaky. It seems Croaky doesn't want to play today. Do you want your book with animal sounds? Sure. All right, wait here. I'll get it for you right now. Lily left Harry on the floor surrounded by pillows and protective spells, then went up to her children's room and picked up 4 books of animals with sounds. The Muggle Animal Book, the Magical Creatures Book, the Dragon's Only Book, and the Book of Forgotten and Fantastic Creatures. James had looked at her as if she were crazy when she bought the last book. He thought it was just the inventions of a madman. But since it was for Harry, he didn't say anything. Lily came down with the 4 books and saw her younger son looking longingly at his brother. What's up, baby? Do you want to fly on a broom too? Wan sure, but Papa no wan. Let's see. How about next time you ask Xavier instead of Daddy? Okay. Now, which of the 3 do you want to read? The green, red, blue, or yellow one?
Geen.
The one about fantastic animals then. Let's see. How do nargles sound? Riri. Good. Take it. Keep listening to the book. Remember, you just have to run your finger over the images and it will read to you. Leaving her son with his book, Lily went to the shelf to get the book she was reading earlier in the morning before James bothered her about being bored, and sat on the red sofa in the living room. She seemed to be deeply engrossed in her book, but she was actually keeping an eye on her 2 sons, in case Harry got bored or if Xavier made any sudden movements on his broomstick. After a while, James approached his wife, sat beside her, and gave her a kiss on the cheek. A love. Just a moment, James. I'm finishing this chapter. Really? Is the book more important than me? Yes, done. What did you want? Love? Bah. I just wanted to remind you that Dumbledore is coming to dinner in about an hour. You've told me that since yesterday. Yes, but this is important. I received a letter from him earlier. It seems he wants to talk about Xavier's future. What could he want about the future of one of my sons? He's a school headmaster, school they don't even attend yet. He shouldn't meddle in our decisions regarding our children. What are you talking about, woman? It's Albus Dumbledore. If he wants to give us advice regarding Xavier, we obviously have to listen to him. He's the greatest and wisest wizard since the times of Merlin. Lily just rolled her eyes. She knew the whole speech about Dumbledore being the best, forwards and backwards. She also knew that if she didn't go along with her husband, he wouldn't shut up about it. But this time, she didn't want to stay silent. It was about the future of their children. Even if Dumbledore only wanted to talk about Xavier, he was still her son, and he had no right to stick his nose in their affairs. And look, James, we can listen to him, but don't accept everything blindly. We have to discuss it just between us. No one else can interfere, understand? And look, Lily, James couldn't finish because the flu network sounded, announcing a visitor. In less than a minute, the old headmaster appeared, looking magnanimous and benevolent, at least in James's eyes. Lily had opened her eyes long before, when the headmaster suggested ending her friendship with Sirius in her 5th year. She had listened when the incident in the courtyard happened and regretted it almost immediately. Now that man wanted to meddle with her children, and she wasn't going to let him. A good evening, my boy. How are the babies of the house? A good evening, headmaster. Xavier is fine, enjoying his new broom. Oh, here he comes. Xavi, say hello to the headmaster.
Xavier.
It's Dumbledore. It's all right, my boy. Your son can call me whatever he likes. A good evening, headmaster. Will you join us for dinner? Of course, dear Lily. I adore your cooking as much as the schools. Lily put Harry in his muggle high chair and went to pick up Xavier to put him in his own chair. James set the table and served the dishes, all with magic, of course. James did nothing in the muggle way, unlike his wife. Once everything was ready and the babies had their porridge in their little plates, they started eating their own meal, beef stew and asparagus. After finishing eating, Lily cleared the plates and washed them, using magic this time, so she wouldn't miss any of the men's conversation. Dumbledore looked very serious and seemed to want to say something important when he said, James, I think it's important to betroth Xavier to the youngest Weasley girl. If you think it's best for my son. Oh, wait, James. You can't decide that just like that. Why do you think that, headmaster? Albus Dumbledore made a small gesture of annoyance, almost imperceptible, but Lily noticed it. She was Severus Snape's best friend, after all, and she knew how to read people's gestures, no matter how small. She decided to let it go for now and analyze it later, and kept staring at the old man. Xavier is the heir of the Potters. As such, he must marry a pureblood when he comes of age. What better than the only daughter of the Weasleys? She will be a powerful and light witch, and her surname has always been on the side of light, which in these times, above all, is the most important. Even if you're right, Xavier is still too young to think about marriage. They can't even be sure they'll fall in love, let alone love each other when they grow up. That's not important, my dear. As a pureblood, one can make marriage contracts from the birth of the heir and force them to marry even if they hate each other. I can't believe you're okay with this, James. Your own parents didn't betroth you to anyone so you could experience in your youth and fall in love for real. Oh well, you're right about that, I know. Why don't we make a marriage contract? Wait, Lily, let me finish the idea, and we put a clause that they can separate if they wish when they come of age. So, if they don't want to, they simply have to break the marriage contract, and they won't be obliged. Then the contract isn't necessary. It's necessary for Xavier to know about the possibility of marrying whom we decide, and it also gives him security and stability in the pureblood world. And most importantly, as the recipient of the contract, Ginevra Weasley can receive financial help from us, and you know very well that the Weasleys need help in that aspect. Besides, have you informed them, headmaster? Of course, my boy, and they agree. They also want to secure their daughter's future. So that's settled. But what the old headmaster really thought was that as soon as Lily was out of the way, he had to change the marriage contract to make it mandatory, and according to the terms he chose, his daughter had to marry the Potter heir as soon as possible and receive all the gold and assets from that family, so that when the boy died fighting Voldemort, he would have access to all that. The Potter money was impressive, but the most valuable thing was the invisibility cloak and the books and grimoires. He had to have access to all of that. He already had the Elder Wand. He had the cloak in his possession at the moment because James had lent it to him. It wasn't his yet, but if everything went right, it would be his soon. He only needed the resurrection stone, and he would be the master of death, more powerful and immortal, if the legends were true, and he firmly believed in them. I'm still not entirely convinced, but it's true. The Weasleys need help, and knowing them, they won't accept anything without a reason. Well, we can make the contract, but I want to read it before you sign it, James. Everything as you wish, dear. Here's the document. The Weasleys have already signed it, And as you are the family of the highest renown and status, you can modify it and add the clauses you want. Fortunately for Dumbledore, he had made the red-haired couple sign 2 documents, the contract he wanted and a standard one just in case. Lily read the document, cast some revealing spells on it, and not finding anything suspicious, she passed it to her husband. James didn't read it, but he added the dissolution and breakup clause if any of the parties wished. Before James signed it, Lily took the document and read it again. Once satisfied, she handed it back. She didn't need to sign since her son, by removing her maternal surname from his name, depended only on the father, but she still signed and handed it to the headmaster. Dumbledore smiled, somewhat tensely, as the only woman in the house could see, and acted as a witness. Once everything was in order, and the necessary ritual for such contracts was said, the parchment glowed red and disappeared directly to Gringotts. The old man said goodbye to the family, messed up Xavier's hair, who now had porridge even in his ears, and smiled at Harry. Before leaving through the Flu network, he said, "My children, soon we will have to talk about the prophecy and what it implies. I will be waiting for another dinner invitation. Thank you very much for receiving me. See you soon." And he left. James went back to playing with his eldest son, ignoring his wife's frown. Lily sighed, left Harry with his books, this time the red one about dragons, and went back to her own book. Dinner hadn't been what she expected, but at least now she could help her friends without them feeling bad, and she smiled. She also wanted a daughter. Lily knew she still had to find a way to warn Bella, and now, she also had to tell Sirius about the marriage contract and Dumbledore's gestures, adding to her concern about what the old man would say about the prophecy. But she got distracted and could relax watching her. Babies laugh each in their own way. 16. In a Las Vegas hotel room, a man with deep black hair and eyes woke up with a terrible headache. He fumbled through his clothes pockets and growled. His potion kit was in his black robe, not in the horrible blue suit. He got up slowly and carefully, avoiding stumbling, and skillfully dodged the arms and legs of the man sleeping on the floor. He approached the pile of clothes in the corner of the room. His eyes gleamed with relief when he found what he was looking for in one of the many pockets of the black garment. He drank the hangover cure in one gulp and waited a few minutes. Once the headache had subsided enough, he wondered if he should wake the rest of his companions. He smiled sinisterly when an idea occurred to him. Sirius took out another hangover cure and approached Regulus, who was sleeping on the floor. Regulus, Reg, wake up. Sev? My head hurts. It's the hangover. You drank too much last night. Here, drink this. The younger black sniffed the contents of the flask and grimaced. A hangover cure. That tastes awful. Fine, I'll drink it. Stop looking at me like that. Snape made sure his friend drank all the potion and waited for it to take effect. Once enough time had passed, he decided to proceed with his plan. He approached the bed where Black and Lupin were sleeping, standing next to Sirius's ear. Sirius said loudly and angrily, Black, wake up." The canine Animagus woke up immediately, jumping out of bed and falling off it. He had an impressive look of pain on his face and was holding his head, while Lupin covered himself with the blanket, grumbling. What's wrong, Snape?" "It's still early, Al. My head. If you're not completely up in 5 minutes, I won't give you this," he said, showing the flask of hangover potion. What the hell is that? Why would I want to drink something from you?" Because, my dear useless one, this will help with your headache. But if you want to keep suffering, be my guest." Remus, knowing it was probably a hangover cure, got up as quickly as he could and urged Sirius to do the same. Once they were both up and looking half dead, and only after mocking them a little more, Snape threw a flask at each of them. They decided to take turns showering, with Sirius winning the right to go first since he had saved them all. Afterward, they went down to the hotel restaurant for breakfast. Once full and in better shape, they gathered their things from the room, took the portkey that would take them to Regulus's home in the Caribbean. Sirius and Remus were discussing the possibilities of staying on that side of the world for a while to celebrate their honeymoon, when a muffled grunt distracted them. Sev? What's wrong? He's calling me. I must return immediately. Then let's go back together. Sirius, we can't stay because we only have one portkey, and it will take us months to get another one. Remember that Dumbledore's plan will be carried out at the end of this month. I hate when you're right. Okay, let's go. Take care, Reggie. You too. Sev, If things get tough, you can always go to the goblins to have them remove the dark mark and come live with me. Hey, your beautiful brother is saying goodbye. Bye, Sirius. Take care, brother-in-law. If the horrible Sirius keeps refusing, you can always drug him. Reg. Let's go quickly. I don't have time for their nonsense. The three took the portkey and Sirius said the password. With a quick turn, they were back at the Black's house. Severus did not wait or say goodbye. He quickly left the house and apparat to where his mark was calling him insistently. Now he stood in front of the gates of one of the Dark Lord's mansions. Walking quickly but gracefully, his robe billowing dramatically, the potion's master entered the mansion and went to the room known as the throne room. All the Death Eaters of the inner circle were there, none wearing their masks. Severus wondered for a second who they had left the Lestrange twins with, perhaps Narcissa? It wasn't important. He focused and tightly closed his occlumency shields. My lord, said the man in black, kneeling before Voldemort. Severus, we were just waiting for you. Tell me, my precious Death Eater, why have I received reports that you are meeting with Dumbledore? My lord. At Crucio, the room filled with screams of pain, although they were not as loud as the others. Snape always refused to scream and endured most of the punishment in silence, but now the Dark Lord was very angry, and Severus couldn't help but scream when the tremendous pain struck him. And my lord, I have been trying to gain the old man's trust to get the complete prophecy. And have you made any progress? Or the old fool blindly believes in second chances and has decided to give me one. Tomorrow I have a meeting with him. Most likely he will ask me to spy for the light, but I only serve you. I will spy for you, my lord. I already have a spy in his precious order, but another one wouldn't hurt. Very well, Severus, I am counting on you to get me the prophecy. Do not fail me. With that said, the meeting became an inquisition of who had been doing well in their respective missions and who had not. The room filled with screams of pain again, but less frequently than usual, as Voldemort, although not showing it, was pleased with the progress of his new spy. He hoped to soon have the complete prophecy. He still needed the location of the Potters, and just in case, the Longbottoms, since his other spy had not yet brought him the information. But having the complete prophecy would be a welcome addition. He didn't really need it, as Lord Voldemort believed that he only had to eliminate the child and everything would be resolved, but it would be interesting to hear it in its entirety. For some reason, thinking about this, the Dark Lord had a slight headache, and his homicidal urge to eliminate the Potter child increased. Deep down, this event seemed strange to him, but he ignored it. New orders and reminders to do better were given, and everyone was dismissed from there. Severus apparat to the gates of Hogwarts, with a report to give to the old headmaster. Climbing the castle stairs, Remus Lupin's horned owl caught up with him with a letter. Snape took the letter from the animal and received a soft hoot, indicating that an immediate response was not needed. Too bad. He had thought that the idiot Black had died or something. The letter only said to contact as soon as possible and not to trust A.D. Severus correctly assumed that the werewolf was referring to the headmaster based on what had been said before. It seemed that those two had already opened their eyes. The man in black did not have to give the password to the stone gargoyle. He just glared at it, and it opened for him. Once at the door, he didn't even get to knock when he was told to.
Come in.
In the headmaster's office, he was not alone with the old man. Minerva McGonagall was also there. A headmaster, Professor. Severus, my boy, good to see you. I was just talking to Minerva about you. And what could be so interesting about me that you would talk about me? He said sarcastically. Minerva pressed her lips together, not out of anger, as it seemed and all her students believed. Despite always seeming serious, the Animagus had a sense of humor, and she always found the young man's comments amusing. We were just commenting that you would be an excellent potions professor. As you know, Horace wants to retire, and I am looking for a new one. You finished your mastery very quickly, the youngest potions master in all of England, and one of the best, as I have been told. I am not interested in teaching, of course, but you can always consider it. The offer will always be open to you. Now, did you have something to tell me, my boy? The information is confidential, and I suppose that's my cue to leave. Thank you for the tea, Albus Severus. The strict professor left the room without asking any questions. That seemed to interest the potion master. Perhaps she knew of his position. And well, My boy? The Dark Lord found out that I have been visiting you. He wants me to spy for him. He also said something of utmost relevance. And what might that be? You have a mole in your order. The Dark Lord informed me that he already has a spy in your ranks. It seems to solve the mystery of how they are almost always warned of our arrival. Could he be referring to Lily's supposed friend? She said they communicated by letters. The man with black eyes let the old man ramble. He knew that Bellatrix was not the spy, but who could it be? Well, we can't solve that problem immediately. As for the other, I will tell you the information you will pass on to Tom. It will be true, so your safety is not endangered, but we will be forewarned. All right, if you'll excuse me. Severus headed for the exit when Dumbledore called him. Severus, I'm serious about you being a professor. Think about it. Hogwarts will always have its doors open to you. Snape said nothing and left the office, heading to the gates of the grounds to apparate, and went to his home at Spinner's End. All this time, this man was thinking about the letter he had received earlier. He apparently had a pending conversation with the new couple. Another part of his mind was analyzing the behavior of all the Order members he knew. He needed to know who the other spy was. Lily and Harry were in danger. 17. The days passed by normally, or as normal as one can live during a war, at least. The date for the kidnapping of the Lestrange twins was dangerously approaching. Sirius was getting more nervous. Remus was calmer. He had been able to talk to Snape, and now they had a sort of alliance. It was a pity that Severus couldn't warn Bellatrix because of the vow of silence, but now they had a more solid plan. The big surprise for this young couple regarding their army against Dumbledore, which was more like an association of people who distrusted, feared, or simply did not like the old headmaster, came with a severe redhead, Lady Bones, now the new head of the DMLE, the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. She seemed to have a strong grudge against Dumbledore and gladly joined the association. The AD, the Army Against Dumbledore, had not had a meeting with all its members yet, as it was a secret association and they had to take all possible security measures. In these times of war, the one truly in charge was not the minister, Millicent Bagnold, but Dumbledore himself. Therefore, belonging to an association against him was extremely dangerous, and even more so being the head of such a group. Most likely, they would all be labeled Death Eaters and Dark Wizards and sent straight to Azkaban. So Severus recommended being careful. Of course, Severus Snape was one of the administrators. Sirius and Remus may have formed it and could lead him outwardly, but they didn't have the head for real planning. It required a lot of cunning and delicacy. Amelia Bones also played an important part, of course. Now, the inner group was going to finally meet. The core members were only 5, and they were going to discuss Dumbledore's plan against the Lestranges. In an abandoned house on the outskirts of Wales, 2 hooded figures appeared. They headed inside and made the living room presentable. It's not that everything was in ruins. No, preservation charms worked wonders, but lighting the fire and making tea were also important. Half an hour later, 2 figures also with their hoods on appeared on the driveway. One was much larger than the other. They entered the house and settled in the living room. Everyone was waiting for the last member, who did not take more than 5 minutes to appear, even though his scheduled time was another 10 minutes away. We're all here. Let's start. Snape, we were supposed to arrive at intervals. Why did you come early? Black, we don't have time for your nonsense. Let's start. You two, do you know about the plan for this weekend? Shacklebolt? As an Auror in training, I'm not informed much about the plans, but something big is brewing. I know it has to do with the Lestranges. Their home has been located, and I am one of those who will go in the first group. Good. Lady Bones? I don't know much, almost the same as Shacklebolt, but I have been asked for the records of accidental magic by minor children of Muggles in the Winchester and Glasgow area. All right. Now, Dumbledore's plan is to kidnap the daughters of the Lestrange couple and, apparently, relocate them with Muggles. What? That's horrible. He can't seriously be thinking of doing that. And with Aurors involved, I thought the same, Lady Bones, but the headmaster is very serious. We're not sure who else is aware of the true plan, but Auror Moody is in it of his own accord. I checked myself. As my husband said, Remus plans to join the group to find out in which house they leave one of the twins and to rescue her later, but we need someone else for my other niece. I can do it. As I said, I'm in the first group. I'll be aware of everything. I'll separate from the group when necessary, and I'll follow the other girl. I can't believe it. What does that man hope to achieve by doing something like this? Possibly to brainwash the girls and turn them into pieces on his chessboard. Snape said sardonically. But why? And why go to such lengths? He has plenty of followers. Why separate a mother from her daughters? All I can say is that he believes it will do them good, that it will guide them to the light, I suppose. Still, it's wrong, Remus. I know. They had tea, now cold, and discussed the details of the plan. Both Amelia and Severus could not act freely without endangering their positions, but they were willing to help as much as possible. Once everything was said, they said goodbye and went to their respective homes or workplaces. There were only a few days left for everything to begin. This would be the group's first mission, and none of them wanted to fail. 18. It was Sunday morning, and Bellatrix woke up with a feeling of unease stirring inside her. She wasn't sure how, but she knew that something bad was going to happen soon. It was still warm, but today dawned a bit colder than usual for August. Rodolphus was still asleep beside her. Bella got up slowly so as not to wake him. Today they needed to be rested because they were going on a mission for their lord that night. She headed to her daughter's room. Both were sleeping embraced. Bella was sure they were magical twins. From the way they behaved, it seemed so. Magical twins were different from regular twins. They could communicate without speaking and could feel what the other felt, both emotionally and physically. Some even shared magic and could lend magic to each other if needed. It was still too early to say if they were magical twins. They would know for sure when they turned 5. Before that, they could only suppose. After that, they would need to be trained so that the bond wouldn't overwhelm them. Rabastin and Rodolphus were magical twins. They could train their niece and daughter, respectively. If magical twins weren't trained, it was unlikely that they would develop fully as individuals. Since they shared everything except a body, they could develop dependency, and separating them would be painful. Also, they couldn't think entirely for themselves. They tended to think as one, like a single being. Some magical twins were unable to love different people, and if they could, they ended up marrying the same person, forming a polyamorous relationship. While not entirely frowned upon in pureblood circles, it was a taboo for the rest of magical society but not illegal, so it could be done without problems. Bellatrix woke her daughters, bathed, dressed them, and took them, juggling both in her arms, to the dining room. She gave them banana porridge with milk for breakfast and left them in the care of their house elf Nina, so she could go wake her husband. On the way, she met Rabastin. They had a good relationship and treated each other like siblings. They greeted each other, and each went their way, he to the dining room and she to her room. Once everyone was at the table having breakfast and the girls no longer had porridge in their hair, a loud alarm sounded. An unwelcome guest had broken through their protections. Rabastin took the twins to their room while his brother and sister-in-law prepared for the attack. Both spouses went out through the front door and saw a group of Aurors being led by Albus Dumbledore himself. What do you want in my house? Bellatrix demanded. A good morning to you too, Bellatrix, Rodolphus, Dumbledore greeted calmly. Stop that shit, Dumbledore. You break into my home by force and break my protections. What do you want? Bellatrix snapped. Just a raid. We need to be sure you 3 aren't followers of Voldemort. I've received information that accuses all 3 of you. Where could your brother be, Rodolphus? Dumbledore asked. That's none of your business. You have no right to barge in like this and accuse us, Rodolphus interjected. I'm afraid, my boy, that we do have the right, stupefy. Bellatrix was able to dodge the stunning spell. Then the battle began. The owners of the house were at a disadvantage being only 2, but the woman was an excellent duelist. She could fight with 3 at once and still be as fresh as a lettuce. A second group of Aurors arrived, and Bellatrix couldn't prevent 3 men from entering her house. 2 who followed them fell to the ground immediately, perhaps dead. The woman tried everything to follow the men into the house, but the headmaster himself stood in her way. Rodolphus had an ugly wound on his right leg, but kept fighting bravely. The battle seemed to last for hours, but in truth, only 20 minutes had passed when a furious Rabastin appeared on the scene, shouting and chasing a couple of men who were running away with the girls screaming and struggling in their arms. Distracted by the scene, Bellatrix couldn't avoid a cutting spell on her wand arm. She growled and changed hands, not as proficient using her other arm to fight, but she could defend herself. The woman tried everything to follow Rabastin before the kidnappers left the grounds and could apparate, but with her arm injured, she couldn't do much. Rodolphus had managed to call their lord with a distress signal from his now uncovered dark mark, but he didn't seem to be getting a response. Unfortunately, the kidnappers managed to escape before Rabastan could catch them. A furious Rodolphus shouted and transformed into a large black bull in front of everyone. His brother followed suit and transformed into a bull of the same size but gray. The black one hit and injured the Aurus in his way with his long horns and quickly approached his desperate wife. She quickly climbed onto the animal's back, and both beasts left the grounds out of reach of their attackers, being faster in their animal form. Once outside the grounds, they transformed back and immediately apparat to a safe house. Once in the safe house, Bellatrix was having a panic attack and couldn't breathe properly. She felt sick and vomited on the floor. Her husband was by her side immediately, cleaning up the mess and embracing her, demanding answers from his brother. "Oh, what were you doing that they could take them so easily?" Rodolphus demanded. "I have no excuse, brother. Moody hit me with a confundish charm from behind, and the other two were able to take the girls." "I'm so sorry. I should have paid more attention," Rabastan replied. Bellatrix stood up and took her wand casting. Et Crucio. She held the spell for a long time. Not enough to drive him crazy, but enough for him to scream in agony and his limbs to tremble for a couple of days. Perhaps they could love each other as siblings, but it was their daughters who had been kidnapped. She felt as if someone had taken an organ or an arm from her. That's how bad she felt. They spent the rest of the days treating their wounds and planning how to recover their babies. They had recognized Moody and the annoying werewolf, Remus Lupin, but they didn't know who the third man was. He was tall, very tall, bald, and dark-skinned. They didn't recognize him at all. He also seemed very young. Perhaps he was a new recruit of the Aurors. That thought made Bellatrix even angrier. How was it possible that Rabastan had lost against a rookie? Well, maybe they could have been 3 against 1. One of them was a veteran, and the other a half-creature with additional physical and magical strength. But that was no excuse, at least in her opinion. Meanwhile, the kidnappers entered a safe house of the Order. Nobody lived there, so it was the perfect place. And what do we do now, Shacklebolt? Moody stayed at the Lestrange's house because, with his peg leg, he couldn't run as fast as them. Do we hide them with Sirius, or do we wait for someone to place them with Muggle families? I don't think it's a good idea to run with them to Black's place. They would accuse us of betrayal, since we would clearly be the most suspicious. Shacklebolt replied, Yes, you're right. I'm just nervous. On the other hand, it's a good thing you knew that sleeping spell for them. Otherwise, we would attract too much attention. And my younger sister had a baby recently. She taught me." After that short conversation, both, still holding a baby each, fell into a long and uncomfortable silence. After a while of doing nothing but being lost in their thoughts, Remus looked at the girl he was carrying. Her face was round, but her high cheekbones, long eyelashes, and wavy brown hair could be distinguished. Looking at the other baby in the arms of his companion, he could see that they were like 2 peas in a pod, except that each wore a dress of different colors. The one he was carrying wore green and white, and the other wore pink and gray. Looking closer, he could see that each had a pearl medallion with an initial engraved in gold. The one he carried had a large M, in italics, and the other had a B, also in italics. As Remus finished his inspection, the protections vibrated, warning them that someone had arrived. Shortly after, Moody appeared in the room where both men were seated. All right, they finally shut up. That makes it easier. I'm going to cast a couple of spells on them. What kind of spells? That wasn't part of the plan, Remus exclaimed. Of course, it's part of the plan, Lupin. You wouldn't think I'd let dark core spawn roam freely, would you? But sir, they're just kids. Babies even. Silence, or in training Shacklebolt. You did well today in the raid, so much so that you could be promoted. But if you keep questioning me, you might lose the opportunity. The 2 younger men didn't know what to do. Letting Mad Eye cast those spells sounded bad, but they didn't have many options. As they thought about it and looked more and more desperate, Moody approached the girls and whispered a couple of dark curses on them. Neither woke up, but they seemed uncomfortable. Then he took out a strange silver artifact and whispered something so low that even though they were silent, none of the other occupants could distinguish any of the spells well. It's ready. Lupin, Shacklebolt, take this brat and take her to the address on this scroll. Make the Muggles believe she's their daughter. I'll take care of the other. If it happened as they were told, the plan would go down the drain. They needed one of them to go with Moody no matter what. And Moody, I can do it alone. I've been studying mental arts. Wouldn't it be better for Shacklebolt to go with you, so he can learn from the best? Remus suggested. I don't think so. Follow your orders immediately, or I'll start to think you're up to something. While Remus distracted the one-eyed man, Shacklebolt cast a slight tracking spell on the girl's collar, so Moody wouldn't realize that either he or the girl were under any spell. They set off for the assigned address, and in an alley, Kingsley explained his plan to Remus. Oh, well done, Shacklebolt. Can you locate them now? Yes. Wait a moment. They're near Swindon. Yes, there's the trace. Oh, we'll go for her later. Keep an eye on them. I'm going to call Snape for the second part of the plan. A second part? Why didn't you tell me anything about that? Oh, we didn't want the information to leak. It's not that we don't trust you. You have decent occlumency shields, according to Snape, but they're not the strongest. I have natural shields due to my condition. With that said, Remus cast a Patronus and sent it to fetch Severus. Within minutes, the man in black appeared in the alley. And what's the address? Take it, Snape. It's written on this scroll. Severus took the scroll, read it, and turned it to ashes. Then he walked in the direction of the house, followed immediately by Remus, while Kingsley took a moment longer to react but finally followed them. The Robinson couple had just finished breakfast and were watching the news in their living room when someone knocked on the door, which was strange since it was Sunday at 11 in the morning, and the mail had already arrived. Sarah Robinson opened the door with a smile on her face, a smile that she immediately lost upon seeing who was at her door. There were 3 men and a small girl, no more than 2 years old. The problem was how they were dressed. They seemed to belong to some strange cult. Regaining her manners, she asked what they wanted. A good morning, you will let us in immediately, Severus said in a dark tone. He had read the woman's mind and found nothing pleasant. Snape cast a gentle confundus charm on the defenseless muggle, and she stepped aside, letting them in. Guiding the woman back to the living room, he sat her down next to her now stunned husband, thanks to a stunning spell from Lupin, and did the same with her. Then Severus went to work on the couple's minds, making them believe they had another daughter. Yes, they had had a daughter they had killed with blows for being abnormal, since she was magical. The girl hadn't made it to Hogwarts. She had died at the age of 7. What did Dumbledore hope to achieve by putting the girls in abusive homes? Severus didn't know, and he really didn't want to think about it. Once the mental work was done and the creation of their daughter, Mary Robinson, a year and a few months old, was implanted in their minds, he moved on to approach Morella Lestrange, who was still asleep. Carefully, he took a bit of her blood and a lock of her hair to write runes on the floor. He placed a handful of clay in the middle and began to recite an ancient ritual in a forgotten language. The room grew dark, and suddenly a light appeared in the middle of the rune circle. A girl identical to Mirella appeared there. The room returned to normal, and Severus had Mirella place her hand on her clone's forehead. Both girls woke up abruptly. The naked girl on the floor started crying, and Mirella looked at her in bewilderment. She was identical to her, but she wasn't her sister, as she couldn't feel her. While Remus conjured clothes for the crying girl, dressed her, and tried to calm her down, Snape shrank some muggle baby items he had in his pockets, making it seem like the girl had always been there, all the while being followed by a stunned and speechless Kingsley. But what did you do? How did you manage to create a girl like that, out of nowhere? It's a golem. It's made in the image and likeness of Mirella. It will have some of her magic, but not much. I also transferred the dark spells from the real one to the fake one, so that Dumbledore won't notice. Snape explained. But it's an extremely dark ritual. It's older than it is dark now. We must go to Belladonna and do the same. We must hurry. Dumbledore has chosen abusive families. These two, he said, pointing contemptuously at the Robinson couple, killed their own daughter with blows for being magical. Are you sure about that? Did you read their minds? Of course, I'm sure. Now, the address. I don't have the exact address. Moody took the other girl, and if we started arguing, he would have become suspicious of us. But I cast a tracking spell on the baby. Oh, where? A Swindon. I'll give you the coordinates now. Once they had finished fixing the house and left the very realistic golem playing with a stuffed animal, they woke up the couple and operat from there to Swindon. They followed the coordinates, but each time they had a worse feeling. The spell wasn't leading them to a house, but to an alley, and there, right above garbage bags, was the medallion with the large letter B. Oh damn, and I must assume that in your stupidity, you didn't think to cast a concealment spell. Snape said in a low and cold tone that sent shivers down both men's spines. I thought that if I cast it on the medallion and not on the girl, he wouldn't notice. We're talking about the most paranoid Auror of all. You blithering idiot. Severus was furious. He hated to fail, and now he had failed big time with Bellatrix. He didn't know how he was going to explain it to her. In his opinion, it was better for Black to explain it. They were family, after all. First, let's secure Morella. We have to take her to her mother. We can't do that yet. You're not saying we have to wait to find the other girl to return them both, are you? No, you idiot. Today, the Lestranges are going on an important mission for the Lord. So, what do we do? Why don't we take her to my house? Sirius can take care of her. They are family, after all. Agreed. You, Remus, and Shacklebolt, go to the idiot's house. I'll continue tracking the area. Remus and Kingsley operate along with the girl, and Severus set out to find Belladonna. He just hoped that the family they had placed her with wasn't like the Robinsons, child killers, nothing worse than that, at least in the wizarding world. 19. Lord Voldemort was patient, or so he liked to think, but the Lestranges were testing it. None of them had operat yet, and it was almost time to meet with the Alexieve Coven, a group of very vengeful Russian vampires who had a dispute with a group of Koenigs, female water demons from Scotland. These demons were creatures protected by the Ministry, so the Russian vampires couldn't eliminate them freely. That's why they would meet with the Dark Lord of the United Kingdom to discuss an alliance. But the Lestranges were late, and the Lord was getting more and more annoyed. Snape had already arrived, bringing the valuable sun protection potion, which was just finished, judging by its color. When the Dark Lord was about to curse someone, the Lestranges appeared. Bellatrix, Rodolphus, Rabistan, I didn't expect you so late. I will ask only once. Where were you? He said amidst hisses, showing how angry he was. My lord, we were attacked by Dumbledore himself. A kind of raid. My lord, please, help us. Our daughters have been kidnapped, and we can't locate them. The only woman continued on her knees, pleading for her daughters. And why am I just finding out that you have not one, but two daughters? That was the real question. Why hadn't Bellatrix, Narcissa, and even other women loyal to the Dark Lord told him they had young children? The answer was simple. They didn't want their children dead. There were two main reasons why these mothers hadn't said anything. The first was that in pure-blood society, children were not presented to the magical world until their 5th birthday, so that once trained in rudimentary etiquette, they wouldn't embarrass their parents. But the second reason was the most important. It happened a few years ago when the madness and instability of the Dark Lord were just beginning to show. The Lord found an ancient ritual that allowed him to absorb magic from pure beings and thus become more powerful. For this, he needed children under the age of 5. It was the worst time for the magical community. Death Eaters were coming and going, kidnapping young children for their master. Since the loss of such pure and young magical blood was disastrous in the eyes of any wizard or witch, the Lord only took a little magic from the children, enough to fulfill the ritual, but not enough to kill the child. Once the child's role was fulfilled, he or she was abandoned near the Ministry, weak and sick. Yes, but alive. Everything was fine until then. But like any dark magic, it was addictive, and Voldemort was not immune to its effects. Children began to die during the ritual. At first, it was believed to be an accident. Perhaps too much magic was used. Perhaps the runes shouldn't have been carved so deeply. Maybe the lunar cycle wasn't right, and so on. Excuses were plentiful. No one wanted to believe that their lord was losing willpower and had intended to take all the magic from someone so innocent, causing their deaths. Despite all the excuses, there were people who suspected, and since it was a capital sin to kill magical children, even for sadistic Death Eaters, the Dark Lord's followers stopped kidnapping children. Voldemort, desperate to feel the addictive sensation of power again, did something unthinkable. He ordered his Death Eaters with young children to bring him their offspring. Not all did so willingly, and the Lord was forced to imperious his own followers. The Parkinsons lost their eldest son, as did the Knotts, and the Goyles lost their daughter. McNair lost his only heir, and Barty Crouch Jr. lost his goddaughter. Once free from the spell, the distraught parents spread the word. Newborns were hidden, Some even chose to send their children to relatives abroad. No one knew what to do, and things were starting to get out of control. It wasn't until a weakened Abraxas Malfoy had the brilliant idea of casting a diagnostic spell on his lord, of course, without being noticed. When this risky plan was successfully carried out and the results obtained, the affected Death Eaters gathered to discuss the discovery. Lucius decided that, although he had no children and had not been affected, Severus Snape should be invited to the unofficial meeting. Many of those present looked suspiciously at the only half-blood in the inner circle, but once the potion master read the results, he said he could have a solution to the problem. Snape had dabbled in the dark arts and had fallen slightly into the addiction of some spells. Since he realized the danger of this fact, he created a potion that nullified the addictive effects. Of course, it wasn't as easy as just drinking the potion and being done with it. No, once the potion was taken, one went through a strong period of illness, weakness, and even a strong sense of remorse and guilt, along with a loss of desire to practice dark magic. Snape went through all this for 3 days, since the Dark Lord's addiction was stronger, and he had used a ritual and much darker spells. It was expected that he would go through all this for an even longer period. Now the problem was getting the Lord to drink the potion. It was decided that it would be given to him at the Yule party at Malfoy Manor. His drink would be mixed with the medicine, and they would have a house elf deliver it. Thankfully, the plan worked. That day the Dark Lord had been happy. The werewolves had finally joined his cause. All it took was agreeing to find Greyback's lost cub, and he had them obeying his orders. Voldemort drank his drink without checking it, to everyone's relief. The 3 weeks following the Yule party from 79 to 80 were known as the Calm, as there were no attacks, disappearances, or anything related to Death Eaters and Voldemort. After this, the Dark Lord never performed the ritual again, as he was made to believe he had become ill due to it. Still, no Death Eater wanted to announce the birth of their children to their lord, and fear spread. But since the ritual only worked on children under 5 years old, and that was precisely the age of presentation, everyone believed there would be no problem in hiding their children for a while. And my lord, our daughters are only a year and a few months old. We were waiting for their 5th birthday to present them to society, as tradition dictates, said Rodolphus with difficulty. Is that so? Or are you just afraid of me? And no, my lord. Of course not. I hope so. Now that we are all here, we need to go to the meeting point. But my lord, our daughters. Silence. I don't care about your brats. Make more and forget about Thess. If Dumbledore kidnapped them, they must be with trackers and blockers already. They are useless. Now, with that said, Voldemort got up from his throne and led his followers to the meeting place with the vampire coven. Something broke inside Bella when she heard her lord speak so contemptuously about her daughters, her beloved daughters. At that moment, Bellatrix realized that she didn't want that for her baby's future. She would still follow the Dark Lord's orders, but for her, he had ceased to be her lord. She would obey him only out of survival instinct, but like a good snake, as soon as she noticed an opportunity, she would seize it to the fullest. Now, reluctantly, the Lestranges followed the rest of the group, each thinking of different ways to find Mirella and Belladonna. But they had one thought in common. The Dark Lord had ceased to be their lord. They were now on their own. 20. Shacklebolt and Lupin heeded Snape's advice and went to Sirius' house with Mirella, who looked anxious but didn't cry or struggle to get out of her captor's arms. Once they apparate outside the protections of the house, Remus let Kingsley in along with the girl. Upon entering, they realized the house was empty, so Sirius was likely out working. The dark-skinned man sat in the living room and placed the girl on the floor, transfiguring some objects into toys. The girl simply looked around, seemingly entertained just by observing. Mirella was the calmer of the Lestrange twins, preferring to have books read to her and sitting quietly watching her father read, much like him in character, unlike Belladonna, who took after her mother, being volatile and highly expressive. Although Belle was more social, it was Mir who decided whether to interact with someone or not. Mir was the older one and, despite her age, took her role of protecting her sister very seriously, acting as a brake on her sister's free-spirited and outgoing nature. Now, Mirella was surveying her surroundings. She could sense her sister, and, since Belladonna was calm for the moment, she could also act calmly. The girl didn't feel like playing, so she amused herself by observing the man who had held her in his arms. This unusual behavior for such a young girl made Kingsley nervous, and later Remus, who joined them after making some tea. Sirius found them like this: Remus pretending to read a book to hide his discomfort, and Kingsley having a staring contest with Mirella, who strangely hadn't moved from her spot. And I don't want to ask, but why are you having a staring contest with my niece, Shacklebolt? Or Black? I didn't realize you were here. You can call me Sirius if you like. I suppose you won't answer me. Your niece is, well, a bit strange. She wouldn't stop staring at me, and I ended up staring back. You can call me Kingsley if you prefer, or Shack. That's what my friends call me. Fair enough. Shack? I see one. But where is my other niece? And by the way, which is which? Each one had a medallion with an initial to differentiate them. She has an M. So she is Mirella and Belladonna? Oh well. Don't be angry, Sirius. But we only found the medallion with the B in an alley in Swindon. You lost my niece? Where is Snape? Explain to me what happened, Remus. Snape is trying to locate her. Moody took her on his own. Shacklebolt put a tracking spell on the medallion, but he forgot to put a concealment charm. You know, Mad Eye, his paranoia must have alerted him. Before Sirius could explode again, the protection sounded, and Sirius, being the owner of the house and in charge of the protections, realized it wasn't a hostile person. He went to the door and returned shortly with Severus. And I've been able to track Moody to Windsor, but I lost their trail. What are we going to do now? Bella is going to kill me. I should have prevented the attack. I should never have given Dumbledore the address of Lestrange Manor. He would have found out in some other way, Sirius. I have to go. I need to brew a potion for tonight's meeting. Take this, Lupin. These are the last coordinates of Moody's trail I could trace. Black, it's your duty to inform Bellatrix. Today's mission will probably take us all night, and since the location of Lestrange Manor is compromised, I suggest you look for them tomorrow at Malfoy Manor. With that said, the potion's master left, leaving 3 worried men and a baby who was becoming increasingly hungry. The night passed with many interruptions. Mirella wouldn't stop crying, and after Kingsley went home, none of the homeowners knew how to deal with babies. Morning came too slowly, and 2 very tired men and a newly asleep girl appeared in the Malfoy mansion through the flue. A house elf greeted them, and they were led to the smallest room. A weary Narcissa Malfoy received them, her annoyance passing quickly when she saw her cousin with her niece. Is Sirius? How did you find the girls? Is Bellatrix here? I need to talk to her. Yes, I'll call her immediately. Narcissa disappeared down the endless corridors and returned after a few minutes with a disheveled, tired-looking Bellatrix, her eyes showing that she had reached the end of her rope. But light returned to her eyes when she saw the girl asleep in Sirius' arms, only to turn to fiery anger when she saw her cousin's companion. She quickly approached like a hurricane and snatched her daughter from the Black's arms, starting to shout, "A disgusting creature! Where is my other daughter?" Calm down, cousin. You'll wake Mirella, and she had a restless night. You shut up, filthy blood traitor." Despite her words, she lowered her voice. Let me explain." Bellatrix looked distrustfully at her least favorite cousin, but she needed answers. Speak. It was all a plan orchestrated by Dumbledore. This old bastard had cast compulsion spells and given us control potions. If it weren't for a potion from Snape, I would never have realized. My husband and I went to the bank and cleaned out, but we couldn't go directly against the old manipulator. So we sought allies and devised a plan to rescue your daughters after they were kidnapped. I regret to inform you that the plan failed, and we could only save Mirella. We don't know Belladonna's whereabouts, but we have the latest coordinates of Mad Eye's location. That's where we can start looking. I'm sorry, and I swear by my magic that I will do everything possible to find your daughter. Unless something major prevents me, it will be my priority. Magic flowed through the room, indicating that it accepted the oath. Bellatrix was furious, but she immediately became distraught and exhausted. Ere I accept your oath, you better find her. It will be done. The following weeks fell into a routine. Remus searched for Belladonna in the mornings when Sirius worked, and once he returned, they searched together until 6 p.m., at which time they went to visit the Potters together. Sirius worked on James' clemency, and Remus caught up with Lily, who was already aware of the plan's failure. Lily was part of the association against Dumbledore, but being in greater danger, she couldn't attend the meetings. At 8 p.m., Remus and Sirius met with Lady Bonds and Shack, and each reported their progress in the search for the girl. Amelia checked the ministry records, and Kingsley patrolled in the early hours. None of them had much information to offer, It was as if she had vanished into thin air. Snape had managed to locate and corner Moody, but when he tried to look into his memories, he found that they had been obliterated, most likely by Dumbledore himself. The Lestrange brothers searched alone, as Bella didn't want to be separated from Mir. Sometimes Mirella seemed to be talking to someone invisible, and when asked, she always said she was talking to Belle, as she missed her. Everything seemed to indicate that they were indeed magical twins, and that, due to the trauma of forced separation, their bond had grown, and they could communicate with each other. Or so their family wanted to think, because the other option was that, at her young age of 1.5 years, Mirella had gone mad and suffered from hallucinations. Thus, the days passed, some visiting the Potters, others fulfilling missions for the Dark Lord. Snape did both, but all were looking for Belladonna, even if only for an hour a day. No one got any results, and the date continued to advance. It was already October 30th. The next day, some celebrated Halloween, others Samhain, but everyone awaited the power surge they received on that date. The magical world was eagerly awaiting the next day, including a certain Dark Lord who had finally obtained the location of a certain light family and the possible child of the prophecy. Soon, it would all end for some, and something new would begin for others. 21. Today was the day, and Dumbledore knew it. He was excited and slightly worried. This day would either be remembered as the fall of the Dark Lord or the beginning of an age of darkness. It all depended on whether the prophecy marked the youngest Potter as the chosen one, as he thought it would. It had taken the old headmaster some time to coerce Pettigrew into betraying the Potter family, and he didn't quite understand why. Peter had been a Death Eater since he left school, hating his so-called friends and being jealous of them. So it was beyond Albus' comprehension how it could have taken him so long to make up his mind. But anyway, it was done. Voldemort knew the location of the family, and nothing better than this date. Samhain was the best time to start or finish something. What the old man was thinking of now was a method to get James and Xavier out of there before it all started. James was important because, if Harry miraculously survived, someone had to treat him with contempt and hatred, no one better than his own father. And Xavier was important because he had plans for him. Once he married Dumbledore's daughter, Dumbledore would have access to all the Potter fortune and knowledge, and especially the invisibility cloak. While Dumbledore was ruminating on a plan, elsewhere the Lestrange family was awakened again by Mirella's shrill cries. They still couldn't find Belladonna, and it was becoming a habit to wake up to the crying of the older of the twins not finding her sister by her side. They were residing in Malfoy Manor, and thank Merlin that the manor was huge and Mir's cries didn't reach the wing where the owners of the place slept. Abraxas Malfoy had fallen ill with dragon pox, and was isolated in his own wing and being cared for only by house elves. His healer had thrown in the towel and given him no more than 2 months to live. So soon Lucius would be Lord of the House and Lord Malfoy in every sense of the word. Once everyone was awake and had breakfast, the plan for the day was decided. Narcissa would stay with Draco and Mirella at the manor, while the rest would search for the rest for the Samhain ritual. They hoped that their ancestors and the increase in their magic would help them find Belle. Returning to Hogwarts, by lunchtime, the old headmaster had already come up with a plan of action. He left the grounds and appeared outside the Godric's hollow protections, knocked and waited. He was greeted by a smiling James, whom he immediately stunned, passed into the hall where a worried Lily was pointing her wand at him. Quickly, he disarmed and stunned her as well. He made sure to put all the family members to sleep and had the spell lifted only half an hour after midnight, placed Harry in the cot facing the door to the children's room. Having checked the color of his eyes, of course, he changed them to brown to be sure, and Lily lying on the floor at the foot of the cot. He took a lock of James' hair and some of his blood and proceeded to create a golem out of clay. It was nowhere near as perfect as Sirius because he didn't recite the full ritual, as he just needed them to last for the rest of the day. He did the same with Xavier. He positioned the golems in front of the ladder and encouraged them. Once they began to move, he let them play in front of the wooden structure. Finally, he proceeded to float the still sleeping father and son to a safe house, owned by the Dumbledores in Wales. All was done and dusted. All that remained was for Voldemort to appear and the show would begin. With 30 minutes to midnight, Lily was awoken by the gurgling and babbling of her baby, but was only brought to her feet and alertness when there was a loud sound from the front door. Like an explosion, she heard a thudding sound as of a body falling to the floor. followed by another smaller, then silence and footsteps on the stairs. Soon, perhaps too soon, he was face to face with the most evil wizard of the last decade. Moments before this encounter, Voldemort had arrived at the door of the Potter family, just as Wormtail had instructed. It all seemed too easy, but the Lord put his worries out of his mind and blew the door open. He came upon the scene of father and son playing and killed them on the spot. They must not have realized what was going on. He proceeded up the stairs, as he could sense two more individuals at the top of the stairs. He opened the door and saw a red-haired woman shielding a child in a cradle with her body. The Dark Lord knew at that moment that this was Lily Potter, formerly Evans, and made the decision to grant the wish of his beloved potions master by keeping his word. "Stand aside, child." "No, not Harry. Kill me instead. And move or I'll kill you." "I don't care." "Not Harry, please. I'll tell you one last time. Get out of the way."
No.
Losing his patience, but being a man of his word, the Dark Lord cast a spell wandless and wordless at Lily, stunning her on the spot. At last he had a clear path to his doom. Voldemort slowly raised his wand towards the staring child and uttered.
Tavata.
He hadn't finished saying the curse when Lily threw herself between the bright green light and his son. A cadavra. There was a strong flash of light and the curse bounced off as if Lily's body was a mirror that deflected the light into colored beams, most of it hitting Voldemort's body, who, with a loud scream, disintegrated on the spot. Another bit of the light hit Harry, who began to cry loudly. But, apart from receiving a lightning-shaped wound on his forehead, he was surprisingly unharmed. At that moment, all over magical England, many men and women were suffering from a searing pain in the forearm where the dark mark rested. 3 of them had been attempting to perform a Samhain ritual to locate Belladonna, but fell prey to the pain and were unable to complete it, becoming incapable of doing it again for at least another 15 years. At the old Hogwarts castle, Dumbledore received the signal of the attack on one of his devices in his office. He immediately used the flu at his home in Wales, collected the sleeping bodies of James and Xavier, and appeared at the Potter's house. As he had planned, the golems were beginning to melt, the mess disappeared, and he left father and son in front of the stairs. He went up to the second level and found Lily's body lying on the floor. He ignored it and turned to Harry. Before he could take a step, he saw the black dust on the floor take shape and swirl. He couldn't see anything for a few moments, but when he finally managed to do so, there was only Lily lying on the floor and Harry crying loudly in his cot with a bleeding wound on his forehead. The old man was about to examine the wound when he heard noise downstairs. He was disappointed and decided to stand in the corner of the room with a disillusionment charm. Soon Peter came in, shouted bitterly, and picked up a wand from the floor, most likely Voldemort's, then ran off. Only a few minutes later Snape appeared, who took Lily in his arms and began to cry, swaying from side to side. To Dumbledore's surprise, Snape suddenly stopped crying, made Lily lighter and picked her up with one arm, lifted Harry with the other, and appeared from there. Still confused by his spy's behavior and annoyed at not being able to check the brat's wound, the headmaster appeared from there. When the old man had gone, Sirius Black arrived on his motorbike, who, seeing the shattered entrance, rushed inside, where he found his best friend and his godson on the floor. Believing them dead, he began to cry, only for Fury to take hold of him, and he went off in search of Peter. No sooner had he left than the Aurors arrived, who realized that James and the boy were still alive and only dazed. Just in case, they took them both to St. Mungo's and let the Ineffables search the place. 2 hours later, in another part of the country, Sirius had managed to corner Peter, but Peter, displaying a cunning that no one knew he possessed, launched a Bombarda Maxima into the alleyway, hitting several muggles in the way, cutting off a finger and turning into a rat, successfully fleeing from the canine animagus. The gray-eyed one could only laugh maniacally at the irony of the moment. So the Aurors found him, apprehended him, and without trial he was sent to Azkaban. Thus passed the night of Samhain 81. With the fall of the Dark Lord and the end of the war, rumors spread like wildfire, and soon most of magical England was celebrating. No one knew exactly what had happened, only that Voldemort had attacked the Potter family in person, but miraculously, everyone in the family was still alive. All the family members were alive. Only a son had a nasty wound on his forehead that would most likely leave a scar, and the mother of the family was in a very delicate magical coma. If she hadn't arrived at St. Mungo's as quickly as she did, in Severus Snape's arms, she would most likely have died. Despite being Lily Potter's savior, but possessing the dark mark, Severus was arrested and taken without trial to Azkaban, as was happening to all followers of the Dark Lord. Lucius and the three Lestranges were also arrested, but possessing much power both politically and financially, as well as being arrested the next day when things were calmer, they managed to obtain a trial. All four pleaded the imperious curse and coercion, and, paying a lavish sum, all four were released with only a caution and a fine. No one knew what was going to happen to the magical world from that point on, but everyone's happiness and excitement was growing, almost revealing them to the Muggle world. 22. Dumbledore was upset. His plan was not unfolding as expected. For some reason he couldn't understand. Lily was still alive, in a coma, yes, but alive, and he needed her dead and completely out of the picture. What also bothered him was Harry's lightning-shaped scar. If people noticed it, they could identify him as the savior, and he couldn't allow that. So, the old man managed to infiltrate Xavier's room in St. Mungo's and gave the boy a similar scar on his forehead. Then he began spreading his version of the events to anyone who would listen. According to the Hogwarts headmaster, Harry had broken something on the first floor, and James was with him scolding him. Lily had gone to put Xavier to bed when Voldemort blasted the door, as he only needed to kill the child of the prophecy and wanted to see the parents' faces of suffering when they saw their dead son. He stunned James and Harry, then went up to the twins' room and tried to kill Xavier, but Lily opposed him. Tom stunned her and cast the killing curse on the child in the crib. The Avada rebounded, killing its caster, but also hitting Lily, who was on the floor. It was thanks to Lily's love that he survived, and Lily fell into a coma. Yes, that was what the old man told everyone. The only one who could contradict his story was Severus, but since they caught him in St. Mungo's with the dark mark, and he was sent to Azkaban without trial, there was no one to say otherwise. It wasn't as if it was very important if Snape spoke or not, since it was the Great Albus, Dumbledore's version against that of a miserable Death Eater. Everyone would be inclined to believe the old man. In that regard, the plan was going smoothly. The potion master was out of the picture, although the headmaster would have liked to keep him tied as a professor at Hogwarts, since it was most likely that Voldemort would return in the future and he would need a spy. Still, it would be enough for him to speak in his favor, and he would have the black-eyed man back. The old man just had to know how to handle him. Sirius was also in Azkaban for betraying the Potters and revealing the location of the Fidelius charm, but most importantly in his accusation was the use of magic in front of Muggles, causing their deaths. Dumbledore knew it wasn't true and that it was Peter's fault, but he wasn't sure if it was worth getting him out of jail. Also, according to the spells Moody put on the Lestrange twins, they were both where the old headmaster wanted them to be. They, like Harry, had to be moldable and worship the best. Hogwarts headmaster. Moody had analyzed them, and both were powerful and would be even more so in the future. They had to fight for the light and not for the dark side like their wretched parents. On the other hand, too many Death Eaters escaped Azkaban claiming coercion and the imperious curse. It seemed like the time to get a new minister, one more oriented towards the light and who would follow all of Dumbledore's orders. While the old headmaster spread his version of events and continued planning how to turn everything in his favor, in Malfoy manner, the now free Lestranges and Lucius attended the last moments of Abraxas Malfoy. The terrible pain of the dark mark had worsened the old lord's health. Lucius, I want you to continue my legacy. The Dark Lord will return. You must find him. He will bring glory to true wizards. In my bookshelf. Yes, there is a black notebook with the name Tom Riddle. It belonged to my lord. Protect it with your life. When the time comes, you will need it. Yes, father. I will keep the notebook. Agreeing with his son's words and ignoring the fact that his successor didn't say anything about remaining faithful and seeking the Dark Lord, Abraxas Malfoy took his last breath and passed away. Not even half a day passed before the funerals were held, and the former Lord Malfoy was buried in the family cemetery, located on the outskirts of the grounds. The Lestranges regained their house that same day, and the next day they moved back in. All their things had been searched, and many had been confiscated and taken to the ministry as they were considered dark. But, since they were relics and they were considered victims, they were returned after a few days. The house elves did their job well and had the house completely renewed in a few hours. But the sadness in the house was noticeable, even in those little creatures. Little Belladonna had not yet been found, and it seemed that Dumbledore was the only one who knew her whereabouts. Bellatrix tried to go to the ministry, but someone had removed all records of her daughter. It was as if only Mirella existed. Unable to find any record, the ministry workers began treating her like she was crazy, claiming that her forced service to the Dark Lord had unhinged her, since she had not introduced her daughters to the magical world, and only a few knew that they were twins. It depended solely on the birth records she had sent. With these papers missing, she asked to search the accidental magic register in the area of Malfoy Manor, since it was there that her daughters had performed their first magic. But, despite the effort and money she put into her search, only Mirella's record was found. She didn't want to give up, but all she could do now was keep trying to find her daughter on her own and wait until she turned 11 to receive her Hogwarts letter. But if all her records had changed, it was most likely that the letter for Belladonna Lestrange wouldn't come out either, but under another name. The Lestrange family was devastated, but they tried to live normally for Mirella. 2 more days passed when they finally released James from St. Mungo's. All the healers, specialists, and even the unspeakables wanted to examine the whole family since they were the first to survive Voldemort in person. They focused more on Xavier, who gained a lot of popularity thanks to what Dumbledore said. It was this same man who visited James before he was discharged. "And my boy, so good to see you well." "Thank you, headmaster. Tell me, is it true that my Xavier stopped you-know-who? Call him by his name, my boy. He's gone. And you only increased the fear by not saying his name. And to answer your question, yes, it was Xavier. I analyzed him myself, and he has a scar on his forehead that proves it." Yes, I saw his scar, but Harry has one too. He got that one when he broke the vase in your room, my boy. Don't you remember?" he said, casting a slight memory and confusion charm. Yes, I think you're right. I don't remember very well what happened. Everything's very blurry. You hit your head very hard when you fell. It's understandable that you don't remember everything. What about Lily? They won't let me in to see her. She's in a very delicate magical coma. Sirius brought her, but it seems he worsened her condition a bit. I'm going to kill him. You don't have to worry about him. He's in Azkaban now. Azkaban? Wasn't he our spy? He was, but he didn't have a trial. I must speak in his favor soon. Better not do it. Let him rot in jail. My boy, you must understand that we still need him. Voldemort is gone for now, but he will return, and we will need a spy in his ranks. Then, leave him in Azkaban for a few years. He deserves it, the wretch. We can arrange that. It's true that he spied for us, but it's also true that he joined the Death Eaters by his own decision and did a lot of harm in his time. He must pay for that now. There's something delicate I want to talk to you about. While you were here in the hospital, your parents contacted me. It seems they have a severe case of dragonpox. I'm very sorry, but I don't think they'll survive much longer. What? It can't be. I can't lose them yet. First Lily, who I don't know if she'll recover, and now my parents. It can't get any worse. I'm sorry to bring you such bad news, my boy, but you must be strong. Xavier needs you. He is the savior of the magical world and must have good guidance. If I may say, I think he will need early training. I can guide him myself during the holidays. Would you do that? Thank you very much. I don't think I can train my son alone, and you are the most powerful wizard of recent times. I will be very grateful if you want to train Xavier. It's no problem. As for Harry, I don't want to have anything to do with him. I know. Why don't we send him to Lily's sister? That could be a brilliant idea, but you're also his father, and unfortunately, the magical world already knows about him. You have to take care of him, but you can give him tasks to do at home. I've heard you don't have house elves. When he grows up a bit, you can make him help you with that. There's also the fact that he's Xavier's younger brother, and it's his duty to protect his brother with his life. He won't need training because he's not the chosen one, but he can serve as a shield for Xavier when the time comes. You're right, he can be useful and earn his keep. It's a shame that people already know about him. My parents told me they could take care of him for me, but as they are now sick, yes, there's no other way now. If you'll excuse me, I have to go back to Hogwarts. Yes, of course. Thank you very much for taking the time to explain and advise me. It's no problem. Wait, do you know anything about Sirius? Right, I regret to inform you that he was also imprisoned without trial. People believe he was the one who betrayed you and gave Voldemort your location. But our secret keeper was Peter. What about him? It's not known. It's said that Sirius killed him along with several muggles. That's wrong. As soon as I'm out of here, I'll go to the ministry to clarify that and make them give him a trial. Send me a message when you have it ready, and I'll speak in his favor. Now I really have to go. I see you, headmaster. Thank you very much." With that said, the older man left, and James continued to pack his things to leave. He needed to contact Remus to take care of Xavier while he went to the ministry. James cast his Patronus and gave him the message for Moony. He finished packing his things and went to his children's room. An hour passed when Remus appeared. Remus, what took you so long?" "I'm sorry, James. The Aurors were searching the house where I live with Sirius. Did you hear? They arrested him." "Don't be sad, Remy. I'll get him out of there. I was just going to ask you to take care of Xavier while I go to the ministry." "And Harry? Lily?" "The boy is fine. You can also take him to my house. Lily is in a coma, and she has to stay in a special room." "James, Harry is also your son." "Ah, well, focus on your clemency. Calm down. I'm sorry for Lily. I heard what happened. I hope she gets better." "My clemency is fine. Just that I sometimes forget, right? I also have to go to my parents' house." Did something happen to them?" Yes. It seems they got dragon pox. They won't survive." "I'm so sorry to hear that." "It's okay. They were already old. Now that I think about it, my house must be surrounded by people. Better take my son, my children to your house." "Okay. I'll wait for you there." "I see you." Remus carried both children and received the bag of baby supplies the hospital had provided and went to his house. James, on the other hand, went to the ministry by flu. Once in the atrium, and after having his wand checked, he was surrounded by a bunch of journalists and cameramen. "And Mr. Potter, is it true that your son defeated you-know-who? Is your wife okay? Or is it true that a Death Eater saved her? How does it feel to be betrayed by someone you thought was your friend?" "Silence. Auror Potter, your presence is required in the office. We need a statement of the facts." "Calm down, Auror Jones. I can answer a couple of questions. It is true that my son and heir, Xavier Potter, defeated Voldemort. My wife is in a delicate coma, and the specialists at St. Mungo's are taking care of her. The Death Eater you're talking about didn't save her life. According to the experts, he worsened her health, and most importantly, Sirius Black is innocent. He wasn't my secret keeper. It was Peter Pettigrew, and today I'll speak with the authorities to give him a fair trial." "Thank you very much. And Mr. Potter, we have more questions." "Oh wait, Mr. Potter." James didn't hear the other questions from the journalists, but he allowed himself to be photographed, ignoring the irritated Auror. Then he went to his superior's office to report the facts. He told the same story as Dumbledore, as the latter had implanted false memories in him to give credence to the story. Afterwards, James went to Amelia Bones to speak in favor of Sirius Black. Amelia, I'm Lady Bones now, Mr. Potter. And my apologies. I come to speak in favor of Sirius Black. He is innocent. Do you have any proof?" "I have the memory of when I made Pettigrew my secret keeper. That would only mitigate the charge of treason, but it doesn't say anything about the deaths of the Muggles and Peter Pettigrew. They can give him a fair trial with Veritaserum. They will see that he is innocent. I'll analyze it, and I'll send the request to Mr. Crouch. He's in charge of the trials. You can also fill out an amnesty request, and the minister will review it directly. I regret to say that many accused Death Eaters have managed to get a trial this way. You will also have to make a payment of 1,200 galleons if you want this procedure. I'll pay and fill out the request. Sirius can't be in Azkaban any longer." James did as he said and waited for the minister's secretary to return with the confirmation. It took about 2 hours when she returned with a letter signed by the Minister of Magic herself. The letter confirmed what he had asked for, including the transfer of Sirius Black to the ministry's cells, and added the date of the new trial in the presence of the Wizengamot, instead of the closed trial with Barty Crouch. With that achieved, James retired and went to Remus's house where his children were. His best friend's trial would be in 2 days. He needed to inform Dumbledore, but at least Sirius would no longer be in the presence of the terrible Dementors. 23. 2 days passed, and the day of Sirius's trial arrived. People were divided. Some believed James, as his words had appeared in the prophet, while others believed that Lord Black had succumbed to the dreaded madness and had, at the very least, killed all those Muggles and Peter in a fit of rage. The Wizengamot was nearly full when James arrived. This would be the first session he would attend without his father. Heirs could sit beside their family member in the seat to learn how things were handled. On this day, only Frank Longbottom was present, beside his mother, and Kingsley Shacklebolt, beside his uncle. James took the seat as a representative because his father was unwell. Minister Millicent Bagnold would preside over the case. Once there was silence in the room, Amelia Bones called the accused. Sirius was brought in by two Aurors. He was unkempt and dirty, and worst of all, he had a vacant look in his eyes and occasionally laughed, frightening those present. The gray-eyed man also looked devastated until his gaze met James's eyes. It was magical. From one moment to the next, a myriad of emotions passed over the pureblood's face: amazement, happiness, anger, and finally confusion. A trial of the 6th of November, regarding the crimes committed under the Duty Decree against Betrayal and Protection Spells, Life Rights Decree, and the International Statute of Secrecy by Sirius Orion Black, resident of No. 2 Conham Hill, Bristol. Interrogators: Millicent Bagnold, Minister of Magic; Amelia Susan Bones, Head of the Department of Magical Security; Tina Mary Smith, Madam Undersecretary to the Minister. Court Scribe: Terry John Bottom. Lord Black, you are accused of treason and the murder of 11 Muggles and a wizard, as well as displaying magic in the Muggle world in front of many of them. How do you plead? Said the minister seriously. Innocent. He was found laughing surrounded by corpses. That's true. Indeed. Silence, please. We have eyewitnesses who place him at the scene of the crime, as you say, laughing, but we will review the evidence in his favor. Mr. Potter has provided us with the certified copy of the memory of the moment the Fidelius charm was cast. We will project it in the room. Your attention, please. And the memory was projected onto the ceiling of the room, showing a nervous Peter and Dumbledore casting the charm on the house. Everyone in the room relaxed a bit, as betraying a Fidelius was a serious offense. Very well, we have verified the memory. Now, do you consent to the use of Veritaserum? Yes. Amelia took out a vial of the colorless potion and approached the accused. She waited for him to open his mouth and put 3 drops of the serum on Sirius's tongue. What is your full name? Lady Bones asked. Sirius Orion Black. What is your date of birth? November 3rd, 1959. It's working. To corroborate, were you the secret keeper for the Potters? No. Who was the secret keeper? Peter Pettigrew. What happened on the 31st of October? I went to Peter's house. I suspected him. He was acting strange. His house was destroyed, and I was worried. The lack of the dark mark was also concerning, so I went to the Godric's Hollow house. The door was off its hinges, and part of the second-floor roof was destroyed. I entered and found James on the floor with one of his children. Which of the 2 children? Amelia asked. Dumbledore's version said it was Harry who was with James, but she wanted to be sure. I couldn't tell them apart in the dark. All right, continue with the events of the 31st, please. I thought James and his family were dead. I didn't check the second floor and left to find Peter. I found him in the morning in an alley. As I was about to catch him, he cast a Rictus Sempra at me and shouted about why I had betrayed my friend. He shouted at the top of his lungs that it was my fault they were dead. He cast a Bombarda Maxima outside the alley, cut off a finger, and transformed into his animagus form, managing to escape through the sewer. Minutes later, I was surrounded by Aurors, and Crouch sent me to Azkaban. Impossible. Were they animagi? Silence. Answer. Are you an animagus too? If so, what animal are you? I am. I'm a black dog. We have heard enough. Administer the antidote. Gentlemen, shall we deliberate? Of course, dear Millicent, said Dumbledore. As the head of the Wizengamot, he had to accept the request. James was nervous. While the accusations against his friend had been clarified, and it was likely that he would be declared innocent, it had also come to light that Sirius was an unregistered animagus, which was punishable by 5 years in Azkaban. Minutes passed, then an hour, and then another. When at last the members of the Wizengamot emerged, James had to abstain from voting and being part of the decision because the accusations were directly related to him. Chief Warlock, do you have the verdict? Yes. Sirius Orion Black, you are declared innocent of treason and murder. All in favor? The vast majority raised their wands, giving their vote in favor. Now, for the crime of being an unregistered animagus, the official sentence would be 5 years in Azkaban, but it has been decided that you will be given a special mission as an Auror to rectify this. You must pursue and find the true culprit, Peter Pettigrew. It will be your only mission until it is completed. All in favor? A slightly smaller number of wands were raised in the air, but they were still in the majority, so the decision was made. Sirius was free to go. James was the first to reach the canine animagus. Once they were face to face, they looked at each other for a moment, then hugged each other tightly. I thought you were dead, you idiot. And no, stupid. You should have checked. And my boys, perhaps we should take this moving encounter elsewhere. Of course, Headmaster. Sirius. I'm staying at your house. Mine is still surrounded by journalists and half destroyed. I can't go to my parents' house. I'll tell you why later. Fine. How is Remus? Wasn't he accused of anything? I did everything on my own. I didn't even tell him where I was going that night. Don't worry, my friend, he's fine. By the way, what's this about getting married without inviting me? How did you find out? I saw the ring on his finger. He couldn't help but tell me. I can be very convincing. You're a pain. Yes, we got married. But it was something small and, above all, quick. You know, the war was getting ugly. As they talked, they walked towards the atrium's fireplaces. Dumbledore, upon hearing that Remus had married, couldn't help but grind his teeth. He had plans to marry him to Nymphadora, and he knew he should have made a marriage contract before. They avoided most of the journalists, but the two friends posed for some photos. Then they took the Flu Network and headed to Sirius's house. Remus was waiting for them with a banner and balloons that the children couldn't stop looking at apprehensively. Apparently, some had popped. Sirius, Remus. They hugged and kissed each other as if they hadn't seen each other in years, when in fact only a few days had passed. They updated the werewolf on the court's decision while he served dinner. They talked little while they ate, as they were starving, having missed lunch due to the long trial. And my boy, I hope you understand that I did the best I could about your sentence. You're going to have to spend a lot of time traveling. I think it would be better if you took Remus with you. No, thank you very much, Headmaster. Surely without you, I would have had to spend the 5 years in Azkaban. What do you say, Remus? Will you travel with me to find that treacherous rat? It's not the most romantic of trips, but I'll do it gladly. But what about you, James? For now, I'm going to have my house in Godric's Hollow rebuilt. Is it all right if I stay here during that time? No problem, my friend. And your job, James? You can't work and take care of your children at the same time. Lily is still delicate, isn't she? Yes, she is still delicate. I think I'm going to leave the office. I need to focus on my children, at least until Lily recovers. It's a wise decision, my boy. You know, my offer still stands. Of course, thank you, Headmaster. The old man bid farewell, thanked them for dinner, and left through the Flu Network to his office at Hogwarts. Meanwhile, Remus put the twins to sleep in the transfigured crib. I guess we'll start looking for the rat when your house is built. Now tell me, did anything bad happen to your parents? Yes, Sirius, they have dragonpox. I sent a healer. He told me they have only a month left to live. I'm so sorry, brother. At least they were spared the horrors of the war. That's true. Even so, I feel very sad. They were older, and I was preparing myself for their death and to assume the lordship, but now I feel it's too soon. I don't feel ready. And no one is ever ready for something like this. Don't worry, we will support you in everything. Although we will spend most of the time traveling, we have the mirrors, we can always talk, and I promise to return for important dates, like my godson's birthday or Christmas. And my birthday? I said important dates. Idiot. Ouch. Don't hit me. You'll do fine. Later, they all went to sleep. Remus with Sirius in the master bedroom, and James with the twins in the guest room. That same night, in a forgotten part of the map, Lucius Malfoy traveled in a small boat to the dreaded Azkaban prison. Once he arrived, he followed the Auror who took him to a cell on a lower level. Severus. Lucius, what are you doing here? I've come to tell you that I got you a trial. Soon you'll be out of here. Do you think Dumbledore will let you, or take my side? He could easily lie and say I was never a spy. You don't have to worry about the old man. The use of Veritaserum has been authorized. You can tell the truth yourself. I'll get you out of here, even if it's the last thing I do. Severus, you're my only true friend. I'll never let you rot in this prison. I don't know, Lucius. Everyday hope seems further away. Hold on. I'll get you out of here, I promise. And with that promise said, the aristocrat had to leave, leaving behind a desolate, but somewhat hopeful, potion master. 24. The trial of Severus Snape came and went, without a real answer. It was accepted that he had been a spy for Dumbledore, but he was not absolved of all the crimes committed prior to that decision, as Severus had not been coerced, but had acted of his own volition. Not even paying could secure his release. All Lucius Malfoy managed to do was reduce his sentence from life imprisonment to 15 years in jail, while also gaining the reputation of having the potions master as a lover. Meanwhile, the Potter house was as good as new, and Sirius and Remus had set out in search of Peter. James's parents were getting worse, and he was counting the days they had left. Lily remained in a coma, and the short-sighted behavior was worsening, with his treatment of Harry deteriorating each day. Every day, James would tell Xavier the same thing. Xavi, you're a hero, and as such, you must have followers and servants. Harry, being your younger brother, must protect and serve you. You can't play with him or let him touch your things. He will have tasks to earn his keep, but if you want him to do something for you, you can interrupt him, and I will take care of it. Do you understand? But I want to play with Hattie. No, none of that. You have to understand that you are a hero, and many people will see you as such. Harry cannot be seen as your equal. No more. Do you understand? Yes. Things changed quickly in the house. Xavier now had the entire bedroom to himself, while Harry slept in a cupboard in the kitchen. All the toys, books, and clothes now belonged to the elder, while the green-eyed boy could only use rags and tatters, being treated like a house elf. James made him clean the floors with rags and sweep with a miniature broom. The days became sad for both twins, but as they were still very young, they grew accustomed to it. Months passed, and the head of the family received surprising news. Lily had been pregnant, and although the fetus was still there, its growth had slowed due to the mother's weakening condition and magical coma. But in a few months, they would have a new member in the family. As for Lily, the healers could do nothing for her. She had to recover on her own. As the months passed, James's parents passed away, leaving almost everything to their son. Only a bit of gold went to St. Mungo's and to charity, but the most surprising inheritance was that Harry had inherited the invisibility cloak. This upset James, who immediately went to complain to Albus Dumbledore. The elderly headmaster did not take the news well either, as he had hoped Xavier would inherit the cloak. His plan to marry him off to his daughter and gain everything upon the boy's death had fallen apart, so he devised a new plan. James, I'm getting old, and I will soon need an heir. But as I'm older, it's very unlikely that anyone would want to marry me. Would you give your son, Harry, to be my husband? Are you sure you want someone like him with you? I wouldn't mind, of course. We would marry as soon as he turned of legal marriage age, at 16. But we should sign a marriage contract. If that's what you want, I have no problem with it. With that settled, Dumbledore drafted a marriage contract right then and there, which more resembled one of slavery. Nothing would belong to Harry, and he would have to obey the old man in everything. Time passed, and Annabel Silica Potter Evans was born, the first Potter girl in many generations. James treated her like a princess and always repeated it to Xavier. Your sister is a princess, and Harry is a servant. So you can be a prince, and I would be the king. Xavier just listened, absorbing everything like a sponge. He did not mistreat Harry, but soon found a game where he put into practice what his father said. Harry, you're my servant. I'm a prince, so I need a dragon. You'll be the dragon that protects the princess. The little Harry, now accustomed to his father's abuse, happily accepted being the dragon. He liked dragons, and if he accepted, he could play with his siblings. James didn't mind this, as Xavier used Harry as his horse and said he was flying on a dragon. For long years passed. The twins were now 5, and little Anna was 3. James introduced Xavier to the magical community, and people were so crazy about the savior of the magical world that no one noticed Harry being left out or that they had never seen him, as James only went out with Xavier and Annabel. James had acquired a house elf that he used only to teach Harry what to do and to watch over him. What he didn't know was that this house elf was Harry's greatest comfort. Harry hadn't seen his mother since James didn't take him to the hospital with them, so the closest thing he had to a mother figure was the house elf, called Limey. Still, Harry remembered his mother and missed her. The boy received almost no food. The only nutritious thing he managed to get was the leftovers Limey saved for him. He cleaned the floors, fixed the rooms, dusted, swept, cooked, with Limey's help, washed the dishes, and tended the huge garden since James's parents died, and they moved to Potter Manor. Harry did all this in the main rooms. The rest of the rooms, like the library, study, potion lab, and the numerous guest rooms, were cleaned by the other Potter house elves. They were all very kind to the boy, but they had strict orders not to approach or speak to him. The only one who could was Limey, but even she couldn't interact too much due to the patriarch's orders. Now Harry was a very thin, dirty, and small child. At some point, his house elf noticed that the poor boy couldn't see well and informed James, who grabbed one of his many old glasses and threw them at him. If Harry didn't complete all his tasks, he was punished, and Xavier believed, because James told him that it meant sending him to his room. In truth, the punishments escalated, from leaving him in his room without food, until that became normal, to going through spells or beatings and the belt. Poor Harry had his entire back marked and was very afraid of his father. His worst beating was when James found him in the garden talking to a snake. The worst part, at least for the father, was that he was in the presence of Xavier and Anna, and, to his dismay, both children also wanted to talk to the snake. He had to tell them that it was evil and that their brother would not have a good future. As Xavier, Annabelle, Harry possesses an evil and dark ability. You must not want to do the same as him. You must keep that ability secret so that we are not associated with something so dark. Why is it an evil ability, Dad? Because there hasn't been any light wizard who has possessed that ability. The one responsible for your mother being in the hospital also spoke that language. Imagine the terrible things Harry could do. Xavier, it is your duty as the older brother and a hero to put bad people in their place. That's what you're training for, to defeat the bad guys. Is Harry bad? Yes, that's why he does all the chores alongside the house elves. It's his place as someone bad. And can he still be my dragon? Of course, dragons are ruthless and bloody beasts, like Harry, so you have to put him in his place and make him obey you. And then Harry can be a good dragon. I can train him so he won't be bad and hurt people. You can try, but those beasts are treacherous, so you always have to be careful, okay? Yes, I want to be a dragon too. Anna, you are a little beautiful princess and you must behave as such. Come on, you both have etiquette class. I don't like etiquette or dresses. Anna, you are a girl. You have to wear dresses. Besides, don't you think they are pretty? No. Anyway, you have to wear them. It's what a lady should do. Understood? Or do you want me to get mad at you and punish you, or worse? Do you want to be a bad girl like Harry? I don't want to be bad, but can I have dessert now? All right, just because you're adorable. Yay. Dessert. All of this happened in front of Harry, who felt very sad to be considered evil. At that moment, the little boy made the decision to always be as good as possible, to change his father's opinion about him. A decision that was reinforced that night when he was severely punished for being evil and talking to snakes. James was so angry that he used knives on Harry, making ugly cuts on his back, and ordered Limey not to heal them until the next day. Meanwhile, in Malfoy Manor, Lucius had managed to quietly arrange a new trial for Sirius. Along with a substantial sum of money, the potion master could be out of Azkaban in just one more month. The month passed quickly, and the Malfoy and Lestrange families went to welcome the black-eyed man. Sirius was in a terrible state, thin, on the verge of malnutrition, dirty, and his eyes showed no signs of life. He was quickly taken to Malfoy Manor, where they treated his wounds, cleaned him up, dressed him, and gave him plenty of chocolate. Draco did not leave his side for a moment. The boy had missed his favorite adult very much, although his favorite person was Harry, whom he had not been able to see in all those years, but he still remembered, and every day without fail he asked his parents when he could see his Harry again. A question that was always answered with a curt, "I don't know," or a "maybe soon," but it never happened. On the other hand, Mirella had achieved a balance in her communication with her sister. Now Belladonna, wherever she was, believed she had an imaginary friend named Mir, who comforted her when she was sad. Bellatrix tried to locate her younger daughter through the bond they shared, but it seemed that something was blocking her. At least now she knew that her daughter was fine. Her new parents were not that bad. Mirella told her that Belle had told her that her parents had been scared when she did accidental magic and had been treating her distantly since then, but they didn't hit her or do anything worse. Still, the girl was sad. So she worked hard to learn a lot and be very intelligent, taking refuge in books, since her new parents were very intelligent people, and she also wanted to be part of it. It took some time for Snape to be in an acceptable state in his post-Azkaban depression stage. Narcissa had fun with him, had his teeth fixed, leaving them white and straight, washed his long hair with special products, rubbed cream all over his body, also had fun along with Draco doing his nails and fixing his hair. which, since it had not been cut in all the time he had been in jail, reached his waist. She even dressed him in tailored suits. And of course, she also brought a beauty specialist meta-wizard to fix his crooked nose. Sirius never complained, lost in his pessimistic thoughts and self-loathing. It wasn't until one day he got up earlier than usual. He used to sleep until noon and overheard Draco asking his parents if he could see Harry that day, that a light lit up on the potion master's face. He ran out of the room with no grace, grabbed Lucius' shirt collar, scaring Draco in the process, and asked him, "How is Harry? And Lily? Did they survive?" It was the first thing he had said in months. It seemed that he only needed that little push to get over it. We don't know anything about Harry. He wasn't even presented with his brother a few months ago. About Lily Potter, we know she's still in the hospital, still in a coma. As she's alive. Apparently, she was pregnant when the Dark Lord attacked her house, and 3 years ago she gave birth to her daughter. Despite that, she hasn't woken up from the coma. I need to see her, and Harry too. I also need to see Harry. As I said, we don't know anything about him, and we are not welcome at Potter Manor. But we can go visit Lily. Narcissa and Bellatrix visit her from time to time, of course without running into Potter. Do you know when Potter will visit Lily? Yes, he always goes at the same time. He arrives with his 2 children at 3 in the afternoon on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and leaves at 6. I have to meet that idiot. I need to know what happened to Harry. He can't deny me seeing him. I'm his godfather, after all. Very true. And if he doesn't let you see him, you can go for an order from the goblins, since you're not yet in the good books of the ministry. Besides, the goblins' order is always mandatory. You could even sue him with the goblins if he doesn't accept. We both know how the goblins' punishments are. He won't want to anger them. Very true. While they were talking about the goblins, they passed by a mirror and suddenly Sirius stopped, looking at his reflection. His face went through confusion, surprise, and finally anger. Narcissa, what the hell have you done to me? You didn't refuse anything, and I consulted your opinion every time. Relax, Sev. You look good. That's not the point, Lucius. And why is my hair longer than yours? I have to cut it. No. What's wrong with you 3? But Uncle Sev, you look good with long hair. It's true, said the Malfoy couple in unison. It will bother me when I make potions. We can arrange it so that it doesn't bother you. That way you could also stop using that horrible gel that makes it greasy. You say it as if I were going to stay here forever. Why not? Draco adores you and has missed you all these years. Besides, you are still malnourished and your house in Spinner's End is a mess. What's worse, on your own you will just lock yourself in your lab and not take care of yourself. I didn't invest so much in you for you to throw it away. Narcissa, you are not my mother and I can do what I want. Why don't you stay until your inheritance is settled? From what I understand, your grandfather was doing everything possible to communicate with you while you were in jail. He never came to visit me. That's strange. Maybe someone prevented him, because he even came to see me. Can we continue talking later? For now, let's have breakfast. Yes, my love. Are they like this every morning, Draco? Every day, all day long. They had breakfast and the letters arrived. One came directly into the potion master's hands. It was from his grandfather. In the letter, he invited him to Prince Manor for that same morning. It didn't say anything else. It was more like an order than an invitation. Although this annoyed the black-haired man, he decided to accept the invitation. Narcissa forced him to continue using the hair products and skin creams, threatening to go into the bathroom and apply them herself, something she had already been doing. But now the conscious Sirius did not want it all. He dressed in the darkest clothes he could find in his, now, room. He couldn't find his old black robes anywhere. And he took the portkey attached to the letter that would take him to Prince Manor. Once he arrived at the manor's door, he was greeted by a house elf dressed in a blue towel. It was a trembling creature and stuttered a lot. This annoyed Sirius. He was greeted by his grandfather in his room, and not in his study as the potion master expected. Sirius, my grandson, I'm glad to see you looking so well. It seems that prison agreed with you, in some way, favorably. Before, you didn't seem worthy of the family name, but now I might think otherwise. If physical appearance is all Lord Prince can focus on, I'm afraid we won't be able to understand each other. Relax, my grandson. I was just commenting. As you know, your mother was very beautiful, and for a while, I doubted your parentage with her, despite the Gringotts test. If that's all you have to comment on, I'll be taking my leave. Sirius, I will die soon, and it is my duty to pass the family ring to my heir, as our tradition dictates. With it, you will be Lord Prince, and people will stop looking down on you. Your years in Azkaban will be forgotten, and you will have real political and decision-making power in our government. It's a great help, but it comes with great responsibilities. The first thing I want you to do is, as soon as I die, change your last name. Not being a pure-blood prince, you won't be able to obtain the Lord's ring, but rather the one that would have belonged to your mother, the consort's ring. I don't know what your preferences are, but it will be your duty to find a husband, not a wife, so that the tradition continues. You will take the place that was meant for your mother. Everything will be yours once you have the name. When you marry, you must make your husband take your last name, and you must have at least one male child, who will be your heir. Those are the conditions for obtaining the lordship of the princes. If you don't accept, not only will the prince name be lost forever, but I will do everything possible to have you locked up in Azkaban again. And this time no friend of yours will be able to get you out. Is this a threat? Take it as you will, but I have everything prepared in case you say no. Even if I die right now, Sirius had no desire to end up in Azkaban again. And, if he thought about it, there were more benefits than anything else. Besides, he was gay and versatile. He could accept having the children himself. At least he didn't care about what the snobbish purebloods would say. The problem was finding a husband. He wasn't very social and didn't see himself marrying anyone in the immediate future. Is there a time limit for me to marry, or any restrictions on who? Preferably, it should be someone pureblood, but it can be a half-blood, no muggle or muggleborn, and as for the time limit, there is one. If you don't marry before the age of 45, you will go straight to Azkaban. If I have no other choice. Excellent, that's all I had to say to you. Let Mons guide you through the manor. You will need to know it soon. According to my meta-wizard, I have no more than a week left. Along with the ring, you will be given information about my advisors. They are the ones who manage the estate and my investments, but you will have the final say. Don't disappoint me. You may leave, cough cough. Sirius left without giving his grandfather a second glance. He might be dying, but he was forcing him to do things that made him uncomfortable, even threatening him. He didn't feel sorry for someone like him. He followed the nervous house elf around the manor. Fortunately, it had a large potions lab and extensive greenhouses with ingredients, along with farms with animals and creatures from which he could collect skin and other potion ingredients. It took him almost the rest of the morning to see the entire estate and the manor itself. He ended up having lunch there. But, as it was Monday, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, he said goodbye to his soon-to-be elf and headed to St. Mungo's. He needed to know how Harry was. Once at the magical hospital, he asked for directions and headed to the room of the person he considered his sister. He didn't knock on the door and entered, coming face to face with his enemy from school. Snape? What the hell are you doing here? When did you get out of jail? A good afternoon to you too. I've been free for a few months. Potter, where's Harry? He's none of your business. Harry's at home. Anna? Yes. Daddy? Did you leave him alone at your house? At Potter Manor? He's with the house elves. Can you leave now? It's my right as his godfather to be able to see him. I'll accompany you home when you return. None of that. You won't set foot in my house. If you make it difficult, I'll take you to court. As if the ministry would listen to you. You're not understanding me. The rights of godparents and godchildren are overseen by goblins. I will accuse you to them. Someone like you should know what the goblins do as punishment for those who break their laws. You wouldn't dare. Watch me. Fine, you can see him, but I'll set the date. That's not how it works. I can see him whenever I want, and I want to see him now. You can't. Harry is being punished. And why would that be? Because he's bad. Dad says Harry is bad and needs to learn his lesson. Anna, you're earning yourself a punishment. But you said it. Some things stay within the family, princess. We've already talked about this. Okay. I'm sorry. Fine, Snape. You will come with us to see Harry, but you will leave the room right now. It's a family visit. Without saying a word, and knowing that you can't apparate inside St. Mungo's, Snape left the room. Soon, he would be able to see Harry. Another day, he would return to visit Lily properly. 25. As soon as Snape left the room, James called Limey and instructed her to bathe and clean Harry, feed him, and dress him in Xavier's clothes that fit him best. He also told her to prepare a guest room as if it were Harry's, with toys, books, a small desk, and everything necessary. So it all seemed as if Harry had been sleeping there forever. Limey went to fulfill her master's orders extremely happy, believing that he had reconsidered and would soon treat young Master Harry as he should. In the Potter mansion, the little one received the new instructions with distrust. He did not share the extreme happiness of his elf, believing it was still some kind of trap. Still, he complied with the orders. He couldn't eat much because his tummy wasn't used to it, but he appreciated the bath and clean clothes. He also enjoyed being able to read more books than Limey brought him, learning to read secretly from James. Back at the hospital, James was having trouble with his other two children. Instead of listening to the stories he always told them about their mother, they started asking many questions about the dark man who wanted to see Harry. Who was he, Dad? Yeah. Who was he? He looked mad. It doesn't matter who he was. Now listen, I'm going to tell you how I met your mother. You've already told us that. Yes. You saw her on one of the carriages of the red train and thought she was the prettiest girl of all. Then you told her, and Mom smiled at you. Yes. But did I tell you about our first date? You also told us that, why does that man want to see Harry? Does he know Harry is bad? I don't think so. Dad said Harry is not known to the world, so they won't think we're bad. Then why does he want to see him? I would understand if he wanted to see me. I'm a hero, after all, and I'm a princess. Yes, you are Princess Potter. Children, pay attention to me. Don't you want to hear about your mother? But Dad, we want to know. All right. You know you have godparents, right? Yes. My godparents are Padfoot and Aunt Alice. And my godparents are Uncle Mooney and Padfoot. Well, now I'll tell you a secret. A secret? Both children said in unison, moving closer to their father as he had lowered his voice. Yes, a secret. All children have godparents, whether they're good or bad. But, and this is important, good children have good godparents, and bad children have evil godparents. That dark man is Harry's godfather. He wants to see him to know if he's still bad, because if Harry has started to be good, he'll want to make him bad again.
No.
And I'm doing my best to train Harry and make him good. That man can't make him bad again. Dad is also doing everything possible to make him good. Right, Dad? Of course, Harry is learning his place and how to behave like a good boy, even though he was born bad. But I can't deny that man the right to see Harry. Why not? We just don't bring him home. The protections won't let him in, right? Did you hear him say something about goblins? Yes. Well, those goblins are the ones who accept if someone is bad to be the godfather of a bad child. And those creatures make sure those bad godparents do their job by watching over their godchildren. If I don't let him see Harry, he can tell the goblins, and they will punish me. No, dear Anna, good girls don't shout so loudly. Oops, sorry, Daddy, but I don't want you to be punished. Punishments are ugly, and theirs are even uglier. That's why I can't prevent him from coming with us. He also can't find out what Harry does to be a good boy. He must believe he is a bad boy. Okay, and what's that man's name? His name is Snape, but you can call him Snavellis. And won't he get mad at us? Of course he will. But don't worry, he gets mad about everything. Remember, he is an evil person. He even spent some time in jail. In jail? Anna, sorry. Yes, he was in jail, so I don't want you to spend much time with him. Understood? Okay. Whatever you say, Daddy. Once he finished convincing them not to talk to the dark man, James opened the door and walked towards the flue chimneys, closely followed by his two children and, a little further behind, by Snape. I will go first to let you through. It's Potter Manor. The password is Xavier. With that said, the three of them took the flue together, James holding onto the flue powder with one hand and his daughter with the other, while his son clung to his coat. Sirius waited a while and then entered the flue, stating his destination and the password. He appeared in an elegantly furnished room in red and gold. How did you do that? Daddy sometimes falls. Xavier. But it's true, Daddy. Anna. Do you too? It's just practice, children. I'm sure if you practice hard enough, you'll be able to do it someday. Limey. Bring Harry. Yes, Master. Soon, the elf brought with her a very small boy dressed in khaki shorts and a red knitted coat, both of which seemed a little big on him. The boy looked cautiously at everyone present and stood up as far away from his father as possible, something that did not escape the trained eyes of the spy. Harry, I am Severus Snape, your godfather. I remember you, sir, Harry said quietly after looking cautiously at James. Can I speak with him in private, Potter? Can't you speak here in the room? I'd prefer his room. All right, Limey. Take them to the room. Yes, Master. Once they were alone in the room, Snape noticed that the boy seemed uncomfortable, almost as if he didn't know where to sit, as if he didn't know the room well, as if it wasn't his. What's your favorite food, Harry? Sir? Just answer me. I want to get to know you better, since I haven't been able to be in your life for a while, and now I'll be more present. It's a priority for me to know what you like. Rice soup, sir. Your favorite drink? I only drink water, sir. Only water? What's your favorite treat? Do oatmeal cookies count, sir? Yes. What's your favorite activity of the day? You can say more than one if you want. Well, reading and fixing the garden. Do you fix the garden every day? Yes, sir. You can call me Sirius if you'd like. May I? Say, Sirius? Yes. You're my godson after all. Do you read a lot? Not much. Only when Limey brings me a book. Can't you go into the library or have books here, in your room?
No, Severus.
Why? And that was a difficult question. If Harry told the truth, he would have to say that he was a bad boy who was not allowed to read or enter certain rooms, and that in his real room nothing entered except himself. But that would only make Mr. Severus not treat him well anymore. And no adult treated him well, only Remus and Sirius when they came. But they only stayed for a day, and this man, his godfather, said he was going to see him often. The green-eyed one wondered if Severus would take him to see Draco. He missed him a lot. Well? I'm sorry, Harry made the decision to trust his godfather. His trust was never rewarded, but he had a good feeling about this man. I'm not allowed to read, and this is not my room. No book enters my real room. Where is your real room? In the kitchen. Do you sleep and eat well? I hardly eat, and I have to get up every day at 5 a.m. to clean. Clean your room? No, Severus. The kitchen, the living room, my father's and my siblings' rooms, also all the bathrooms. Is this your clothes? No. Limey received orders today to help me bathe and dress in Xavier's clothes. She receives the same orders when Remus and Sirius are coming. One last question. Would you like to come live with me? Is that possible, sir? From everything you've told me, I can deduce that you're not being treated well. I can go to the goblins to ask for your custody. They will ask you many questions and take some exams, but nothing harder than what I've asked you. I would love that, sir. Get ready. Things are not going to be very pleasant with your father from now on. They never have been, sir. Severus. Together, they went to the living room where James was. Fortunately, the other two children were not in sight. I'm going to take him to Gringotts. Why? I'm going to ask for his custody. You can't do that, Snavellis. I can and I will. My godson is not being treated well. What did that liar tell you? None of what he says is true. He's seeing a therapist for his chronic lies. In any case, I'm going to have the goblins analyze him. They also have specialists. They will tell me if what you say is true. You can't. I won't allow it. And James was about to lunge at Severus when the flue chimneys rang, indicating a call. Mr. Potter. Mr. Potter. It's your wife. She's awake. Immediately, James headed to the flue, only stopping at the last moment to call his two children. Both children came running, and the three of them went to the hospital. Severus didn't waste any time and, as soon as those three disappeared, he took Harry's hand and a little more calmly led him to the flue. At the hospital, everything was a mess. No one knew how, but Lady Potter had finally woken up. James, Xavier, and Annabelle were already in the room when Severus arrived with Harry. Lily had lost a lot of weight. Her skin was very pale, her eyes sunken, and her hair damaged and brittle, of a more orange than reddish hue. But she was smiling and smiled more when she saw her youngest son, alongside her best friend. While Lily hugged her three children, marveling at how big they were, James was called aside by Lily's head Medimigus. Mr. Potter, this is a miracle. She shouldn't have been able to wake up. Her magic had been draining from her little by little. We had managed to stabilize her and slow this down in the magical coma. But now that she's awake and from what the results indicate, she will die very soon. Her magic is escaping from her. Soon there will be nothing left, and as you can see in this scroll, her organs are only functioning with magic. I'm sorry. James couldn't believe it, nor could Severus, who had been listening in secret. The Lord had always believed that he would recover his brilliant wife, that the day she woke up they would be a happy family again. Deep down he hoped that she would stop him treating Harry like that, but now everything was lost. Along with James lost in his thoughts, Severus took the opportunity to tell Lily what he had discovered about Harry. He did not expect the other two children to defend their father's aberrant behavior. You don't understand. Harry has to do all that because he is bad and has to become good. Dad said so. It's true. You just want Harry to be bad like you, but we won't let you. Right, Mom? Lily was perplexed. She couldn't believe that James, had lied to her and brainwashed her babies so deeply. As Severus, Lily tried to speak with difficulty. Is there someone here named Severus Snape? Yes, that's me. An urgent letter from Gringotts has arrived for you. The letter informed that Augusto Reuben Prince had passed away, and that Severus Snape's immediate presence at the bank was requested to put in order Lord Prince's will and last orders. If he did not approach immediately, it would be assumed that he refused the terms and the authorities would be informed for the imprisonment procedure. Severus read the letter aloud, as he noticed the curiosity in his best friend. Lily, I have to go to the bank for this, but I also want to take Harry with me. I'm going to take his custody. Take me with you. Don't go alone either. Bring the Malfoys. This letter gives me a bad feeling, and I know Lucius is well versed in law. Very well. I'll let them know. Can someone bring me a wheelchair? Severus sent his Patronus and sent a message to the Malfoys to meet them at the bank. He helped Lily onto the wheelchair and was taking her out of the room when he was stopped by a furious James Potter. Where do you think you're taking my wife? I'm going to the bank with Severus, James. I can't believe you treated my baby like that. You can't. You have to stay. I'm not going to keep listening to you. I regret marrying someone like you. If I could, I would ask you for a divorce right now. But Lily, and no buts. I'm leaving. Don't make me take you to court. It's your duty as my wife to stay by my side and obey me. I can't believe you're threatening me with that. You know as well as I do that we never signed a contract like that. I thought you understood me when I told you I didn't like those kinds of traditions. Even without a contract, it is your duty, and I can make you fulfill it if you go with him. I'll do whatever it takes to make my baby happy. I don't care what happens to me, even if it means having to live obeying you blindly. With that said, Severus took Lily and Harry towards the fireplaces. James stood still, unable to believe that his own wife had defied him. Dad, is Mom bad too? Why does she listen to the dark man? I'm sorry, kids. It seems your mom turned bad too. We have to cure her. Yes, Xavier. We'll do it together. At the bank, the complete Malfoy family was waiting for them. When Draco barely saw Harry, he threw himself to hug him and didn't let go of him all the way. Luckily, Lucius had gone, because in the reading room of the will, a group of Aurors was also waiting for them, led by Alastair Moody. They were ready to take Severus away, but Lucius managed to avoid it, at least until the will was read, as the law dictated. There were no surprises in the reading of the will. Everything was left in Severus' hands if he signed the binding contract and changed his name, which he did without blinking. He didn't have much affection for his Snape surname. The Aurors couldn't take him away because he accepted all the clauses of the contract, to Moody's displeasure. And then they moved on to the issue of Harry. The goblins separated the boy from the others. Much to Draco's sadness, they asked him several questions and took several exams. In his physical exams, malnutrition, his low vision, the damages and mistreatments, along with the various wounds, were discovered, as well as an infection due to lack of cleanliness, which was immediately treated, and some potions were prescribed, of which Severus would take care. When it came time to do a heritage test, it turned out that Dumbledore had cast tracking spells, monitoring, as well as various blocks and a large leech in his core. The worst was the marriage contract. When they got to that and read the copy of the document, Lily couldn't help but get sick. She was immediately helped by Narcissa, but the anguished mother wanted a solution to such an aberrant contract. There is only one way to break the contract, Lady Potter. 2 conditions must be met. The first is that he must be blood adopted by someone else so that his Potter blood tied to the contract is diluted, and the second condition is that, with the permission of at least one parent and his guardian, the child must immediately enter into marriage with someone else. There is no other way. The child must marry, whether with Albus Dumbledore or someone else. This is due to the severity of the contract and its closed clauses. I will marry Harry. Draco, son, this is a very important decision. You are only 5, and if you accept now, you will never be able to marry anyone else. I don't care. I love Harry, and I will always love him. And I can adopt Harry by blood, Lily. Being his godfather, I have it easier. Lucius the First, no, it's a big decision, but I think Draco and Harry are soulmates. Their magic responded in a particular way when they met. There is only one way to verify this, and it is here with the goblins. They can do the compatibility ritual. It is not harmful, and it will only tell us how compatible they are. Think about it. I cannot let that old man do something like this to my godson. We will do the ritual, but if for any reason their compatibility is less than 90%, I will not let them marry. It may sound cruel, but I have to think about the future of my son too. I don't want him to grow up regretting it and having a hard time." The goblins did not delay in accepting the request and arranged everything for the compatibility ritual. Both children stood on opposite sides of a circle of runes. As instructed by the goblins, they pricked their fingers with a needle and let 10 drops fall onto the pattern on the floor. Suddenly, a bright dome of light formed around both children, and it was as if the magic swirled around them. Suddenly, a soft voice that seemed to sing in a forgotten language was heard throughout the room. The sound decreased, as did the light. Right in the middle of both children, who smiled peacefully and seemed sleepy, a parchment had appeared with only 2 words in gold: Animarum Geminos. This meant that they had a 100% compatibility, since they were soulmates, destined to be together. Thanks to this result, everyone could be more at ease. It was a difficult decision, and probably in the future, the still children would question why they had been married. They might even come to believe that they hated each other, but they would always come back together, as they were souls destined to be together. Severus adopted Harry by blood, becoming Harry James Prince Potter Evans for like a minute. Then Harry decided to change his name, removing the James and the Potter from it, since Harry did not wish to keep his father's name. Then came the time for the wedding. It would not be anything special, only witnesses and the signing of a contract that would nullify Dumbledore's, but it would be legal and permanent. For the wedding godparents, they called the Lestranges, who were quickly explained everything, of course. After a very emotional reunion between Bellatrix and Lily and between Harry and Marilla, the wedding was quick and Dumbledore's contract was turned to ashes when it was invalidated. Now they moved on to the issue of custody. Severus, now being Harry's father by blood, had more rights over him, so he was given joint custody with the mother, but Harry would only have to visit Potter Manor on weekends. The rest of the time he would live in Prince Manor with his now father. What they didn't know was that part of Severus' contract to obtain the rights of a prince had been fulfilled. Being the only one to adopt by blood the green-eyed one, the contract took him as the first male child of the prince line, taking Severus as the mother. So, although he still had to marry before 45, it was no longer necessary for him to have more children, since he already had one and it was male, as specified in the contract. Exhausted, everyone agreed to go to Malfoy Manor to sleep, and the next day they would arrange Prince Manor and a visit schedule for the very young couple. Far away, in the old castle of Hogwarts, the elderly headmaster cursed and grumbled. He had quickly realized that the spells and the leech in Harry had been removed, so he checked the marriage contract, only to find ashes in its place. Albus Dumbledore was not happy, and he would not be for a long time. His plans were going awry, and his pawns were slipping from his hands. But the unhappiness of some was the happiness of others. Draco and Harry did not leave each other's side at any time and slept together in the blonde's bed. Lily managed to rest more peacefully, knowing that she was leaving her son in good hands. She only needed to correct her other 2 children. She knew she didn't have much time, but she only prayed to have enough to be able to make some changes. Severus didn't sleep much, reading and catching up on the papers of his new mansion and investments. Lucius accompanied and guided him in everything possible. Narcissa caught up with her sister, while together they watched the newlyweds sleep. They were so young, they shouldn't have had to make that decision so soon. But, at the same time, they were happy for them, as they had found their soulmate, when many couldn't find it ever. They only hoped that everything would go well, without any more setbacks, and that they could be happy. They both deserved it. 26. Chapter Notes. Hi. Thank you so much for reading until the end. 1,000 thanks for the kudos and comments. I really appreciate them. This is the end of the first book, and soon I'll be publishing the next part. Just a heads up, the next part isn't a direct continuation, but rather Harry's diary from when he's adopted by Severus and his adventures as he grows up in a better place. Thanks a lot. James kept his word and sued his wife, accusing her of disobedience and lack of respect, according to tradition. The trial was extremely scandalous and was in the newspapers for weeks. Reading, "Parents of the boy who lived on trial for breaking tradition," or "Mother of the hero boy wakes up to reject her husband." Each headline was more scandalous than the last, as well as ridiculous. Some articles swore that Lily Potter had been possessed by he who must not be named and wanted to destroy the hero boy's childhood. James even allowed his children to be interviewed, and they couldn't stop saying that their mother had turned bad. All this happened while Lily resided in Prince Manor, along with Severus and Harry. since James refused to live with his wife unless she signed a binding contract. Everything was chaos. The magical population was divided into two, those who supported James and tradition, and those who supported Lily, some more extremist than others, as many Muggleborns protested the annulment of traditional magical marriages and wanted them to be legal and not magical, so they could divorce if needed. In the end, political weight outweighed public opinion, and Lily lost the trial. She was forced to sign a binding contract where she had to obey James in everything, never go against him, could not contradict him in public, and had to behave like a high-class lady. The redhead had to leave Prince Manor immediately and return to live in Potter Manor. To her dismay, she realized that when she tried to correct her children's thoughts about Harry's evilness, as taught by the head of the family, nothing came out of her mouth. She literally couldn't say anything against what her husband believed. Discouraged, Lily quickly became ill and weakened. Her only moments of joy were when it was time for Harry's visit on weekends. Even though James treated his son poorly, she at least could see him and hear him talk about his new life and about Draco, especially about Draco. Harry improved over time. He was still insecure and distrustful and had low self-esteem, but with Severus's help, he grew up better. Physically, he was much healthier, and his scars faded, thanks to a potion made by his new father, all except the one on his forehead, which sometimes swelled and bled, to the concern and dismay of the potion master, who couldn't stop trying to invent a potion to stop this. But one day James's abuse escalated too far and severely burned Harry. Fortunately, Severus managed to create a potion to fix the damage, but the boy's appearance was no longer the same, now having much paler skin. Not to mention how Harry felt towards James now. Besides being very afraid, there was distrust and even hatred. Magically and intellectually, the green-eyed one grew by leaps and bounds. He had classes with Draco, although he took basic potions and ingredients with Severus. Draco obviously threw a tantrum and soon also joined those classes. But Harry surpassed the blonde by far. He had a natural talent for feeling his magic, so the classes were much easier for him. Besides, he had more patience and loved to read, unlike Draco, who preferred to fly on his broom. It's not that Harry didn't like flying, but he preferred to be indoors reading a book. In that, he resembled and got along more with Marilla, who also preferred the calm of a good book instead of the wild games of the only blonde among the three. To everyone's surprise, at one of the gatherings at Potter Manor, Draco met the Weasley twins and, given his more extroverted attitude and liking for adventures, he soon became friends with them. One day, the gray-eyed one invited them to his house, only to remember later that he had potions class with Harry and his godfather that same day. In the end, Severus found himself teaching 4 children instead of 2. At first, the black-eyed one distrusted the carefree and joking attitude of the Weasley twins, but quickly changed his mind when he saw how seriously they took the potions class. These kids had a natural gift for potion making, not by following the instructions well, no, but by always questioning them and thinking critically, besides coming up with innovative solutions despite their young age. Soon Severus saw potential in them and went personally to the burrow to ask the parents to let him teach their children. Molly and Arthur were shocked, as they believed, as Dumbledore had told them, that Snape, now Prince, was still a Death Eater. They still had the headmaster's potions in their system, but frequent visits to the Potter Mansion put them back in contact with Lady Bones, who realized the problem and took them to Gringotts. They didn't get a complete cleaning because Amelia knew they would most likely end up drugged again, those Gryffindors who didn't think before acting. But she did make them clean the most important part, leaving them with only a slight influence and belief in the headmaster, giving them more free will but without the old man realizing it. She also put memory charms on them, so they wouldn't remember they had been cleaned. Thanks to all this, and because Arthur trusted Severus and knew him, that is, he knew that he wouldn't praise his children without a true reason. This is why he agreed to let him teach them, despite his wife's protests, and he tried to pay Lord Prince, but he refused, claiming that he would use the twins as assistants in his potion-selling business by Owl. That's how, instead of 2, they became 4, and very soon 5, with Mirella joining. That's how one day, the Lestrange brothers met the Weasley twins, immediately identifying them as magical twins without training, as they seemed to lose themselves in each other. Seeing the closeness of their daughter with them, they decided to train them, but it was too late. Their cores had merged into one, so much so that if one died, The other would follow quickly. They couldn't live without each other and couldn't stray far apart. Besides, they technically shared a single mind. They explained their situation to the 9-year-old children, but both redheads seemed to accept it very easily. Time passed. Harry was trained by Sirius in all the magic and arts he knew. Since the older one knew that it wasn't Xavier who survived the killing curse, although no one would know what really happened that night, as Lily didn't remember and Harry had blocked the memory. Draco introduced Harry to all his friends, including an annoying Pansy Parkinson, who screamed to the heavens when she found out she could no longer marry the blonde. From then on, the relationship between Harry and the girl plummeted, getting worse and worse, as Pansy's mother didn't give up on encouraging her daughter, but even planted the idea in her head that she could be the lover of the Malfoy heir, much to the prince's displeasure. The blonde didn't pay attention and only thought Pansy was annoying. Besides, he only had eyes for his Harry. When the twins turned 11, everyone was in for a surprise, at least for most. They announced that when they came of age, they wanted to marry Sirius, because he was someone they both admired and had come to love. Prince didn't take this news very well, as he considered them his disciples, besides being children, but he told them, "If at 17 you have your own business, earn money, and can support yourselves, I will consider it." Something they accepted immediately and with great joy, as both already had plans. They knew it wouldn't be easy, but they already had many ideas and plans that supported those plans. They were not like their brothers. They had learned from the best and knew how to work with cunning and perseverance, besides being extremely ambitious. So despite their parents' wishes, when they were selected, both ended up in Slytherin instead of Gryffindor. Their mother sent them a howler, but the redheads also received letters from the Malfoys, the Lestranges, and the princes congratulating them, so they didn't feel bad. Around the same time, Lily passed away. She had lasted quite a while, but with her magic escaping like water through her fingers, she couldn't survive any longer. Harry couldn't say goodbye to her, because James prevented him, nor was he invited to the funeral or burial. But as Lily had written her will before signing the binding contract, he was invited to the reading of it. Lily divided all her money equally among her 3 children, but she left her photo albums and personal belongings to Harry. Among those things were her books, her wand, and her school trunk. She left each of them 2 letters, one that could be opened at that moment and the other that could only be opened when each turned 17. The little green-eyed boy took his mother's death very badly, especially because he hadn't been able to say goodbye, despite knowing she was dying. He hated James for that, but as always, he couldn't come to hate his siblings. He knew they were only following what they had been taught, and even when he visited on weekends, they still treated him well. Of course, always trying to put it in his head that he was a bad boy and that he should let himself be trained to be a good boy, but that no longer weighed on Harry. Now he had a father who loved him as he was, several friends who didn't care that he spoke with snakes, and a loving husband in Draco. He still didn't understand the depth of the word husband or marriage, but he knew he would be with Draco all his life and couldn't be happier with that. The remaining 2 years before entering Hogwarts flew by. Everyone had a preference for the green and silver house, but they were taught to be open to any possibility. The year of the children's 11th birthday came with the surprise of an invitation for Severus Prince to be a potions teacher, who decided to accept in order to closely monitor Dumbledore and ensure he didn't endanger any of the children, as well as in that position. Since he was also asked to replace Horace Slughorn as head of Slytherin, he could try to find Belladonna once and for all. That's how Severus had to move to Hogwarts, leaving his children at Malfoy Manor. Yes, children, plural. Their youngest son was also adopted. His name is Julius, and he used to be Tom Diary, as Harry called him. Harry found Tom Riddle's diary at Malfoy Manor while looking for a new notebook for his diary. This diary asked for help and, with Severus's cunning, and because Tom Riddle's diary explained that Harry's scar was a Horcrux and that if they returned him to a body, he could reabsorb it along with the other fragments without harming Harry. And that's exactly what happened when Severus managed to create a ritual with a bit of the elixir of life to give Tom a body. But to keep him safe, they decided to give him the body of a young child. To the astonishment of the potion master, Harry decided to adopt Tom, now Julius, as a brother. In this way, the one with the black eyes ended up with 2 children. He left them to settle into his new duties as a professor and head of the greenhouse. September 1st came very soon. The day started off badly, because Mirella felt a sharp pain and a tearing sensation in her magic. Severus had already warned them about this. The golem made in the likeness of the girl would disappear that same day, so she would feel his loss and absence. Still, the wild-haired one couldn't help but feel her sister's anticipation and joy, which quickly made her feel better. They all appeared on the platform half an hour before departure time, so the children could find a good spot. They just found the place infested with journalists and photographers. They could barely get their trunks on the train when the Potters arrived. James Potter walked around as if he were the king, and his two children followed in his footsteps. All three allowed themselves to be photographed, even posing together and answering questions. Harry could only sigh. He really didn't care about the hero and celebrity complex his siblings had, unlike his dad, who despised that kind of behavior. But he couldn't imagine himself doing the same. He preferred tranquility. A little bit of pranks and adventures were always good, but he didn't like being the center of attention at all. While all this was happening outside the locomotive, the three children had found a compartment and got off to say goodbye properly to their respective parents and in-laws. In Harry's case, he noticed that the other children looked amazed at his brother, as if he were Merlin himself. Still sighing, he got back on the train and sat next to Draco in his compartment. About 15 minutes later, the blonde's friends started to arrive. Theodore not sat across from Harry, Blaise Zabini beside him, followed by Gregory and Vincent. When Pansy arrived, she tried to sit between Draco and Harry, but the latter made her slip with wandless magic, causing her to fall onto Gregory. Annoyed, Pansy sat beside Mirella, who was on the other side of Draco. Since they were still small, there was enough space for two more people, but no one else entered the compartment. When the train started moving, the Weasley twins arrived, greeted everyone, played a quick prank on Pansy with a bursting balloon that showered her in a transparent liquid, temporarily dyeing her hair bright pink, much to her horror. Although they swore the color would fade in 20 minutes, they couldn't help but run away from an angry Pansy. After a while, to the relief of the girl with straight hair, her hair returned to its normal deep black color. The trolley lady arrived, and everyone bought some sweets, although Harry bought a nutritious chicken and lettuce sandwich, still watching his diet as he was smaller than other kids. While they were eating, a girl with tangled chocolate-colored curly hair and longer front teeth entered without knocking. Have you seen a toad? A boy named Neville. She didn't finish speaking as her gaze landed on Mirella. For some unknown reason, her magic clicked, and she felt a strange feeling of nostalgia and longing. The moment didn't last long, as an annoyed Pansy said, "Can't you knock? You must be a filthy mudblood who doesn't know her place." The temperature in the compartment seemed to drop a few degrees as soon as she finished speaking. Harry hated, or rather, abhorred that term. He didn't like the bossy tone of the girl who had just entered, but it wasn't an excuse to call her that way. Pansy noticed this and sank into her seat, feeling scared and somewhat regretful. Her mother had taught her the old-fashioned pure-blood stereotypes and traditions, but she knew from experience that neither Draco nor Mirella, and certainly not Harry, liked that term. Besides, the girl seemed about to cry. "I don't know what that ugly term you called me means, but it sounds bad, very bad. I just wanted to help a boy named Neville find his toad." "A Pansy is sorry to call you that. Him, a Hermione Granger. A Hermione, that term refers to your blood status. Pansy was implying that you were probably a Muggle-born. The difference can be noticed because we, half-bloods or purebloods, mostly receive a very strict education and etiquette from a very young age. By opening the door without knocking and demanding answers without introducing yourself first, you were very disrespectful. By the way, I'm Harry Prince," said a calm Harry. "It's not to be racist or anything like that, but, at least in the magical world, there are social standards, and you can be looked down upon if you don't follow certain manners and protocols."
I'm Draco Malfoy.
Draco commented a little uncomfortably. "Mirella Lestrange. It's true, Hermione, if you want, I can lend you books about traditions, protocols, and pure-blood manners," offered Mirella kindly. "I would love to read those books. The list doesn't mention anything about magical world traditions. It's because our headmaster doesn't like those traditions. He has been trying to abolish them for some time now." "You mean the great Albus Dumbledore? If I were you, I wouldn't put him on a pedestal. If you research him and his ideas well, you'll realize he's done more harm than good. Because of him, Hogwarts has ceased to be the best school worldwide, as its level of classes and the number of them has been decreasing over time. Or is that true? Hermione, did you find him? Said a chubby boy timidly from behind the tall Hermione. Oops, not yet. Neville, not yet. A Neville, right? Why don't you both come in and try a summoning charm? Do you know how to do a summoning charm? That's not in our books yet. It's another advantage of having at least one magical parent. You can learn some spells earlier. I can do the spells I read about in the books, but as far as I know, we won't be learning that spell this year. It's because it's a somewhat advanced spell. The best of us in that is Harry. By the way, the brunette is Theodore Knott. The chestnut one is Blaise Zabini. The annoying girl over there is Pansy Parkinson. These two are Gregory Goyle and Vincent Crabbe. I'm Neville. Neville Longbottom. A pleasure, Neville. What's your toad's name? A Trevor. All right, Accio Trevor, said Harry, waving his wand. Suddenly, the door opened and a slippery, small toad flew into Harry's hands. A Trevor. Thank you so much. It wasn't a problem. He must have been nearby for him to arrive so quickly. With the toad found, Hermione made a move to get up when Marilla said, "Oh, why don't you stay here until it's time to change? I can also get you those books I told you about. I think I have them in my trunk." Can we really?" Neville said, stammering. Of course. And which house do you think you'll be in? Do you have a preference?" Marilla asked as she rummaged through her trunk. Definitely Gryffindor." Hermione quickly responded. And why Gryffindor? Because only the most amazing wizards come from there. Let me guess, like the amazing Albus Dumbledore? Draco mocked. Yes, well, now that I know what I've been told, I'm not so sure anymore. Well, for your love of books and wanting to learn more, and because to know all the spells of the year you've surely already read all your books, I think you'd fit better in Ravenclaw. In Gryffindor, you won't find people who understand you. But we're all here to learn, right? Yes, but it's the Ravenclaws who take it more seriously. If your main focus is learning more, I'd say you're 100% Raven. Think about it, Hermione. You'll spend 7 years in the same house. What do you prefer? To be with people who understand you, or people who act first and think later? Harry said wisely. Well, if you put it that way, just think about it, okay? In contrast, I know I'll be in Slytherin, along with my Draco. Pansy, I'm sorry, love. Did I get carried away? Do you want your hair to turn a bright green color? You wouldn't dare, Harry. Try me. All right. I'm sorry. Here are the books, Hermione. I also want to be in Slytherin, like my parents. As Pansy said, I also want to be in Slytherin. My godfather is the head of that house, and I want to make him proud. What about you, Neville? Draco said. And me? I have to be in Gryffindor. It's what my grandmother wants and what my parents are. Yes, but what do you want? Do you want to go to the same house as your parents? Harry asked. I don't know. At home, they always thought I was a squib. Mom didn't care, but Dad wants me to achieve great things, like my grandmother. You're hardly a squib. Hogwarts doesn't accept just anyone. But tell me, do you have a favorite subject? I love herbology. I've always liked plants. Then you're a puff. Duh. A what? A pansy means a Hufflepuff. Their common room is full of plants. Hogwarts. A history says so. Thank you, Hermione. What she says is true, and not only that, but their head of house, Pomona Sprout, is the herbology professor. Also, it's believed that all Hufflepuffs are friendly and kind. But what will my parents say? From what I've understood, your mother won't mind where you end up. You have enough with that. You can't expect everyone's acceptance, Harry said. I'll think about it. And you guys? Is Slytherin? Theo, Blaise, Greg, and Vincent said in unison. What about you, Harry? Harry will be in Gryffindor with me, said Xavier, suddenly entering the compartment. You're Xavier Potter. I've read all about you. But why do you say Harry will be in Gryffindor with you? Do you know each other? Harry is my brother, little fan. Only he doesn't appear in the books because his godfather kept him away from us. Xavier, I've told you that Sirius is my father now, and I don't know if I'll be in Gryffindor. I don't really have a preference. Any house suits me well. I'd still like to remain friends with all of you, no matter the house I end up in. Of course, Harry. Wait, brother? You only had one sister, didn't you? What happened? That's a family matter. I'm sorry, Hermione. Why don't you tell her? Xavier said. Xavier. All right, my little dragon. But remember that your place is by my side. I'm the hero, after all. Anna sends you greetings. Don't be a stranger and write her letters. See you. He's a bit arrogant or an idiot, a weird, guys. Stop insulting my brother. I was going to say different from what I thought. With that said, Hermione immersed herself in her new books. Marilla guided her through what she didn't understand. Vincent and Gregory continued eating sweets. Theodore and Blaise started playing magical chess. Pansy returned to her fashion magazine after unsuccessfully trying to get Draco's attention. Harry offered a chocolate frog to Neville and, along with Draco, they started talking about their respective card collections. That's how the journey flew by. Soon, everyone changed into their robes. Hermione and Neville returned to their previous compartments, and they had already arrived. Once on land, a huge man called the first years and guided them towards some boats. Harry noticed that Xavier greeted the man very familiarly. In the boats, Harry had to help hold Trevor because he seemed to want to escape again. Soon, the boats set off, and rounding a cliff, they could see the splendid castle, with all its towers and all its lights on. It was a wonderful sight, earning several wow, incredible, and amazing from the amazed children. When the boats stopped, everyone climbed a slope that led them to an underground dock that led to a large wooden door, which opened with a couple of knocks from the half-giant, revealing a woman with a stern look dressed in a green robe and a very tight bun. She ushered them into a room where she asked them to wait after informing them about the 4 houses. Xavier was already surrounded by admirers, but Harry was content to be near Draco. Perhaps he didn't have a preference for any specific house, but he definitely preferred to be near Draco. The large doors opened, revealing a huge dining hall with long tables, each ending in the banner of the house they belonged to. Hermione commented aloud on the ceiling enchantment. Internally, Harry sighed. He had to talk to her about her know-it-all tendencies, or he would soon have problems with his dad. They continued walking through the long middle corridor towards the stern professor, who was holding what looked like a long scroll and a crumpled piece of fabric. She placed the piece of fabric on the stool beside her, revealing the shape of a ragged and worn hat. Suddenly, a crack opened in the hat's brim, and it started singing. After the song ended, all the students applauded. Professor McGonagall said they should put on the sorting hat, and it would choose which house each one would be in. The list was not in alphabetical order, so among the group of friends, Theodore Nott went first, ending up in Slytherin. Hannah Abbott ended up in Hufflepuff, Susan Bones also in the Badger House, Vincent and Gregory in Slytherin, and Pansy as well. When Draco's turn came, the hat barely touched his head when it shouted, "A Slytherin." Then came Hermione. The hat took its time with her, only to finally say, "A Ravenclaw." After a few more, it was Neville's turn. The shy boy took his time to reach the front, as if hesitating. Once the hat was on his head, only a few seconds passed before it shouted, "A Hufflepuff." As expected, Xavier Potter was sorted into Gryffindor and was quickly joined by his friend Ronald Weasley. Finally, it was Harry's turn. "A Prince Potter, Harry." The entire dining hall was abuzz with whispers and murmurs. No one knew why this boy also had the last name Potter. If, as far as they knew, the only Potters were the hero's family, Xavier Potter. To Harry's dismay, Xavier started spreading the word that they were brothers, separated by the evil Lord Prince. Harry was mad. He had changed his name by removing the Potter from it. Looking at the teacher's table, he could notice that his dad was frowning and seemed annoyed. But when their gazes met, the potion master seemed to relax slightly and nodded towards Harry. The green-eyed one took a deep breath and walked confidently towards the front. Once there, he said decisively, "Professor McGonagall, my name is Harry Prince. There must be some mistake. Please check it. Thank you very much." And without waiting for a response, he sat on the high bench. The strict professor took a moment to place the hat on him, but decided to proceed and then personally check Hogwarts register book to verify what the child was saying. The whispering grew louder as he waited. He couldn't see Severus's face, but he imagined he will be looking impassive as always, and this gave him confidence, only to then felt a pinch in his magic. It seemed that the old man had tried to cast a controlling spell on him, but Harry always wore an amulet from the princes that prevented that type of magic. He felt another pinch in his magic, but this was a benign force. It seemed the hat was trying to enter his mind. "Oh, well, what an interesting mind, Mr. Prince Potter." Just Prince, please, Mr. Hat." Very well. Let's see. Let me see. I can see it. You would fit very well in any house, perhaps a little wary to be comfortable with the Badgers, but you value hard work, You like to learn and have a dynamic, critical, and creative mind, but you might clash with the more traditional ravens. You're brave, very brave, but you don't leap into action without a good plan beforehand. Ah, I see. You're ambitious and, what do I see here? The gift of Parseltongue? That would open many doors with the green and silver serpents, if you catch my drift. But, which house to put you in? Difficult? Very difficult. Do you have any preference? Not really. I've talked to Draco, and no matter the house I end up in, we'll still be together. True, your young spouse, well, I know. You will be in, and that was the beginning of a new adventure. What will Harry's time at Hogwarts hold? Will any of Dumbledore's plans work out? Will Xavier understand that not everything his father says is true? And Annabelle? Will Severus find Belladonna? What about Marilla? Will she understand what she felt on the train when she saw Hermione? Will Pansy achieve anything with Draco? Many questions, but those will be answered later as the days pass at the wonderful Hogwarts. This is a new beginning, but that simple mistake will bring many problems and confusions. Harry, 5 years old, Thursday, 22nd of August. Dear Diary, you won't believe everything that happened today. I woke up as usual in my cupboard, and Limey gave me my list of chores. I didn't have breakfast today because yesterday I was naughty for taking Xavier's toy broomstick. I just wanted to put it back in my brother's room, I swear. But Dad saw me with it and punished me. I guess that's fair because I thought it would be fun to ride it. And a naughty boy like me shouldn't think like that. Well, after finishing my morning chores and being able to have some soup for lunch, my brothers and my dad went to see Mom. Not long after, Limey came to get me. She gave me some stew. It was nice, but I couldn't finish it. I really was a very naughty boy. Then she bathed me and dressed me in Xavier's old clothes. She only did that when Uncle Remus and Uncle Sirius came to visit, but they had come recently. When my family came back, they brought a man with long, straight, black hair, very handsome, and the darkest eyes I've ever seen. That man was none other than Sev, my godfather. I had missed him a lot, but I couldn't call him that. Dad said I had to call people sir or ma'am. The weirdest thing of all was when we were in my room, and he asked me several questions. In the end, I decided to trust him and tell him the whole truth even though I knew Dad would be angry. He always said it was for my own good and that I shouldn't complain. But you won't believe what he told me. He asked me if I wanted to live with him. Sev is very kind, and I could feel he was sincere when he said he wouldn't hurt me. I would miss my siblings, but Dad scares me more and more. I feel in danger living in that manner. So I told Sev yes. Dad wasn't very happy with that. I had already given up as soon as he said no, but Sev didn't give up. At one point the fireplace sounded and someone said the most wonderful news of all. Mum woke up. I hadn't seen her since the terrifying day of the green light, but I couldn't be happier. I was already thinking about what I could cook for her while waiting at home when Sev took me with everyone to the hospital. I got to see Mum. She looked very sick, but she hugged me. Me, a naughty boy. I couldn't believe it. Then she said something surprising. She said I wasn't bad and that Dad was wrong. I didn't really understand what happened, but at one point we were in the whitest building I had ever seen and there were some people who were a bit scary. I imitated Sev and bowed to them. I don't know if that was right or wrong, but they smiled at me. The surprises don't end there. When we were in front of a big wooden door, I felt tingles all over my body and I felt happy and at peace. I didn't understand that feeling until they opened the door. On the other side was the most beautiful boy I had ever seen in my life. It was Dragon. Well, his name is Draco, but I remember calling him Dragon. Every time Xavier called me his Dragon, I couldn't help but think of that blonde boy with eyes like the moon. Anyway, a lot happened, and now I was Sev's son and married to Draco. Whatever being married means, we went to the Malfoy's house. Even Mum came with us. That's all for today. Draco already wants to go to sleep, so goodbye. February 9th, 1985. Monday, September 2nd. Dear Diary, today Mum seems to be sad. For a few days now, we've been living in Seth's manor, my new dad. He said I could call him whatever I liked. I would really like to call him Dad, but I'm not sure if he wants someone like me to call him that, and Sev seems very disrespectful to me, so I keep calling him Severus. Mum went to the ministry today. They didn't tell me why. I just hope Mum comes back soon. It's nice to spend time with her. Both Sev and Mum make me feel happy, loved, and like I'm a good boy. They say I am, but I can't believe them. Well, I hope to see Mum soon. Goodbye. July 9th, 1985. Saturday, September 7th. Dear Diary, Today I finally got to see Mom. It seems James, he's not my dad anymore, forbids her from living with Sev and me. Now I can only see her on Saturdays and Sundays at Potter Manor. Mum looks sicker and sadder. We can hardly talk either, but at least I can spend some time with her. She hugs me whenever she can and kisses my forehead. Maybe she can't talk to me anymore, but she still loves me. Xavier says Mum turned bad. I'm starting to think being bad isn't bad. If Mum, Sev, Draco, Lucy, Sissy, Mir, Bella, Ro, R.A., and I are all bad. It can't be that bad. They hug me, talk to me, and treat me kindly, as if I mattered. On the other hand, James makes me do lots of chores. He yells at me and hits me. If that's being good, I don't want it. My siblings are good, James says so, but they don't treat me badly. They're just annoying, telling me I have to do everything James says because he's my dad and wants me to be a good boy. I don't think I'll ever want to be a good boy. I prefer being my brother's dragon. That way I'm by his side and I can keep being bad. Also, that way I'd have something in common with Draco. By April 8th, 1986. Harry's 6 years old. Monday, 4th of August. Dear Diary, today I finally managed to block Sev. My clemency shields are finally strong enough to withstand a medium direct attack. There's still a long way to go, but according to Sev, it will be a bit easier from now on. I'm also glad to stop seeing all the times James punishes me, because he still does. Mum doesn't say anything, but since she left with James, she doesn't say anything. Sev teaches me many things, and we also take classes together. It's fun to study with Sev. Our wandless magic teacher is Miyako-sensei. She studied at Mahutakoro, the magic school in Japan. Apparently they learn this type of magic from a young age because it's more instinctual or something like that. Professor Ryu is also from there. He teaches us martial arts. He says you can combine your own fighting style with magic, but first you have to learn to move your body well, be flexible, and have reflexes. I can't wait to learn how to set my sword on fire. Writing with a quill is difficult, but I don't mind practicing until I have handwriting as beautiful as Sev's or Mum's. The history is interesting but a little bit boring. Manners, dance, and the theory of transfiguration and enchantments are very boring. Nothing beats potions with Sev. Although runes are interesting, we haven't seen them all yet. It's like learning another language. Draco is learning the same things as me except for the classes I learn with Sev, but he also has lessons in French, Italian, German, and Russian. I would drown in so many languages, but he seems to like it, but nothing he likes more than riding a broom. I also learned, but I don't find it as fun. I prefer reading a good book with Sev or Mom or practicing with my sword. By August 16th, 1986. Saturday, 16th of August. Dear Diary, today I lost a bet with Draco, and now I have to choose 2 lessons that he learns to spend more time together. Let me explain what happened. This week Draco introduced me to his new friend, Pansy. I'm not sure why, but I don't like her much. I guess she's better than Vincent and Gregory. They just want to eat and don't seem to think for themselves. Sev says it's important to always be quick-witted and have critical thinking, and they don't seem to have either. The point is, since I don't like his friends, I decided to stop talking to Draco and only go see him when we have classes together. I miss spending my free time with him, but when he's with his friends he becomes an annoying person. I even think he behaves worse than Xavier. Obviously Draco noticed. We had a fight. It wasn't pleasant. Aunt Bella overheard us and washed our mouths out with soap. It was horrible. She also made us sit down and tell her our version of the events. As she said, I think it worked, but only a little. Aunt Bella said that Draco was a social butterfly or something like that and needed to be surrounded by people. I told her I didn't mind sharing him as long as he didn't change as a person. I didn't know how to say it right, but Aunt Bella told Draco that when he was with his friends he became an arrogant, spoiled brat who only knew how to give orders, all with a smile that was a bit scary. Sometimes I think she's a little crazy. Draco didn't understand and got angry, saying that I just didn't like his friends. That part of what Aunt Bella said wasn't clear. I'm not sure. I'm starting to think Draco is a bit stupid. Then he said that if at the next party he made a friend that I liked, I had to spend more time with him. I told him that then I would take a class with him, to spend more time just the 2 of us. In the end we agreed on 2 lessons. Draco wanted us to take all the classes together, but it wasn't on my terms. If Draco didn't find a friend I liked, he would stop being friends with those 3. I think those 3 are bad friends for my Draco because they bring out the worst in him. Anyway, I lost. Draco met the Weasley twins and introduced them to me today. They're 2 years older, but they're too funny. The best part is that they know how to deflate Draco's ego, and my dragon returned to being himself around others who aren't me. I still have to see how well the mix with his other friends will be, but I'm hopeful. Well, now I'm going to learn French and German with Draco. I hope my head doesn't explode. See you. August 24th, 1986. Sunday, 24th of August. Dear Diary, today I spent time with Mom. I haven't cried so much since I can remember. James set fire to all my things that were still in this house, and when I tried to rescue my books about magical creatures and my pink dragon plushie, along with a photo of Mom and Sev from when I was a baby, he set me on fire too. I managed to cast a wandless aguamenti on myself, but still got burned. My whole body hurts, but what hurt the most was how my siblings acted. They just watched, and when James left, Xavier told me that if I stopped being bad, James would stop trying to fix me with fire. He took the things I rescued and said he would keep them for me, for when I become good again. Mum treated my wounds, but I don't recognize myself in the mirror. My skin is all damaged, especially on my face and arms, and I've lost almost all my hair. It doesn't hurt anymore, but I feel empty. I want Sev. I want my dad. August 25th, 1986. Monday, August 25th. Dear Diary, Dad picked me up today, and as soon as he saw me, he fell to his knees, reached out his hand towards me but didn't touch me. It seemed like he would start crying at any moment. I did cry and hugged him. I called him Dad and he said I was his son. Mom was also crying. James and my siblings had gone out with Dumbledore. Dad took me to St. Mungo's. Mom is forbidden to leave the house. The healer said there was nothing to be done about my skin and that Lord Potter had already reported the accident and that we didn't have to worry about paperwork. That made Dad very angry. We went back home and Dad conjured a silver doe and whispered something to her. Then he told me that several people were coming to discuss something important and that it was my decision whether I wanted to stay or go to my room. I decided to stay. If they were planning something against James, the first wanted to be present. While we waited, Dad said that the classes for the week were canceled since he needed my help to make a potion for my burns. He said he would create something new while quickly taking notes in a black notebook. I could only smile at this. If there was someone who could create something to heal me, it was my dad. But even I knew that it was impossible to create something like that in such a short time. If he succeeded, it would probably take years. After a while, people started arriving by flu. A serious-looking red-haired lady, a bald dark-skinned man, Sirius, Remus, Aunt Sissy, and Uncle Lucy. They all looked at me first with surprise or horror and then seemed angry. The red-haired woman, Amelia Bones, she said I could call her Bonnie when I asked, and the bald man, Kingsley Shacklebolt, Bolty, said that James Potter and Albus Dumbledore had gone to the ministry to report an accident of accidental magic, saying that I had set myself on fire. This seemed to infuriate everyone present. Lucy proposed going to the goblins and calling for a blood trial, whatever that means. But Remy said that for the laws of creatures, like goblins, to take effect, the guardians of the underage had to send the request. Those were Dad and Mom. But Mom can't do anything without James's permission. Sirius kept looking at me with tears in his eyes and murmuring that he couldn't believe James had done something like this. It was Dad who broke the tense silence. He said he had an idea, that they should take advantage of what the ministry knew, that they should say that I was dangerous to the Potter family because of my uncontrollable accidental magic, and that I should always be accompanied by a third party on visits to Potter Manor, qualified people to control me in case of accidents, that is, only the people in our room. That way there would always be someone to take care of me from James. Dad seemed annoyed that he couldn't do more for me, but everyone agreed that it was the best they could do now that the popularity and power of the Potters and Dumbledore was so strong. It wasn't enough for me. I wanted to get back at James, and I told Dad when everyone left. He just smiled at me and said to trust him and not to dirty my hands with those who didn't deserve it. Something in his look told me that James would suffer a lot, so I smiled back at him. I just hope to see what Dad plans for James. I'll tell you when I know. Bye. August 26th, 1986. Tuesday, August 26th. Dear Diary, today Dad went to the ministry and I stayed with Remy and Siri. The latter couldn't look me in the eyes. When Dad came back, he called everyone from yesterday and told them how it went. According to him, James immediately agreed when it was argued that I was dangerous. But Dumbledore tried to put his people on the list of those who would take care of me. Thanks to Bonnie, this was avoided when she said that Remy and Siri were friends of James and didn't get along with my dad, which isn't true, but what they don't know won't hurt them. Then a schedule was coordinated for the rest of the year, We had lunch together, and then everyone left. I spent the rest of the day with Dad in the lab researching and experimenting with a cure for my burns. That's all for today. Goodbye. August 30th, 1986. Saturday, 30th of August. Dear Diary, you won't believe me, but Dad really managed to find a cure in less than a week. He says it's highly experimental, but he's 90% sure it will work. Dad is prepared for the 10% chance that something might go wrong, but I think it will work. I trust him. It's a fluorescent purple paste that he applied to all my burns. He put 2 layers on the most severe ones and then placed snake skin patches on top. When I looked at myself in the mirror, I looked like a little monster made of patches, and I couldn't help but laugh. After a couple of hours, my body started itching. It got worse every minute, and Dad said I couldn't scratch, or he'd have to start the whole process again. But it was almost impossible. It itched so much. I don't know how much time passed. It felt like days to me, but it was actually just an hour. The snake skin started peeling off on its own. Dad gave me a bath with cold water because when he tried using warm water, I couldn't help but scream in pain. My skin was very sensitive. All the while, Dad couldn't stop smiling and chuckling to himself. I didn't understand until I looked in the mirror. I had no more burns or deformities, but my skin was completely purple. Dad says my skin will return to normal tomorrow, but I don't know if I can forgive him for teasing me. See you, and I hope my skin is back to normal tomorrow. Bye. August 31st, 1986. Chapter Notes. Hi. Sorry for the delay. My dad had surgery yesterday, and I wasn't in the right frame of mind to post chapters. I'll be posting 3 today to make up for it. See you. Sunday, 31st of August. Dear Diary, my skin is no longer purple, but now I'm as pale as Dad, and my skin is still somewhat sensitive. I'm partly glad not to have the same skin color as James anymore, but I feel like something important has been taken from me. All the Potters, ever since they came from India, have always had the same skin color. Although I hate James, I've always liked the family history and my legacy as a Potter. But now I can't see that family in me. James took that from me too. I'm tired. I hate James, but I can't feel anger or sadness anymore. Dad is going to take care of James, and despite everything, I can't be completely sad because now I look more like Dad. Tomorrow I start my classes again. I have to give it my all to catch up and keep up with Draco. I also hope to see Fred and George again. Goodbye. June 10th, 1986. Monday, 6th of October. Dear Diary, I'm not sure if I should keep using my sword or switch to daggers. I like both. Ryu says I can continue practicing with both, but if I do, I'll have to choose which will be my main style, and I'm still not sure. By the way, Dad prefers hand-to-hand combat and has darts as a secondary style. His aim is too good to ignore. Forge and Gret are the best. Ever since they started spending time with Draco, his friends, and me, everyone has changed for the better. Vincent and Gregory started thinking for themselves and gaining confidence. Pansy stopped being so annoying, although she still sticks to my Draco, but now she's a bit more interesting in conversations. And Draco returned to his old self since the twins always keep him grounded. Today the twins came without warning, and it was our potion class with Dad, and he forced them to attend the class too. They kept asking interesting questions and making creative suggestions to slightly change the potion Dad was teaching us. Although what they were proposing was for a prank, Dad found it interesting and was impressed, as according to him, to successfully change any potion you need a deep understanding of the ingredients and the method. Dad says it's very unlikely that Forge and Gret have access to information due to their family's economic status, so it comes naturally to them. Now the twins are under Dad's watchful eye. He says if they continue to show that level of potential, he'll take them on as apprentices, but he told me not to say anything to them for now. Another addition to our classes is Mir. She won't tell us what she's been doing all this time, but Aunt Bella seems a little less crazy but a little sadder. Mir told us they're still looking for Belle, and that no member of her family is going to give up. Sometimes I feel a little jealous. Mir is a reliable older sister whose only goal is to find her sister and protect her. Xavier is not like that. Despite being my older brother, he always follows everything James says first before listening to me. By the way, Xavier keeps making unpleasant comments about the color of my skin and how he would have preferred me to keep the color of a true Potter, although now my 2 siblings call me Albino Dragon. Mom is still silent, but she always makes me feel loved. Since someone accompanies me on these visits, James keeps talking about how important Xavier is to the magical world and that his very special training will begin as soon as he turns 8. I don't understand why he's making him wait so long. Dad always tells me it's important to study from a young age. But oh well. See you. Bye. July 31st, 1987. Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Harry, 7 years old Friday, 31st of July. Dear Diary, today I turned 7. At least that's what Dad says. According to my papers, my birthday is tomorrow, but I trust him more. Aunt Sissy planned a birthday party and I met Theo and Blaze. I like Theo more, but Blaze isn't bad either. I would like him more if he stopped speaking Italian with Draco. I think I'll have to start learning it too, and I'm not jealous. Dad says I am, but it's not true. My black hair now reaches my shoulders, and I think I'll keep letting it grow like Dad's. It's not because Draco said I looked cute with my braids. It's just because I want to try more hairstyles with Mom's help. I'm almost at the end of this diary, so I'll have to start looking for a new one. I thought I saw some empty notebooks in the Malfoy's library. At home, they're all filled with Dad's new ideas. Oh, right. Dad won an award for his new potion that can be used as a food source for vampires instead of human blood. They have to drink it a bit more often than blood, but the ingredients aren't very expensive, so it's affordable. Now Dad is working on finding a complete cure for lycanthropy, although sometimes he gets sidetracked and comes up with ideas for a cure for vampirism. The point is, Dad is now famous not only for being the youngest potion maker in the world, but also for all the new potions he creates. Interestingly, many of his new inventions he got either with my help or with the help of the twins. Dad always mentions us in his speeches and written works, but very few believe that children helped create such and such potion, especially the one that won the prize. Dad says he only achieved it thanks to Harry's curiosity and Forge and Gred's creativity. On Monday, when I return to the Malfoy Manor, I'm going to look for a new diary. Bye. Chapter End Notes. A question. I know the chapters are really short, so would you prefer me to post 2 a day? March 8th, 1987. Monday, 3rd of August. Dear Diary, thank Merlin you don't answer me. I found an empty diary in the Malfoy library as I promised I would look for, but when I started writing in it, it started answering me. I stopped writing in it, but it wouldn't stop saying that it needed help. Something in me called me to touch it, and I was sucked in. It showed me what it claimed were its memories. A 16-year-old Slytherin boy named Tom lived in the diary, or was the diary him? I don't know. The point is I saw his entire life from being an abused child living in a religious orphanage until he turned 16. Once out of Tom's memories, a text appeared asking me to help him retrieve his body. According to him, there were more parts of Tom and Tom Diary could feel them. He knew he lost one, but the rest were fine. He told me I had to gather his remaining parts to successfully retrieve his body before the Tom Spirit did it first. According to Tom Diary, the Tom Spirit had completely lost his mind and had to be destroyed, or he would corrupt everyone else. Also, according to Tom Diary, I myself was a Tom as well. I mean, a complete madness. As soon as I wake up tomorrow, I will show the diary to Dad. I didn't touch the Tom Diary again, even when it kept writing frantically, but I decided to ignore it for now. See you tomorrow. Bye. April 8th, 1987. Tuesday, August 4th. Dear Diary, Dad got angry with me for not telling him about the diary Tom yesterday, but he calmed down a bit when I told him I stopped touching it as soon as it started responding to me. I didn't tell him about being absorbed or the strange feeling of wanting to touch it, not because I didn't want to, but because as soon as Dad touched it, I felt the urge to touch it again, and as soon as I did, we were both absorbed, and Diary Tom showed us everything he showed me yesterday. Dad cast many spells to try to identify what the diary was, and Diary Tom kept asking for help. In the end, Dad promised to help him when Diary Tom told him that it was a Horcrux and that I was one too, and that the only safe way to remove it from me without killing me was to gather all the pieces into a new body. Nice. That could feel remorse. Anyway, a crazy day. See you. Bye. April 9th, 1987. Friday, September 4th. Dear Diary, Dad has been trying for a month to create a potion, a spell, or a combination of both in a ritual to give Tom Diary a body. We haven't told anyone about Tom Diary. Dad says he still doesn't know what he can use to sustain life. Today, jokingly, I told him he just needed a bit of the elixir of life, but he took my comment very seriously and now he's still in the library theorizing about it. In other news, my sight is a bit worse, and I had a panic attack when I thought I would need glasses like James and Xavier, but Dad reassured me and told me that he had been prepared for a while in case my vision worsened. Dad invented a potion that immediately corrects vision, but it's still experimental. According to him, it will feel like having lemon in your eyes for a few minutes, but obviously, I would do anything not to wear glasses anymore. It was worse than I thought. It felt like my eyes were melting. It hurt too much, but at least now I don't need glasses. Although the side effect is being completely blind for almost 5 hours, a nightmare. See you later. Bye. July 9th, 1987. Monday, September 7th. Dear Diary, today when I got home, Dad told me to pack a suitcase for a 4-day trip with formal clothes. It was a very hectic day between queuing for a long time and taking an international portkey to Munich. Once in a room in a very elegant hotel, Dad told me that we would be attending the International Magical Awards Conference. It seems that this year Perenelle Flammel, Nicholas Flammel's wife and a great potioneer, will be one of the judges, which is a 1 in a million chance to perhaps get some elixir of life, as it is rumored to be the first prize in one of the contests. Normally, Dad hates these awards because they are for snobbish people with a lot of money and resources, an extremely pompous and extravagant event, but he wants to remove the Horcrux from my scar no matter what, and there is nothing and no one that will stop his effort. Did I ever tell you, Diary, how much I love my dad? He is the best. I'm sure Dad will win all the awards until he gets the elixir. Bye. November 9th, 1987. Friday, September 11th. Dear Diary, Dad did it. He competed in all the potion contests and won them all. It was in the creativity contest where he won a vial of the elixir of life. And not only that, Perenelle was so surprised that Dad won in every single contest that she offered to correspond with him, a great honor. I spoke a bit with Perenelle, and she said that if we were interested once I turned 10, her husband could teach us the basics of alchemy. I had never seen Dad so excited. It seems that Hogwarts stopped offering alchemy courses as soon as Dumbledore became headmaster, and Dad couldn't learn it. It's been a frustrated dream of his, and now we have an invitation. I'm not as excited about alchemy, though. I prefer learning about magical creatures, which I started studying this year on the theoretical side. When I turn 10, I'll be able to start learning the practical side with live creatures, so I'm more excited about that than alchemy for my 10th birthday. Bye. February 11th, 1987. Monday, November 2nd. Dear Diary, today we performed the ritual to give a body to Diary Tom. Dad convinced Diary Tom to form his body into that of a 5-year-old child so that he wouldn't be a threat. It's always important to take precautions. So now there's a 5-year-old child sleeping in the guest room. Dad is going to stay to watch over him just in case and put up many protections in my room. I don't think anything will happen, but I appreciate his concern. We'll see what happens with Tom tomorrow. See you. Bye. March 11th, 1987. Tuesday, November 3rd. Dear Diary, today for the first time in my life, I shocked my dad. Everything was fine in the morning. Tom still hadn't woken up, so I had breakfast alone. I was eating peacefully until I felt a strong desire to go to Tom's room. I couldn't do anything else but go there. Once in the room, I saw little Tom sitting on the bed with his eyes closed and his arms stretched out to the sides. The strangest thing was that lines of golden light were coming out of his hands, and I realized that one of them was connected to me, specifically to my scar. Tom opened his eyes, and they filled with tears. I felt a strong tug on my forehead, and then an almost unbearable headache. I felt something warm running down my forehead, and almost immediately, my dad was in front of me, examining my scar. He then cleaned it with a handkerchief. I thought it would be blood, as it had happened before, but it wasn't. It was a golden liquid with the consistency of blood. Tom's eyes stopped shining but remained a pale golden color, and then he fainted. Tom woke up by lunchtime. He explained to us that the only peaceful way to dismantle the Horcruxes was through true repentance, and that he had successfully absorbed all the Horcruxes, including Harry. The only problem was that he couldn't absorb the Tom spirit because that piece of soul was too corrupted. So there was still a Dark Lord wandering around out there. He thanked us and asked us to leave him at an orphanage. So I asked my dad if we could adopt him. That's when my dad was shocked and almost shouted at me for wanting to adopt a Dark Lord. But I don't think little Tom is a danger, and I don't want history to repeat itself and Tom to suffer again in an orphanage. So, long story short, tomorrow we're going to have a meeting with everyone, and then we're going to the bank to adopt my new little brother. Bye. April 11th, 1987. Wednesday, November 4th. Dear Diary, I'm starting to believe that all the adults in Dad's group are a bit exaggerated and paranoid. When everyone arrived for lunch and started asking about Tom, we told them the whole story and they all seemed horrified. When I told them I wanted to adopt him, they looked at me as if I had killed someone and was laughing over the corpse. I couldn't help but roll my eyes. Soon everyone was telling me why it would be a very bad idea, but all I could think about was little Tom just waking up with his hair all messy, Tom playing with a nymph toy in the bathtub, and Tom falling because his shoelaces were tied wrong. If that was a prospect of a Dark Lord, then I was a Dark Lord in all my rights and Dad would be a Dark King. I told them, managing to silence them, and turned to look at Tom, who was trying to give me his most threatening look, which only reinforced my words that he was absolutely adorable, especially when his cheeks were completely red. In the end, Dad said that he had also noticed all that, and that it was still better to keep an eye on him just in case. It was decided that Lucy and Sissy would be his godparents, and with them we went to Gringotts. When Dad was about to adopt him by blood, Tom said he would like to change his name. He wanted to be called Julius. I suggested that his middle name be Everett, and he agreed. So Julius Everett Prince was born that day. Even his birthday changed to today. The Malfoys made their promises as godparents. Leaving Gringotts, I, as a good older brother, bought him a caramel and cookie ice cream, and Dad bought me my favorite treacle and mint. Actually, Dad bought both ice creams, but it was my idea. Little Julius got his whole face dirty, but he was smiling and that was the important thing. The day ended peacefully, and now I can show Xavier what it means to be a good older brother. See you. July 31st, 1988. Harry, 8 years old Sunday, July 31st. Dear Diary, today I spent my birthday with Mom and Sissy. It was awful because today is also Xavier's birthday and all his friends came over, and I was ordered to pretend not to belong to the family, which is easier now that I have pale skin and straight hair down to my waist. I would have loved to spend my birthday with Dad, Mom, little Julius, and my friends. At least tomorrow I can spend it with them. It annoys me a lot how all of Xavier's friends seem to idolize him. It just makes him more arrogant. I also dislike how James treats Anna. It's clear that she is an active girl and it was obvious that she didn't like what she was wearing. Since she was little, she always showed a dislike for very feminine clothes, and whenever she could, she dressed in trousers and shirts in green or blue, colors that I think suit her very well. But James always tells her that she has to dress and behave like a lady. Seen but not heard, dressed in pink dresses with frills, extremely feminine. It's not that they look bad on her, but it's clear that she feels uncomfortable. At least she always shows her discontent, and I have never seen James punish her like he did with me. Ronald Weasley is the worst of my brother's admirers. It's obvious that he is jealous, but to fit in with the fame, he is always by Xavier's side agreeing with him. Ginevra Weasley is another pansy from a few years ago, always glued to Xavier and doesn't seem to have anything interesting to say. Susan Bones has a strong character, and although she seems impressed by my brother, at least she still has her own mind. I have spent some time with her when Bonnie visits home. Neville Longbottom is very shy. He follows the group like a little duck and never gives his opinion, so I haven't yet discovered his true personality. Hannah Abbott is calm and friendly. She seems to get along better with Susan. She was the first to talk to me. The Patil twins, Padma and Parvati, are very different from each other but seem to want to spend time just between themselves, although they still murmur about Xavier and giggle. They are a bit strange. I don't think they are magical twins. Luna Lovegood is great. Apparently, her mum is the author of the book about fantastic and forgotten beasts, and she is the only one I have been able to talk to about them without being looked at badly. She is also interested in magical creatures in general. When I asked her if we could be friends, she smiled and started jumping up and down. I like her, and I like that she is the first friend I have made on my own. The rest of the Weasleys are okay. Of course, the best ones are Forge and Gred, but after talking to Percy, I think I have quite a bit in common with him. James announced that Xavier would start training for his duty with the magical world with the great Albus Dumbledore. I hope my brother learns quickly, or he will be too far behind most of the purebloods. Well, a bad day. Goodbye. January 8th, 1988. Monday, 1st of August. Dear Diary, today I celebrated my birthday with Draco and his friends. I guess they are my friends now too, although I still prefer spending time alone with Draco. By the way, I am a proud older brother. Little Julius learns very quickly. He seems to master everything related to magical theory almost immediately. He says it's because once he reads the topic, he can already remember having done it before, but I still think it's amazing. But nobody's perfect. Julius still can't cast spells wandlessly in Miyako-sensei's classes, and he is quite clumsy when moving around. So he doesn't do well in Ryu's classes either, but his worst class is dance. The other day he threw a tantrum because he didn't want to go to classes with Sissy. For moments like this is when you remember he's only 5 years old, because all the time he's a quiet kid and always talks with big words, even when defending the fact that his phoenix stuffed animal is called Squirrel. Anyway, I'm proud of my little brother, and Dad seems calmer too. Lucy still seems to be on the defensive with Julius, but over time, all the adults seem more willing to let their guard down with my little brother. My friends don't seem to care much, although Draco was a bit annoyed with him for spending more time with me. Julius told him he wasn't interested in incest, whatever that is, and that he didn't have to worry. Dad said he would explain to me what incest is when I'm older. I'm curious, but I'm not going to keep asking because Dad looked very serious about it. Speaking of siblings, Xavier sent me my pink dragon as a birthday present and a letter saying he felt sorry for not being able to treat me like a brother during his party because James asked him to. He also wrote that I would always be his brother and his dragon. I don't know how to feel about that. Anna also wrote a long letter complaining about James and some drawings of her family. James was dressed in red and had a frown, with a golden crown on his head. Mom wore a green dress like her eyes. Xavier also wore red but had a silver crown. His hand was on the head of a pink dragon with green eyes. I guess that would be me. And on the dragon was her, wearing black pants and a blue shirt. In the drawing, she had her red hair cut very short, unlike how she actually has it, and she was holding a sword. I decided that when we're both at Hogwarts, I would teach her how to use a sword. I didn't spend much time with her, but she's also my younger sister, and I want to be a good older brother. I also received a letter and a gift from Luna. The letter talked about some Nargles following her whenever Ginevra visited her and about her mom's latest experiment. I'm a bit worried because when I told Dad about the experiment, he said it could be very dangerous. I asked him to talk to Luna's mom about it, and tomorrow we're going to visit them. Her gift was a rope necklace with small stones hanging on strings. In the center, it had what looked like a ring, but it's actually a cereal. I don't know why, but I liked it, and I put it on immediately. Draco got angry for some reason and gave me a snake-shaped bracelet and told me not to take it off ever. Vince and Greg gave me sweets, Pansy some pink socks. I liked them, and she got mad. Theo a book, Blaze an Italian dictionary, Julius a drawing of the two of us, and Dad, Mir and Percy also gave me a book each, Forge and Greta potion that turned you rainbow-colored. They told me I could use it on Pansy or anyone I didn't like. From the adults, Sissy and Lucy gave me formal green bottle tunics. Bella, Rowan R.A. gave me a backpack with undetectable expansion and featherweight. It's made of dragon leather and black color. Inside it's pink. Bonnie and Bolty gave me law and politics books. Siri and Remus a new broom and a lot of chocolate. Dad confiscated it. And the best gift of all was Dad's. He gave me a magical coral snake. The best part is that I can still understand her. Julius got jealous and said he wanted one too. Dad promised him he would buy him one when he turned 8 as well. I quickly promised him that we could take care of Kelty, my new coral, together, to avoid a tantrum. Luckily, he accepted. Kelty is a baby snake, so Dad said I need to wait a bit to do the familiar ritual with her. So now I want to read all the books about familiars. Despite being happy to have a new friend, what made me happiest is that Dad accepted my Parseltongue gift without saying anything, as if it were the most normal thing in the world. I couldn't help but think of the time James found out and compare both reactions. My dad is the best. See you. February 8th, 1988. Tuesday, 2nd of August. Dear Diary, my dad is amazing. Today the three of us went to Luna's house. Xenophilius, Luna's dad, told us that his wife and daughter were in the backyard trying out a new spell. Dad ran into the house, and I lost sight of him just as a loud explosion sounded. I saw Dad cast a strong shield over Luna's mom, but Pandora still ended up with many burns. Dad said she could have died, so I'm glad he was able to save her. Zeno did his best to heal his wife, but the burnt skin deformed her face. I stayed at the Lovegoods with my brother while Dad went back to Prince Manor for the ointment and snake skin he used to heal me. Luckily, there were still some at home, or else we would have had to wait a month for it to be ready. When Dad returned, he explained to Zeno how to apply it and what would happen next. Zeno was so grateful because Dad saved his wife's life. And now Dad even gave him a potion that would restore her to normal. He started crying and said that the Lovegood house would always be in debt to the Prince house. As soon as he said that, I felt a slight tug in my chest. Dad explained that it was the magic accepting the new bond. I'm so glad that in the end, everything turned out okay and no one died. By September 20th, 1988. Tuesday, September 20th. Dear Diary, today I performed the familiar ritual with Kelty. It was strange but also warm. Dad traced a circle of runes in the yard. I stood in the center with Kelty on my arm. Dad began to chant something in Latin, I think, and I made a small cut on my finger with a ritual dagger. With the blood from my finger, I traced a rune on Kelty's forehead and promised magic that I would always care for, protect, and guide her. I didn't realize it, but apparently, I said it in Parseltongue. Kelty also promised the same and licked my finger. A light enveloped us, and Kelty is now green. But when she moves, her scales look pink and purple. She is beautiful. No one knew why she had changed color, but I think it suits her well, and she is happy. So I am too. After the ritual, Dad told me that I would start learning more about being a metamorphmagus. I couldn't help but feel excited. Dad always told me that I had to learn to control my emotions to be able to use that gift well, and that's why he taught me a clemency from such a young age. So if I can transform now, it means that I am good enough in a clemency for Dad. I feel very flattered. I also understand and am glad that I learned to control myself, because every time I see Xavier change emotions or just think of something different, the color of his hair changes and his intentions are very easy to read. I don't want to be so obvious. Well, now I have more things to learn. I am excited. By April 11th, 1988. Friday, November 4th. Dear Diary, today Julius turns 6. We had a snake-themed party with only one phoenix. Julius said it looked just like Squirrel, his plush phoenix. All our friends and their parents were there. Even Bonnie and Susan came. Also, adults we don't see very often, like Mir's godfather, Barty Jr., and an older man who said he was Mir's grandfather, named Corvus Lestrange, and I say, was because halfway through the party, he was blowing bubbles with his wand for all the kids when he suddenly seemed to fall asleep. Kelty said he smelled like death, so I got scared and called Dad. He checked his wrists and neck and said he had passed away. Everything happened very quickly after that. The party stopped, and everyone present went to Lestrange Manor and held a small funeral. They buried him in the cemetery on the outskirts of their estate. It was all very sad. Ro and R.A. cried a little, and Mir cried so much that she fell asleep. When we got back home, Julius didn't want to open his gifts and started crying when we found one among all the packages that was from Corvus. According to Julius, when he was still Tom, he went to school with Corvus, and now he regretted treating him badly when the war started, as he considered him a good friend. Today, Julius fell asleep in my bed with the silver snake necklace that Corvus gave him and a crumpled letter where he said he knew he was Tom and wished him a better life, among other things, signing is your Knight of Walpurgis. I'm sad for my brother. Goodbye. November 11th, 1988. Friday, November 11th. Dear Diary, it's been a week since Julius's friend passed away. Things have been somewhat sad around the house, but Forge and Gred really know how to cheer someone up. Ro and R.A. are trying to teach the redhead twins to live without being glued to their magical twins all day, but the red-headed threats don't quite manage it, partly because their cores are already well mixed and partly because they don't seem to take it seriously. Aunt Bella says they probably don't want to separate because they already share a mind, and they really seem to think the same thing all the time. With their fun but tired way of talking, taking turns between them, it's like watching a tennis match. The good thing is that with their antics, they managed to cheer up my brother, so I'm grateful to them. Dad asked us if we would like to travel the world, both Muggle and magical, next year. Since I've almost finished all my classes, and anyway I would resume them when I turn 10 along with magizoology and alchemy. Julius is still young, and with how quickly he seems to be progressing, I don't think he'll have any problem taking a year to travel. Kelty wants to see Africa. Julius is interested in Japan. And I want to go to India. I know it might be a bit silly because technically I no longer belong to the Potter family, but I've always liked their story and I would like to know where I come from and, I don't know, maybe find some relative who accepts me for who I am. It's not that I'm not happy with my dad Sev and my little brother Julius, but I have a strong desire that maybe if things had been different, James could love me. We're still deciding and I have to tell Draco and our friends, but that will be another day. Goodbye. November 12th, 1988. Sunday, December 11th. Dear Diary, Today, I made the mistake of telling my mom about our plans to travel the world. It was a mistake because Xavier overheard me and got extremely angry, so much so that he broke his latest broom in half. Anna had a very different reaction. She just told me to buy souvenirs from the different places we visit. Yes, souvenirs in plural. She says one is not enough to get to know a place. She also told me to take a picture of the traditional Australian dance. I told her that Muggles have a machine that can record moments longer than a magical photo and also has sound, and she almost begged me to bring her a video. She says it's a very cool dance. I don't know anything about Australian culture, so I'll trust her and get her video. Xavier told James that I was going away for a year, and that he didn't want me to because he wouldn't see me every weekend. I liked James' reaction, but not his reasons. He said it was okay if I traveled. He even told me to get to know the world more. Then I heard James say to Xavier that surely it was a trip to learn rituals and dark magic from other parts of the world, and that it would even be better if I was no longer allowed to enter his house. Bolty was with me today. He didn't hear James and I didn't tell him either. I was more worried about my mom. I see her sicker every day. I'm worried about leaving her. Anna told me that if anything happened, she would let me know. I like my sister and I wish I could do more for her. I asked her and she blushed a lot and quietly told me that if I could, in private, call her he and brother. She says she feels more comfortable when referring to herself that way. I don't quite understand it, but if that makes her, him happy, I have no problem. I asked him if he would also like me to call him by another name, but he said no. He liked his name. This is pretty difficult. Anyway, Xavier threw a tantrum and despite my reluctance, his behavior makes me want to travel even more. See you. December 12th, 1988. Monday, December 12th. Dear Diary, I can't believe I'll say this someday, but it seems Xavier and Draco have something in common. When I told Draco and our friends about traveling around the world, Draco did exactly the same thing as my older brother. He got really angry, threw a tantrum, and broke his last broom. It was identical, so much so that I couldn't help but burst out laughing. The redheads, Forge and Gred, wanted to know what I was laughing about. Luna chuckled quietly with me, and the others looked at me like I had lost a screw. Of course, I told them, and Draco got even angrier. He said, and I quote, "My father will hear about this." This time, I wasn't the only one laughing. My favorite dragon turned as red as a tomato and ran off to our parents. We all pretended not to follow, even took a different route. But we arrived just in time to hear Draco demand from Lucy that he would also be traveling with us. That caused everyone to come out of our hiding spots, but I was surprised that everyone wanted to travel as well. In the end, Luna and Draco would accompany us during all our trips, the redheads only during some trips because they start Hogwarts next year, thanks to Ro and R.A. acting as guardians. Blaze halfway through the year when we plan to go to Italy, and Theo right after to visit Norway, where his family comes from. The others didn't get permission from their parents. We organized where and for how long we would be in each place altogether. It was fun, but the most fun was when we found out that Zeno is Lucy's cousin. So my two favorite friends are family. But seriously, seeing Lucy and Zeno together is super funny. They are too different in behavior, but they look too much alike physically. I'm really looking forward to traveling. Bye. September 1st, 1989. Monday, January 9th. Dear Diary, today was Dad's birthday. We spent it in the United States, but Dad didn't want to do anything special. At my and the Red Twins' request, everyone made for him a bitter chocolate cake, his favorite. I even managed to write happy birthday with pink frosting. It was a bit crooked, and in the end, the letters were more stuck together, but it was great. Oh, right. The twins drew some hearts in dark green frosting. Julius drew a snake in black that looked like an S, but no one said anything to him. Luna used edible glitter in many colors. Draco tried to draw a dragon in light green, which the twins said looked like a cow with bat wings. Poor my dragon. And finally, Siri and Remy drew stars in gold and silver. Unfortunately, it melted and became a colorful mess, but it was really delicious, and I managed to take a picture before it melted. We also recorded a video with the Muggle recorder. It was a lot of fun. Bye. January 29th. 1989. Sunday, 29th of January. Dear Diary, this month has been amazing. We traveled to the United States, visited the magical area, the ministry, and even spoke with some Makusa agents. Siri and Remy accompanied us for a while. They even showed us where they got married. Of course, since it was Las Vegas, We went during the day and not at night because we are still underage, but it was fun nonetheless. We met Dennis, the blue unicorn, and Vlad, the black unicorn. Siri had told us the story of their wedding, but it was when we visited his brother, Regulus, that we saw it in reality. Reg has a crazy photo of them with the unicorns after their wedding. I still can't believe my dad let himself be photographed riding the black unicorn, although I have to say that Dad has the most style in the photo. We traveled to the Grand Canyon, both the Muggle and magical areas, and both are extremely interesting. Luna and I liked the magical part more because we got to see a Thunderbird up close. It was amazing. We saw it fly and make it rain and everything. Draco was fascinated by Muggle technology. We couldn't get him away from the gaming machines. He even made us buy him a computer and video games, which were sent to Malfoy Manor, much to Draco's dismay. We all liked the mechanical rides, although during the haunted house, Julius commented that his Inferi were scarier. When we wanted to ride the biggest roller coaster, we were stopped. They told us it was for older people. So, we started begging Dad. At first. It seemed like he wouldn't give in, but then he gave us a bit of polyjuice potion each to look older. I knew I had to be suspicious of his slight smile. It was extremely terrifying. None of us could help but scream, and I swear I heard Dad laughing at us while we hyperventilate. We couldn't stand when we reached the ground. Luna threw herself on the floor and started reciting a Thanksgiving ritual to the earth. Julius couldn't stop crying. Draco kissed the floor. Forge and Gred pretended to be normal, but their hands were shaking, and I clung to my dad like a koala. Every one of us swore never to ride a similar ride again, although afterwards, talking among ourselves, Draco said it would be good training for Quidditch, and the twins took it to heart and got back on the ride. The only problem is they rode after eating. I'll just say it didn't end well. Anyway, it was fun. Next stop, Turkey. Why Turkey? I have no idea. By the way, Kelty now says she wants to learn to fly, and I don't know how I'm going to teach her. See you. February 20th, 1989. Monday, February 20th. Dear Diary, yesterday was Luna's birthday. We are currently in Turkey. The country is great. We visited the Hagia Sophia and the Topkapi Palace. We also tried the Muggle method of hot air ballooning over Cappadocia and travel by camel. The best part so far was camping in Cappadocia, in the magical area, for my friend's birthday. We went on our own and set up a tent Muggle style. The most magical part was at night. We were sitting around a campfire when suddenly we heard a murmur. Luna stood up and started singing, walking towards a nearby forest. My dad got worried and tried to stop her, but she seemed to be in a trance, not listening to us. When we tried to physically restrain her from continuing into the forest, a kind of blue magical dome surrounded her. We followed Luna through the forest until we reached a clearing. I hadn't noticed, but music had started playing at some point. Suddenly, humanoid creatures started appearing from the other side of the clearing. My dad whispered that they were fairies, elder elves, nymphs, and small colorful creatures whose shapes I couldn't define, but somehow their sounds reminded me of my green book of magical creatures written by Luna's mom. Apparently, these creatures never showed themselves to humans, let alone let them enter their territory because we could contaminate the purity of nature's magic. They started surrounding us until a fairy with a crown of blue flowers approached Luna and started speaking to her in a language I didn't know. Luna seemed to understand because she responded in the same sounds, sounding like running water and gusts of wind at times. After a while, the fairy took a flower from her crown, said something, and a light surrounded the blue flower, turning it into a kind of oval stone. A nymph with red hair removed a couple of hairs, seemed to braid them, and suddenly had a kind of red chain. She gave it to an elf, who took small stones from the ground and threaded them onto the chain. Then she gave it to the fairy, who hung the small blue stone on the red chain and put it around Luna's neck. Once Luna had the necklace, everyone around us started singing and small lights surrounded us all, but especially the blonde. Finally, the fairy looked at us and spoke to us in our language. At least now we understood her, but she still had a particular sound. She told us she was the queen of the Capsiames area, a territory slightly larger than the Turkey we knew. She told us they had felt our arrival and the return of one of the daughters of the forest. It seems Luna descends from a fairy, and her blood had responded to the call of the forest's children. Cernamides, the fairy queen, told us they had been watching us since we entered their territory and had seen purity in our intentions. That's why they let us all approach. not just Luna. They had also decided to give a symbol of familiarity in the form of that blue and red collar with yellow and green stones, so that Luna would always be protected, in constant contact with nature and her fairy side. And it was a way to welcome her to the colony. When we realized it, relaxing music started playing, and the next thing we knew, we were back in the tent and there was no forest nearby. It was amazing. We still have to explore the magical commercial district of Turkey. There I will buy another gift for Anna because I decided to give her a yellow and green stone I found near the tent when we woke up. It is the same as the stones in Luna's necklace, and according to Dad, it has magical properties. Today we decided that next month we will return to America, but this time to visit Mexico and Latin America. It will probably take us more than a month to see everything. I want to see more magical animals. That's all for today. Goodbye. April 22nd, 1989. Chapter notes. Hi. Harry misgendered Anna in the last chapter. He is having difficulties remembering it. He tries, but sometimes he just forgets. He is going to be better in the following chapters, is like slowly but surely getting used to it. Sometimes when you really don't understand these things and don't really want to talk about it with anyone else because you think is not your secret, you just forgets. It happened to me. That's why I didn't use pronouns and just repeat the name every time I want to talk about someone. I really have bad memory and I don't want to upset anyone, so that's my strategy. Of course is not great, and I'm working to be better. So it's me projecting a little bit in Harry. Harry didn't even realize that he wrote Anna's pronoun incorrectly in the last chapter, and in this one, he doesn't use any pronouns. I want to make it clear that these chapters are entries from a child's diary. He is not going to write down absolutely everything he thinks, only what he believes is most important or what caught his attention. So, there are some things that won't be mentioned, like his struggle with pronouns. Initially, it's because he doesn't notice, and later, as he gets used to it, there won't be any more mistakes on his part. And well, that's it. Thanks. Bye. Saturday, April 22nd. Dear Diary, traveling through Latin America and Mexico was great, but really tiring. There are so many places to see and things to do that we didn't have enough time to see everything. We could only go to a few places in each country, but I don't think I'll ever get to know those countries completely. Their culture is so varied, and their food is so diverse, quite strange. But I liked it a lot, especially in Peru. The amount of food they served and its variety was incredible. Not that the food in the other countries wasn't good, it's just that the food in Peru caught my attention more. That, and the fact that we got to see a Peruvian viper tooth up close. Dad got us access to a reserve through one of his contacts in potion ingredient sales. Mostly, we traveled through the Muggle world. The magical community in Latin America is centered in the Amazon rainforest, and the magical towns in the other countries are closed off, requiring special permits to enter. So, we focused on Muggle tourist attractions. We first visited Mexico City, where we saw museums like Frida Kahlo's and various cafes and restaurants. We mostly ate tacos, which were tasty, but I found spicy food a bit heavy. Then, we went to Teotihuacan, where we saw the pyramids and learned about the history and culture of the Maya and Aztec civilizations. When we passed through a slightly secluded area, Luna stopped and told us that some freshwater pimples were gathering past a stone wall. I decided to trust Luna and walked towards the wall. My dad stopped me and said that we should analyze things first before jumping headfirst into the unknown. He then cast several spells on the wall, saying it was a wall similar to the one separating platform 9 3/4 from the Muggle world. Together, we decided to enter. Dad went first, and the twins went last. When we passed through a barrier that felt like icy water, we found ourselves in front of an underground lake. I think they called it a cenote, and there was a stone city right in the middle of the lake. It looked a lot like the ruins of Teotihuacan. Suddenly, a group with masks that looked like skulls, but with painted flowers surrounded us and started speaking to us in Spanish. I got nervous at first because none of us knew Spanish, or so I thought. Dad started responding to them in their language. I don't know what he said, but after a while, he said he would cast a translation spell, apparently of his own invention. I couldn't help but notice a strange gleam in the twins' eyes, but I didn't think much of it, as the Mexican Oris told us we could enter the city but couldn't stay for more than 2 days. They said they would provide us with rooms at the mayor's house since there were no hotels in the city. The city was beautiful, but everyone wore skull masks, even the children. There, we found some rare plant specimens, which excited Dad a lot. They also sold weapons, especially daggers and bows. They didn't sell arrows because, As they explained, they used projectiles made with magic. Dad managed to get them to let us try when we passed by a training center where children around 7 years old were practicing. They first mocked us, saying that wizards outside their commune could never understand what it's really like to be truly connected to inner magic and nature's magic because we rely on wooden sticks. Luna was the first to succeed, and she did it on her first try. Of course, she missed the target, but she just needs practice. Her arrows seemed to be made of water, but carried a kind of breeze that reminded me of the Valley of the Fairies. I succeeded next. Mine were of wind, but I managed to identify a bit of electricity. Dad was next. His were similar to Luna's, water with some wind, but they were a bit more aggressive. Instead of the calm that Luna's arrows generated, Sev's were somewhat stormy. After many attempts, the twins succeeded. They both made arrows of blue fire. Julius's ended up being water and looked like snakes. Draco was the last, and his were pure wind. Our guards were surprised that we succeeded, but instead of getting angry, they started celebrating and took us to a library where they gave us several books about the elements and their meanings. They said each of us could take 3 additional books to the ones they had given us. Looking through the huge shelves, I reached an area that felt a bit heavy, like dark magic, but the area was the most decorated with bright-colored flowers, and the floor looked like fallen tree leaves in shades of orange and brown. The first book I picked up surprised me a lot. It said, "Beginning of the Dead," and was a guide to starting in necromancy. All the books in that area were about necromancy. Suddenly, an elderly man appeared behind me and started speaking to me in a language I couldn't understand even with Dad's translation spell. When he realized I didn't understand, he started speaking to me in Spanish. His voice sounded like branches rustling in the wind and was very soft. It was strange but comforting. He explained that they see necromancy as an art that can only be appreciated but never used for selfish purposes. It was amazing. In the end, I decided to take the 3 beginner books that Koksak, the elderly man, recommended. Dad was surprised by my choice of books, and together with Julius, asked me to study them together. I'm really glad to have such an understanding family. The next day, they took us to a workshop where they taught us how to make the masks they use. I made one for Anna. In the end, we all took the books and a bow each. The city's inhabitants threw us a farewell feast and told us we could come back whenever we wanted since we had proven to be trustworthy, as nature had chosen us. But they warned us that no one else but us could ever enter again. By the way, Kelty had the best time since they adore snakes, and she received many gifts, especially food. After that, we visited the countries in northern Latin America, mainly going to their beaches to relax a bit. As I mentioned before, we visited the Dragon Reserve in Peru and saw Machu Picchu and Lake Titicaca. We missed seeing the Nazca lines, but apparently, Peru was going through a period of internal war, and it was dangerous to stay for long. I also saw the sky. Bolivia has amazing salt flats, and it felt like we were in the sky. It was spectacular. We didn't see much of Chile and Argentina because we had a visit scheduled at Castelobruxo School. Right. We also went to visit Ilvermorny School. Dad says it's good for us to see other options besides Hogwarts. The center of the Latin American magical community is in the Amazon rainforest, and it was way too hot. We saw many rare animals and plants. Dad sent 2 large boxes full of specimens to cultivate in our greenhouse at Malfoy Manor. Lucy and Sissy were in charge of receiving our shipments and arranging them at the manor. The twins celebrated their birthday by debuting their new fireworks. When they had time to invent them, I have no idea. It was clear they still needed work to be perfect, but it was nice. In summary, we saw a lot of nature. Next week, we're going to Australia. I already bought more memory for the recorder for Anna's video. By April 25th, 1989. Tuesday, April 25th. Dear Diary, it's only been 3 days since we arrived in Australia, and today I finally understand why there was so much hustle and bustle. Today is called Anzac Day, which for the Muggle side is a remembrance of the fallen during their First World War. But it's also an important day for the country's magical community. It seems that on a day like today, there was a battle against the dark wizard Grindelwald, a battle so fierce that people still tend to walk the streets in fear. They say that Grindelwald managed to summon a small army of demons, truly terrifying creatures, at least if one trusts the images from the books. It's said that it was only thanks to a kind of auror from the native tribes of the island who started a ritual with his people to purify the demons, a ritual that ended in his death. Not only that, but to this day, despite being celebrated, no one can remember the name of that brave person. Many don't even know if it was a man or a woman. A truly remarkable story, but due to the lack of exact data, people have slowly forgotten why they celebrate. Despite trying everything to ensure that future generations remember, nothing seems to stop the progressive forgetting. Some, like the old book vendor who told us the story, believe that forgetting is part of the ritual itself. Who knows? Well, in a week, we're going to a Quidditch match. Even though I'm not a big fan of riding brooms, I can appreciate the sport. Besides, it seems they're going to perform something called the haka, a dance rooted in the Maori culture of New Zealand, which apparently is the dance Anna has been wanting to see so much. I find it a bit amusing that both the magical and muggle cultures of the area share the same dance. Anyway, I'm looking forward to it. Goodbye. March 5th, 1989. Wednesday, 3rd of May. Dear Diary, the Quidditch match just ended a couple of hours ago. I still can't believe it lasted more than a day. It was a spectacular game. The Thunderers played against the Warriors. We didn't know, but it seems that these two teams really dislike each other, and the fans are even worse. So much so that we were the only ones in the central part of the stadium. The other spectators divided the stadium in two. There were even Aurors at the boundaries. And that wasn't even a very important game for the league. I can't imagine what it will be like when they compete for real. It was very exciting, especially the haka dance. It was a bit scary, but I managed to record it all. It seemed like the intention was to intimidate the opposing team. But since both teams did the dance, it was doubly scary. By the way, Dad had to enchant the recorder once again. It seems that in places with so much magical concentration, the machine stops working if it's not enchanted continuously. The red-headed threats wanted Dad to teach them the spell to be able to use electrical equipment and muggle machines at Hogwarts, but Dad refused. Or so it seemed, because when I turned around I thought I saw him wink at the Reds. I don't know. Maybe I'm imagining things? Anyway, I have the video for Anna, and watching my first Quidditch match was great. The best part is that Dad decided to bet that the Warriors would win by only 10 points. Dad decided to listen to the twins, and they were right. We won a lot of money, and Dad decided to split it among all of us. The Reds' faces were very amusing. They looked like they were about to worship my dad like a god. Then I was told that they had something like a gift for knowing the results of competitions, more like a hunch. They had tried to use this gift to help their family, but neither of their parents believed them, despite having proven it on several occasions. They were much happier that Dad trusted them than the money they had won. It saddens me a little that very few people have faith in them. The few times I had seen the Reds with the rest of their family, it seemed like they were treated a bit less, as if they couldn't do anything right and only spent their time playing, despite the great talent they clearly had, especially in potions. But that wasn't the only thing they excelled at. They were both very creative and quick-thinking. They were the most open-minded people I have ever met and treated everyone equally. I sincerely hope that they manage to find true friends in school who appreciate them just as they are. See you. Bye. May 22nd, 1989. Monday, May 22nd. Dear Diary, today is our last day in Australia. Tomorrow morning, we're taking a porky to Japan. We haven't even left yet, and I'm already a bit tired. Julius won't stop repeating everything he's read about Japan in books and everything our teachers have told us, as if I haven't read the same books and don't already know our teachers. Anyway, Julius is obsessed with some comics called manga. How does he get them? I have no idea, and he's made me read them, supposedly to prepare for Japan. The one I like the most is called Whisper of the Heart, but he's into some weird ones called Biohunter, Ghost in the Shell, R.G. Veda, and JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. They're not bad, but he's way too obsessed. He's starting to annoy me. Of course, I don't say anything about what I think, and I always pretend to pay attention. I've become very good at that. But now it seems I promised to read them all in their sequels. I don't even remember if I really promised or not, but it doesn't matter, as I'm a good older brother. I'll always keep my promises to my little brother, even if I don't understand the excitement over some comics. Well, enough of that. Now on to the important stuff. We went to a magical creatures reserve. In Australia, there are a lot of uninhabited areas, so this is one of the largest magical reserves in the world. There were creatures of all kinds everywhere. It was complete chaos, but it seemed like everything followed its own order. We found a billywig hive, and one stung Draco. He started floating immediately. I couldn't help but laugh. Luckily, he didn't get mad at me because he seemed to be having fun. Together with the redheads, we chased a group of billywigs to get stung too, but nothing happened. We got to pet some puffskeins and a few domesticated Neasels, but what I loved the most was being able to see an opal eye of the antipodes. It's the most beautiful dragon of all, pearlescent in color, with multicolored eyes. The one we saw was a majestic female that had just laid eggs, so she was more territorial than usual. Because of this, we could only see her from afar, but even so, her extreme beauty took my breath away. The most beautiful part was when Draco told me that if I were a dragon, I would definitely be one of those. It was beautiful, and I couldn't help but blush. It's the best compliment anyone has ever given me. My stomach felt funny the whole time. After that, I couldn't concentrate on the other creatures, and I don't know why. Julius teased me, and the red-headed threats kept pretending to faint and sigh. I don't understand them. I wonder if they're okay or if some creature bit them. Anyway, we had a lovely time, and Dad took photos of all the creatures, including the ones I missed. There's a beautiful one of the dragoness. I had him make a copy to give to Anna. I wonder if he'll think the same as Draco. Next stop, Japan. See you later. Bye. October 6th, 1989. Saturday, June 10th. Dear Diary, Japan is insane. Well, I definitely had to put that in caps. Muggle culture is super weird. There are electronic gadgets for everything. And the toilets. I can't believe someone spent so much time creating such complicated toilets. Some even have music. The other weird thing is the amount of people sleeping on the streets. Not because they don't have a home, but simply because they got sleepy, and the other people treat it like it's the most normal thing in the world. Super weird. Draco fell in love with the arcades and video games. He bought a lot of the latest ones and even enough machines to set up his own arcade in his mansion. According to him, he needed them all and forced us to promise him that we would play with him as soon as we got home. As a belated birthday gift, Julius subscribed to a magazine where he can read about the release dates of his comics. I know they're called mangas, but I decided to keep annoying him anyway. He bought a mountain of action figures and merchandise from his favorite comics and wouldn't stop begging Dad to buy him a really big TV to watch animes, the animated version of his comics. After a spectacular tantrum, Dad bought a TV for my little brother, but he banned him from buying more merchandise for the rest of the trip for misbehaving. The redheads had fun buying Doraemon stuff, and Luna got lost looking for Blamikis, small pink creatures that blend in with the cherry blossom tree petals. According to her, we had arrived too late to see the great Blamiki migration, and now we couldn't drink their honey that gives the gift of seeing the future for 48 hours. And that's a whole other story. Japanese magical culture is the most incredible we've seen so far, at least in my opinion. First of all, the secrecy statute is not so strict here, and it's common to see magical things in the Muggle world. But the best thing is that the Japanese magical world adopts all the changes and advances of the Muggles and improves them, but without completely abandoning the traditional appearance of their Edo period. It's a mix that I really thought was impossible until I saw it with my own eyes. Nature and science coexist in complete harmony, and you can see magical creatures running and walking through all the streets and trees that seem to grow from the middle of the houses. Even springs, streams, and small waterfalls run through the streets constantly. But at the same time, there are electrical appliances, televisions in all the shops and houses, computers are used, and there are neon signs in the streets, not to mention the traffic lights and cars that work with magic. A complete madness. We were able to buy a lot of plants and potion ingredients for Dad, and he met a colleague of his who had been second in some of the contests in the Great Potionist competition where Dad won the vial of elixir of life. That man was only a few years older than my dad and, according to Sev, he had been the youngest potionist in the world before Dad appeared. I really thought he would be a jealous and resentful person, but he was quite the opposite. He was extremely kind and invited us to meet his family who lived in a magical village in Hokkaido. Mr. Nakamura, or Yuki, as he said we should call him, had a wife who was incredibly beautiful. According to Draco, she could compete with Avila without any problems. But all the Vilas are blonde, and she had completely black hair. We didn't see her much. She only came out to greet us at the beginning and say goodbye at the end. According to Yuki, she was a quarter Yukiana, something incredibly rare, but not impossible in Hokkaido. Julius found it funny that they both were named Yuki. They had twin daughters of 12 and a son of 9. We were able to meet him when he returned home in a huge pano, a kind of enormous bird that takes children between the ages of 7 and 11 back and forth between their homes and Mahudakoro School. I liked Ren. He's a fairly quiet boy, but when our parents started talking about potions and the redheads joined the conversation, he stopped being quiet, started talking a mile a minute in rapid Japanese, and when he realized it, he repeated everything in English. We told him it was okay to speak in whatever language he wanted, thanks to Dad's translation spell, and that increased his excitement, and he kept bombarding Sev with a number of questions about his inventions. I don't know why, but the redheads seemed annoyed with poor Ren. They stopped trying to speak and went to a corner to talk to each other. Although when I approached, they were just staring at the corner of the room without saying a word. Julius said they were surely communicating mentally and to leave them alone, but it seemed super weird to me. I had never seen them get upset. The trip got weird after that, as the twins didn't make their usual jokes and were very quiet. Luna said they had a lot of nargles surrounding their heads. We also visited Mahutakoro, and the headmistress herself guided us through her school, but even she could tell that something was wrong. At one point, she left us in a model class and Dad went with her for a while. When they came back, Dad had two perfect spheres that seemed to change color between red and blue, and the headmistress carried a small basket. The basket had tiny little jars filled with a pinkish, semi-transparent liquid, which turned out to be Blamiki honey, and Dad gave a sphere to each twin. As soon as they touched the spheres, a blinding white light appeared, and it sounded like branches crackling in a fire. When I could see again, Forge and Gred each had a tiny fox in their arms, so white that it looked like freshly fallen snow, and the tips of their tails were red. When I could see their eyes, both little foxes had the same blue eyes as the twins. The kitsune, because holy Merlin, they were real kitsunes, yawned in an extremely adorable way, and a small flame of blue fire emerged from their tiny mouths. The redheads were dumbfounded, and Dad, in a somewhat clumsy way, told them that it was a gift for them to return to being themselves, mischievous like the kitsunes. Well, he said it in a more elaborate and eloquent way, but I understood that he cared about them. It was a very nice gesture, and the sparkle in my favorite twins' eyes returned. Their cheeks were completely flushed, most likely from the heat of the flames of their new familiars, so they left them in Luna's and Julius' arms and at the same time ran over and hugged Sev. And Kelty got jealous when I called them adorable, so I told her that she was extremely adorable when she got jealous, and I swear, diary, if snakes could blush, she would be as red as a cherry. Draco asked me if he was adorable too, and of course I told him he was as adorable as a mooncalf dancing under the moonlight, but I just managed to confuse him. It seems like my dragon needs to study a bit more about magical creatures. The redheads did the familiar ritual with Kasai and Kaji, the kitsunes, a few days later, and they haven't left their sides at all. It's very cute. What wasn't cute at all was finding out that the names they chose mean fire, but with a meaning destined for disaster. I'll never understand them, but at least they're lovable. Anyway, the trip to Japan was spectacular, but extremely tiring and an emotional roller coaster. At least I got a new pen pal in Ron. See you later. Bye. March 7th, 1989. Monday, July 3rd. Dear Diary, Africa is very hot. We decided to visit Wagadu School of Magic first, which is located in the Mountains of the Moon in Uganda. To enter, we had to pass through a wide area covered entirely in fog, so much so that it seemed like we were floating, and we had to hold hands to avoid getting lost. The school is huge. Dad says it's even bigger than Hogwarts. We had to cut the visit a bit short because they were doing renovations, but what caught my attention the most were their alchemy classrooms. I think I'm starting to see the appeal of this subject for when I take it on my 10th birthday. We had to almost drag Dad away because he wanted to stay for the alchemy model class, but we had already booked a trip to a Muggle safari. The safari was good. We saw elephants and giraffes, also some hippos and rhinos, but the best part was when we got off to have lunch in a small village along the way, and when we returned, our vehicle had been invaded by lionesses. The guy just laughed and took us back to the village. In the end, we stayed there for about 3 hours until the lionesses got bored and left our vehicle alone. Kelty made friends with a boomslong that lived on the outskirts of the village. Unfortunately, we didn't see any more snakes for the rest of the trip. Then we went to the magical creature reserve near the Congo and saw Tibos, a kind of ash-colored wild boar, a sphinx, to which we had to answer a riddle to continue our tour. In darkness I hide, but in light I vanish. I am a symbol of hope, but in shadows I perish. What am I? It was great but a bit intimidating. It was funny because only after a few seconds all of us, except my dragon, said the correct answer. The Sphinx still stepped aside, but I couldn't help the redheads making fun of my Draco. We were able to pick up some dried figs and other potion ingredients as we walked through the reserve. Dad was very happy, and the redheads took turns carrying Sev's large basket. On the way, we came across a couple of Yumbas arguing with some reserve workers, and Dad told us it was better to stay away from there because Yumbas, who are a kind of house elf, are very temperamental. At one point, Julius separated from the group, and when we found him, I saw him hiding a Runspor egg in his pants pocket. Luckily, Dad also noticed and told him to put it back where he found it. But my little brother said the mother had given him the egg when he introduced himself as a parcel mouth. Dad still made us go see the nest, and I asked the snake if what Julius said was true. Talking to a Runspor is very strange. Each head says what it wants, and it's a bit confusing, but two of them said we could keep the egg, while one said we should return it. Since the middle head said it was okay, Dad decided to accept that Julius would have a Runspor as a familiar. There was a phoenix nest at the top of a mountain, but it was a restricted area so we couldn't see it. They had placed several streelers on the path, so it was dangerous to walk on the poisonous substance these snails secrete. In the rest of the place, there were several fwoopers flying around and diricals appearing and disappearing everywhere. In another restricted area, there was a pair of Nundus that had just had cubs, and a female erumpent had gotten a little out of control in the east area. It was a paradise, but we had to leave earlier than I would have liked. Africa is very big, and despite everything, we couldn't see everything. At least we were able to enter some Egyptian tombs and see how curse breakers work. But I don't think it's a career I would like to pursue. Forge and Gred told us that their older brother, Bill, wanted to work in that. Well, to each his own. The Muggle museums were also great, but as I was saying, my diary, we couldn't see everything, but it was still fun. Next stop, India. I'm going to be able to celebrate my birthday there. I'm super excited, but also very nervous. Dad said he has a surprise for me, and it seems like everyone knows what it is except me. When did they have time to talk behind my back? So I look forward to it eagerly. See you later. Bye. January 8th, 1989. Harry, 9 years old, Tuesday, August 1st. Dear Diary, my dad is the best in the world. A long time ago, I told him the story of my ancestors that I had heard in secret when James told it to Xavier. The story about a certain Brahma family and Lady Magic's gift. I always thought it was a children's tale, just to put my older brother to sleep. But Dad took it seriously, and with his contacts he started investigating the Pamley family. It turns out that this family spread quite a bit, but it was the Peveril line that later gave rise to the Potter family. Unfortunately, there are no more magical Potters in India, but the Kumar family, the main magical branch, also descends from the Peverils, and Dad managed to get in touch with the head of the family. Apparently, it's a common surname in the Muggle community in India, but the magical family has only two lines. The lower Kumar, or young family, which is a third-generation magical family, and the upper Kumar, or princes, who descend from royalty and manage to maintain a kind of noble title, but it's not like at home, with all the lords and ladies. There they have a king, the Maharaja, who reigns over 10 houses, which are like minor kings, one of them being the Kumar house, to which I am distantly related. Surprisingly, another house is the Patil house, from which come the Patil twins, Padma and Parvati, whom I met at Xavier's birthday party. Despite all this royalty, the concept of blood purity is almost non-existent, as they often have more than one wife and many children, at least one of whom ends up marrying a Muggle, born or even Muggle. A clear example is Mehtab Kaur, who is related to me, as she is part of the magical Kumar family. She married the last Muggle Maharaja of Patiala, Yadavendra Singh. She is 67 years old, and her eldest daughter, Heminder Kaur, the only one who inherited magic, welcomed us at the International Portkey Arrival Lounge. She is a very kind woman and explained to me all about this family and how we are related. She let me ask her all sorts of questions and tried to tell me a little bit of everything. It was great. Physically, we don't look much alike. Maybe the tone of our hair, but the resemblance to the rest of my family and James was obvious. The Potter hair comes from here. According to Hemi, it comes from the same Ignotus Peveril. So that type of hair has been tormenting generations for many years. Hemi tried to tame her hair with a dupatta, a kind of fabric scarf with beads and colors typical of here, but it was obvious that it was a great effort. We all took a family-sized flying carpet. I think I prefer brooms, and we arrived at the main mansion of the family, where we were greeted with a grand banquet. According to Hemi, it is a tradition to celebrate the reunion with distant families. The best part is that no one commented on my skin color or my lack of messy hair. Everyone had the same hair but in different shades. There were even a couple of blondes and a red-haired girl. In fact, everyone seemed jealous of the silkiness of my hair, especially the girls. Dad and Julius said it made a lot of sense because women tend to worry more about that kind of thing. But Luna always has her hair wild and free in the wind or in messy braids. So I don't know if I believe them. Vanraj Kumar is the name of the head of the family. He is an older man, with the typical hair of everyone around here but whiter than I have ever seen on a person. It looked like a cloud, but the most surprising thing about him was his green eyes. They were easily 2 shades darker than mine, but they were green. I thought that was all that would surprise me about him, but no. After spending at least a couple of hours at the celebration, we were brought before him, and Dad gave him some gifts, a bottle of elfish liquor and a jar of blamiki honey that we got in Japan. And suddenly a large white snake appeared and wrapped itself around the old man's shoulders. But that wasn't the surprising part. No, the surprising part was that Vanraj spoke to it in Parseltongue. Parseltongue. Kelty immediately emerged from among my clothes to see what had surprised me so much, and without much thought, I told her what had happened. Everything stopped. No one made a sound for a good 5 seconds, which I really felt was an eternity, and then everything exploded into cheers, and the music played even louder. Vanraj smiled at me and told me that they believed the Parseltongue gift was lost, as none of his descendants had inherited it. But now they could rest assured that it had not been lost forever, but had ended up in another branch of the family, which gave them hope that one day the gift would return to them. Then, to my embarrassment, he offered me one of his great-granddaughters as a future wife. Dad told him that due to a family inconvenience, I was already married to Draco, but that didn't seem to discourage the old man. Instead, he said that I could always take one of his great-grandsons or great-granddaughters as a second wife or husband. My Draco didn't take it well, and honestly, neither did I. From what little I understand about being married, it's ideal to be with someone you like and to live with that person for the rest of your life. And I think just with my Draco is enough for me. Imagining living with someone else 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, seems extremely tiring. What if we get bored of playing? Draco is quite annoying when he's bored, and I don't know if the boys or girls that the old man was offering me would be just as annoying or worse. I really appreciate how my dragon leaves me alone when I tell him I just want to read for a while. But what if that supposed other wife or husband won't let me read in peace? No thanks. So I refused and told him that there was only space for my Draco. Vanraj laughed and told me that if I was sure, he would leave me alone. After that, he left me alone with that topic, and we proceeded to speak in Parseltongue about some writings that his ancestors had left him in Parseltongue about a type of magic specific to Parselmouths. We spent several days there, and Grandpa Van taught me what he knew about Parseltongue magic, which focused more on the healing aspect, and allowed Dad to copy the writings so that I could read them better at home. Grandpa Van decided to give us proper names from there as a gesture of goodwill and acceptance into the family. He called me Harit, which means green or related to nature. According to him, because of the color of my eyes and my love for magical creatures, Dad was called Sunil, which means dark. It made me laugh because it alluded to Dad always dressing in black. Luna was called Chandrika, which means little moon. She loved it. The twins were decided to be called Krishna twins, based on a Hindu god known for his mischievous and playful nature. But individually Forges Lullet, for being the more flirtatious of the two, and Gred is Nutvar, for being the one who always starts the mischief. Julius was called Ashok, which means without sorrow, and it was Grandpa's way of wishing him a better life. I don't know how he found out about Tom, but Grandpa Van seems to know everything. And Draco was named Arjun, which means bright or white, and well, that explains itself. My dragon is the brightest person of all. The cool thing is that written Parseltongue can be taught. So now all my friends and Dad have decided to learn it to have a secret way of communication. Draco said he would learn to speak Parseltongue. Although there is no precedent for it being possible, I will still help him in any way I can. My dragon really loves learning new languages and challenges. We visited the Muggle area in the company of Hemi's family, and they told us the story behind each monument we saw. They were better tour guides than the actual Muggles who did that. My favorite was the Taj Mahal. I found the gesture for which it was built to be beautiful, but the Muggle area was a bit ugly. The magical part was much cleaner, and the great building had a brilliant white shine. According to magical legend, the architect was a wizard who had fallen in love with the wife of Emperor Shah Jahan, to whom this mausoleum is dedicated. So this wizard did everything he could to make it the most beautiful building possible and added the magical area so he could visit it without being judged. I also received some gifts for Anna, Xavier, and Mom, but none for James. Still, they told me that my brothers were invited to come whenever they wanted. We spent my birthday in a grand celebration, and the whole family, and when I say whole, I mean whole, was present, and they gave me many gifts. The best part was dressing up in traditional clothes and spending it all together. I am extremely happy. I'm sorry if I stained some pages with my tears, dear diary, but I can't help it. I never thought I would be so accepted and loved by my biological family, even if it's a bit distant. I would have loved to share all this with my other brothers. Someday I will bring them, and we will spend it together with the whole family. See you. Goodbye. August 28th, 1989. Monday, August 28th. Dear Diary, we made a quick stop at home to pick up Blaze. Although it was a bit difficult to tear my dragon away from his gaming machines and computer, which Sissy and Lucy had managed to install with magic instead of electricity, thanks to a manual that Dad had sent them from Japan. Not to mention Dad, who wanted to stay to experiment with all his new ingredients and instruments. He seemed like a kid in a candy store. Surprisingly, Julius behaved well, until I realized he had gotten himself a handheld game called Game Boy. At least I still had Luna and the twins on my side. Seeing Blaze confused by all the Muggle terms and devices was hilarious. Oh, and when he said that Julius comics weren't art, I had never seen a 6-year-old verbally destroy someone 3 years older, although I must say Blaze put up a good fight. But no one beats the wit of my little brother. After 2 days, we finally managed to head to Italy, and I must say I understand a bit why Blaze says that Julius comics are not art. The paintings and sculptures we saw in the huge number of museums were spectacular, not to mention the architecture. Personally, I prefer Japanese or Indian architecture that is more connected with nature, but I can see the appeal of a country like Italy. It's a completely different world. Almost like comparing a mooncalf to an opal eye of the antipodes. Both are beautiful in their own way, but couldn't be more different. The magical area was full of fashion shops, clothes, and beauty products. It was overwhelming, but Draco and Blaze say that magical France is worse. I can't even begin to imagine. The beaches were truly beautiful and relaxing, and we even got to spend some time at Blaze's mom's villa, which had its own vineyard. We didn't get to see many magical creatures, much to my disappointment, but Blaze got us a drawing and painting instructor. I think I found a new hobby. Drawing is super fun and relaxing, and according to our instructor, I'm not half bad. The really surprising thing was finding out that Dad is very good at drawing realism, especially plants and animals. Luna was amazed and asked him to teach her how to draw the magical creatures we had photographed. Even though I love magical creatures almost as much as Luna does, I prefer sketching my family and especially my dragon. Julius only draws snakes and the occasional phoenix, and the twins didn't let me see what they were drawing, but they used up all the black color, maybe a Hungarian horntail? Blaze was a master at painting, but he only painted his mother. You can tell he loves her a lot. His paintings always have a tender and loving air. It's super cute. What I didn't like very much was that the instructor, Luca Moretti, also gave us art history classes. I love cultures and mythology, okay? But history, no, definitely not my thing. At least art history is a bit more entertaining than the history I have to study at home. Still, I almost fell asleep in most of the classes. Julius seemed bored too, but he didn't fall asleep. I don't know if I should feel bad for being worse than my little brother at staying awake with boring stuff, or proud of said little brother. Luna didn't seem to pay attention, always staring into space, just like the twins who quietly laughed between themselves. But when Mr. Moretti made us take a test, all 3 of them did quite well. I was the one who did the worst. Fortunately, I didn't fail, but everyone else had very high grades, including Dad. I forced him to attend the classes with us when he tried to escape. Anyway, an informative trip, but not one of the best. Now we have to go back home to say goodbye to the red-headed threats because they're already starting at Hogwarts. See you by February 9th, 1989. Saturday, September 2nd. Dear Diary, we're still staying in the UK to sort out our things. Sissy and Lucy did quite a bit, but Dad wants to personally organize all his potion ingredients and instruments. We had to acquire a new house elf dedicated to dealing with plants, as all the plants and seeds we obtained on our travels need more care, and Dad wants everything to be perfect. His name is Moki, and he's quite old, but he has extensive knowledge of various types of plants, especially exotic ones. We don't have many house elves at home. We only had 3, Doral, Mimi, and Vici, and now Moki has joined as well. I like how Dad taught me to treat them, with firmness but also kindness. James treats his house elves like he treated me. I can't help feeling horrible every time I remember. I wonder what will happen to Limey. She was always kind to me. James forbade her from seeing me or helping me just before he burned me. I miss her. But let's get back to more pleasant topics. Today we received a letter from the Redheads. They were sorted into Slytherin. Honestly, it wasn't much of a surprise to anyone. But they had told me that they planned to convince the sorting hat to put them in any other house to avoid suspicion and have more freedom. But it seems that this very plan made the hat not think much and put them in the green and silver house. I'm still a bit shocked by the twins' farewell words to my dad. I hadn't realized that they thought that way about Sev, that they liked him. Yes, that was obvious. But that they wanted to marry him. Wait, does that mean they'll be my other dads? Blessed Merlin. I hadn't realized that. What should I do? I mean, it's not like I dislike them, quite the opposite, but it just doesn't fit in my head. Besides, that means they're going to live with us, right? Being married is liking that person and having to live together when you're grown up, right? My dear diary, I'm having a little crisis right now. I'm sorry if my handwriting is a bit more messy than usual. So when the twins reach the legal age to marry, I think that's 16, they're going to come live with us? Is that all, right? Right. If that's the case, I don't think there will be much of a problem. We've traveled together for a long time, and we've all gotten along while, technically, living together. Julius likes them too. Yes, no problem. No problem at all. Dear diary, why do I feel something weird in my stomach? I feel like they're going to take my dad away from me. I don't want that. Maybe I'll have to talk to them to discuss my terms. We have to come to an agreement to share my dad. He was my dad first. They have to abide by my terms. Yes, tomorrow I'll send them a letter. I have to include Julius in this. He's also Dad's son. He has the right to be part of the agreement. Decided. Tomorrow, I'll talk to Julius to write a proper letter to Forge and Gred. See you. Goodbye. March 9th, 1989. Sunday, September 3rd. I hate James. I hate him. I hate him so much. Today I received a letter from Anna at breakfast. He asked me to please come home, to Potter Manor. That mum, she was very ill. The meta-wizard said she wouldn't make it through the day. I immediately told Dad, and we went together to Potter Manor, leaving a note for Julius, who was still sleeping. I know as the older brother I should have talked to Julius instead of just leaving him a note written in rushed and uneven letters, but I couldn't think straight and Dad seemed to be in the same state. We both knew very well that Mum would pass away soon. We've known since she woke up in the hospital, and we've talked about it several times. I thought that when the time came I would be prepared, but no amount of preparation could have prevented how I feel. So lost, sad. I realized that, despite seeing her getting sicker, I had the wish for her to always be there for me. But no. When we arrived at Potter Manor, it was surrounded by journalists and photographers. James was giving a speech, which made me very angry, until I saw Anna trying to get my attention to follow him to the backyard. Sev and I went to where he was, and he led us in the mansion. Xavier was there. He looked devastated. As soon as he saw me, he stood up from the red armchair where he was sitting and immediately hugged me. I couldn't help but shed some tears and hug my brother back, who was also sobbing on my shoulder. I hadn't realized that Xavier was almost a head taller than me, but at that moment I could only feel comforted by his strong embrace. Soon Anna also joined the hug, and the 3 of us ended up on our knees on the floor crying silently. I told them I wanted to see Mom, that I wanted to say goodbye to her. Xavier tensed immediately, but Anna told me to follow him, so I ignored my older brother's strange behavior, at least for a moment. It wasn't until we were in front of the door to the room Mom shared with James, the bastard never let her have her own room, that I realized Dad wasn't following us. He was a bit further down the hall, with red eyes and a face twisted in deep sorrow. I reached out my hand to him, but Dad shook his head. I couldn't accept that and went to him and pulled his arm until he stopped resisting and came with me to the door, behind which my mum lay, about to take her last breath. We took too much time. James had finished his speech and saw us when I tried to open the door. He immediately yelled at us and said we didn't have his permission to enter the room. Soon Dad and James were shouting at each other. James did something. I didn't realize what, but an invisible force threw Dad and me to the other side of the long hallway. We couldn't move. It was like something was pressing us against the wall. James called my brothers. Xavier looked at me with pity, but entered the room without saying anything to me. Anna fought a bit more. He tried to defend me, even begged for James to let me say goodbye to Mom. But James was impassive. He grabbed his arm tightly and dragged him into the room. When James closed the door behind him, the feeling of pressure disappeared and I ran to try to enter, but all in vain. At that moment I understood what was happening. James as Lord Potter had designated me as persona non grata for the house, so I couldn't open the door. Any door, touch, or move anything without the family head's permission. I didn't realize until later that Dad couldn't even move from the wall where he was still trapped. I was more concerned, crying, pleading, shouting, hitting, and threatening the poor door to let me pass. But nothing. I couldn't do anything. After hours, which for me was like an eternity, the door finally opened. But when I tried to pass, James stood in my way. He told me Mom had passed away and that it was all my fault. He tried to attack me, but Dad finally managed to free himself and saved me. We ran out of the mansion while James yelled and cast spells at us. I tried to break free from Dad's strong arms, but couldn't do it. I didn't care about James. I just wanted to see Mom. When we went back home, I yelled at Sev. Now I regret it. I know very well that despite everything he also wanted to say goodbye to Mom. But at that moment I couldn't understand why we had to flee from James in that way. It wasn't until I paid more attention to what Dad was saying that I understood. James wasn't casting any spell. No, he was casting the killing curse. Dad saved me from death, and all I could think about was how angry I was with him for running away from James. I don't know if I'll be able to sleep. April 9th, 1989. Monday, September 4th. Dear Diary, I no longer feel angry with Dad, and early in the morning I apologized to him. Sev just smiled at me and said he understood, not to worry because he didn't take my words seriously. But I could see that my apologies made his shoulders relax. Dad had been very tense. I could tell as soon as I laid my eyes on him when I came down for breakfast. I'm glad he forgave me so soon, but I feel like I should do more for him. I can't help but feel like I brought a lot of pain to my dad with the cruel words I shouted at him without thinking. Julius looked worried and a bit anxious, but he didn't comment. Together, the three of us had breakfast in silence, until the mail arrived along with the newspaper. That's when we found out that Mom's funeral would be today at 3 o'clock in the Godric's Hollow Cemetery. I was furious that James didn't bother to let us know himself and that we found out through the newspaper, as if I weren't part of the family, as if she hadn't been my mother too. I also didn't understand why she was going to be buried in the Godric's Hollow Cemetery and not in the Potter family one. I asked Dad and he, with his face twisted in anger, told me that according to the newspaper, my mom's transgression that led her to court with James made her unworthy of the family cemetery. That made my indignation skyrocket. Not even the brief note from Anna apologizing helped, nor could I focus on Xavier's note, which, for the first time in his life, accepted that, perhaps, James did not do the right thing, and that I did have the right to say goodbye to Mom. None of that mattered. I couldn't help but cry out of rage and pain, and the hugs from Dad and Julius could only make me feel slightly better. The three of us went to the funeral, but it was crowded with people, journalists, photographers, and gossips. The Aurors had to use the Obliviate spell several times on the poor muggles living in the area, as the number of wizards and witches dressed in robes only made the activity more suspicious. Despite having arrived since noon, the place was already full, and we couldn't get very close. When I tried to say that Lily had been my mom, either they mocked me or got angry and called me a liar. It was horrible. Dad managed to convince me to give up, and we moved away from the area, towards a small hill a little further south. From there we could see everything without any problem, but it felt bad as if it were a grave mistake. The worst part was that no one seemed interested in Mom, but they were trying to talk to James or Xavier. Even Anna seemed to be left behind. The ceremony was terrible, constantly interrupted by the noise of conversations and even laughter. I couldn't feel more angry, just empty. It's hard to explain how I feel even now. Far from all that, sitting at my desk in my room, I know very well that Dad couldn't sleep last night and probably won't be able to sleep tonight either. Out of solidarity or empathy, I'm not sure. Julius tried to stay awake with us until around 11 o'clock, but his body is that of a 6-year-old and he didn't make it. Dad carried him up to his room when I decided I needed to write about today. In a little while, I'll go to accompany Dad to the living room. I don't want to be alone, and I don't want him to go through it alone either. Goodbye. September 9th, 1989. Saturday, September 9th. Dear Diary, all my friends and family have tried to cheer me up, but I can't find any desire in me to be happy again. Everything feels so wrong without Mom, without being able to visit her every weekend, without her soft smiles and gentle hands stroking my head or her sweet lips kissing my forehead. Nothing makes sense to me. Draco is the most insistent of my friends, always trying to be with me and trying to make me do something other than just stare into space. But I can't. I don't know Blaze or Theo very well, and they don't know how to treat me either. Vince and Greg try. In their own way at least, they're always trying to feed me something, and I really appreciate the gesture, especially because I know very well that they would rather eat it themselves. But I almost never feel hungry. Pansy is the worst of all. Since we came back, she's been trying to cling more and more to Draco. I don't have the energy to be bothered by her, but it's still very annoying. Draco doesn't pay much attention to her and always tries to distance himself from her and cheer me up. He's sweet, but sometimes I feel like he's trying too hard. The best ones are Luna, Julius, and Dad. None of them try to make me talk or do things, but one of them is always by my side. They never leave me alone. They don't panic like Draco when I cry out of nowhere. They're just there and they hug me. They don't say anything. They don't need to say anything. Knowing they're there for me is more than enough. I thought I saw Julius talking to Draco, and since then I can see that my dragon just tries to sit next to me, just being there for me. He's told me directly that he wants to do more for me, that he can't stand seeing me so, well, like this. Neither of us knows exactly how to describe it, but something warm surges in my chest every time my Draco says he wants to see me happy again. And the fact that he seems to understand that I'm not just sad, but there's something else there, even though neither of us knows exactly what. Tomorrow is the reading of Mum's will. Fortunately, she wrote it and left it in charge at Gringotts before the trial farce, so at least I can be present for that. Dad also received a call from the bank as a beneficiary. James can't do anything because it's something sacred to the goblins, and if he dares to try to stop us, he will have a very bad time. A part of me fervently wishes that the bastard tries it, so that he is punished according to goblin law, but I know very well that James listens to everything Dumbledore tells him, and the latter will not allow his favorite pawn to be punished so severely and publicly. I don't care much about the reading of the will. I don't think there's anything physical that Mum left me that can fill the emptiness I feel inside. There's nothing that can replace her and allow me to be happy again. Tomorrow, I'll see my siblings again. I don't know how to feel about it. I'll also going to see James once more. I'm just glad that Dad can come too. I'm a bit ashamed to even write it, but I'm afraid of James, for everything he made me go through, for everything he can still do to me, for what he can do to my brothers, and above all, because it seems he hates me enough to cast the killing curse on me without a second thought. I can't understand how that man managed to marry Mum. She being so sweet and warm in him. I don't even know how to describe him. Maybe comparing him to one of the demons I saw in the Australian books wouldn't be too far off, at least for me. Goodbye. I'll try to get some sleep. October 9th, 1989. Sunday, September 10th. Dear Diary, I'm so sorry for staining your pages with my tears, but I just can't help it. Today was the reading of Mum's will. Besides the money, which was divided between Xavier, Anna, and me, almost everything else that belonged to Mum is now mine. But that's not the important part. No, the important part is the letter Mum left me. It's clear that she wrote it with difficulty, probably struggling against the spells that made her completely submissive to James's wishes. But I can't describe what her words did to me. Among many things, she told me that she loved me. She hadn't been able to say it, not even write it, for a long time. But she also said that she could only rest peacefully if I tried my hardest to be happy, and that she would never leave me. That even though I couldn't see her, she would always be there for me, in my saddest moments, but also in my happiest ones. She wrote that her greatest wish was to know that I was happy. She also wrote that if I didn't try, she would come back just to pull my feet at night. Something deep inside me seemed to dissolve. I'm still sad, and she wrote that it was okay to feel like this for a while. But something in me made me think that maybe I can be happy with some time. I have friends who care about me. I have the best dad in the world. an older brother who seemed to finally open his eyes, and two younger siblings to love and protect. But above all, I have my dragon. It's hard to understand what Mum is trying to express in her letter about Draco, but what I do know is that I will have my dragon by my side forever, and seeing him now, it hurts to see him so desperate just because he wants to see me happy again. I swear by my magic that I will try to be happy again. For my loved ones, for Draco, for Mom, and for myself. September 16th, 1989. Saturday, September 16th. Dear Diary, I feel calmer now. It's still going to be difficult to get used to not having Mum around. But now, instead of remembering her with just sadness, I can also think of her with nostalgia and affection. Blaze suggested that I draw or paint Mum, and it has really helped. At first, I wasn't sure what to do, but then I just let myself go. And now I have a whole collection of paintings and drawings of her alone or with me and the rest of my family, except James, obviously. Dad has been telling me stories about Mum from when they first met and all the time they spent being neighbors and friends. Together, we also went through Mum's trunk, categorizing everything and arranging it all in a room in our house. Dad always has a story or anecdote about each item, even the smallest ones, like the broken green quill that Mum broke when she threw it at James in their 3rd year, or the nearly empty ink bottle that still has a bit of ink that changes to all the colors of the rainbow. Dad made the potion to keep the ink with this property and gave it to Mum at the beginning of her 5th year. We found many photos of her with several of her friends, with whom we were able to communicate and exchange letters to learn more about Mum. Miss Mosevite, or Char, was in the same dormitory as Mum and asked if she could visit us. She is an apprentice at a salon and mainly makes potions to grow hair and change hair color. Char is very kind and told me that she wanted to get close to James to tell stories about Mum to Xavier and Anna, but James rejected her, saying that she didn't have enough social status to interact with the savior of the wizarding world. That made her very sad, so she was very happy when we contacted her. The best part is that her only comment about my appearance was that I looked a lot like Mum but with black hair. She even suggested that I dye my hair the same shade of red as Mum's to resemble her more. I'm going to think about it. I like that my hair looks like Dad's, I hadn't realized, but the reason I look so much like Dad is because of the blood adoption. Maybe I could have red hair for a while, not forever. I wonder what Draco will think if I suddenly turn up as a redhead. Oh, right. The Weasleys. They sent me several letters with their condolences and potion formulas to show Dad. They're all for pranks, but they say they wouldn't mind something a bit darker if we use them on James. Dad is preparing something to get back at that man and says my help is quite important and that the twins' formulas and instructions will also be put to good use. I'm not that good at potions yet, but even Julius has noticed that Dad is preparing something nasty for James. I can't wait to see what he does. I also talked to Julius about the redhead threats proposal. I can't believe I had forgotten about that, and my little brother made fun of me, saying I shouldn't be jealous. I'm not jealous. But in the end, he decided to help me with the terms. But he still said I should talk to Dad about it, as it's his decision. I understand where he's coming from, but I don't know if Dad will take me seriously. What if he makes fun of me like Julius? Anyway, I'll think carefully about whether to talk to Dad about it or not. But we're already writing down our conditions with Julius. I'll also think about whether to dye my hair or not, or maybe just change my hair with my metamorphogus ability. But Dad says that if I want the change to last a long time, using my ability would just tire me out by having it active all the time, which can be dangerous. On the other hand, if I dye my hair with a special formula, this color can last for years with almost no maintenance, just the hair treatment that both Char and Sissy gave me to use. I need to think about it. Next week we're going to travel again, first to France, then probably Spain, and after that, I'm not sure, but I hope to have fun. See you, goodbye. February 10th, 1989. Monday, October 2nd. Dear Diary, France was fine. I suppose. I couldn't really focus much on the trip, and I have to say, unfortunately, traveling with Lucy and Sissy was, well, it could have been worse, I think. Lucy and Sissy wanted to accompany us to France because it's the place of origin for the Malfoy family, and even the Blacks have history here. They have several properties in this country, but Sissy only wanted to visit the fashion and beauty shops in the magical side. Lucy dedicated himself to taking us to parties with people of high political, social, and economic power. In other words, boring. It wasn't until the Lovegoods arrived that things improved. It's clear that Lucy cares about Zeno and, in his own way, wanted to show his appreciation by introducing him to the rest of his family and important people. Let's just say that between Dad, Julius, and I, we managed to prevent a disaster. I really don't want to talk about it, but it was super tiring. Zeno's robe was fuchsia with orange moons. Pandy wore a dress that looked a lot like an aubergine, and with her skin having lighter patches in some areas, she looked quite interesting. Luna wore a light blue dress I gave her, thankfully, but she refused to wear shoes. A disaster, and that's just talking about their clothing, but it was a fun disaster. And thanks to the Lovegoods, we finally stopped going to boring parties. Although without those parties, I wouldn't have found my new pen pal. Fleur is an interesting girl. She had permission to attend those parties as her school, Beauxbatons, was hosting the party where we met. Fleur seemed arrogant and uptight, and it was obvious she didn't want to be there at all. It wasn't until a very barefoot and slightly disheveled Luna invited her to dance that she finally seemed to relax. She tensed up again when Luna brought her over to where Draco and I were. It was weird, as if she expected us to attack her or something. Since, obviously, no one attacked her, she relaxed, and we started talking to her in French. It was entertaining. Later, I found out that she is part Vila, so I suppose it has happened to her quite often that people approach her only for her beauty. Well, we managed to tour Muggle France without any problems afterwards, but I think Sissy and Lucy were a bit uncomfortable. No idea why. Atmosphere, or so Julius said. It was pleasant. We also got to visit Beauxbatons again, but this time to see the classes. It was fine, but their uniform seems a bit uncomfortable, very tight and thin, definitely not my style, but I think it would suit Draco and Luna very well. Anyway, I managed to distract myself a bit, but I still didn't part with my sketchbook where I draw Mom at least once a day. See you, goodbye. October 21st, 1989. Saturday, October 21st. Dear Diary, the trip to Spain was fine, until it wasn't. It started peacefully, exploring the Muggle world, especially the works of the architect Gaudi. I still can't believe that La Sagrada Familia is still under construction, and there's still so much left to do. But Julius started sneezing and coughing more frequently after the first 3 days in Spain. Soon, we all caught it. Fortunately, it was just a magical flu, so nothing too serious, but we were stuck in the hotel for a little over a week. Dad was affected too, but refused to rest and spent his time taking care of us until he couldn't anymore and spent the last 3 days in bed with a high fever. Thanks to Merlin and Morgana, I had almost completely recovered by then, so I took it upon myself to care for Dad and the others who were still a bit unwell. I don't like it, but I'm glad that James forced me to learn to cook from such a young age because it was extremely helpful. In the end, the ones who took the longest to recover were Dad, because he didn't rest when he should have, and Julius, because his immune system wasn't fully prepared for his first magical flu. After that, we only had a few days left to visit the magical part of this country before our international portkey was scheduled, but it wasn't the same. We were all still a bit tired and sore, so it wasn't a very pleasant trip. It was the longest time I spent without thinking much about Mom or drawing her, and surprisingly, I don't feel too bad about it. When I thought about Mom, I could only feel protected and cared for by her, as if she were still here. Now I understand her letter a bit more, where she said she would always be there for me. I felt her with me in every detail Dad did to make me feel better and more comfortable. It was nice to know that Mom is not only with me, but also that at least a little piece of her is in Dad. It's hard to explain, but the way he cleaned my forehead or whispered sweet nothings was exactly how I remembered Mom acting. Even his chicken and vegetable soup tasted just like Mom's when she made it for Xavier and me when we were sick. It's an extremely blurry memory, and it surprises me that I remember it at all because I must have been no older than a year and a half when Mom took care of us like that. Anyway, despite being sick and hardly seeing any of Spain, I'm glad I realized this detail that Dad and Mom share. I decided to see if they have more things in common, and indeed they do. When Dad eats something he dislikes, he slightly furrows his brow and changes hands with the cutlery for a moment, just like Mom. And when he sleeps, he hugs a pillow and sleeps on his right side, just like Mom used to. For the rest of our travels, I intend to explore more similarities between Dad and Mom. Next destination, Bulgaria. See you, goodbye. January 11th, 1989. Wednesday, November 1st. Dear Diary, today is our last day in Bulgaria. We had a good time, but mainly visited the magical side. On the Muggle side, we saw the city of Sofia and its Alexander Nevsky Cathedral, which was impressive, and one of the oldest cities in all of Europe, Plovdiv. The history and architecture were extremely interesting, but I can honestly say that the most fun was on the magical side. Beyond the Vidosha mountain, we came across a junior Quidditch championship. Apparently, the country organizes competitions for this sport every year. There were even some students from Durmstrang Institute, seemingly scouting for young talent to improve their national league, which has been performing poorly in recent years. Together, we formed a team to participate at Draco's request. Blaze didn't want to play, but my dragon pestered him so much that he got the rest of our friends to come so we could participate. Although I don't like it that much, I am the fastest on a broom, so I was the seeker. Draco, Luna, and Theo were chasers, Mirella and Greg beaters, and Vinz was the keeper. I still don't understand what Blaze did, but he managed to get everyone here very quickly, and we were able to practice together. Amazingly, Luna was very good with the quaffle. As always, she seemed to have a faraway look, but at the same time juggled the ball. She would also stop suddenly or fly aimlessly, thus bewildering her opponents, and before they realized it, she had already passed the quaffle to Draco, who was very good at receiving the ball from any direction. Then, he would pass it to Theo, who had the best aim of the three and almost always managed to score. Watching them play was breathtaking. They still needed practice but were spectacular. Mirella and Greg took a bit longer to sink, but they were also quite good. Mir has an impressive aim but doesn't hit very hard, while Greg could launch the bludger with tremendous force, but his aim wasn't very good, making him a danger to the team at first. However, they managed to find a balance by practicing together. Vinz, well, he wasn't our best player, but he made up for his skill with his size. Among all the children, he and Greg were some of the biggest, and that's considering we competed against children up to 13 years old. I had fun flying around, annoying, and further distracting the opposing team. It was very amusing to see the confused faces of the other children. Amazingly, we made it to the semifinals, where we played against the favorite team. It was a spectacular match, but the most difficult one we had to play. Towards the end, we were losing by 150 points when I saw the snitch. If I caught it, we would draw, or so I thought, but the opposing seeker was very good, and I couldn't shake him off. We both dived for the snitch when it suddenly swerved to the right. Luckily, I was on that side and managed to catch it, but the opposing team had scored another goal, and we lost by 10 points. Dad congratulated us and bought sweets for everyone, and I got another pen pal. His name is Victor, and he is the seeker of the team that beat us. He told me he had been recruited for the National Junior League despite being 13 years old, whereas they usually recruit from the age of 15, and that he hadn't had so much fun flying in a long time. He's quite pleasant, but Draco didn't let me talk much with him. In the end, we managed to come third, winning a cup and medals for everyone, as well as some offers to join various junior teams. My dragon was over the moon with happiness. Aside from that, we visited the Bulgarian ministry, but we were not given permission to visit Durmstrang Institute, which was a shame. Oh, Julius's runespore hatched while we were ill in Spain. Kelty befriended 2 of the 3 heads and is indifferent to one, so I count it as a victory. Julius adores his familiar, and it seems the feeling is mutual. Julius named the middle head Kundalini, which comes from Hinduism and is a spiritual serpent representing primal energy, since this head is the dreamer. The right head he named Apep, which comes from Egyptian mythology, where it is a giant serpent representing chaos, as this head is the venomous one and is a bit irritable. The left head is Quetzalcoatl, which comes from Aztec mythology and is a feathered serpent deity associated with wind and wisdom, as this head is the one that plans and makes decisions. By the way, Kelty doesn't get along well with Apep, and they often argue about who is the most venomous. Oh, and when Julius wants to refer to his familiar as a whole, he calls it Canapsa, which is a combination of the 3 names. And last but not least, I discovered more details that Dad and Mum have in common. When Dad worries about me, he bites his lips and crosses his arms tightly over his chest. Dad tiptoes up the stairs. When he thinks deeply, he tucks his hair behind his right ear and puts his left hand on his hip, just like Mum. I don't know if I'll find more details if I keep observing, but I hope so. However, Dad is starting to notice that I'm watching him more, so I have to be more careful. Anyway, it was fun. Tomorrow we go to Russia. See you, goodbye. November 20th, 1989. Monday, November 20th. Dear Diary, arriving in Russia was a bit exhausting due to the bad weather and strong magical protections. The Porky journey was quite bumpy. Fortunately, we weren't in any real danger, but it could have gone wrong. In the International Porky Hall, there were several tourists who had lost their luggage due to the frenetic movements, and one family had lost a child. Luckily, the parents had put a tracker on him, and the authorities were able to locate him quickly. Once we settled into our accommodation, we could breathe a bit easier. By the way, it's extremely cold here. The first thing we did was visit the Kremlin in Moscow, a place full of history and mystery. The tall towers and imposing walls reminded me of how Dad describes Hogwarts, but with an older, more majestic air. Inside the Kremlin, we saw St. Basil's Cathedral, with its brightly colored domes that look like something out of a fairy tale. And speaking of fairies, at night you can see several ice fairies dancing among the domes, reflecting the moonlight on their wings that look like they're made of crystal, giving off colors of the rainbow. It's a truly beautiful sight, though we had to wake up at 2 a.m. to see it. We then ventured outside the city to visit Lake Baikal, an incredibly beautiful and magical place. According to Russian mythology, the lake is inhabited by a water spirit known as the Tsar of the Waters. We heard stories about how the Tsar can be both benevolent and vengeful, and how local fishermen offer him gifts to ensure a good catch. While exploring the shores of the lake, Luna told us about a magical creature that lives in the depths, known as the Draken. According to legend, the Draken is a water dragon that protects the lake and its inhabitants. Although we didn't see it, it was exciting to imagine that such a creature could exist. We also visited an old fortress called Kizy Pogost, famous for its wooden churches with onion-shaped domes. The place had a special energy, and Blaze suggested that it might be related to ancient Russian magic. We were excited by the idea of finding magical artifacts or hidden secrets in the fortress, but in the end, we found nothing. During our trip, I found some souvenirs that I think Anna and, though I'm not sure if I should bring him something, Xavier will appreciate. For Anna, I found a small figurine of a firebird, similar to the one in Russian stories. And for Xavier, I found a carved stone with the symbol of the Draken. We also celebrated Julius's 7th birthday here, but I think he was more worried about his familiar, as it went into brumation because of the cold. Kelty was also much more lethargic, but Dad taught us spells to keep them warm, so they should be fine. While we were walking through Siberia's nature parks, we encountered several creatures, all completely furry, but we couldn't tell what they were. Luna said she thought she saw a Normand, a small furry beast related to garden gnomes, but we're not sure. We also passed by the house of Baba Yaga, who is actually a very old witch with hearing, sight, and memory problems. The poor thing lived alone in a house far from any town or civilization, but when we tried to help her, she refused and said she was waiting for her husband, who, according to her, had gone out hunting a few hours ago. But we're not entirely sure if it's true or if her husband has been missing for longer. We left her supplies and reinforced the heating charms since she wouldn't move for anything. I felt quite sorry for her, but we couldn't do much more. Well, according to Dad, we also passed near a prison in Siberia, but we didn't get too close because Sev said there are dementors in that area. We could tell because it got even colder, and I felt terrible. Thanks to Merlin, we had bought plenty of chocolate in Moscow because it helped a lot. Time for similarities between Dad and Mum. When Dad is very cold, he becomes more affectionate and doesn't miss an opportunity to hug me or Julius. Dad holds his wand with his index finger extended. Dad loves dark chocolate, but likes to eat it even more with red fruits, just like Mum. Well, Mum preferred her chocolate a bit less dark than Dad, but she also ate it with red fruits. See you. Goodbye. December 16th, 1989. Saturday, December 16th. Dear Diary, our trip to Canada has been incredibly exciting. From the towering snow-capped mountains to the mysterious forests, we've discovered a world full of magic and wonder. We began our adventure in the Rocky Mountains, where the snowy peaks glistened under the sun, and the lakes were as clear as crystal. In Banff National Park, we met a group of Native Americans who told us about the Wendigo, a mythical creature that lives in the forests and feeds on flesh. Although we didn't see it, we stayed alert on our hikes, just in case. Then we headed east to the Ontario region, where we visited Niagara Falls. They were enormous, and the sound of the water was deafening. Luna told us about Nanabozo, a hero of local legends who created the falls to defeat some water monsters. She seemed a bit sad about the water creatures, but we managed to confirm with some local witches that there are still various mermaids and aquatic creatures in the area, which greatly reassured my friend. In the Thunder Bay region, we explored the Isle of the Giant, where it's said the giant of Thunder Bay once lived before being defeated. It's true that in the Muggle side, you can't find any evidence of giants, but in the magical side, there is a sizable colony of some of the largest giants in the world. Dad didn't let us get close to that area. We celebrated Blaze's 10th birthday in a nearby town, where we joined the local festivities. It was an incredible party with delicious food and cheerful music. During the celebration, I found a special keepsake for Anna, a stone carved with the symbol of the Snow Maiden, a mythical figure who protects travelers lost in the snow. We spent our last day in Canada in Hudson Bay, where we saw a herd of caribou. It was an impressive sight that reminded us of Canada's incredible wildlife. While exploring the bay, Luna told us about the Kalapalik, a sea creature from Inuit mythology that takes children who get too close to the water. Fortunately, we didn't encounter any of these creatures during our visit. We are now preparing to head to Finland, where we will celebrate Yule and Christmas. We are excited to continue our adventure and discover more magical wonders on this incredible journey. At the moment, I can't see more similarities between Dad and Mom, especially because Sev has already noticed what I'm doing. It was a bit of an embarrassing conversation at first, but then Dad told me that if I keep refining my observation skills, I will surely find more similarities since they technically grew up together. So many of one's gestures ended up being imitated by the other and vice versa. Dad gave me the task of categorizing my findings and trying to differentiate who originated each gesture between Dad and Mom. When we get back home, he will review it and tell me more stories related to what I find. I can't wait. See you. Goodbye. December 27th, 1989. Wednesday, December 27th. Dear Diary, how exciting our stay in Finland has been during the celebration of Yule and Christmas. Our adventure began in Helsinki, where we immersed ourselves in Finnish culture and learned about Yule traditions. At the National Museum of Finland, we discovered the history of the festival and how it was traditionally celebrated in honor of the sun goddess. Luna told us that during Yule, the Finns would light candles and torches to symbolize the returning light during the winter solstice. After learning about Yule, we headed to Rovaniemi, the city of Santa Claus, where the magic of Christmas was everywhere. Santa Claus Village was decorated with bright lights and festive ornaments, creating a magical and cozy atmosphere. There, we met Santa Claus and shared our Christmas wishes with him while enjoying the snow and crisp winter air. During our stay in Rovaniemi, Lucy, Sissy, Bella, Ro, R.A., Mir, and Theo came to see us to celebrate Yule in a traditional way with the burning of the Yule log and Christmas. The burning of the Yule log was a special moment where we all gathered around the fire to share stories and wishes for the new year. The warmth of the fire and the company of our friends made the celebration unforgettable. After spending the morning making the Yule wreath, we were excited to explore the local market to find some treats and gifts for our celebration. The air was filled with a festive energy as we strolled through the colorful stalls adorned with garlands and twinkling lights. We stopped at a craft shop where they sold a variety of handmade products. Among the shelves decorated with carved wooden figures, we found a collection of magical creatures from Finnish mythology. I was amazed to discover figures of the Paiva, an elderly spirit said to grant wishes to those who find him in the forest on Yule Eve. Each figure was skillfully carved and hand-painted, capturing the essence of these mysterious nature beings. I decided to buy an Paiva figure as a keepsake of our trip and as a symbol of the wishes I carried in my heart for the coming year. I felt a special connection to the story behind this figure and was excited to take it home with me. After exploring the market, we headed to the place where the traditional Yule log burning would take place. The atmosphere was filled with anticipation as we gathered around the bonfire, which had been carefully built and decorated with spruce and holly branches. As the afternoon turned to evening, the bonfire began to burn with a warm, bright glow. We sat in a circle around the fire, singing Yule songs and sharing stories while we waited for the moment to light the log. When the time finally came, a murmur of excitement ran through the group. With a lit torch, Dad ignited the log, and soon the flames began to dance and crackle vigorously. The heat of the fire enveloped us, and the scent of burning wood filled the air as we watched in awe as the sparks rose towards the starry sky. To our great surprise, something started moving among the branches of the surrounding forest, and you won't believe who it was. Diary. It was an Ijin Paiva, in the flesh. A real one. Dad was a bit worried because these creatures can be very dangerous if they feel challenged. It looked like a hunched old man with a very long white beard, but it had hair covering its body like a coat. With a confidence I don't know where I got from, I approached the creature and gave it the keepsake I had bought earlier, the figurine representing the same creature. It took it in its hairy hands and examined it from all sides as if inspecting it. After a few minutes, which in the deep silence felt like hours, it returned it to me and asked in a raspy, deep voice if I wanted a wish. 1,001 things went through my mind, but in the end, I couldn't resist asking to see my mum one last time, to properly say goodbye to her. I told it, and the creature looked me straight in the eyes. Its eyes were such a light blue that I thought it was blind, but suddenly everything went black and Mum was there, right in front of me. She looked sad but much healthier than I had ever seen her before. I cried, of course I cried, and she hugged me. She seemed unable to speak, but feeling her, though cold, was immensely comforting. I told her everything that had happened. I told her I was trying to be happy again, for my loved ones, for her, and for myself, as she had asked in her letter. I told her about the drawings I made of her and the similarities I found between Dad and her. She smiled and never stopped hugging me. It felt like both a lot of time and very little time had passed, but I knew deep inside that it was the end. I said goodbye to her and finally felt at peace. I will miss her, but now I can be more at ease. My vision slowly became blurry, and suddenly I was looking at the almost white-blue eyes of the creature, which gave a slight bow and disappeared in a whirlwind of snow. It was, without a doubt, the most magical thing that has ever happened to me. Dad approached me. He had tears in his eyes and hugged me. Apparently, he also got to say goodbye to Mum. Afterwards, the Yule log burning ended, and we felt united as family and friends, sharing the tradition and spirituality of this ancient celebration. It was a reminder of the importance of community and connection with nature at this time of year. After the Yule log burning, we celebrated Christmas with a traditional Finnish dinner, which included dishes like kalakukko, fish pie, and rosali, beetroot salad. We enjoyed the food and the company, sharing laughter and special moments together. During our stay in Finland, we also had the opportunity to explore the country's nature and magic. We visited Nuuksio National Park, where we hiked through snowy trails and admired the beauty of the winter landscapes. Luna told us about the Haltija, nature spirits that protect the forests and the animals living in them. Although we didn't see any Haltija in person, we felt their presence in the tranquility and beauty of the surrounding nature. In short, our Yule and Christmas celebration in Finland has been an incredible experience full of magic, joy, and unforgettable moments. I am grateful to have these experiences and share them with my friends and loved ones. See you, goodbye. January 16th, 1990. Tuesday, January 16th. Dear Diary, Romania is eerie. We spent most of our time as prisoners of none other than Dracula himself. You heard me right, Diary. Dracula kidnapped us. We arrived safely, and our first stop was Bran Castle, known as Dracula's Castle. Its corridors and towers were impressive. Luna told us about the Strigoi, vampires said to inhabit the region. The castle had medieval architecture and its history was intriguing, but we decided to delve deeper into a restricted area. Dad said he sensed magical energy but no traps, so I convinced him to investigate. Bad idea. Terrible idea. Dad hadn't sensed anything wrong because it was a magical portal that transported us to another castle, specifically Hunadora Castle. Of course, I only found out its name much later. We arrived right in the middle of a gathering with many people, young-looking and very pale-skinned men and women, all watching the front of the grand hall. Right there was a great throne decorated with jewels and what appeared to be human bones. The person sitting on the throne was peculiar, not quite a man but not a woman either, with black hair slicked back tightly to the skull, like when Draco tried using gel to style his hair that way until I told him it looked bad and he stopped. Their eyes were a mysterious crimson. Julius said they were androgynous in appearance, and it was precisely our whispering that seemed to give us away. Although now that I think about it, it could have also been our heartbeats. In less than a minute, Dad tried to take us back through the same portal, but it closed quickly, and the bored, drawling voice of the person on the throne surprised us. They said we had special guests and that we should be treated as such. Suddenly, all the red eyes of the hundreds of people, vampires, diary, they were all vampires, turned to look at us. I still don't quite understand what happened next. One moment we were standing in the corner of the throne room, and the next we were in a cell, a very clean cell with several quite comfortable beds and an attached bathroom, but a cell nonetheless. Everything happened so fast. I had read about the powers and abilities of vampires in books, but seeing them in action is completely different and terrifying. We spent a few days in the cells, with some very old house elves bringing us meals, but I don't know exactly how many days passed because there were no windows. Just like in the Grand Hall, everything was lit by candles, chandeliers, and torches. No sunlight. Dad told us he had met with a coven before, whose leader was named Alexev. It was a group of very vengeful and cruel Russian vampires. He also told us that this group hated Dracula, or Lord Vlad Tepes, as he preferred to be called. According to these vampires, we didn't know if this would help or not. We had no way to ask for help, and the place was protected against apparition or porkies. Even our magic felt a bit strange. Out of all of us, Luna was the calmest. Julius pretended to be calm but couldn't sleep without being in the same bed as Dad. Blaze and Draco, especially my dragon, were extremely desperate and almost climbing the walls with stress. I tried to keep the peace as I could see that Dad's patience was quickly wearing thin with all their whining and crying. After some time, a few vampires dressed as guards came to collect us and took us back to the throne room before Lord Tepes. He said we were lucky because they had just returned from hunting when we arrived, so they weren't thirsty yet. He also said they didn't feed on children, so he proposed letting us go if we left Dad behind. I still shiver at the thought of him saying that, and I couldn't help but grip Dad's hand tightly. I know Dad would do something like that to keep us safe, but I wasn't going to let him. Not then and not in the future. Dad understood my message, thankfully, and surprised us all by kneeling and exposing his neck in a submissive position but maintaining eye contact with the vampire the whole time. He said he could propose a deal that would let him go too. He called him Lord Tepes, and that, along with his posture, seemed to surprise the vampire the most. I even thought I heard a sound like a purr escape him. It was strange, but Lord Tepes smiled slightly and said his attention had been piqued, so he would listen. For a moment, I thought Dad would propose making the potion that protects vampires against the sun, as he did with that other coven for the Dark Lord. But he surprised us all again when he proposed telling him a joke. According to Dad, it was common knowledge that Lord Tepes never laughed, so he proposed to return that little piece of himself. The Lord smiled more broadly, and for a moment I thought he would laugh right then, but he composed himself easily and said he accepted and would give him 3 chances to make him laugh. He then looked bored again and told the guards to return us to our cell, saying he would call for Dad when he was ready. I noticed that despite his nonchalant and bored appearance, his tone of voice was slightly amused, so I felt hopeful. Back in the cell, Dad let out a loud sigh and threw himself face down on a bed, then let out something like a growl. Remembering it now makes me laugh, but at the time, I worried about him. I approached and asked if he was okay, and he said yes, but I noticed his ears were red. I still don't understand why, but I made him promise to tell me what really happened. Dad said he wouldn't tell me until I was at least 13. Well, we had more important things to discuss, and I let it go. We spent the following days tossing around ideas for jokes and pranks that might work for someone as old as Lord Tepes, but we weren't very confident about what could make someone like that laugh. The first attempt came and went. Dad was sure he would succeed, as he said he had managed to get a smile out of him. Although Dad returned with a red face again, the second attempt was the same. It wasn't until the third attempt that, for a moment, the entire castle trembled, and when Dad returned, the guards let us out and took us to the throne room. There we found something I could never have imagined. Lord Tepes was laughing hysterically, lying face down horizontally on his throne. Even his hair was disheveled, and a faint pink color tinged his face. Dad seemed very pleased with himself despite also having a flushed face. Lord Tepes said he was indeed a vampire of his word and would let us all go, although he said he would like to keep in touch with Dad. It seems Sev got a new pen pal. Of course, He said all this in a broken voice because he was still laughing. He also said we were now under his clan's protection, so we could continue exploring Romania as much as we wanted and even come back. No, thank you. We still had to stay a bit longer in the country because international portkeys have fixed dates here. So, still a bit apprehensive, we decided to keep exploring. First, we went to the Transylvania region, where we found the Hoia Baciu forest. This forest is famous for being a place of paranormal activity and is said to be home to spirits and ghosts. And yes, we saw some ghosts, but most of them were friendly, luckily. We also managed to see a kind of fairy the locals call eels, mostly in warm colors with red standing out, which reminded me of the vampire's eyes. So at first, I didn't want to approach them, but Luna convinced me they were harmless. Yes, they were very cheerful creatures and brought us small flowers to put in our hair. They seemed to like Dad's hair the most because they put even more flowers in it. Then we went to the Danube Delta, an incredibly beautiful place full of wildlife and lush nature. There we encountered the Strigoi mort, a type of strigoi that comes back from the dead to torment the living. Fortunately, it didn't harm us, and we could observe them from a distance. The delta's landscape was stunning, with its vast marshes and numerous species of birds and animals. During our adventure, I found a special souvenir for Anna. In a small souvenir shop in Bucharest, I found a hand-carved wooden statuette representing an eel. I hope he liked it. Finally, tomorrow is the day the international portkey activates, and we can leave. The sooner, the better. Oh, Dad still wouldn't tell us what joke finally made the vampire laugh, despite our begging a million times. He said he would never repeat what he did or said, even if he died. I'm going to make it a personal challenge to find out what he did someday. I will know. See you soon, and I hope our next trip is much, much more peaceful. Goodbye. September 2nd, 1990. Friday, February 9th. Dear Diary, we barely arrived in China before deciding to celebrate Dad's birthday, since it was impossible to do so in Romania. It was a bit late, but we still decided to make him a dark chocolate cake with red fruits, just the way he likes it. And this time, it turned out much better than the last time. It was great working together in the kitchen with Draco, Julius, Blaze, and Luna. Everyone had their task. Draco and I whisked the mixture, Blaze and Luna prepared the red fruits, and Julius helped us pour the mixture into the mold. We were so excited to do something special for Dad. When the cake was ready, we took it out of the oven and decorated it with the red fruits. This time, even though I really wanted to do it myself, we let Blaze write the happy birthday message, as he has the steadiest hand. It turned out so beautiful and delicious. We were eager to show it to Dad and see his reaction. The cake was a total success. Everyone loved it, and Dad was very happy. It was a very special and emotional birthday, despite being belated. I'm sure Dad appreciated our effort and dedication. The rest of the trip was an incredible adventure. Our first stop was in Beijing, where we visited the Forbidden City, a place full of history and mystery. Dad told us about the ancient Chinese dragons, powerful and benevolent creatures that brought good luck. But now they are extinct, leaving only their descendants, the Chinese fireball dragons, which retain their bright red and gold colors but have a different body shape. It saddened me to know that these wonderful creatures had been hunted to extinction for their good luck properties. Afterwards, we went to the Great Wall of China, an architectural marvel stretching across mountains and valleys. Luna told us about the spiritual guardians of the wall, magical creatures similar to fairies but slightly larger, who protect this important site. We felt small in the face of the grandeur of the wall and the history it represents. Another incredible place we visited was Xi'an, where we saw the Terracotta Army, an astonishing collection of ancient sculptures. Blaze told us about the earth spirits that guard these ancient warriors and give them life in another dimension. According to him, one of his stepfathers had managed to take one of the sculptures and was cursed by these spirits. During our walks through the local markets, I found some special souvenirs for Anna. I bought a Chinese opera mask representing the tradition and history of this ancient country. I also found a small figure of a Chinese dragon, symbolizing strength and wisdom, which I know he'll love. Oh, and since we arrived in China, we've been immersed in the culture and traditions of the new year. After witnessing the dragon parade, we spent the following days exploring the New Year's market, where we found a variety of traditional foods and crafts. We tried different dishes like dumplings, noodles, and spring rolls, and also participated in games like dart throwing and duck fishing. In the following days, we attended several cultural performances, including traditional Chinese dances and performances by local artists. Each performance was unique and allowed us to appreciate China's rich history and culture. One of the most memorable moments was when we participated in the lantern ceremony. The brightly colored lanterns illuminated the night sky, creating a magical and spectacular sight. Of course, I can't forget to mention that we managed to visit the largest magical creature reserve in the world, located deep within a forest in China. No one would tell us the name of the forest. From the moment we entered the forest, we could feel the magic and energy emanating from this special place. Our first stop was at the demiguy's habitat, a magical creature with silver fur and large, sad eyes. The demiguise is known for its ability to become invisible when threatened and to see the future, making it difficult to detect. It was fascinating to see it move gracefully and stealthily among the trees, and we managed to pet one. Although Blaze startled it even before he realized he was going to sneeze, which was quite funny. Next, we headed to the area where the Akami resides, a winged serpent with multicolored feathers that expands and contracts to fit the space it has. The Akami is known for its protective nature and extreme territoriality. It was impressive to see its beauty and elegance as it flew over our heads. We learned that a few weeks ago, baby Akamis had been born, but the mother wouldn't let us see them. However, we did manage to get some Akami eggshell fragments, which are pure silver. The locals don't consider them very important because the silver can't be remolded. Afterwards, we reached the enclosure of the Riem, enormous creatures with giant, golden horns. The Riem are peaceful but powerful creatures, and their horns are said to have magical properties. We were captivated by their majesty and felt small in their imposing presence. I couldn't help but notice that they resembled Ro and Ra's animagus forms quite a bit. Well, they are bulls, but still, they were very similar, especially the golden horns. Dad managed to file down some of the horns to use in his potion experiments. Finally, we visited the area of the horned serpents, snakes with horns on their heads and shiny scales. These creatures are agile and fast, slithering among the trees with ease. Although they are beautiful, they are also venomous, and Kelty along with Apep ended up having a screaming, hissing match with them to see who was more venomous. Fortunately, we managed to distract them by talking to them, as it seems it's been a long time since any Parselmouth has passed through there. In each encounter, we learned more about these magical creatures and their role in the magical ecosystem. It was a unique and unforgettable experience that left us in awe of the beauty and diversity of magical life in the world, and Dad got many potion ingredients. See you. Goodbye. February 3rd, 1990. Friday, March 2nd. Dear Diary, we began in Stockholm, the Swedish capital, an impressive city full of history and beauty. We visited the royal palace and marveled at its majestic rooms and beautiful gardens. We strolled through Gamla, the charming old town, with its cobbled streets and colorful buildings. After exploring the city, we ventured into the Swedish wilderness and found a nature reserve deep within a Swedish forest. While exploring, we discovered a herd of crumplehorned snorkax. These creatures were believed to be extinct. The crumplehorned snorkax are like creatures from the stories my mom used to tell me. They have furry bodies and big, bright eyes, and the most surprising feature is their wrinkled horns that look like twigs. They blend in perfectly with the trees and rocks, which is why they are so hard to find. We approached them carefully so as not to scare them, and they watched us with curiosity. They were friendly and playful, allowing us to get close enough to see their details. They seemed happy to have company and followed us as we explored their habitat. Luna was like she had eaten too much sugar. Yes, we've seen her like that before, and the energy she gets is a bit terrifying. She was extremely happy and didn't stop taking photos, recording videos, drawing, and taking notes in what seemed like 100 notebooks. She told us that her mom had always believed she would find these creatures and that her dad supported her, but most people, if not everyone, thought she was crazy, as if these wonderful creatures were just a product of her imagination. But now they had proof, and that excited my little friend a lot. I was very happy for her, but Dad told her it would be better not to specify or write down where she had found them, as they were believed to be extinct for a reason and could be put in danger. Luna understood and started tearing out the pages where she had noted that and asked me to burn them with wandless magic. It was good practice for control and accuracy because Luna just threw the pages into the air, and I had to burn them without setting the forest on fire. Of course, Dad was on hand to put out any uncontrolled fires, but I still had fun. My dragon and Blaze were jealous because they couldn't do magic without a medium, so I promised to teach them what I could. We also celebrated Luna's birthday. We prepared a surprise party with a vanilla cake decorated with frosting in all colors and sugared fairy wings. Luna was delighted and happy to celebrate her birthday in such a special way. Additionally, I took the opportunity to find some souvenirs for Anna. I found a hand-carved figure of a mountain troll, which I know she will love. After a few quiet days, while exploring the Swedish mountains, we encountered a mountain troll. It was huge, with thick skin and warts all over its body. Its eyes gleamed with malice, and it roared so loudly that the rocks trembled. We realized that the troll was near a small village, so we had to act quickly to protect the people. Thanks to Sev, we always carry our carved wooden bows that we got in Mexico. I still remember learning to use them, guiding our magic and forming arrows with characteristics of natural elements. It didn't seem like anything had changed with our elements when we prepared to use them. My arrows are still wind and electricity, Draco's are pure wind, Luna's are water but like a fresh breeze, and Dad's are like Luna's but still seemed like a storm. Blaze didn't have a bow, so he was at the back of the formation, a little scared. We prepared to face the troll, and with a very clever plan, we managed to position ourselves on a slope, giving us the advantage of height so the arrows would do more damage. It was a difficult battle, but working together, we managed it. The troll was defeated, and the village was safe. The villagers thanked us with a banquet in our honor. There was delicious food and cheerful music. We felt very happy to be able to help and save the day. We continued our journey through the mountains and met the Iceman. Yes, a man made entirely of ice. But it turns out he wasn't an ordinary man, but a wizard with a very special lineage. The Iceman was actually the eldest son of a family of wizards who had an ancient family grimoire. In his family, the eldest son learned to control cold and ice as part of his ancestral magic. It was impressive to see how he could create ice sculptures and control the weather around him. But that wasn't all. The Iceman also had 7 wives, known as the Witches of Sweden. Yes, like the stories we heard in the city and the Muggle area. Together, they formed a large family of nearly 50 people, including people of all ages. They lived in their own small village deep in the mountains, where they were self-sufficient and lived in harmony with nature. Although they liked to tease and scare the Muggles who ventured into their area, they were quite pleasant with the wizards and witches who passed through. They invited us to their home and welcomed us warmly. They told us stories about Swedish magic and how they had protected their knowledge for generations. Towards the end of our stay, we met the Elven court. They welcomed us with open arms, all thanks to Luna and her connection with the fairies. Apparently, Cernamides, the fairy queen we met in Capsiames, or the area we knew in Cappadocia last year, had been speaking well of us to other magical realms. They quickly guided us to the Elven Palace, a majestic structure covered in glowing vines and adorned with sparkling gems. At the entrance, we met the Elven King, Arendurkes, and his wife, Queen Celisbrim. Both radiated an elegance and wisdom that was palpable in the air. They invited us to a royal banquet, where we sat alongside the elven royalty and enjoyed exquisite dishes we had never tasted before. The elves told us stories of their enchanted land and the ancient bonds they shared with the fairies and other magical creatures. Luna was especially honored during the celebration. The elves gifted her beautiful jewelry encrusted with gems that shone with their own light, and some even proposed marriage to her. Although, as she is so pure in body and soul, she doesn't need to respond to such proposals yet. All in all, it felt like something out of a story. It was very exciting and much less frightening than Romania, for which I am grateful, but I still hope that our next and final trip will be more peaceful. See you. Goodbye. March 30th, 1990. Friday, March 30th. Dear Diary. Before going on our final trip to Norway, we made a quick stop at home to pick up Theo and Mir. Theo is super excited. His family comes from Norway, and he's been telling us interesting things about the country. Mir finally managed to convince her overprotective parents to let her join us, at least for the final destination of our journey. I'm so excited that she can travel with us. Norway is beautiful, with its majestic fjords and snow-covered mountains. We have been exploring the natural landscapes and encountering some incredible magical creatures. For instance, one day we saw a Fosgrim. Luna was the first to approach him, and I couldn't help but follow her closely. The Fosgrim was sitting by a river, playing a beautiful hardanger fiddle, a traditional Norwegian instrument with a unique and enchanting sound. We were surprised to see him there, with his humanoid appearance and long green hair that seemed to be made of shimmering seaweed. His music was so beautiful and melodious that we were mesmerized. We approached with respect and curiosity, and the Fosgrim invited us to sit with him, as we had been brave enough to come closer. With patience and kindness, he taught us how to play the hardanger fiddle. He gave us fiddles carved from wood and showed us some simple melodies. It was an incredible experience to make music alongside such a magical creature. While we were playing, I thought I heard Dad muttering something about Gryffindor and using our heads. I suppose he wanted to make sure we were being cautious and not getting into trouble. The Fosgrim told us about his life in the rivers and lakes of Norway, and how his music had the power to heal and bring peace to those who listened. We felt very fortunate to have had the opportunity to meet him and learn from him. Also, when we were exploring a forest, we encountered a troll. At first, we were a bit scared because we remembered our experience with the troll in Sweden. But this troll turned out to be very different. The troll was enormous, with gray, wrinkled skin and a long, pointed nose. His eyes were big and friendly, and he had a shy smile on his face. He was a bit clumsy in his movements, but it was clear that he had a kind heart. We approached with caution, but the troll greeted us with a big smile. He told us, in a halting and somewhat clumsy voice, that his name was Olaf and that he had lived in the forest for many years. He explained that trolls in the area could be of different types. Some were evil, but others, like him, were kind and peaceful. Olaf showed us his home in a nearby cave, which was filled with glittering treasures and curious objects. He said he liked to collect things he found lost in the forest and surrounding areas. He also told us stories about life in the forest and the importance of caring for nature. We spent a very pleasant time with Olaf, who turned out to be a great host. He taught us some words in his troll language and showed us how he carved wooden figures with his large knife. In the end, we said our goodbyes with sadness, but were happy to have met such a kind and unique troll. Another impressive place we visited was the Trolltunga, a rock formation that extends over a cliff. It was a bit scary to walk to the edge, but the views were worth it. One day, while we were walking near Olaf's cave, we encountered a group of Holder. These are magical creatures with a human appearance, but with a long tail that they can hide to appear as normal humans. They are very peaceful and like to mix with humans, whether muggles or magical. Although they prefer to live in the forest and take care of nature, they seem to get along well with Olaf and help him protect himself from the bad trolls. We also had the opportunity to see the famous northern lights, the Aurora Borealis. It was an impressive spectacle, with bright colors dancing in the night sky. Additionally, I found some souvenirs for Anna. I found a handmade necklace with Viking symbols that I know she will love. But one of the most important things was that we managed to enter Norway's private reserve of magical creatures. Apparently, the owner of the reserve owed Dad a favor, so he let us in for free. The reserve was the smallest we had seen, but it was equally spectacular. We saw a Norwegian ridgeback, which is a small but very brave dragon. It had bright green scales and eyes that shone like jewels. So far, this has been the dragon that let us get the closest. It was great. Next, we found a Selma, a creature similar to an octopus with a silver and shiny body. It was very curious and watched us with its big black eyes. But when we tried to approach, it fled. We also saw several bowtruckles, which are small creatures that look like tree twigs. They were very fast and camouflaged perfectly with the trees. I found them very cute, but the most surprising thing was seeing a pair of grabhorns. They were enormous, with long and sharp horns. Their skin was thick and rough, and they moved with impressive grace despite their size. The owner told us they were his pride, as they were said to be domesticated, and he even let us ride them. It was magnificent. Afterwards, we encountered a small herd of hippogriffs. They were majestic, with horse bodies and eagle wings. They allowed us to approach after we bowed to them, looking them in the eyes without blinking, and even let us stroke their soft feathers. The owner said he was still training them, so we couldn't ride them yet, but it was still amazing to see them. But the most magical thing was seeing a family of unicorns. They were as white as snow, with golden manes and tails. Their eyes were gentle and full of kindness, and they looked at us with curiosity. They were very cute, but I couldn't help comparing them to the unicorns from Vegas. These seemed to be the unicorn version of my Draco, while the ones from Vegas seemed to be the unicorn version of the Weasley twins. So different. Dad managed to collect potion ingredients from the unicorns, but the most surprising thing was when the female unicorn made a slight cut with her hoof and let Sev collect some of her blood. Dad did it quickly, healed the wound, and then made a deep bow. According to Dad, it's quite rare for unicorns to let men approach them, but it's extremely rare for them to allow someone to take even a drop of their blood, and this unicorn had let him take a whole vial. Incredible. Anyway, it was a fantastic and fortunately calm trip, and with this, we return home, back to classes, and to see the rest of our friends. I'm 100% sure Dad will lock himself up to experiment with all his new potion ingredients and instruments, so I'll have to drag him out to eat, sleep, and take care of himself, especially the latter, because if Dad doesn't take care of his skin, teeth, and hair, I'm sure Sissy will kill us all. I'm very excited and somewhat impatient to read all the books I've collected. What I'm not sure about is how to give Anna the souvenirs. If I send them by mail, James might confiscate them, and it feels a bit impersonal, but if I go to Potter Manor to give them to her, I'll probably run into James again, and I don't want to see him ever again. I'll ask Dad and decide when I get back. By the way, both Kelty and Canapsa went into brumation for most of the trip, so I'll have to make it up to my familiar with something, maybe several mice? I don't know. I'll have to think about it. See you. Goodbye. April 14th, 1990. Saturday, April 14th. Dear Diary, we have finally arrived home at Prince Mansion. After so many months traveling the world, it feels so good to be back. The trip was amazing, but nothing compares to the smell of potions and old books that always lingers here. As soon as we arrived, Dad asked Julius and me to help him organize all the potion ingredients and items we collected on our travels. We had so many new things: rare plants from Brazil, crystals from Romania, magical mushrooms from Norway. We spent the whole morning sorting and storing them in jars and drawers. Dad was very pleased with our help, and Julius had a lot of fun learning about each ingredient. After that, Dad took us to one of the rooms we had reserved for all the Muggle items we brought back. It was very exciting. We had a huge television and lots of films, anime, and manga we got from Japan. There were also heaps of photos and videos from our travels. We spent the afternoon organizing everything on shelves and in cupboards. Julius and I worked together to set up the television and make sure everything worked correctly. Dad watched us with a smile as he ensured everything functioned properly with the help of the manual we got in Japan for connecting Muggle devices with magic. We also brought fabrics from India for our house elves, Doral, Mimi, Mons, Vici, and Moki. They were so happy when we gave them the fabrics. They were bright colors with beautiful embroidery. The elves bowed deeply and thanked us with tears in their eyes. I told them they deserved it for taking such good care of the house while we were away. The day was long but very productive. I love helping Dad and Julius and seeing the elves happy with their gifts. This house is really special to me, and I feel very fortunate to have such a wonderful family. I still have to decide if I will go back to the Potter Mansion on weekends. James lost the right when Mum passed away, and I really don't want to see him, but I miss my siblings and I need to give all the memories to Anna. I know very well that if I send them by post, James will never let her keep them, and it feels very impersonal too. Dad says he can accompany me along with one of the adults assigned to look after me, and that if I really want to see my siblings, James cannot forbid it. I need to think about it carefully. Another thing I need to do is go through all my mail. There's so much of it. Dad also has quite a bit of mail. Julius is the only one who's spared. It makes me a bit sad. My little brother doesn't have friends his age, although he says he's happy with the friends he has and his familiar Canapsa, but I want to help him make friends of his own. All our mail was sent to the mansion instead of reaching us, since moving from country to country was a bit difficult for the poor owls to keep up with. And I can't believe my teachers gave me homework. Miyako-sensei assigned me a 12-inch essay on wandless magic from each country I visited. One essay per country. Professor Ryu also gave me an essay. All his classes are physical. I can't believe it. His essay is 16 inches on weapon techniques and combat I learned on my trip. At least it's just one essay. His letter also said he expected I had been practicing my movements because he would give me an exam as soon as we resumed classes. Professor Hall, from history, also assigned me an essay on the history of each country. He wrote that the length of the essay was up to my discretion, so I don't know how long is the maximum to write. I have an etiquette exam with Miss Walker, another one in Transfiguration with Professor Clark, also in Charms with Professor Turner, and finally a language exam with Professor Jackson. My poor brain is going to explode from all the studying, and I wanted to read the books we got on our travels. According to Dad, they all want to check that the information I learned is still in my head and if I need a review or not. But I still think it's excessive. My Draco is worse off. He has the same as me but more languages, and together with Blaze, Theo, Luna, and Mir, they decided to start taking wandless magic and self-defense classes with Miyako-sensei and Ryu. Apparently, they finally convinced their parents to let them take those classes. My dragon convinced Sissy and Lucy that he needed to learn to defend himself after telling them about our adventures with the troll and the vampires. I had never seen them so pale. It was a bit funny. Vince and Greg also wanted to learn, but their parents consider it too dangerous, so we decided to teach them a bit whenever we meet. Pansy is a different story. She's the one we've had the least contact with, and she seems to have changed for the worse. She doesn't want to see any of the Muggle stuff we brought back and makes very derogatory comments about Muggles and Muggleborns. She used a very nasty term that Dad said he would punish me for and wash my mouth out with soap if I ever said or even wrote it. When he explained it to me, I got very upset with Pansy, but her mum no longer lets her hang out with us much. What bothered me more is that she tried to stick to my Draco all the time we saw her. She batted her eyelashes excessively and pouted. She even tried to kiss my dragon. I don't know what's wrong with her, but I'm glad I know wandless magic and all the prank potions the Weasleys sent me, so I can keep her away from my Draco. Anyway, I have to study hard for my exams and do my homework, also respond to my mail and decide whether to go to the Potter Mansion. I need to finish all that so I can finally read my new books and practice Parseltongue magic with Kelty. See you. Goodbye. April 23rd. 1990. Chapter Notes. Thank you very much for the 213 kudos. They are far more than I ever thought I would receive, especially since this part is a diary I decided to write mainly to clear my mind. Thank you so much. Monday, April 23rd. Dear Diary, today was a very special and, at the same time, slightly terrifying day. I decided it was time to be brave and visit Potter Manor to see my siblings, Anna and Xavier. I knew this encounter would be complicated, but I felt it was important to do it. I asked my dad to come with me. Moreover, I insisted that Bonnie accompany us. She is the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and promised to protect me from any attacks by James, especially in the legal area. We prepared for the trip, and I brought all the souvenirs I collected during our travels for Anna and Xavier. When we arrived at Potter Manor, my hands were sweating with nerves. I felt butterflies in my stomach, but Sev squeezed my shoulder firmly, and Bonnie smiled at me with confidence. That made me feel a bit less scared. First, I gave the souvenirs to Anna. Anna was very excited to see the bag full of gifts. I began to hand over each of the souvenirs, explaining their significance or what I remembered. From Norway, I brought a handmade necklace with Viking symbols representing bravery and a warrior spirit. I thought Anna would appreciate something that symbolized strength and courage. I also gave a hand-carved figure of a Swedish mountain troll. This troll wasn't like the trolls we had encountered there. This one had a friendly expression and seemed always ready to help, more like Olaf the troll from Norway. I told Anna it represented the kindness and support he had always shown me. From China, I gave a Chinese opera mask and a small figure of a Chinese dragon. Chinese dragons symbolize power, strength, and good fortune. Anna found these souvenirs unique and exotic. From Romania, I handed over a hand-carved wooden statuette representing an eel, known for their beauty and power. From Canada, I brought a carved stone with the symbol of the Snow Maiden. From Russia, I gave a small figurine of a firebird, which symbolizes renewal and resurgence, a theme Anna and I have discussed many times. From Turkey, I obtained a yellow and green stone with magical properties blessed by the Fairy Queen. This gift was special because it represented the connection between the magical and natural worlds. From Mexico, I brought a traditional skull mask with blue and green flowers. Of course, from Australia, I brought the video of the haka dance that Anna wanted so much, symbolizing strength and unity. Anna was thrilled with the video and couldn't wait to watch it. From Japan, I gave a bottle of Blamiki honey, which will allow one to see the future for a few hours, and a manga recommended by Julius. From Africa, I handed over a figurine of a sphinx and a seal from a cursed tomb, which my dad assured me was harmless. The sphinx symbolizes wisdom and mystery, themes Anna enjoys in books, especially mystery. Fortunately, Anna liked it. From Italy, I acquired some art items. These weren't as appreciated. Anna told me that James had been trying to convince him to have more feminine hobbies, including art, and he was a bit fed up with it. From France, I brought a fabric hat that shortens the wearer's hair without actually cutting it, which Anna put on immediately, much to James' horror. From Bulgaria, I got a snitch signed by Victor. He isn't very famous yet, but with his flying skills, I think it will be a valuable collectible in the future. From India, I handed over the package from our family there, which came with an attached letter Anna didn't let me read, saying he would open it when he was alone. I'm not sure why the secrecy, but Anna seemed happy and asked many questions about our family in India. Anna was delighted with all the souvenirs. His eyes shone with happiness, and he hugged me tightly, thanking me for each gift. I felt very pleased to be able to give something that Anna genuinely appreciated. Next, I gave the souvenirs to Xavier. Although I only had 2 souvenirs for him, I wanted him to know I had also thought of him during our travels. I gave a carved stone with the symbol of the Russian dragon, representing power and protection. I also handed over the package from our family in India. Although I didn't open the package, I knew it contained something special, and Xavier seemed excited to discover what was inside. He also didn't want to open it in front of me, so I decided not to tell them what I received either. Xavier was delighted with the carved stone and the package from India. Although he initially seemed a bit jealous, he was ultimately happy to receive these special gifts. Luckily, Amelia kept James distracted the whole time, so there was no aggression. Even so, I could feel James' nasty glare on the back of my neck the entire time. I didn't let that bother me too much. Instead, we focused on reviewing all the souvenirs and having a good time together. At the end of the day, I told Anna and Xavier about my encounter with Mom. I explained how I finally managed to say goodbye to her and how much that meant to me. Anna was moved and hugged me again, while Xavier listened attentively. It was a very special moment for the 3 of us, and I felt closer to them than ever. Anyway, today was a difficult but very rewarding day. I'm glad I was brave and visited my siblings. Now, I feel more connected to them, and I'm sure Mom would be proud of me. See you. Goodbye. April 27th, 1990. Chapter notes. Hi, sorry, I got confused. This chapter goes here, and the rest move one ahead.
带冷汗的笑
Friday, April 27th. Dear Diary, today I discovered something incredible and amusing. It turns out that Dad has been in contact with Limey, the house elf who looked after me when I was little. I found out that thanks to her, he has been giving James a hard time all this time. I didn't know that was Sev's way of making James pay. Apparently, he was in constant contact with the twins, receiving lots of ideas. Dad told me everything this afternoon while we were having tea at home. He explained that Limey had been using her elf magic to play tricks on James, and I couldn't help but burst into laughter as he told me. Firstly, Limey ensured that James was always cold, even in summer. She used her magic to constantly lower the temperature around James by a few degrees. So, while everyone else enjoyed the sun and warmth, James was always shivering and complaining about the cold. Sev told me that James thought he was cursed and had tried all sorts of spells and potions to warm up, but nothing worked. People around him started thinking he was losing his mind. Then, Limey managed to cause small fires around him. Every time James lit a candle, cooked something, or was simply near something flammable, it would suddenly burst into flames. These fires were never very big, but were enough to scare James and make him think he was haunted. James always screamed and tried to put out the fire, but people started avoiding him, thinking he was a pyromaniac. Another thing Limey did was make James always feel followed. Using her magic, Limey made James hear footsteps behind him, whispers in his ear, and see shadows moving out of the corner of his eye. This made James completely paranoid. He constantly looked over his shoulder and was startled by any noise. Sev told me it was especially funny when James screamed and cast spells at nothing, thinking someone was stalking him. Even Moody thought James was mad. Limey also managed to swap James's shampoo with a special potion made by Dad. This potion left him bald for a week, or sometimes made his hair change to horrible colors like snot green or fluorescent orange. Every time this happened, James would get furious and spend hours trying to reverse the spell. Sev told me he even tried wearing wigs, but Limey always found a way to make them fall off at the most embarrassing moments. Dad also told me how Limey made James's food taste horrible. She would swap the ingredients in his meals to make them taste like rotten liver or boiled cabbage. James couldn't understand why everything he ate tasted so bad and often ended up furious, yelling at the house elves, who knew nothing about it. Another prank was that Limey made the furniture in James's house uncomfortable for him. She used her magic to make the chairs always slightly tilted, the sofas too hard, or the beds too soft. James could never find a comfortable position and always complained of back and neck pain. In addition, Limey made sure James's letters always got lost. Using her magic, she ensured that James's mail never arrived on time, or got lost completely. This caused great anger in James, especially when he was expecting important replies. Limey also made James's plants die mysteriously. Every time James tried to care for a plant, it would wither and die within days. James tried all sorts of spells and remedies to save his plants, but nothing worked. Eventually, he gave up and stopped trying to have plants in his house. The funniest thing of all was how Limey managed to make James's potions and spells constantly fail. If James tried to brew a potion, it would explode or turn into something useless. If he cast a spell, it would go wrong or not work at all. James was convinced there was something wrong with his magic, and it drove him crazy. He even changed wands several times, but nothing helped. Sev explained that normally Limey would have to punish herself every time she did something like this, as house elves cannot disobey their masters. But James, in his arrogance, named her Lily's personal elf, thinking this way he would be closer to her. What he didn't know was that Limey could disobey him because that's what Lily actually wanted. Before she died, or rather, before she got very ill, Lily gave Limey a knitted dress, freeing her. Despite being free, Limey continued to pretend to be part of the Potter Manor house elves, but now she was my personal elf, without me knowing. When Dad told me all this, I couldn't help but feel a mix of surprise and joy. Limey had been looking after me all this time, even when I didn't know it. Sev had employed her and named her my personal elf, so she could stay close to me without the other elves or Potter Manor rejecting her. Limey's story made me feel very special and loved. Knowing that she was willing to do all that for me, and that Dad had helped her, showed me how much they both cared. Besides, the pranks on James were so funny that I couldn't stop laughing. After Sirius told me all this, I decided to talk to Limey. I wanted to thank her for everything she had done for me. When I called her, Limey appeared with a shy smile. I knelt to her height and told her how much I appreciated everything she had done. Limey seemed excited and a bit embarrassed, but she thanked me for my words. Then, we spent the afternoon together, talking about all the pranks she had played on James. Limey told me some more that Sirius hadn't mentioned, like when she used her magic to make sure James's shoes were always full of mud, no matter how many times he cleaned them, or made sure that the books James wanted to read were always in inaccessible places or had their pages stuck together. She also made James's quills break or the ink spill all over his desk, ensured that James's clocks were always ahead or behind, so he was late or too early for his appointments, or even sometimes made the windows fly open in the middle of the night, letting in wind and rain into his room. Every time Limey told me a new prank, I couldn't help but laugh. I imagined James's face and how he must have felt not being able to control anything around him. Limey had done an incredible job, and I was very grateful for everything she had done. The best part is that the general public had started to believe that James had lost his mind. Some people even demanded that Xavier, as the savior of the wizarding world, be kept away from James for his own safety. Of course, Dumbledore always made sure nothing got out of hand, but people were starting to distrust James. At the end of the day, I asked Limey to accompany me to the garden. I wanted to show her something special. I had found a small corner in the garden where wildflowers grew, and I thought it would be a nice place to plant some new flowers in honor of Limey. Together, we dug small holes and planted the flowers. Limey seemed very happy and thanked me for the gesture. Anyway, today was a day full of surprises and laughter. Discovering all that Limey had done for me and seeing how much she cared for me made me feel very fortunate. I am very grateful to have Dad and Limey in my life. They have both done so much for me and shown me how much they love me. I also need to write a letter to my favorite twins, thanking them for their ideas. Oh, Julius was upset with us for not telling him all this before, as he also wanted to help. I don't know what ideas he might have, but I can't wait to implement my own ideas to keep making James's life miserable. Even if he never finds out it was us, even better, I hope he never finds out it was us, so we can keep doing it forever. See you. Goodbye. February 5th, 1990. Wednesday, May 2nd. Dear Diary, we celebrated Walpurgis, and it was a magical and wonderful experience. I had never seen anything like it before. The celebration began in the evening of the 30th of April at Prince Manor. Sirius had organized everything and told us that Walpurgis was a special night when the arrival of spring was celebrated and evil spirits were warded off. It was an ancient magical tradition, full of magic and mystery. Everyone I consider family was there: Dad, Julius, Draco, Sissy, Lucy, Bella, Ro, R.A., Mir, Luna, Zeno, and Pandy. I would have liked to invite my other two siblings, but James refused as soon as the name of the celebration was mentioned. We gathered in the back garden, which had been decorated with floating lights and enchanted flowers that glowed in the dark. The air was filled with the fragrance of flowers and the sound of magical music coming from small floating instruments. Dad explained to us that on Walpurgis, witches and wizards performed protection and purification spells. First, we lit a large bonfire in the center of the garden. The flames changed colors, and Sev told us this was to ward off evil spirits and bring good luck. We all took turns throwing small packets of magical herbs into the fire, and each time one of us did so, the flames changed color and emitted a soft crackling sound that seemed to sing. After the bonfire, Dad led us all to a stone circle in a more secluded part of the garden. He told us this was a sacred place and that we were going to perform a purification ritual. We all held hands and recited an ancient spell in Latin, guided by Sev and Pandy, who knew the words perfectly. I felt a warm energy flow through me as we said the words, and the whole garden seemed to glow with a magical light. Then it was time for the fireworks, special ones that the twins had developed. They were still in the testing stage, but Dad said they were very well made. Draco and Julius were very excited about this. Lucy and R.A. took charge of lighting them with their wands, and the night sky filled with splendid colors and shapes. There were fire dragons roaring and flying through the sky, giant flowers exploding in bursts of color, and stars falling slowly, leaving a sparkling trail behind them. I had never seen such beautiful fireworks. While the fireworks continued to light up the sky, Sissy and Bella brought out a table full of food. There were cakes that changed flavor with each bite, cookies that moved like small animals before being eaten, and juices that bubbled and glowed. My favorite was a chocolate cake with small edible fireworks inside. Each bite was an explosion of flavor and light. After eating, Dad and Pandy told us stories about Walpurgis. They talked about how witches and wizards of old used to gather on mountain tops to celebrate this magical night, dancing around large bonfires and performing spells to ensure a good harvest and protection against evil. Pandy also told us about the legends of witches flying on their brooms and wizards, summoning nature spirits to bless them with special powers. As we listened to the stories, we sat around the bonfire, which now burned with a soft and pleasant warmth. Dad gave each of us a wand with magical sparks that we could use to draw in the air. The sparks glowed and formed patterns that hung in the air for a few moments before fading away. I had a lot of fun drawing stars and hearts, and Luna made a beautiful drawing of a crescent moon that shone brightly before disappearing. The night ended with a magical dance around the bonfire. Dad and Lucy played music with their wands, and we all joined in a joyful dance. Mir and Draco tried to do some complicated dance steps and fell over, but they got up laughing and continued dancing. It was a moment full of joy and togetherness. When we finally went asleep, I felt we had been part of something very special. The magic of Walpurgis had brought us all together, and given us a night full of wonders and laughter. Today, as I write this, I can still feel the warmth of the bonfire and the joy of the dance in my heart. And surprisingly, what seemed like one night was actually two. I still don't understand how that happened. I can only say it was the magic of Walpurgis. I hope the next Walpurgis is just as magical. See you. Goodbye. June 21st, 1990. Chapter Notes. Hi there. I'm traveling with my family and have just gotten a signal and stable enough internet to upload a chapter. I probably won't be able to post anything else until Monday. See you. Thursday, June 21st. Dear Diary, today we celebrated Letha, the summer solstice, with my family and friends. Everyone joined us at Prince Manor for this special event. Even Xavier and Anna. That's the most incredible thing. Siri and Remy returned from their travels because James was ill, but nobody knew what was wrong with him. Dad told me it was the result of an experimental potion by the twins. It was supposed to be a sweet that induces vomiting for 10 minutes or until the antidote, another sweet, is ingested. But something went wrong, and James was vomiting every 2 hours for 5 minutes. In addition to having an interesting lilac skin color, since no one knew what was wrong, and the twins were still developing the antidote, especially for those symptoms, James was admitted to St. Mungo's as a precaution, so Siri and Remy were looking after my siblings. As Dad knew all of this, he invited them to the celebration, and they came. Of course, Xavier didn't stop making unpleasant comments about everyone present, but at least he said them quietly and mostly spent his time in a corner without bothering anyone. On the other hand, Anna was very excited, especially when he found out about Julius, as now he had become the older brother of someone. Poor Julius was constantly being dragged around by Anna, who wanted to meet and talk to everyone. So, early in the morning, we all gathered, and the air was full of excitement. We were all eager for the celebration, except Xavier, but he doesn't matter. Letha is a day to honor the sun at its highest point in the sky and to celebrate light and life. It is one of the most important festivals for witches and wizards, as magical energy is strongest during the summer solstice, or so Dad told me. Dad woke us up early to prepare everything. The mansion was decorated with fresh flowers and garlands of herbs put up by our house elves. The flowers were bright colors, red, orange, yellow, and gold, to represent the strength and warmth of the sun. The garden was full of sunflowers, roses, and lavender. Julius and I helped pick some of the flowers and make crowns for everyone. In the afternoon, we gathered in the garden to start the celebration. Lucy and Sissy brought out a large table full of delicious food. There were fresh fruits, homemade breads, cheeses, and a special honey and lavender cake that Pandy had made. Luna was especially excited to try it, as she had heard it was an old family recipe. Then, together, we built a large bonfire in the center of the garden. It was a team effort, and we all helped pile the wood, even Xavier, but I think he only helped because we told him he had to if he wanted to eat. Draco, Mir, and I collected branches and firewood, while Severus, Lucy, and Ro ensured the structure was safe. Once it was ready, Sissy and Bella used a charm to light the fire. The fire crackled and danced, sending sparks into the air. It was hypnotic. Dad explained that the Letha bonfire symbolizes the sun at its peak and is a tradition to light it to celebrate life and energy. It is also believed that the fire has purifying and protective properties. After lighting the bonfire, we began to dance around the fire. It was a joyful dance. Everyone joined in. Julius, Draco, Anna, and I ran and laughed. Xavier eventually joined in after a while. While Luna and Mir danced more gracefully, I thought Luna was emitting a different light than the bonfire, especially on her back like wings, but I'm not sure. Even the adults joined in the dance, with Zeno playing a magical drum that produced a deep and rhythmic sound. One of the most magical parts of the night was when Dad taught us a special Letha spell. This spell was a set of Latin words, along with a pouch made with herbs and flowers collected during the day. We all had small pouches filled with lavender, rosemary, and rose petals. Dad showed us how to cast the spell into the fire while thinking about our wishes and hopes for the coming year. The sparks flew, and the air was filled with a sweet and comforting fragrance. Unfortunately, neither Anna nor Xavier managed to cast the spell correctly, but for their first time doing wandless magic, they did phenomenally. Later, as the sky darkened and the stars began to shine, We sat around the bonfire and shared stories. Zeno told old legends about ancient witches and wizards who celebrated Letha in times past. Pandy talked to us about the magic of plants and how to use them to make special solstice potions, which reminded me that I've never taken herbology classes. I'll ask Dad about it tomorrow. Before the night ended, we performed a ritual to thank the sun. We all held our hands towards the sky. The adults raised their wands, except for Dad, who also raised his hand, and in unison, we cast a beam of golden light towards the setting sun. It was amusing how each person's beam was different. For example, Anna's beam was the shortest of all, and Xavier's seemed to loop. According to Lucy, this was our way of giving thanks for the light and life it provides. Finally, the bonfire burned down, and we said our goodbyes to everyone. It was a day filled with magic, joy, and love. I felt very fortunate to have my family and friends with me to celebrate Letha. I can't wait for the next magical celebration. See you. Goodbye. November 7th, 1990. Wednesday, July 11th. Dear Diary, I had more wandless magic classes with Miyako-sensei today. She is a very wise witch from Japan who has been teaching me, my dad, and Julius how to channel our magic without a wand. Wandless magic requires a lot of concentration and control, but also a deep connection with our inner magic. Miyako-sensei says it's like learning to breathe in a new way. I've been practicing a lot and feel more confident every day. Julius is also progressing, although he sometimes gets frustrated because he is very young and finds it a bit harder. Dad is incredibly talented, as always. Miyako-sensei says that I will soon complete everything she can teach me, which makes me excited, maybe a little worried, because that means the final exam day is approaching. After each class with her, I meet with my friends to teach them what I've learned about wandless magic. Miyako-sensei only teaches the three of us, so I feel very lucky to be able to share this knowledge with Draco, Luna, Blaze, Theo, Mir, Vince, and Greg. Pansy said she didn't want to learn anything from me. Well, it's her loss. I started teaching them by showing how to move small objects without touching them. It was a bit difficult for them at first, but everyone tried hard. Draco, as usual, was a bit reluctant at first, but once he saw Luna move a feather, he got more excited. Blaze and Theo also did a great job, although Theo needs to concentrate more to avoid losing control. Mir is very good at this. I think she has a natural talent. Martial arts classes with Professor Ryu remain exhausting. He teaches us how to handle various weapons and defend ourselves. My main weapon is the sword, but I'm also good with daggers and the bow. Since the rest of my friends recently joined our classes, the professor had us doing basic movements to strengthen our bodies. Ryu-sensei is very strict but also very patient. He gave each of us a small test to see what we needed to work on more. I still remember when he gave me that test. He told me that my body wasn't built to gain much muscle like his, and that I should focus more on speed, agility, and flexibility. When I showed all this to my friends, they were very surprised. Vince and Greg are more the muscular type, Blaze is intermediate, and Theo is surprisingly quite strong. Almost like Greg, but he can move faster. My Draco hates this class. He prefers to be on his broom with Vince and Greg, flying around the Quidditch field. But Ryu-sensei says it's important for all of us to know how to defend ourselves and have control over our bodies. So he made Draco take the test anyway. My dragon is similar to Blaze, but leans more towards speed and agility. History classes with Professor Hall have started to get a bit more interesting. We're learning about Greek history since it's one of the countries we couldn't visit on our travels. I really regret not being able to go. I'm fascinated by the history of Greek gods and heroes. Today we learned about the Trojan War and the wooden horse the Greeks used to infiltrate the city. It's an exciting story full of lessons about strategy and bravery. Professor Hall told us this would be the last topic before our exam, and if we do well, history classes will be over. But if not, he'll give us more remedial lessons until we pass. Recently, I had my last theory of transfiguration class with Professor Clark. She's very strict and always expects the best from us. In class, we learned about advanced transfiguration, how to turn inanimate objects into living creatures. It's a very complicated, but also very interesting topic. I would like it more if we could practice, but Professor Clark says we can't do it without a wand. When I asked Miyako-sensei, she said it's easier with a wand, but if I have supervision, I can try it without any problem. So I've been trying to turn small rocks into frogs, but somehow I've only managed to turn one into a toad. Not a frog, a toad. Etiquette classes with Miss Walker have finally ended. This class is boring but very important. Miss Walker taught us how to behave in different social situations, something crucial for wizards and witches of our status. Our etiquette exam was complicated, but I did quite well. Miss Walker says I have good manners, but need to work on my posture. Mir always excels in this class because she is very elegant and has a natural way of behaving. We've also finished Theory of Charms classes with Professor Turner. Language classes with Professor Jackson are forever. Latin is a new subject for me and all my friends, except Julius, who is still too young to learn it. It's an ancient and fascinating language. The professor explained how many magical words and spells come from Latin. I love learning the roots of words and discovering how spells are formed. Draco always seems to know everything immediately, but Luna has a fun way of finding connections between Latin words and magical creatures. For example, today we learned the word lux, which means light, and Luna mentioned how Nargles, according to her, always seek the light. Theo is very good at declensions and often helps Mir understand grammatical structures. Blaze takes his time, but he always ends up understanding things perfectly. Vince and Greg, they try hard, and we're all here to help them. I like the challenge of learning something new and seeing my friends also strive to improve. We've also been practicing our conversation skills in French. Draco has perfect pronunciation, while Luna always finds creative ways to remember words. Theo and Blaze are progressing well, each being a master in their native languages, which reminded me that I want to learn my family's language in India. When I told Professor Jackson, she said she was very proud that I finally found a language that excited me. I guess I wasn't very subtle about my dislike of learning languages. Oops. Dance classes with Sissy are fun. She is a wonderful dancer and very patient with us. We've been practicing the waltz. Luna is the best dancer in the group, followed by Mir. Draco always complains about having to dance, but Sissy doesn't give him a choice. Blaze and Theo also try hard, although Theo has 2 left feet, just like Greg. Surprisingly, Vince isn't bad at dancing. I really enjoy this class because it's a fun way to relax and learn something new. Last week, we started law and business classes with Lucy. This class is very important because it teaches us about the workings of the magical world and how to run our own businesses in the future. Draco is the best in this class. He has a very sharp mind for business and always asks the right questions. We've been learning about the structure of the Ministry of Magic and how magical laws work. It's a very complex subject. My poor head.
Luna
Also asks brilliant questions, and I'm surprised at how she can understand such complicated concepts so quickly. Runes with Ro and RA are going quite well. We're learning to read and write ancient runes at great speed, which is very useful for deciphering magical texts and creating powerful enchantments. Today we learned about protection runes and how to use them in our spells. I like this class because it's like learning a new magical language. The magical part is important. Draco and Luna are very good at this, while Blaze and Theo need a bit more practice. I won't comment on Vince and Greg. Potions classes with my dad are still the best. I always enjoy these classes because I love working in the lab with him. Today we prepared an advanced healing potion. It's a very complex potion, but Dad guided us step by step. Dad asked me how I was doing in my classes, and I mentioned that I was surprised we hadn't studied herbology until now. Dad smiled and told me that, in fact, I had been learning herbology for a long time without realizing it. He explained that while he was teaching me potions, he was also teaching me herbology. Every time we collected ingredients for the potions, I was actually learning about the properties of magical plants and how to cultivate them. I had never thought of it that way. To prove it, Dad gave me a herbology exam, and guess what? I got high marks. I felt very proud of myself. Now I understand why I always felt so comfortable working with ingredients and plants in his potions. Even though I have a lot of work, I feel very fortunate to have all my friends and family supporting me. My friends and I help each other with our homework and have a lot of fun studying together. Some days, after finishing classes and homework, we relax by watching some videos we recorded during our travels. It's great to remember all the adventures we had and the amazing places we visited. Anyway, I'm learning a lot. I'm very grateful to have my dad and all my friends and teachers supporting me in everything I do. See you. Goodbye. July 27th, 1990. Friday, July 27th. Dear Diary, I finished my final exams for several of my classes, and I didn't do too badly at all. The first exam was in wandless magic with Miyako-sensei. I was very nervous, but sensei calmed me down and told me I just needed to concentrate. She said I did an excellent job. She reminded me that now I only have to experiment with different wandless spells by myself, but always under supervision and never try self-transfiguration at least until I'm in my 4th or 5th year at school. She made me promise, and although it sounds a bit boring, I know it's for my own safety. Now I can teach my friends everything I know. My final history exam with Professor Hall was tough. He gave us a very, very long test with loads of questions and even made us write an essay at the end. It was very hard, especially because it covered everything we had studied. My poor head was spinning by the end, and I wasn't the only one who looked dizzy when we finished. I did quite well, though. I didn't get the highest mark. That honor went to Theo, but I passed in 3rd place. Mir was 2nd. Professor Hall said that the 3 of us no longer needed to attend his classes, but the rest had to study what they got wrong again with him. My poor dragon came in 4th and was complaining a lot. The good thing is that he only has 1 topic to study again, just like Luna. Blaze needs to study 2.5 topics, but Vince and Greg have much more to review. I managed to cheer them up by giving them some chocolate cake and promising to answer any questions they might have. The theory of transfiguration exam with Professor Clark was much easier than the history one, but significantly more boring. Draco is much better at transfiguration than I am, but apart from Vince and Greg, we all managed to pass with high marks. The good thing is that Vince and Greg didn't do too badly either and won't have to study too much. The theory of charms exam with Professor Turner was quite easy, just an essay about our favorite charm, and we all passed it. I hated my French and German exams with Professor Jackson. She made us read and translate long and boring texts and have a simulated conversation with others who learned the same languages. I partnered with my Draco in both, and fortunately, I didn't do too badly. I'm sure Draco saved me from making many mistakes. Professor Jackson said one never stops learning a language and that we have to keep practicing, but at least I no longer have to attend those classes. I only have Hindi and Latin left with her, and I am genuinely interested in those languages. To no one's surprise, my Draco was the best in all the languages he learned: French, Italian, German, and Russian. Now, besides the Latin that is mandatory for everyone, he wants to learn Hindi with me, Bulgarian, Spanish, gobbledygook. I decided to learn some phrases with him of that one, and Murmish. I'm starting to think my dragon is a bit obsessed with languages. Ro and RA gave us the final runes exam. They said we could continue reading about the subject, but the rest we would learn better at school. I did quite well on this exam. Runes are like a puzzle for me. I love deciphering the symbols and understanding their meanings. In this exam, I came in first, closely followed by Luna and Mir. Ro and RA said that since this is an optional subject, it doesn't matter how well or poorly we did on the exam. Only those who wanted to review could go with them. Surprisingly, Vince and Greg decided on their own to continue studying this. We also finished dance classes with Sissy. Mir is the best dancer, followed by Luna, but I also had a lot of fun. Sissy says I have good rhythm and coordination, which is a great compliment. I like how dancing makes me feel free and energetic. Dad and I had a talk about my exams. He's very proud of me and told me I should always strive to learn and improve. With all these exams finished, I now have more free time. I decided to use my free time to learn parcel magic with my family's writings in India and necromancy with the books I got in Mexico. These subjects are fascinating, and I'm excited to learn more about them. When I turn 10, I will study care of magical creatures practically and alchemy with Nicholas Flamel and Dad. He says these subjects will be very useful for me in the future. Also, I feel very fortunate to have the opportunity to learn from someone as famous as Nicholas Flamel. I also decided that I want to learn to cook better with Limey, my house elf, and to knit and embroider. Limey is always teaching me useful things. Cooking has always relaxed me, and I want to give something handmade to my friends for their birthdays or Christmas. Today, we started with a chocolate cake recipe, and I had a lot of fun decorating it. Additionally, I decided to do something special with my hair. I've always wanted to look a bit more like Mom, so I went with Char, Mum's friend, and dyed some strands of my hair the same shade of red as hers. I love how it looks. Julius is also growing his hair, but doesn't want it as long as mine and Dad's. He decided to dye green streaks in his hair, and Dad let him. I can't wait for Draco to see. After the beauty salon, we walked through Horizonte Mall and saw a piercing stand. I wanted to get my ears pierced, but Dad decided it was better to take me to a specialized place. There they explained how to care for it with ointments for a week and how to clean it. First, I have to wear a special type of earring, and after a week, I can change it to whatever I want. Julius and I had a lot of fun choosing earring designs for later. Meanwhile, Dad discussed the details and price with the receptionist. In the end, I decided to pierce just one ear, the left one, and chose a small Akami feather earring. Julius said he would never get a piercing, but I managed to get Dad to promise he would get a piercing in the same ear before I go to school. Dad and I continue working on potions and herbology. Sev wants to teach me everything he knows, and although it's a lot of work, I enjoy learning from him. Herbology isn't a separate class for us. Dad has always taught it to me alongside potions. Today, he gave us a surprise exam, and I got the highest mark. All my friends also did a good job, even Luna, Blaze, and Theo, who recently joined this class. I will have to continue studying law and business with Lucy. I can't deny it's interesting, but I feel it's not for me. It's very tedious. I don't understand how my Draco enjoys it so much. Anyway, I finally have a bit more free time to tackle all those interesting books and topics we collected on our travels. I'm also looking forward to my first practical class in care of magical creatures. See you. Goodbye. July 31st, 1990. Harry, 10 years old Tuesday, July 31st. Dear Diary, today was a very tedious day. Xavier invited me to his birthday party, and he even invited Julius. But Dad didn't want my little brother to go because Dumbledore would also be attending, and Dad fears the headmaster might recognize Julius's magical signature and connect him to Tom. Although, thanks to the blood adoption, Julius no longer looks like Tom, his magical signature, although altered by the ritual and the adoption, still bears a slight resemblance, according to Sev and Lucy. But Dad didn't want me to go alone, so I went with Bonnie and Susan. Since Mum passed away, James no longer allows the Malfoys to attend his parties. Only light families are invited now, despite the fact that the majority of the wealthier lords and ladies are from the dark side. I never understood this whole light and dark thing. Everything I've learned and experienced in the different countries and schools we visited always shows the same. Magic is magic. What matters is the intention. If you want to cause harm, any spell can do it. Even Wingardium Leviosa can be dangerous. Imagine, Diary, you levitate a large number of stones or debris over a group of people and then drop them. BM. You've hurt many people, and it's supposed to be a light spell. On the other hand, if you use the Intralexpelling curse in a controlled environment like St. Mungo's by a specialist, you can clean lethal doses of ingested poison that can't be cleaned or purified otherwise, but new. It's a highly dark curse that only serves to cause harm. I don't understand. I really don't understand. Lucy says the UK has always been behind in this area compared to other countries, but it's gotten worse since Dumbledore gained so much power by defeating Grindelwald. According to Lucy and several books I've read on the subject, some of which are illegal in the UK, our country has been slowly declining. I'm even starting to consider studying at a school other than Hogwarts. Dad loves Hogwarts for what it represented for him, despite the tough time he had because of James and his friends, and what a conversation that was. I never imagined Sirius and Remus could do such cruel things. That castle was his home, where he made true friends, like Lucy, and spent a lot of time with Mum. According to Sev, he always felt the castle was alive. Even when he wanted to hide or felt lonely, he could find passages and doors he had never seen before and felt a calming presence around him. I really want to experience that, but I'm not sure if sacrificing my education for the experience is worth it. Even my friends are considering it. Well, there's still a year to decide, so I'm still thinking about it. Where was I? Oh yes, Xavier's birthday. It was a disaster. First of all, none of my friends were invited. Julia stayed at home with Dad, and Luna had a family dinner with the Malfoys and her parents. I like Susan, but I haven't spent enough time with her to consider her a friend. Even so, she is very kind and tried to spend as much time with me as possible. including me in her conversation with Hannah. For a while, it was fine, but Xavier doesn't like to share attention and tried to get us to join the group of kids who were going to play Quidditch with him. By the way, the red-haired twins are being punished for being sorted into Slytherin and couldn't come. Ronald kept insulting them and calling them slithering snakes and other derogatory names that I don't want to repeat. Fortunately, Xavier seemed a bit uncomfortable with everything his best friend was saying, so he managed to shut him up by talking about Quidditch. I swear if Xavier hadn't intervened so quickly, I would have cursed that Weasley. We formed 2 teams. Several didn't want to play, like Hannah, the Patil twins, and others, but eventually, the teams ended up like this. Team 1, Charlie Weasley, 17, Seeker, Xavier Potter, 10, Chaser, Anna Potter, 8, Chaser,
Ernie Macmillan, 10, Chaser.
Ronald Weasley, 10, Keeper, John Burke, 13, Beater, Wilfred Fawley, 11, Beater. Team 2, Harry Prince, me, 10, Seeker, Kabus Shacklebolt, 9, Chaser, Zane Shafiq, 16, Chaser, Marie Egwu, 8, Chaser, Cormac McLagan, 13, Keeper, Susan Bones, 10, Beater, Charlotte Foley, 12, Beater. The teams were chosen at random, and still, many complained. I was willing not to play because I'm not very interested in Quidditch, but Susan said she was only playing because I was on the team, and if I withdrew, she would too. Plus, Xavier looked very happy to play with me. He seemed like a happy Krupp wagging his 2 tails every time he looked at me, so I definitely couldn't back out of the game. But it was horrible. McLagan and Shafiq both wanted to be in charge. The latter said he should lead because he was on the Ravenclaw Quidditch team and was the oldest. McLagan, I don't know. I just know I couldn't stand him. He's an arrogant child who thinks he's better than everyone else. Ugh, I think he has all the bad traits of Xavier and Draco mixed together, but without any of the good ones. The rest of us decided to let them fight it out and figure out what to do among ourselves. Of all of us, Shafiq, Folly, and I had previous experience playing, although I think no one believed me when I told them about my experience in Bulgaria. Egwu has an older brother who is a very good player, so she learned a lot from him. Kabus and Susan, well, they both know how to fly a broom, at least a little. We were terrible. McLagan kept leaving the goals to try and teach the rest of us how to play. Shafiq shouted at McLagan to return to the goals and, being distracted, lost the quaffle. And since McLagan wasn't at the goals, Anna or Xavier scored. Burke almost knocked poor Kabus off his broom, and both Follies didn't take the game seriously and passed the bludger to each other. At least they were having fun. Surprisingly, Susan has quite a strong hit, but her aim is a bit off. Even so, she managed to hit Ronald in the stomach with a bludger. It was funny. Of course, we were playing with children's balls, so it didn't hurt him much, but it was still funny. In the end, we played so badly that I tried my hardest to find the snitch as quickly as possible, and I found it. It was crazy. I managed to see it before Charlie, but he wasn't far behind. We were neck and neck, neither of us giving in. At one point, the snitch started to dive, and we followed it down. We were very close to the ground, but neither of us wanted to give up. I was lucky. The snitch veered to the right at the last moment, right next to me, and I caught it. Obviously, we lost since we hadn't been able to score any points, but thanks to catching the snitch, it wasn't by much. Charlie congratulated me, and we talked about Quidditch for a while until he mentioned dragons, and we got lost in the wonderful world of those beautiful creatures. Unfortunately, that distracted me, and I didn't notice James approaching. He started yelling at me and even tried to slap me, but Charlie stepped in the way. The adrenaline made it hard for me to hear properly, and feeling in danger didn't help. Thank Morgana Bonnie wasn't far and managed to get James away. From what I could understand, James was upset because I stole the attention at the end of the game. Instead of everyone praising Xavier as the best player, the kids, and even some adults, were quite surprised by my skill on the broom. The worst was Dumbledore. He started circulating the rumor that I had taken Felix Felicis to outshine the boy who lived on his birthday, and that my dad had made sure I had the potion to ruin the chosen one's birthday. It was horrible. No one believed me when I said I hadn't taken any potion. All the adults and some children looked at me badly and started talking badly about me and my dad. Bonnie couldn't help me because she was busy trying to calm James. Susan stayed by my side, and Hannah also said she believed me. Charlie did too, but he had to take care of Ronald, who kept trying to hit me for being a cheat. Cabus and Marie asked me a lot of questions, and after repeating to them for the 11th time that I hadn't taken any potion and letting them test by pushing me, according to them, if I fell, I wasn't under Felix's influence, they said they believed me. But only Susan stayed with me until the end. Hannah's parents decided to take her home early, and the other two decided to be with their families, trying to argue with the other children about my innocence because they had proof. Anna tried to come closer, but Xavier didn't let him, which made me sad until Bonnie got fed up and cast a stupefy on James. Then they both came over and congratulated me on my excellent flying skills. Xavier said we would make Gryffindor champions together, and Anna said we'd be unstoppable when the three of us were at school. Their words made me feel very warm, but I decided to ruin it by mentioning that I was still considering whether to go to Hogwarts next year or to another school. Xavier didn't take it well and started demanding that I study at Hogwarts with him. Anna got sad but didn't say anything. I tried to defend my point of view by talking about all the academics I'd miss out on by deciding to go to Hogwarts, but Xavier wouldn't listen. Since James was unconscious, my brother went to Dumbledore and asked him to make me study at Hogwarts. The headmaster's brilliant eyes locked onto mine, and I felt a slight pressure on my shields, then a stronger pressure, but I managed to remember to look away. Even so, my head started hurting. I couldn't hear what the headmaster said to my brother, but it seemed to calm him down. Just then, Bonnie came, and we were able to leave that disastrous party. When we got home, I told Dad what happened, and Bonnie filled in what I had missed. Dad wanted to press charges for defamation, but despite James's reputation for being crazy, Dumbledore still holds a lot of power. So Bonnie said there probably wasn't much we could do. Susan suggested sending an article to the press with proof that my body was free of Felix Felicis, so Dad called a private meta-wizard, who did several tests and exams on me. Altogether, including Julius, we helped write an article, and Bonnie made sure a reputable reporter would publish it. In the end, a terrible day, but hey, I made new friends. At least I can be sure that Susan is a loyal friend. I have to give her something really nice for Yule since her birthday has already passed. Hannah too. I'm not sure about Cabus and Marie since I didn't get to say goodbye. Oh, and of course, Charlie. You can't get a better friend than one who likes dragons. I'm tired. Goodbye. January 8th, 1990. Wednesday, August 1st. Dear Diary, today, I was able to celebrate my birthday with my family and friends. Except for Xavier and Anna, neither of them could attend because of James. All my friends came early in the morning, and we went together to Char's beauty salon. We had a relaxing morning along with Sissy, Bella, and Dad. It seemed like Dad wanted to escape along with Lucy, Ro, and R.A., but Julius told him that if he had to stay, then Sev also had to stay, and well, Sissy didn't give him an option. We had facials and hair treatments, painted our nails, and got massages. It was incredible. I almost fell asleep. Draco and Pansy were the most excited. Blaze seemed resigned as if he was used to going to such places frequently. Theo looked uncomfortable for some reason. Luna kept staring into space and asking many questions. It was adorable. Julius wanted everything used on him to be green, even the towels and the mirror frame. And Vince and Greg tried the chocolate masks and ate the whole bowl when the specialist looked away. It was fun. Then we returned home, and I decided we would make lunch together. We had made birthday cakes before, and they didn't turn out too bad, so I thought we could manage. I was wrong. It was a disaster, and somehow now there's a sticky green sauce on the kitchen ceiling and floor. Somehow someone also added glitter to the food, so it still sparkles even now, and not even the house elves could completely remove it, but we had a lot of fun. In the end, we decided to eat out at a Muggle Chinese restaurant, so we spent some time deciding what to wear, especially for my friends who hadn't traveled with us before. The best part was that since it was a Muggle place, the Reds could also come. It seems their mother doesn't want them to associate with us because, according to her, it's our fault that her innocent children have been contaminated with dark magic and therefore ended up in Slytherin instead of Gryffindor like the rest of their family. They were only allowed out because they told their parents they were going to see their friendly, who is a Gryffindor. It seems he's the only friend Molly Weasley allows them to communicate with, since the Red Threats have gained a good reputation in the Green and Silver House. It appears they dedicate themselves to pranking anyone who insults or bothers their house members, but they also torment any bully regardless of their house. Along with their kitsune, who have managed to grow a second tail in record time. They combine their skills in potions and enchantments with the illusions their familiars can create to turn every bully upside down. They've even managed to befriend some ghosts to help with their pranks and some house elves. They told me they're still working on getting Peeves, the castle poltergeist, to help them. They've achieved something of a truce with him, but the Reds say they won't give up until they have him fully on their side. All the adults said they were very proud of them, and Dad said they had managed to surprise him in a good way and that he expected great things from them. This seemed to excite them a lot. I think it's the first time in almost a year that an adult has said something good about them. Their eyes were slightly wet after hearing so much praise. I'm a little worried about my favorite twins. It seems they have several friends among the students, but no professor is on their side. Not even their head of house and potions professor seems interested in them. And they're geniuses in potions. Dad said so. Anyway, the food was delicious, and we had a great time together. Maybe we made a lot of noise, and Kasai and Kaji kept making small allusions to prank everyone and some muggles. It was fun. Kelty and Canapsa decided to spend the time wrapped around my neck and Julius's, respectively, scaring more than one diner and waiter who passed by. Fortunately, Dad put a glamour on Canapsa to make him look like a normal snake, and somehow he had obtained permits and papers saying they were trained snakes. But something tells me those papers aren't entirely legal. I have no proof, but no doubts either. After the meal, which was a bit late because of the kitchen disaster, currently categorized as the green slime incident, we returned home, where Limey managed to rescue some ingredients to make a cake. Somehow, there was no chocolate left, but several carrots survived, so he made a carrot cake with a sauce called homemade milk caramel and butter frosting. It was delicious. I think this is going to be one of my favorite desserts, second only to the very delicious treacle tart. Of course, from there, most of my friends went home, and it was just Draco, Mir, Luna, Julius, and me. We spent time categorizing my gifts and reviewing all my letters. I received several from my pen pals, even some small gifts. I don't know why, but most of them gave me pink things. I mean, I love pink and purple, especially the pink, but I hadn't realized that most of my wardrobe has something pink, even if it's minimal. Well, it's a great color, so I don't mind much, but I didn't know I was being so obvious with my color preferences. Well, long day, but it was very nice. Goodbye, diary. I have to write several thank you letters to my friends around the world. August 27th, 1990. Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Monday, August 27th. Dear Diary, today we went to the bank for my annual ritual. I've never written about this ritual before because, truthfully, it's quite boring. Even when we've done it in other countries, there's nothing much to describe since all the Gringotts branches are exactly the same, boring. But this time it's important. It's my last ritual. And not only that, but today I received my heir's ring, and something surprising happened. Let me explain, dear diary. First, I went through my purification ritual as always, bath in purified ice-cold water, change of robes, and then falling asleep in the ritual room, the usual. When I woke up, I was taken to a chamber where Dad, Julius, and two goblins were waiting for me. One was Steelbow, who I know because he dictates the necessary rituals, and the other goblin introduced herself as Threshbone. And guess what, diary? Threshbone is a female goblin. It's quite an achievement for Threshbone to be the prince family's goblin. Not because female goblins can't climb the ranks, but because there are very few female goblins, and even fewer, who choose to work instead of managing their homes. Threshbone is very ambitious and has worked hard to climb the ranks quickly. It seems her cousin, Grimsmirk, was in charge of the prince family with the previous Lord Prince. But when Dad accepted the terms of his grandfather's will and brought me for the blood adoption, Grimsmirk had let some Aurors in before the will's reading. If it hadn't been for Lucy's quick thinking, they could have sent Sev back to prison. Threshbone accused her cousin of treason and even managed to verify that he was secretly negotiating with Dumbledore to give the old headmaster access to the prince vaults. Outrageous. Dad prevented Threshbone from telling us about her cousin's sentence. According to him, goblin laws, and especially their punishments, are extremely bloody. Spoil sport. Anyway, the point is that Threshbone decided to give Dad a full inheritance test, one that required 7 drops of blood. And oh surprise, Dad isn't just Lord Prince. He also has the right to claim the title of Lord Ravenclaw. And that's not all. It's a tiny amount, extremely tiny, but it seems Sev's father wasn't 100% Muggle. Sev is nearly 8% vampire. I told him he absolutely had to tell Lord Teeps in a letter, but Dad didn't seem too happy about it. By the way, Lord Teeps was one of the ones who wrote to me and gave me a birthday present, a real vampire fong. Of course, I responded with some suspicion. Not that I like him all that much, especially since he once wanted to eat Dad. But I find nothing odd in his correspondence and show all his letters to Sev anyway. The only thing I've discovered is that Lord Teeps seems to want to be friends with Dad, and to achieve this, he's trying to befriend me first, as if I'm easier. I'm making him suffer a bit because it's fun, but I really think Dad needs more friends, so maybe I'll give him a break. We couldn't fully trace which clan Dad's vampire part descends from, but we narrowed it down to 3 possibilities. The Ventru clan from Rome, associated with aristocracy and opulence. The Toreador clan from France and Spain, known for their connection with art and interaction with other races, especially Muggles. And the Assamite clan from the Middle East, associated with assassins and alchemists, but mainly known for their vampire blood purity. Unfortunately, we also found blocks, compulsions, and a core leech, something Grimsmirk had somehow hidden, another charge from his cousin, who immediately informed her superiors. Thanks to Merlin, Dad managed to break most of that mess on his own, but he still needs a cleanse, especially because of the leech. I decided to wait for Dad to finish his cleansing ritual so we could see the results of my test together. When he returned, I provided the 7 drops of blood needed on the special parchment. My results were surprising too. Besides being the apparent heir of the princes, I'm also first in line for the Slytherin heir by conquest and by blood right, having some blood from that line. I'm second in line for the Gryffindor line. Xavier is the apparent heir. It seems I don't meet the necessary requirements to be a significant heir of the Ravenclaw line, as I appear as a possible but last-case scenario. I felt a bit offended. Lastly, since we were there, Julius also took a blood test. He is second in line for both Prince and Slytherin succession, but is the apparent heir of the Gaunts. This surprised Dad, but Julius explained that as Tom, his mother was a Gaunt. We were concerned because if Julius decides to accept the Gaunt heir title and then the Lord title as his right, Dumbledore would definitely notice, which is a complete no. Julius said he could simply not accept his title, but he looked quite sad about it, and neither Dad nor I thought it was fair. Luckily, Thrushbone had a better solution. Julius would be presented as a descendant of a certain Omini's Gaunt, known for distancing himself from his family and moving to Rome where he formed his own family, adopting his husband's surname, Francesco Bianchi, thus losing all communication and rights with his family in the British Isles. But with the extinction of the Gaunt family with Tom Riddle, that forgotten side of the family would be the next possible heirs. Of course, that family exists, but according to Thrushbone, as soon as Lord Voldemort or Tom Riddle was confirmed dead, the goblin in charge of the Gaunt family contacted them, and none wanted to take the title. This goblin declared the family dormant, a term used when heirs exist somewhere but no one wants the title, leaving it in abeyance until someone claims it or it extinguishes or the blood dilutes too much. After that, this goblin decided to retire and rest. Now that Julius appears as a possible heir and even the apparent Gaunt heir, but having been blood adopted by the Prince family, the administration was now Thrushbone's responsibility, along with the Ravenclaw and Slytherin lines. Personally, I think it's too much work for one goblin, but Thrushbone seemed very excited. Part of Thrushbone's solution is to pass Julius off as the child of a squib from the Bianchi family, who came to live in England and married a Muggle. Her name was Elisa Bianchi, and I say it was because she died 4 years ago. According to Thrushbone's findings, and don't ask me how she found this out so quickly because I have no idea, she was pregnant the year Julius was supposed to be born if he had been born normally, but she gave birth to a stillborn baby in early December. Her husband died 2 years later, and then she died 4 years ago. Thrushbone says she's the only one with that record and took it from one of her desk drawers after quietly saying a password. But guess what? When she gave us the documents, it appeared that Julius was the biological child of that family, and Elisa had given birth on November 20th, Julius's birthday. Somehow the information had magically changed to make Julius's story authentic. Thrushbone was stunned for a full 5 minutes, then looked up and said a long sentence in gobbledygook. We somehow understood that she was thanking Lady Magic, and the room seemed to fill with soft music and a pleasant presence. But everything returned to normal too quickly to define if it really happened. Anyway, thanks to that, Julius could accept the Gaunt heir title without any problem. Each of us received our corresponding rings, and we could return home. Dad seems a bit down, but when I asked him, he said that now that he is both Lord Prince and Lord Ravenclaw, he couldn't avoid presenting himself to the Wisengamot and starting to be part of it, especially if they wanted to start dismantling Dumbledore's power. According to Dad, he had authorized his votes to Lucy, making him the Prince Proxy, but he couldn't do the same for Ravenclaw. Per Dad, I understand him. Politics is really boring. Luckily, I have my dragon, and I'm going to let him handle all my titles when the time comes. See you. Goodbye.